Naruto God Level System, Chapter 881 to 900. 881st Chapter. Going out for a camping night, Yukiko looked at Chen with Yuhi's expression on her face. Why are you in my room? Please. This whole house is mine. When did this become your room? This is my room, Chen Tan said lightly. I'm going to sleep. Hurry up and go out. Ichiko said annoyed. You need to rest. It just so happens that I rest too. Why don't we rest together? Chen sat on the soft Simmons with a light smile and said. Yuchizi stomped her feet. What are you going to do to get out? Actually, I just want you to see my color. How about it? Chen's mouth twitched. He smiled. I was just joking before. Ikiko smiled awkwardly. But I'm not kidding. Chen approached Yuchizi and breathed on her white and tender neck. Yuhiko's neck turned into Yuhi. Her body suddenly softened. She almost fell to the ground, but fortunately she was hugged by Chen. Click, let go of me. Yuchizi was lying on Chen's body, and Yi said angrily. I didn't hold you at all. You can get up by yourself. Chen said to Yuchizi, just like what Chen said. Chen didn't hold Yuchizi at all. If Yuchizi wanted to, you can get up at any time. But now Yuchizi has no ability to get up at all. Smelling the breath on Chen's body, Yuchizi, I can't stand up at all. Well, I can't stand up. Please help me. Yukiko said embarrassedly, feeling really dead and, I see, then I have no choice. Chen had a hateful smile on his face. Although Yukiko didn't see it, you could tell his vileness by listening to his tone. In the end Yukiko bit Kiba, stood up, pushed Chen and said, hurry up and get out for me. After pushing Tatsuki out, Yukiko breathed a sigh of relief, then lay on top of Simmons, clutching her heart, wondering what she was thinking. Yo, are you kicked out? Belmode looking at Chen asked. Yeah, I was kicked out. I'm not happy. Chen reached out to stop Belmode. Since I've been kicked out, then you can accompany me. Chen pulled Belmode. He walked towards the bedroom, and soon there were strange sounds coming from the bedroom. The next morning, Ayumi came to Chen's house. Step Mei, do you want to invite Xiaoai out to play? Well, Brother Chen, we are going out camping. Should Xiaoai go? Step Mei looked at Xiaoai expectantly. The relationship between Xiaoai and Ayumi is still very good. Wai Jing is still hesitating. To be honest, she didn't want to go camping, because Xiaoai was used to treasure. Don't want to go out at all. It's good to go out and play in the Eld. Chen said to Xiaoai. Losk, Bumei, don't mind if I go with you. 3 Chen asked Bumei. I don't mind, of course I don't mind. Bumei was very happy. Then it's decided, let's go camping. Chen rubbed Xiaoai's head and said. HMPH, don't help me make decisions without authorization. Xiaoai Tsunere snorted coldly. Then are you going? Chen squatted down, looked into Xiaoai's eyes and asked, since it was Ayumi who came to invite me, I'll just go there with reluctance. Then let's go, little Queen Tsunere. Chen suddenly hugged Xiaoai. Let go of me, let me go quickly. Xiaoai looked at Ayumi next to her with a shy face like Yuhi. Ayumi, on the other hand, looked at Xiaoai with envy. When I walked outside, I saw Konan, Mitsuhiko, and Genta, as well as Akasa Hakuto. This time it was Dr. Ali who was going to take them out camping, and Konan looked listless. To be honest, if it wasn't for Mitsuhiko and the others who had to pull him, Konan wouldn't want to go. In this way, Konan, Genta and Mitsuhiko are sitting in Dr. Ali's Beetle. Xiaoai and Ayumi are sitting in Chen's car and soon arrive at the place where Dr. Ali is going to camp. This is the land investigation of Ali Bo. Okay, sure there's no danger. I really don't know, the weather is so cold, why are you going out to camp? Konan said with a displeased face. Look, there is a fish there. There is a small stream next to it. The water is very shallow. There will be no danger. I'm going to go down and catch that fish, then bake it and eat it. Mrs. Yuan said as she was about to go into the water. Wait a minute, Mrs. Yuan, it's very cold now, don't go into the water, just use fishing gear. Dr. Ali took out the fishing rod. How could it be possible to catch fish with them? Conan couldn't help but said speechlessly that it wasn't that Conan wanted to underestimate them. But they really can't catch fish. Fishing is also a school, not just playing around. Dr. Lee, also, only you will be bored and stay with him. Let's play. Conan couldn't bear it. Live Leaf Channel. Dr. Lee smiled and scratched his head. He actually likes children very much, and it is precisely because of this that he takes them out to play. Of course this is mainly because there's nothing wrong with Akasa Botu. Aren't you going to play Xiao Ai? Chen asked Xiao Ai. What to play? Do you think I can play with them? Xiao Ai couldn't help but say. Although he is now a child. But she was still 17 years old, how could she possibly play with them? Haihara-san, I want to ask you something, can I? Conan suddenly said to Xiao Ai and said, if you have any questions, ask me, whether I will answer that is my business. Said quietly, can we change the place? Conan glanced at Chen. Conan wants to mourn here from childhood. I slammed some information about Hyuga Chen, so of course I couldn't ask ye in front of Chen, it's fine if you don't say it. Xiao Ai didn't even look at Conan, which made Conan feel embarrassed, but now that Chen is here, Conan can't ask at all. Then let's talk about it another day. Conan said helplessly, Xiao Ai, come and fish quickly. Ayumi waved at Xiao Ai. Let's go take a look. Chen took Xiao Ai's hand and walked over. Yuan Tai and the others have been fishing for a long time, but they have not caught any fish, and even if they do, they will never eat them. Japan basically eats the fish in the sea, and the fish in the river is generally not eaten, because most of the fish in the river have many spines. Chen actually caught 2 little turtles. But these 2 little turtles have no meat at all. He didn't even like the soup, so Chen gave it to Xiao Ai and Ayumi as pets and, it's broken, I seem to have forgotten to take the tent sleeping bag. Dr. Ali suddenly patted his head and said. Conan was speechless. I really don't know how Xiao Botu, who is so easy to forget things, has developed so many technological items. What should we do then? Yuan Tai asked. Let's see if we can find a place to stay, otherwise we can only make do with one night in the car. Ali Boshi said helplessly. __. 882 chapter. Castle, how to find a place to sleep in this wilderness. It seems that you can only sleep in the car for one night, or go back now. Conan said. It's all the doctor's fault, but it's better to go back. Conan actually wants to go back. If he has time to play, he might as well watch the Sherlock Holmes detective collection. Go back. We don't want to go back. Mitsuhiko and Yuanta protested. Get in the car first and find out if there is a hotel or something nearby. Dr. Ali said embarrassedly. Get in the car and look for a place to stay. But Dr. Ali is not familiar with this place, so Ali Boshi, who led the way, suddenly lost 2 inches. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chen, I seem to be lost. Ali Boshi is even more embarrassed. Then go down this road first. Since there is a road, you should be able to see people. Let's find a way between them. Chen shrugged and said, 9:30. Dr. Agsa was driving in front, and Kabuto was getting dark. But I haven't met anyone yet, and I'm even more isolated. Have a good vacation. Are you going to be so soaked? Do you want to sleep in the car for one night? If you can meet the castle on the lake. Ayumi whispered, how is that possible? Chen directly returned road. It's not impossible. Xiao Ai saw the castle not far away through the window. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched. He also saw it, and just after saying it was impossible, he came to slap me in the face, and really wanted to blow this ancient castle to ashes. I didn't expect there to be an ancient castle here. Chen and the others parked in front of the ancient castle, and came down to look at this ancient castle. This ancient castle is as expensive as the Western ones. I don't know how much it will cost to build such a castle. The owner should be very rich. But why does this kind of castle appear in the wild? Dr. Ali looked strange. I think it was some upstart in China who bought the castle abroad, dismantled it all, and shipped it here to reassemble it. Conan rolled the eyes of the dead fish and said, if I have such a castle, it must be exchanged for eel rice. I don't know how much it can be exchanged. Yuantai said happily, and the others looked at Yuantai speechlessly. You just dreamed about it. It's also a talent to have this ancient castle to exchange eel rice. Dr. Ailey suggested. Sleeping. But is it really that easy? What if the other party doesn't let us stay overnight? Conan couldn't help saying. Anyway, give it a try. I went over to ask. Dr. Ailey walked forward. Miss Yuan, what are you paying for? Dr. Ailey was about to ask about the accommodation, but Yuan Tai actually turned in. He is really a flexible fat man. But usually back then, the clumsy L wasn't so nimble. Now he has become so nimble. Hey, what are you doing, little brat? Yuan Tai just turned in when he was picked up by a security guard and questioned angrily. I said where did you come from, but you came here, don't you know this is a private place? Let me go quickly. Sorry sir, we are not bad people. Ali Boshi quickly said. At this time, the security guard turned his head and looked at Chen and the others outside. Who are you? We happened to pass by here and saw such a magnificent castle, so come here and take a look, if you can. I don't know if I can go in and visit. Dr. Ailey smiled awkwardly. Go back to me, you are not here to wait. The security guard yelled. Who are these? A middle-aged man came out. Ah, sir, there shouldn't be any guests coming to visit today, right? The old man with the stupid look. Let me put them in. The security guard pointed to Dr. Ailey behind him and said rudely. Ali Bo was very angry. He almost didn't come up, and he actually said that he was an old man with a stupid face. What a stupid look. Then anyway, I'm a scientist too. Dr. Ailey said angrily. Scientist? Yes, I am Ali Bo too, and now I am a famous scientist. Dr. Lee stroked his beard. So, your mind. He should be smarter than us ordinary people. 2 inches. The middle-aged man held his chin, and he didn't know what to do in his heart. That's it, then invite a few people in, by the way. Do you want to stay here for one night? When Ali Boshi heard the words, a surprised smile appeared on his face. There's nothing to be courteous, and if you are pregnant, you will steal. Chen whispered. From the look of this guy, I know that he has other purposes, but finding a place to stay for one night is not bad. That's really grateful, Dr. Ailey said in surprise. But sir, is it really okay that you didn't discuss with the eldest wife like this? The security guard said. You just said that they are my friends, and my mother-in-law is like this now. Just say it. Really? The security guard helplessly looked at the middle-aged man who had gone far away and said, Uncle, can you put me down first? Said Yuan Tai, who was being carried. After letting them down, the security guard opened the door for Chen and the others and let them in. Crowds visit the castle. Wow, there's a big horse. I only pointed to the stone-carving white horse not far away. Really, there is a black one here. Yuanta ran to the black horse. Why is the stone carving only up to the neck? Mitsuhiko asked curiously. These horses are called knights, and they are chess pieces in chess. Xiao-ai said aloud. Wow, Xiao-ai, you know a lot. Ayumi couldn't help saying. It's not just pawns. Look at the grass below, it's all paved like a chessboard. Is there anyone here who likes chess? Dr. Ailey asked the security guard. I don't know, I just followed the instructions of the old master, Mr. Junjiao. Do a little pruning every day and end up pruning like this. It has been preserved in the end. This seems to be the last words left by the first master when he died 4 years ago, and Master Junjiao has never violated it. The old master, the one before that. Oh, he's Mrs. The second husband, Master Amon, died of illness 6 years ago because of Master Junjiao, and our wife also died in the fire 4 years ago. What's so hot? Ali Boshi asked strangely. Look over there. The security guard pointed to the charred stone pagoda not far away. There is a charred stone pagoda there. The stone pagoda is where the wife lives. That year, the wife came back to this stone pagoda to celebrate the eldest wife's birthday. The field was too hot to die, and more than a dozen servants of the general manager were burned to death together. The only ones who escaped the disaster were my wife and me, who had just arrived. Ayumi shuddered. A dozen people were burned to death in that place. 883rd chapter. Sukuru ignored the conversation between Dr. Ali and the security guard. And Xiao Ai around this castle. How is it? Xiao Ai, what do you think of this castle? Chen asked Xiao Ai. It's not ours anyway. It has nothing to do with us. Xiao Ai said lightly. Shut, Xiao Ai, you are really a topic terminator. Chen couldn't help saying. After walking around outside, Chen pulled Xiao Ai and Ayumi into the room, and saw an old lady in a wheelchair. He was talking to Dr. Li and the others. By the way, who are these? The old lady asked the security guard. Oh, they are all friends of the master. I heard that he is also a scientist. The words left by Master Man explained. Scientist. Oh, that's great, then I want you to help us solve it and see what mystery he buried in this castle. The old lady lowered her head and said. Conan was stunned for a moment. Mystery. Ali Boshi was also very puzzled. It seems there is something very interesting, eh? Chen glanced at the old lady, and suddenly an inexplicable smile appeared on her face. What are you laughing at? Pretending to be mysterious. Xiao Ai glanced at Chen, and then asked lightly. It's a secret. I can't tell you unless you ask me to tell you. Chen crouched down and said with a smile. Cut, dream. Xiao Ai cut softly. It is said that the great master once said such a sentence when he was dying. The security guard said suddenly, and, as long as he can solve the mystery of this castle, he will give him his most precious treasure. It seems that Mr. Amon, let us stay here for the night. There are other months too. Xiao Ai said. By the way, my daughter hasn't come back yet. Isn't she coming back today? She said she would come back to celebrate my birthday. The old lady said suddenly. But, eldest lady, when she came, she told her to come to my room and see my daughter immediately. The old lady seemed to be very happy and returned to the room. She's been like this since the fire in Kong, said the security guard, looking at the old lady who was leaving. Her daughter had already been burned to death, maybe it was the wife who was hit. Uncle, I don't know which room. Can you see the chest in the yard? Conan suddenly asked the security guard. Chest in the yard. The security guard was stunned for a moment, then led them to a room. In this room, you can see the chess pieces and chessboard outside from the window, and you can see it clearly. It's great, these chess pieces. Xiao Ai, come and have a look. Ayumi shouted to Xiaoyi. Conan took out his pen and notes, looked at the chess pieces below and began to write and draw. He wanted to work out the puzzle of the city. Intuition told him that these chess pieces must have some meaning. Does the order of these chess pieces have any special meaning? After Conan finished drawing, he sat down and began to study. Hey, what are you two doing? It's going to fall. Ayumi suddenly shouted while lying beside the window. Yuantai and Guangdu are in another room, but now Yuantai's body is outside the window, and Mitsuhiko is pulling him hard. He is really a child. Brother Chen, hurry up and help, drag Tai Yuan up, he is about to fall. Ayumi shouted worriedly. With Yuanta's physique, how could Mitsuhiko have the ability to pull him up, so he could only temporarily keep it from falling? Okay. Chen came to another room and carried Mrs. Yuan up with one hand. What a lot of strength. Mitsuhiko couldn't help saying. Although Yuantai is still small, his weight is definitely close to 100 catties. Great, I almost fell. Yuantai breathed a sigh of relief. After Conan arrived, also relieved, hands on the wall. Suddenly, Conan felt that something was wrong. The window of this room was open next to the wall, and the same was true for the other room. Where is the space in the middle? In one place, it was found that there was something wrong, and it was actually empty, that is to say, there was something like a secret passage. Conan looked up. He found that there was a clock above. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. He moved a chair, put a stack of books on it, and stood up, just touching the clock A, and then kept spinning the pointer. Suddenly it seemed that the mechanism was triggered, and Conan suddenly entered the secret passage. Yuantai and Guangdu just heard the movement and didn't find Conan, but Chen really saw Conan entering the secret passage. This guy is really not afraid of death, he dares to enter anywhere. Chen said lightly. Brother Chen, where did Conan go? I didn't see it. After Chen finished speaking, he walked out of the room and came to the room where Ayumi and Xiao Ai were waiting. As for the secret passage, Chen did not care about the secret passage. Interest. There is also no interest in the mystery of the castle. Conan, who entered the secret passage, carefully explored the inside. To his astonishment, he found a skeleton inside. This is... Conan just finished speaking when he was hit by the shadow behind him with a stick on the head, suddenly lost consciousness. No, Conan is gone. At this time, Yuanta and Mitsuhiko found Ayumi and said. After discovering that Conan had disappeared, they searched everywhere, but did not find Conan. You should know where Conan went. Xiaoai asked Chen. Well, that kid is not afraid of death. He has entered the secret passage, but he should be fine, at least 650 dead. Chen said with the protagonist halo, Conan can die at will. Of course, the protagonist halo is not omnipotent. I hope he doesn't encounter a mortal situation. Secret way. There was doubt in Xiaoai's eyes. Seeing Xiaoai's puzzled expression, Chen pointed to the room, the chair that fell to the ground, and the books scattered on the ground. There was also the clock that was turned on and, Dr. Ali, Conan suddenly disappeared. Conan disappeared. Dr. Ali was shocked. To be honest, the others are gone. One Dr. Agasa wouldn't be too weird, but Conan is gone. What's going on? He's no longer a kid and gone. Of course it was going to kill a. Did you go to the bathroom? The bathroom is below, the security guard said suddenly. Then let's go look for it. No, if you go to the bathroom, you should tell us. Mitsuhiko shook his head and said. Dr. Aga came to the bathroom below, but unfortunately he didn't find it. People, there's no one here. It doesn't seem to be coming to the bathroom. The security guard said that guy, maybe he's hiding somewhere, trying to scare us. Yuan-Tai said to the light, it's indeed possible, that kid Conan is quite childish sometimes. Mitsuhiko and the others whispered, unaware that Conan has now been beaten out. 884th chapter. That tower. I searched the whole castle, but I couldn't find Conan. Where did Conan go? If you catch this guy, you must show him a good look. It's abhorrent. Dr. Ali looked at Yuanta and Mitsuhiko and shook his head. Conan is not the kind of person who just runs around, but where did Conan go? Why is he still missing in this castle? Master, dinner it's ready. It's time to go down for dinner. This noble young master is the son of the eldest master. Is dinner ready? It's ready for you too. Let's go down for dinner. The noble young master looked at Dr. Ali and said. But, we have to find Conan. Don't worry, as long as Conan can't help being hungry, he will come out by himself. The noble young master said with a squinting smile, this guy is a squinting. That's fine. Agasa Botu nodded, with Conan's cleverness. There should be nothing wrong. When he came to the table downstairs, he saw a large table of delicious food on the table, and Yuanta's eyes lit up. So many food, you must have a good time today. Yuan-Tai shouted loudly. We're going to start. Mitsuhiko, Yuanta and Ayumi are holding another child and a knife. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since it's been so lively. Master Amon laughed and said, yes, since Mother Kong died in that fire, she has never been so stubborn. Said the gentleman, I heard someone say that the two of you have been staying here since the fire. What's going on? Agasa asked curiously. Haha, in fact, I originally planned to do it after graduating from university. I went back to this castle and lived there. The noble said, I started living here because I was worried that my mother-in-law was losing her only daughter, Amon said. But as I live and live, I like the castle where my wife was born and raised more and more. HMPH, I don't think what you like is not this castle, but the treasure hidden in this castle. With glasses, the very ugly old lady appeared again. Grandma, Amon said, he admits that he has a peeping heart for that treasure. After all, who doesn't like treasure? I already knew that my daughter was tricked by a greedy man like you. I want to eat in the room. After dinner, my daughter arrived. Just let her come to my room. After the old lady finished speaking, she left. What are you looking at? Concentrate on eating, Chen said to Xiaoai. I feel something is wrong with that old lady. Xiaoai said in a low voice and, it's nothing to do with us, let's eat quickly. Said, It's no wonder she has a bad memory. She has been trapped in this castle since her feet have been hurting all these years. By the way, has the puzzle been solved? Master Man asked Alibotu. Ah, Alibo was obviously taken aback. Didn't you hear that? My father-in-law once said it when he was dying. As long as he can solve the mystery of this castle, I will give him my most precious treasure. Ah, this matter I've heard of it, but I don't know where to start. Alibotu scratched his head. The chess pieces lined up in the courtyard. It seems that Conan disappeared after seeing the chess pieces. Chen suddenly said, if the chess in the yard was arranged by the treasurer, then maybe the chess pieces can solve the puzzle and find the treasure. Oh, Master Amon and the noble looked at each other. Could it be that you already know the true meaning of chess pieces? The noble asked, looking at Chen. Chen took a sip of water and said lightly, how do I know this? You haven't solved it for 4 years. By the way, where did that little boy with glasses go? Amon asked. In the It's Gone Before. Alibo said with his hands spread out. If someone else is missing, Alibotu would definitely be very anxious, but if it was Conan, he would not be so anxious. I think I got lost in this castle. There are quite a lot of institutions here. The noble young master said. Hearing this, Master Amon was thoughtful. Did he find some secret way? As long as he doesn't break into that tower, it's fine. What tower? Dr. Ali asked. It's the tower on the left side of this castle, 4 years ago. Burned my wife to death, the now overgrown, charred tower. Right, I remember that 2 years ago, one of our newly hired servants suddenly disappeared one night. Versus found out after asking. He spoke to a good servant. There must be something strange about that tower, so I immediately went to the tower to find him, although he had been there for a long time, but I just didn't see him. Then we called the police. A search was made in the nearby woods. And then, did you find him? Dr. Lee continued to ask. 9 days later, we found him in the woods. He was starved to death. Ah, Ayumi and the others were taken aback. How could this be? Akasa Hiroshi's face showed cold sweat. I don't know how Conan is, although I trust Conan's ability very much. But he is now after all. The child's body, what should I do if it is in danger? I don't know. The police later dealt with it as an accident that he got lost and got trapped inside. But at that time, there was a very strange saying among the servants. After my wife, Oke Zhao, was burned to death, she stayed on that tower. That hatred turned to him. Since then, we have sealed off the entrance to that tower. Then, if you don't find Conan soon, will he starve to death because he has no food to eat? Then let's spread out and look for it, otherwise it will be dark. The noble stood up and said. If he said that he wanted to find Conan, then naturally he had to act. The whole castle was brightly lit and constantly looking for Conan, but there was no trace of Conan at all. What should I do? Conan should not be there. Got that tower, Mitsuhiko whispered. Shut up, Conan will be fine. Soon it was night, and it was raining lightly outside, but Conan was still not found. Even if the people helped to find it together, they couldn't find any trace of Conan. To be honest, if Conan hadn't had the aura of the protagonist, he should be dead by now. See through. 885th chapter. It's a ruthless man. I have searched the courtyard. There is no trace of Conan. I even looked inside the castle, but I didn't find Conan. The noble master said. Did you really run into that tower? Dr. Ali looked at the tower worriedly. Although I don't believe in ghosts. But after Mr. Amon's words before, Dr. Ali was also a little worried. No, I just went to the door of the tower to take a look. It is well locked and there is no sign of being passive. Then, it is only possible to go to the woods. The security guard's moonlight looked at the gloomy woods in the distance. Ah, what to do? Will Conan be trapped inside and starve to death? Mitsuhiko said. Mitsuhiko, you guy, can't you say something nice? Do you have to curse Conan to death? Yuanta punched Guangyi in the head. It hurts. Yuantai, you violent guy. Mitsuhiko covered his head, staring at Yuantai unhappily. The rain is getting heavier now. It must be dangerous in the forest, and now it's troublesome. I think we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Please come to the police. Also, that's all. Ali Botu nodded helplessly. No news should be the best news. With Xinyi's ability, he can solve any danger he encounters. Back in the room, Ali 377 Bo_2 comforted himself. Conan will be fine. He should have found a clue to this castle, so he went to look for it. That's why it's dangerous. Isn't there a treasure to find this castle? They should all want to get the treasure. Maybe he has been killed. Chen said lightly and, what? This is impossible. Ali Boshi's heart suddenly burst. Even if he has been missing for so long, even if he can't come back, he has to contact him to report his safety, but he didn't have it at all. Chen Zai said, then, what should I do? Ali Botu already felt that Conan was in danger now. Call the police. It's best to secretly. Don't be discovered by the people here, because you don't know who the murderer is. Dr. Li nodded, and Guang began to look for the phone, and finally saw a phone in the corner of the corridor. Let's go to rest. Chen pulled Xiao Ai away. After Chen and the others left, they walked out of a corridor of dark shadows, with a very ugly face. When Dr. Li walked over and wanted to make a call, he suddenly saw something in front of him. Throw it out. What is that? Agasa Botu BGBD walked over curiously and checked a white hat with bloodstains. 3 inches. Ah, this is Conan's hat. Ali Bo was shocked at 11, then looked at the secret door that was opened next to him, and walked in. Just after Ali Bo 2 walked in, a black shadow swung his bat at him and hit him on the back of the head with a single blow, almost killing him. Ali Boshi didn't struggle at all, and immediately fainted. Poor Akasa Hakuto was also knocked unconscious. Ayumi, Haibara classmate, it's not good, Akasa Hakuto is gone. It was very late. Yuantai and Mitsuhiko shouted loudly. Agasa Boshi disappeared. Could it be settled by someone too? Chen sat up and said, why is it gone? Did you go to find Conan? Yu Zhang looked at the two of them suspiciously. I don't know, the doctor didn't go back to the room at all. If that's the case, then I'll take you to find him. Chen said to them, ah. Brother Chen, do you know where Ali Botu is? Of course if you do, come with me. Chen smiled lightly, and then took them to the room where they came in the afternoon. That is the room where Conan disappeared. There is a secret door. As long as you pass here, you can enter the secret passage. Then how do we get in? Ayumi asked. It's very simple, just. Boom~L. The secret door was kicked to pieces by Chen. Xiaojing's words stopped in the summer. Obviously she had already knowing the method of entering the dark. When he wanted to say it, Chen directly slammed his foot away violently. You are too violent. Xiao Ai said speechlessly. Violence is the easiest way to solve a problem. Chen Tan smiled lightly, then walked inside. Aren't you afraid of disturbing the people in this castle? It doesn't matter if you are disturbed. Just follow me closely, or you will be attacked. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Chen turned back to the steps and said to them, there are bloodstains here. Xiao Ai shone the light on the ground, should be left by Conan. Chen glanced at the bloodstain and said, the bloodstain is too fresh, it must have been left not long ago. Continue on this secret passage. I don't know why this castle built such a complicated secret passage. Could it be that the owner of this castle was a criminal before? Molecules 1 inch. It's so frustrating in here. Here are inscribed writing. Xiao Ai squatted down and looked at the handwriting engraved on the stairs. It was left a long time ago. Chen took a look, and then moved on. I always felt that something was following us behind. Xiao Ai said in a low voice. I have to say, Xiao Ai feels good, and there are indeed people behind Chen and them. But just follow. As long as you don't do anything, you can say anything. There are a pair of broken eyes here. One is the doctor. Glasses. Did something happen to Bo Sheng? The door here is open, and it seems that we can go out. Ayumi pointed to a secret door not far away. Behind Chen, a shadow was slowly approaching, holding a stick in his hand, and descending towards Chen. Yes, she chose to attack Chen, because Chen is the only one here. As long as Chen is dealt with, it will be easy. The others are children. It is not easy to deal with them. Only Chen is the most threatening object to her. Sashi wants to get rid of the most threatening ones. You really dare to do it. Chen kicked her sideways, and before the opponent hit her, he kicked her away. Bang! Tilda Shang hit the wall and spurted a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ai immediately shone the light and saw the opponent clearly. It's actually her. Isn't this old lady's legs inconvenient? Why can she attack us? Ayumi said in surprise, the real wife. She should have died a long time ago, and she had plastic surgery to look like this. The fire in the tower was also where she sat down, and more than a dozen people were burned to death. Chen looked at this woman lightly. Ruthless enough, killing more than a dozen people, and having plastic surgery to look like this. It seems that he will do anything to get the treasure. This is a ruthless person, and that woman is very shocked after hearing Chen's words. Didn't you see the corpse in here? Why would he know that he was fake? 3 This shouldn't be possible. Uptak, but she didn't know that the breath on her body was not an old woman at all, let alone her plastic surgery. Lied to Chen. 1. 886 chapter. Leaving the castle. You can't live by yourself. If she doesn't come to attack him, Chen will not pay attention to this sad guy. She's a fake. Could it be that Conan and the others were caught by this? Ayumi instantly covered their mouths. Could it be that Conan has already been killed? Instead, he locked him up and starved to death. Then he threw the body into the woods. But this also gave Conan a chance. After Conan escaped, the woman who pretended to be his wife was arrested by the police. Alright, Kasa Hiroto, Conan. It turns out that you guys are alright. I was really scared to death. Dr. Ali scratched his head in embarrassment. As an adult, he actually made the child worry, which is really embarrassing. Ali Botu, is there no problem with your injury? The noble asked kindly. Ahahaha, don't worry, there's no problem, I feel I'm much better. Dr. Ali said with a ha ha ha. Actually my head still hurts. When the woman started, she didn't show any softness. That stick is not light. Dr. Ali is just holding back the pain now, that's all. Sean, I didn't expect that the woman actually pretended to be my mother-in-law's wife, and she killed my wife. Amon said with great hatred. It's all because of the treasure. The noble sighed. Actually, I already know the location of the treasure. Conan said. Ah. Master Amon and the noble young master heard the words and looked at Conan in surprise. This child actually knew the location of the treasure. It's on the huge photo. Just rotate the photo, and you can see this treasure. Conan said confidently. When Mr. Amon heard the words, he walked over curiously. He also wanted to know. Mr. Tai stayed. What is the treasure? Go over and rotate the huge photo, and then reveal a hole that can make people go up. Master Amon, let's go up. Soon after, he came back with a disappointed face. It turned out that the so-called treasure was actually the scenery outside. Although the scenery were beautiful, this was not what he wanted. The one who had plastic surgery to look like this for the so-called treasure. A woman who wasted her youth. I don't know what to think after understanding this. The so-called treasure is just the scenery outside. After Yuan Tai and the others got the news, they were also very disappointed. They thought it was some kind of gold-silver jewelry. 0 inches anyway. I would like to thank you. If it weren't for you, we might never have. I don't know where the treasure is. I don't know that my mother-in-law has passed away, so it's no wonder she feels a little wrong. Maybe my wife was brutally burned to death because she discovered her identity, alas. Master Amon sighed one sound. Yeah, if you didn't discover her identity, maybe one day she would attack us, the noble said. That woman is not a good person. There are already more than a dozen lives in his hands, and he has completely gone crazy for the so-called treasure. Then we will leave, and thank Mr. Amon for letting us stay overnight. I have already asked the people below to prepare the meals. Master Amon said, yes, you have helped us a lot this time, and it is fortunate that you came here to spend the night. Otherwise we would still be kept in the dark. Akasa Botu, or we'll stay and have dinner before leaving. Yuan Tai grabbed Li Bo Shi's hand and said. Thinking of so many delicacies, Yuan Tai didn't want to leave, but Yuan Tai's body is getting fatter and fatter, so she will overeat. She should become a pig in the future. Well, that's fine. Dr. Lee nodded lightly. Let's stay here for a meal and then talk about it. After all, the owner has been kind enough to save them, so he can't help showing others' face. From this point of view, this camping is not a failure. To such a wonderful thing. Mitsuhiko said with a smile. Wonderful. It should be a thrill, right? Conan and Akasahiro almost died. Ayumi said. Unfortunately I passed out. Conan feels a little pity. If he hadn't been knocked out, he would have been able to personally solve the woman who had plastic surgery to become an old woman. The host is very enthusiastic. All kinds of precious seafood and meat. Let Chen do. I can't help but look sideways. But it's just a sideways glance, down. He hasn't eaten anything, and these things are nothing. After eating, Chen and the others will leave. You are welcome to come here often to play in the future. Master Amon said to Chen and the others. Definitely, I like coming here to play. Yuan-Tai jumped up happily. It's really not easy for him to jump up at this weight. Wah! 0.2 inches. Do you like to come here to play? I think you like to come here to eat. Mitsuhiko couldn't help Yisao Yuan-Tai. What are you saying? Look at me equals punching you. Ms. Yuan was very violent. One punch hit Mitsuhiko in the head. Mitsuhiko's head was dazed. See if you dare to talk nonsense. Conan scratched his head. Yuanta, does this guy only use violence to solve problems? Mitsuhiko was beaten to tears. You guys don't fight. Dr. Ali hurriedly said to the two of them, Mr. Amon, Mr. Noble, we will say goodbye first, please do not send us far. Ali Boshi waved towards Mr. Amon behind him. Let's go first. Chen took Ayumi and Xiaoai into the car, and then walked at the front. Dr. Ali must not be allowed to lead the way. Because he couldn't find the way at all. If he hadn't lost his way, he wouldn't have come to this castle. Really, I don't understand why this castle has to build so many secret passages. Chen shook his head and said. Xiaoai said speechlessly. Actually, I'm just curious, can't I? Then go ask the person who built this castle, but that person is already dead, and the bones are probably gone. Chen Bu talked to the irritating Xiaoai and Guang looked at Ayumi and asked, Ayumi, are you going home now? I'll take you back. Brother Chen, I can go to you. Have you been playing at home for a while? Ayumi asked Chen expectantly. Okay. Chen carried Xiaoai and Ayumi, and returned to the house according to the guidance of the navigation. Mode and Yukiko suddenly had a strange look on their faces. Why did you bring back this little girl named Ayumi again? Is this guy really a lolicon? Yukiko whispered. You'd better keep your voice low. Don't be heard, otherwise you will bear it yourself. I saw Ahmad say to Yukiko, why don't you let me hear? Chen walked in and saw Ahmad and Yukiko. The individual asked. Nothing. Nothing. Yujizi waved his hand quickly. Chen gave Yujizi a strange look. 887th chapter. Stalker, wow, Brother Chen, your home is so sweet. Ayumi visited Chen's house. Although Chen's manor is not as big as the castle she visited before, it is definitely not small. Although Ayumi came to look for Xiaomei before. I'm sorry, but I didn't observe it carefully, and now I do it carefully. Is it too much? I think it's normal, Chen said. In fact, a manor as big as his is already enough. If it were too large, it would appear too empty. Well, it's bigger than my home. Ayumi nodded seriously. This sister. Are you Xiaoai's sister? Ayumi asked Mingmei. Mingmei nodded lightly and said with a smile, yes, I am Xiaoai's sister. Oh dear sister. It turns out that Xiaoai has a sister. I am so envious. I also want to have a sister. 4 Earths. Yume looked at Xiaoai enviously. The corners of Xiaoai's mouth twitched, revealing a smile, but this smile was fleeting. Yo, it's not easy to laugh just now. Chen couldn't help laughing at Xiaoai. No, Xiaoai glanced at Chen, then lightly chose to deny it. Looking at Tsunere's denial Xiaoai. Chen didn't say anything, but smiled lightly. What are you laughing at? Xiaoai frowned at Chen asked. Did I laugh? You must have read it wrong. Ayumi played here for a while, and then Chen sent Ayumi home. On the way back, Chen looked through the rearview mirror and looked at the car behind, with an indifferent smile on his face. This car was always on the way. Follow me, although I do it very covertly, but I can't hide it from Chen, and I was discovered by Chen. I don't know who it is, but it's actually coming to follow me. I don't seem to have offended anyone. It's really fun. Chen stopped in an alley in front. At the back, a man in black looked at Chen who was parked in front of him, frowning slightly, but he didn't get out of the car, but continued to stare. I said, "This brother, what are you looking at? Can you point it to me?" Chen patted the guy on the shoulder and asked him. The man in black was shocked. Then he looked at the co-pilot as the boss. "How is it possible? Aren't you in the car in front of you?" The man in black couldn't help asking in shock. He was still in that car before and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And he also appeared in his car. There is no sound of Bo at all. How is this done? After thinking for a while, Rico in black immediately wanted to open the door to get out of the car, but found that the door could not be opened, as if it was locked. Yo, Panic, do you want to drive high? Don't you want this car? This car shouldn't be cheap, right? Chen said lightly. Who are you? Why are you in my car? Hurry up, or I will call the police. The man in black said sharply. Are you following me just now? Chen asked the man in black. What are you talking about? If you want to see it, can you show it to me? Chen chuckled and asked the industry. The man in black touched his pocket as fast as he could, and wanted to take out the pistol in his jacket pocket, but this time he touched empty. What you're looking for should be this. Chen asked the man in black with a gun in his hand. Cold sweat left on his forehead. He actually got his pistol while he was silent. This is definitely a master. Now he just wants to get out of here quickly. Intuition tells him that he will die if he doesn't leave. Don't panic and leave. I want to know why you are following me. Don't worry. As long as you say it, I won't kill you. The man in black was silent, as if he hadn't heard Chen's words at all. Although I have nothing to do right now. But it's not your kind of rubbish. You can waste my time. Chen took the pistol at the man in black, and then shot directly. On the glass next to him, immediately appeared a touch of blood. What a waste of time. Chen threw the pistol on the car, and then disappeared instantly. In fact, Chen can choose to read his memory, to know some information. But Chen didn't do that, feeling that sometimes the unknown is the most interesting. The sound of the gunshot was so loud that it was impossible not to startle the pedestrians on the side of the road. The more courageous person glanced at it, and then immediately chose to call the police. Soon the tomb police officer arrived, opened the car, and looked at the corpse in front of him. His face sank immediately. It was a shooting case. I'm afraid it's going to be a bit of a hassle this time. Immediately block this place and let all the onlookers disperse. Officer Mumu said to Takagi, saying that no matter what country you are in, there are people who like to watch the lively scene. These people are just watching the trouble, but the police don't like them, such a fun-loving person. Especially when this kind of shooting happened. The fewer people who know about it, the better, but this time I'm afraid it's hard to hide it. It is estimated that those reporters will soon come like sharks smelling blood. To figure out how to deal with reporters, and also, we must find the murderer as soon as possible. Otherwise, there must be some people who will seize this incident to deliberately discredit the police. In fact, there is a reason for the Japanese police to be smeared. It is their own fault. Many cases are actually solved by detectives. So for the police, those citizens have no good impression. The hat of incompetence has been buckled on their heads. However, there are no surveillance cameras in this place. How can I check? Takagi said, scratching his head. Check with all your strength. Don't you still have this gun? Go and check the fingerprints on this gun. Officer Yimu said to Takagi. In fact, Officer Yimu had already seen it, but he didn't have the slightest clue. The other party should be a killer who shot and killed the 1.4 deceased decisively. By the way, investigate the information of the deceased and find out about his enemies. Officer Yimu seemed to have thought of something. Said to Takagi, I have just investigated but I don't have the slightest information about this person, and I haven't found anything at all. Takagi said to the tomb police officer. What, you mean there is no information? The tomb police officer frowned upon hearing this. I didn't find the information. Is this a joke? And what they can't find? Is it a black household 1 inch? This person is very likely to be a black household, if so. Then why was he killed, and who wanted to kill him? And it's still so daring. Officer Yimu was a little angry. This is the roadside. Murder on the side of the road. It's not too bad for the police. 888 Chapter. The police investigation, and the tomb police officer. Now the information about this person is blank. There is no surveillance video here, and the murderer can't be found at all. What should I do now? Don't so many people equals no one sees the murderer. Moon Tomb. The police officer frowned. No one saw it. Although it was on the road, there were not many pedestrians at the time. I heard that except for gunshots. I didn't see anyone getting off the car at all. Is that so? If so, in this case, it will be a little difficult. Officer Chi Mu frowned, and the tomb officer thought about it, took out his mobile phone and dialed Maori Xiaowui Lang's number. Hey, Maori brother, I need you to do me a favor. Don't worry, the benefits will definitely not be small. As long as you can. After solving this case, I will help you apply for a bonus. The tomb police officer quickly hung up the phone. Officer Moon Tomb, do you want to ask Maori detectives to help? Takagi asked towards Officer Chi Tomb. 16 inches. Yeah, otherwise what should I do? Can you solve this case? Now I can only ask Maori to try it out. The police officer of the Tomb of the Moon said angrily and asked Maori Kogoro to help. In fact, it is also helpless. Although Kogoro Maori used to be a policeman, he is no longer a policeman, but a detective. Ask the detectives to help solve the case. They really don't look good on the face of the police, but the recruiting officers want to end the case quickly. I don't know if Brother Maori can solve this case. Why did he get enlightened during this period of time? I hope he can continue to get enlightened. The tomb police officer whispered. I once worked with Kogoro Mori. The tomb police officer knew very well that Kogoro Mori was too confused. Later, after quitting the police and becoming a detective, it was also a big confusion. It's just that he suddenly became enlightened recently, solved a lot of cases, and got the title of the sleeping famous detective Mori Kogoro. Dad, it's time to eat. What are you going to do? Shaolin asked Maori Kogoro. Let's eat. I still have very important things. Is the important thing a work thing? Shaolin asked Mori Kogoro. That's right, it's a matter of work. There was a gun-killing incident at Mahuadingerdingchi. The police officer of the tomb asked me to help. Mawako Erdingyu. Shaolin was surprised when she heard the location a moment. Isn't that place where Chen lives? Dad, I'll follow you to see it too. Shaolin said to Mori Kogoro. Are you going? What are you going to do? I'm here to go to Poso, not to play. Kogoro Mori frowned. I'll go and have a look. Can you? Oka, as long as you don't interfere with my work. This time, I'm making money. So I have to do it well. Do 7 Mori Kogoro is active. He said. It was because he heard that there was a bonus, and Kogoro Mori was so active. I don't know how much bonus the police officer of the tomb would apply for him. Now that the case has not been solved, Kogoro Mori has started to think about the bonus. It's too far. Uncle, I want to go too. Conan shouted loudly, and that place was where Hyuga Chen lived, and was also in the direction of his home. And Hiroshi Akasa also lived there. Conan had a feeling in his heart. It's an intuition. This time, it should have something to do with Hyuga Chen. Okay. Kogoro Mori didn't refuse. Because if they all leave, Conan himself will be left. Conan himself will not be left at that time. Don't worry, just take him there as well. After going there, don't move. Shaolin said to Conan. I know, Sister Shaolin. Conan agreed very well, but in fact, Conan really wouldn't the police be disturbed. Soon they called a car and came to the scene of the crime. At this time, the police officer Mumu was still here. Brother Maori, you have finally done it. In this case, see if you can do it. Crack it and help you find the murderer. The Moon Screen police officer said enthusiastically. Don't worry, I will help you find the murderer. Maori Kogoro assured the moral cause, and the tomb police officer twitched his mouth. Really, it feels unreliable. Now that Maori Kogoro doesn't understand anything, he dares to say that he will definitely find the murderer. Then come with me, and I will introduce you to you. And the tomb police officer took Mori Kogoro over and walked over. And handed the clues of the case to Mori Kogoro. Conan walked over curiously and listened carefully to the clues about this case. Shaolin felt bored staying here, and said to Mori Kogoro, "I'll leave first." After speaking, Shaolin left one. After Mori Kogoro came back to his senses, Shaolin had already left. Where is Shaolin going? Really? What if there is danger here? Mori Shaowu helplessly, he said, what if the murderer hasn't left? But the chances are not high, the other party should have left. After all, after killing someone, they shouldn't stay near here. Officer Moon Tomb, is this car? Is there no dash cam? Conan asked Officer Yimu. The tomb officer shook his head when he heard this. The license plate numbers of this car were all fake, and they had also investigated it before. Moreover, the murder weapon, pistol, there are also the fingerprints of the deceased, and only the fingerprints of the deceased. I think the most important thing now is to first understand the identity of the deceased. Otherwise, the murderer will be difficult to find, and there is no clue. He was wrinkled, and he had no clue at 333. We also thought, the key is that there is no news about the deceased, this guy has no files at all. Chimu Police Palace said helplessly. Conan was stunned when he heard the words. Come on, there is no file at all, so this person may have some special identity. It's a shameful identity. Is there no moonstruck? No, just heard gunshots, but no one saw anyone getting on and off the car, just someone said that the car stayed here for a while. It seems that he should knowing the murderer, they may have quarreled because of something, causing the murderer to kill the deceased. Kogoro Mori said. Now Mori Kogoro found out. This bonus is really not easy to get, it is estimated that it is impossible to get it. And Shaolin left here and walked towards Chen's house. Shaolin, why are you here? Chen was surprised when he saw Shaolin. There was a murder here before, and my father was called by the tomb police officer to investigate. Shaolin said to Chen. Oh, Chen nodded lightly, knowing that the murder Shaolin was talking about was killing the man who was stalking him before. Chen, you have to be careful, I didn't expect someone to kill someone with a gun, maybe the murderer is nearby. People, Shaolan asked Chen. Chapter 880. There are no clues. By the way, Yuki. Why is my sister here? Shaolin looked at Yukiko suspiciously and asked. Oh, I was bored at home alone, so I came here to stay for a while. Yukiko said. Shaolin is very strange. Do you know Kiko and Chen so well? Since there was a shooting incident, I have to go and see. Sato Mawako said. Originally she was on vacation. So at home. Let's go and see, let's see. Chen got up and walked out, and Shaolin followed. Others were not interested. Soon I came to the scene of the crime and saw Mikazu Sato coming. The eyes of those police officers were bright, but when they saw Hyuga Chen next to them, their faces immediately turned down. This man was standing next to his goddess, it was too annoying. Some police officers all stared at Chen with bad expressions. Chen also knew why they stared at him with a faint smile on the corners of their mouths, which was the smile of a winner. Shaolin came here, probably to find him. Conan saw Shaolin left soon, and brought Chen here, and his heart was full of jealousy. Mawako, aren't you on vacation? Why are you here? Asked the Moon Tomb police officer. I heard that there is a case here. So come and see, how about it? Have you found the murderer? Sato Mawako glanced at Chen deliberately. In fact, Mawako knew that it was Chen who killed this person. Chen didn't hide it from them, and told them directly after returning. Mawako didn't say much about it. After all, she is no longer the Sato Mawako who once hated evil and justice. Not to mention this guy is tracking Chen. It was only newly killed by Chen, and he deserved it when he died. The murderer has not been found. This case is very difficult. I suspect that it is the case of a professional killer. Officer Mumu sighed. This kind of case involving a killer is generally not easy to solve, especially that kind of powerful profession. Killer, like Jin. It's not at all. Yi Conan, who can deal with the tomb police officer and the others, looked at Chen. He suspected that what happened this time was absolutely inseparable from Hyuga Chen, but there was no evidence in his heart, and everything was just his guess. Is there any information about the deceased, Tilda? Sato Mikazu asked curiously. In fact, she wanted to know who was following Chen and what was the purpose. No, there is no information at all. L is completely blank. Takagi replied. That means, you don't even know which country the deceased was from. Sato Mawako frowned, and at the same time, Hikaru looked at Chen inquiringly. Did Chen provoke someone? What's the danger? Chen gave Sato Mawako a reassuring look, although Chen didn't know who sent this guy to follow him, but Chen didn't care. I have asked people here, but they don't know this person. I don't know why the deceased came here, why he was killed. The tomb police officer patted his head. By the way, Brother Maori, do you have any clues? The tomb police officer asked Kogoro Maori. I have some clues. Huh. Officer Mumu's eyes lit up. Mikazu Sato's eyes narrowed when he heard the words. Then he looked at Chen. Now Mori Kogoro is famous. He must have strength. Shouldn't he be discovered by him? Chen shaking his head gently. He didn't leave anything behind. How could Kogoro Mori find anything? Brother Mori, if you have any clues, just tell me quickly. Well, I suspect that the deceased and the murderer must have known each other. Otherwise, why would the murderer be in the deceased's car? Brother Maori, we have already guessed this. Mew Mew police officer said speechlessly. Since the murderer stayed in the car, that will definitely leave something behind, and the tomb officer, if you inspect the car carefully, may find something. Mori Kogoro said to Officer Yimu. Mr. Maori, before you came over, we have already checked the car, and we have not found the slightest bit of evidence. The murderer did not leave any evidence. Takagi said to Kogoro Maori and said, is that so? Mori Kogoro lightly scratched his head lightly. Conan frowned. Without leaving any clues, Conan's moonlight looked at Chen. Conan. What have you been looking at me for? Wouldn't you be suspecting that I'm the murderer? Chen Tan spread his hands and said. Conan retracted his eyes. He really suspected that Chen was the murderer, but there was no evidence, but a strong feeling in his heart told him. Hyuga Chen is the murderer this time. It belongs to the intuition of the detective. But the real case. In fact, it is about evidence. If there is no evidence, there is nothing wrong. Hello, police officer. I'm a reporter from Nippon TV. Can you tell us the truth about this shooting? A reporter came and approached Officer Kimu. Asked. Moreover, the tomb police officers are annoyed when they see reporters. These guys smear them indiscriminately, causing many people to not trust the police too much. But Officer Yuki can't get angry. Otherwise, there will definitely be a lot of negative news the next day, which is a smear of the Metropolitan Police Department. Why sorry, we have no comment on the questions you asked. The tomb police officer said. Could it be that you didn't find the murderer? I just saw Mr. Kogoro Mori. Are you asking Maori detectives to help solve the case? This is classified and can't be commented. These 4 words, the reporter has been dealt with and gone. A and other reporters have all been dealt with. Well, I don't know how these reporters will report us. The tomb police officer sighed. Then continue to investigate this case. Maori Kogoro sat on the side of the road and pondered. However, the clues of this case did not have L's perfect criminal incident at all, which made it impossible to investigate the robbery at all. Not to mention Kogoro Mori, even Conan can only sit and frown. It seems that Maori brother, Yu Li Jiao Jiao, can't solve this case. You can only deal with it as a killer. The tomb police officer sighed. Probably only professional killers. In order not to leave a trace of evidence, and it is not an ordinary killer. And the tomb police officer asked someone to come, tow the car away, and bring the deceased back. I trouble you this time, Brother Maori, and the tomb police officer looked at Kogoro Maori apologetically, and let him run away in vain. I didn't help much either. Mori Kogoro looked depressed and didn't help, so naturally there would be no bonus or anything. It was indeed a waste of time. Conan is still frowning. There are many mysteries this time. What is the identity of the deceased? Anyway, the deceased is not simple. After all, the police can't find the information. If Hyuga-chan really killed the dead, why did Hyuga-chan kill him? Conan's mind was about to explode. 890th chapter. FBI search _ Chen, I'm going home first. School will start the day after tomorrow. Are you going to school then? Shaolin asked Chen. Let's talk about it later. Chen thought about it and said, to be honest, he really wasn't interested in going to school. Before, it was just because of interest. Okay then. Shaolin waved at Chen, and then followed Mori Kogoro home. Let's go back to, Chen said to Sato Mawako. Chen, don't you want to investigate, who is following you? Sato Mawako said to Chen. There is no need to investigate. In the face of absolute power, anyone who wants to target me is just a clown. Chen said with a smile. I am really confident, but if I'm too confident, I'm too selfish, so you don't want to do this, Chen. Sato Mawako said to Chen seriously, and at the same time, Sato Mawako decided to use her identity as a policeman on this line. Keep investigating. James, what are you doing to me? Yasaka, my man is dead. I suspect it was the man you asked me to investigate, James said. Yasaka Kudo frowned upon hearing this. Falon was an excellent investigator of the FBI, but he died silently. Now his body has been taken away by the Japanese police. I want to know, you let me investigate. What the heck is going on? 470 tubers, Black asked. James, Black, is the senior investigator of the FBI _ and also the boss of Akane Shuichi. I really don't know how Akaishu equals a neon man. How could he join the FBI? The person who followed Chen before was a member of the FBI, and it was Yasaka Kudo who asked _ James to investigate Chen, and was sent by Guan Muse. After receiving a call from Conan last time, Kudo Yasaka wanted to investigate the unknown character, Hyuga Chen, Urxia. There is a deep relationship between him and BBI, so he will naturally ask Abby to investigate Chen. I'm not very clear about this. If I understand, do I still need to get rid of you to investigate? Kudo Yasaka said after a while of silence. What are you going to do now? Yasaka Kudo asked James. We Ebi people can't die in vain. James took a deep breath and said that every investigator is the elite of the elite. This time they died, they suffered a great loss. You have to think carefully. It is still unclear about the opponent's strength. If you rashly shoot again, it will not end well, and Neon does not welcome you to enter. Kudo Yasaka said. No country's forces will allow the forces of other countries to do things. Yasaka, then what do you think should be done? Did you let my subordinates sacrifice in vain? 1. Don't act rashly, investigate his information first. Kudo Yasaka thought for a while and said. His son Shinichi said it. The other party is not a simple person. It was very dangerous, and the death of the FBI investigator made Kudo Yasaka vigilant again. Okay, now I need to get Fran's body back, James took a deep breath and said. In any case, the corpse of his subordinates must be taken back, which requires James to come forward. With James coming forward, the matter is very simple. After paying something, it is like an exchange, and getting back the body of foreign E. And Toon police officer, why did you give the body of the deceased to the person above? Now the case is still open. I haven't investigated it clearly. Sato Mawako found the police officer at the Tomb of the Moon and said, Mawako, this case has nothing to do with us. We don't need to take care of it. Someone above has taken over. Police officer Kimu said helplessly. The people above took away the body, what can they say? He is just a small police department, and he doesn't even have the right to speak. Sato Mawako was silent. She was certain that it was definitely the person behind the dead man who brought his body back. The person behind is the one who sent someone to follow Chen. And the power behind it. It should not be some evil force. Otherwise, the body cannot be taken back by the police. What's more, will the real evil force be in the corpse of the flat companion? And the Toon police officer, do you know who the person who took the body of the deceased is? Ohoff. Mawako, don't ask any more. Keep it a secret. In principle, I can't reveal anything. Officer Kimu said to Mawako. Seeing that Officer Meguro wouldn't say anything, Sato Mikazu didn't continue. However, this does not mean that Mikazu Sato gave up. Mawako Sato prepares. She wants to continue the investigation, in her current identity as a police officer. Should be able to investigate something. Under Sato's investigation, I did learn a clue, which seems to be related to Jungbai. Chen, after my many days of investigation, it seems that the person who stalked you has something to do with Ebi, and is basically a person from Bai. Did you offend them? Mikazu Sato asked Chen. Offend the FBI? I don't even know their people. Chen felt a little surprised when he heard that it was the FBI. Could it be because of you that the FBI people are following me? Chen Chiguang looked at Belmod next to him. Belmod turned to Byakugan. If it was because of me, the FBI would have shot you now. Forget it. Don't worry about it so much. Chen didn't care about the FBI at all. Leave Yuhiko. Let's go to school. By the way, send Xiao-ai to school. Chen said to Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. You're going to school. This is really rare. Does the sun come out from the west today? Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen in surprise. Yeah, the sun is coming out from the west. Xiao-ai, let's go. Chen Dian grabbed Xiao-ai by hand. Hey, wait for me. Little Izumi Yuhiko immediately chased after him. Why do you go to school 3? It's boring at home, so I want to go to school to have a look. Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko. By the way, can you teach me ninjutsu? It's the kind of ninjutsu you taught Belmod and Akemi. Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen Chong. You want to learn ninjutsu? Don't you continue to study your magic? 2 inches, my magic has no combat power at all. I want to learn some combat power. What to do with combat power? I just want to learn, you can teach it or not. Then I won't teach it. Chen decisively refused. You, little Izumi Yuhiko murmured angrily. Can I learn if I want? Xiao-ai raised her head and looked at Chen. She wanted to have the power to protect herself, at least not to hold back her sister. Of course, if it's Xiao-ai, then there's no problem at all. Chen smiled and agreed. Why can Xiao-ai? I can't, you pervert lolicon. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko said angrily. Yeah, it's because I'm lolicon that Xiao-ai is different in my heart up tack. Chen nodded as a matter of course. Xiao-ai heard Yuhi on her cheek, and lowered her head to prevent Chen from seeing her cheek. 891st chapter. Teacher Judy, Chen has been going to the school these days, surprising the students and teachers in the school. To be honest, it's been a long time since I went. Tatsu and Kudo Shin, both of them are about to be forgotten by the classmates. After going back, Chen also wanted to teach Xiaojing and Yuhiko ninjutsu, and even Sato Mikazu also joined, among them. Chen felt that only sheep should be released, 2 sheep should be chased, and 3 sheep would not matter. I and the others know Chen's thoughts, but they don't know if they will tear him up from the cow. Sure enough, Xiao-ai is still smart, and he extracted chakra so quickly. Sure enough, you are still a long way off. Chen looked at Xiao-ai and said, is this the chakra? Xiaojing looked at the chakra condensed into essence in his hand. However, these chakras dissipated in an instant. Xiao-ai learns the fastest, and the little Izumi Yuhiko who has studied magic, but the slowest, because she has always looked at ninjutsu and chakra from the perspective of magic. Alas, don't I learn this treasure? Little Izumi Yuhiko sighed. Learn slowly, even if you are really a piece of shit, I can carve it out for you. Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko. You are a piece of dead wood. Little Izumi Yuhiko said angrily. This day, Chen came to school. Sonoko immediately came to Chen's side. Chen, I have a little news to tell you. You don't want to know about it. Sonoko blinked and turned towards Chen. Asked. Gossip 9. What kind of gossip? Chen looked at it strangely, but Chen actually knew it. Sonoko likes 8 trigrams, so he knows a lot of news. Listen to me slowly talking about Shaolin in front. He also turned his head and looked at Sonoko curiously, including the little Izumi Yuhiko, who was also curious about what Sonoko knew. I heard that our current English teacher is leaving. A beautiful girl has come to be the new English teacher. It seems that an American. Atu, Does she speak Japanese? I do and know that. But our English teacher has already changed in. Sonoko, I'm curious where you got this news. Why, your news is so well informed. Chen looked at Yuanzi with great puzzlement, and Yuanzi was definitely a good player, and Yuanzi could know in advance if there was something going on in the whole school. This is my secret. Sonoko said, looking up. I heard that she is a beautiful woman, and she is from another country. It's interesting. A smile appeared on the corner of Chen's mouth. The new English teacher should be PB_I_S Richard Judy, Stein Rin, and now it should be changed to Dongti, Saint Timurian. There is a deep hatred between Chetty and Belmod. Her parents were killed by Belmod. Ten's original book came to Japan. In fact, it is to regulate the whereabouts of Belmod, but I don't know why I came here this time. Could it be for him? According to Mawako's investigation, the person he killed seems to be an FBI agent. It's actually going to change the English teacher. It's really great. He heard that she was a beautiful woman, and she was so excited that it was like a chicken blood. Because of the original English teacher. He was a middle-aged old man, and he was very good-looking and had a bad temper, so no one in the class liked that old man. Now I hear that the teacher is changing. How can you be unhappy because this morning? The first lesson. It's English class. So soon after I saw this new English teacher, it really was Judy. Hello, classmates. My name is Judy, Saint Timurian. It's your new English teacher. Judy's Japanese was very different. But it's not that Judy's Japanese is bad. But Judy deliberately pretended. Actually Getty's Japanese is very good, just first time here. I can't be very familiar, and I don't want to be too conspicuous. After entering, Judy glanced roughly, and after seeing Chen, a light flashed in her eyes. He clearly caught the light in Judy's eyes, and now Chen can be sure that Judy came here to be a teacher, and part of the month was on her. Indeed, Judy called here to investigate Belmod, but when she came, James gave her a task. That is to secretly investigate a student named Hyuga Chen and deliberately miss him, so as not to be discovered. A covert investigation is required. James knew that Chen was very dangerous, so he asked Judy to be careful to take her own safety as the main purpose. Yangwa 0_ stayed for a long time. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen. Little Izumi Yuhiko's observation was very careful. T's eyes stayed, and she was completely taken in by little Izumi Yuhiko. Really, maybe I was fascinated by my handsomeness. Ah, my damn charm. Chen sighed helplessly. Really shameless. The little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen with contempt. And Chen's contemptuous look at the little Izumi Yuhiko was completely ignored. Because it was the first time, Judy did not enter the class, and it is to let Chen and the others introduce themselves and get to know all the classmates. Student Yuexiang, can you come to the office with me? I have something to ask for your help. When the get out of class was about to end, Judy Songran said to Chen. Hearing that, the students in the class all showed the moonlight of Shan's tomb to Chen. Is it physical work? If it is physical work, then don't ask me for help. Chen said bluntly. Judy was obviously stunned for a moment. It was indeed some physical work. But the most important thing is that she wants to take the opportunity to learn about some of Hyuga Chen's letters. Apart from being handsome, there seems to be no special high school student. How to get James's attention? Is this high school student? Are you also a member of the Black organization? It's not impossible. I don't know how many members of the Black organization are, and Judy is also a little suspicious. Judy dislikes people in the Black organization, especially Belmod. After all, Belmod killed her parents, causing her family to be destroyed. Teacher, I'm willing to help. I want to help Teacher Judy. Chen was unwilling. Naturally, there are willing, many people want to help. Take the opportunity to get close to Teacher Judy. If you can get in touch, that would be great. Chen, I think this teacher is not good. You have to be careful. Yuanzi said to Chen. Second, she wanted to seduce her male god. This vixen, Sonoko's heart will naturally remain unchanged. Should I use the power of the Suzuki Consortium to transfer this woman away? She is also not such a person for 892 chapter. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? The teacher is new here. Don't the classmates refuse to help even a little? Judy said to Chen. Please, aren't there a bunch of people here to help you? Why are you obsessed with me? Do you think I'm too handsome, teacher? Do you want to come? A teacher-student love. Chen leaned against the chair and said. As soon as Chen said bow, a group of boys in the class glared at him. A look like to kill Chen. Why are you staring at me with such terrifying eyes? We are classmates anyway. You look at me so unfriendly. So sad. Sad. They didn't see the slightest sadness on Chen Yu's face. The smiling faces seemed to carry a sense of superiority, which made them very unhappy. Hyuga Chen is the public enemy of the boys at Tedon High School. There is no 833 way to be hated by all the boys. He looks so handsome, he is destined to be rejected. Fortunately, there is a beautiful young lady who can give Zichen a little warmth. Judy glanced at Chen and didn't continue to say anything. Anyway, she is the teacher here now. When I had the opportunity to investigate Chen's, I randomly ordered 2 classmates and asked them to help. The 2 classmates happily went to the office to help. Chen, the new teacher Judy. It seems that she cares about you very much. I have seen you several times. Shaolin turned around and pouted and said to Chen. This is the trouble with being handsome. Chen shook his hair quite narcissistically. Shaolin glanced at Chen with contempt. You seem to be very happy. Shaolin was angry. She turned her head and ignored Chen. Soon, the day's class was over, and Shintai spent part of the time lying on the table sleeping. Chen, it won't be long, but the exam is going to take place. You can't do this now. How about you? Do you want me to help you review? Do your homework. Yuanzi said, leaning to Chen's side. What? Did I hear something wrong? What did you just say? Help me review my homework 3 inches. Chen looked at the garden very strangely. Yuanzi helps with homework review. This is the funniest joke Chen has ever heard. Her own grades are not so good, and she still has to help herself to review her homework. What? Look down on me, right? Sonoko pouted. It's not that I look down on it, but I look down on it very much. With your grades, what can you do to help me review my homework? As a person who doesn't like studying, his grades will not be much better. In fact, the garden is quite smart. It's just that she doesn't want to study at all. Would you like me to review it for you? Shaolin said. Shaolin is different from Yuanzi. She is a real scholar-level figure. In the whole grade word, Shaolin is number 1, former. 7th place, now. The first name is Little Izumi Yuhiko. 8 inches. Forget it. I'm not interested in these. Chen quickly waved his hand. Chen didn't want to touch such a dry thing at all. What if I take the test? Want cheat codes? It's a shame to get the last place in the test. Little Izumi Yuhiko said. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, until that day. I won't come, Chen said with a big smile. Sonoko, Shaolin, and Yuhiko looked at Chen speechlessly. It is estimated that only Chen can do it, and the teachers in the school don't care about him. Going home from school, little Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen. That new teacher Judy, it feels a little wrong. Oh, you see something is wrong? Chen asked with a squinting glance at the little Izumi Yuhiko. No, it just doesn't feel right. She seems to be paying attention to you. It's a bit abnormal. Actually, that woman is from Bai _. Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko. The people from the FBI, are they here for you? Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen and asked maybe there is such a part of the reason, but the most important thing should be Belmod, she should be here for Belmod. But how did she know that Belmod was here? Chen was very curious. How did Judy confirm that Belmod is in Tokyo? It seems that Bai's intelligence network is really deep enough to understand the situation here. Don't worry, she won't have any effect, as long as it doesn't affect us, the rest is easy. Chen shook his head and said. When I got home, Xiaoai had already come back. The primary school ended earlier, so Mingmei went to pick up Xiaoai. You're finally back. Xiaoai stood at the door and looked at Chen. Yo, it's really my honor to have Xiaoai greet you at the door. Chen walked over and directly hugged Xiaoai. Xiaoai struggled for a while, pushing Chen with both hands. Seeing that the struggle could not open, Xiao simply stopped struggling. Hurry up and teach me ninjutsu. Xiao said to Chen. So you're waiting for me here, just to let me teach you ninjutsu, so sad. Otherwise, what do you think, Xiao Tsunere snorted softly. That Chen, can I follow along to learn the so-called ninjutsu? I'm also curious. Yukiko suddenly leaned over and asked Chen. You are too old to miss the time to study. Chen looked at Yukiko up and down, and then said something very angry about another Kiko. HMPH, you think I'm happy to learn. Yuchizi went to the side angrily and sulked, then shrugged. Then teach Xiao, Mawako and Yuhiko 3 people, at this time they have extracted a lot of chakra. Although the little Izumi Yuhiko started to learn very slowly. But after refining the chakra, the learning speed became very fast. Have you been refining chakra? Don't you learn something else? Xiao asked Chen. You've just learned to walk now, so don't think about running. Don't be too greedy, try to refine chakra first. Chen tapped Xiao on the head. I feel like it's almost there. Xiao rubbed her head and gave Chen a dissatisfied look. It's still a long way off. Even if you learn ninjutsu now, you can only release a C-level ninjutsu at most. Chen Xiang 3.3 said Xiao Xiao, there is a sister to protect you. In fact, you don't have to work so hard. Mingmei said to Xiao. Mingmei actually knew that Xiao worked so hard just to have the power to protect herself and not want to hold her back. However, Mingmei can guarantee that she can protect Xiao. She will never be hurt. No, I don't want to be protected by you, sister, I want to protect you in the future. Xiao said firmly with her eyes. This is why Xiao works so hard. She wants to protect her sister. When she learned the news of her sister's death, she was heartbroken. Although her sister is fine, but she doesn't want to suffer this feeling again, so Xiao asked Chen to teach her ninjutsu and make her stronger, so that she can protect her sister in the future. She can't be straight relying on her sister to shelter her from the wind and rain. 893rd chapter. Take Xiao to Le. Xiao is on vacation now. Don't stay at home and study. I'll take you out to play. Chen said to Xiao. Xiao looked away from the computer, and Guang looked at Chen and asked suspiciously, where do you want to take me to play? Let's go to the paradise, let's go. Chen pulled Xiao. Wait, I haven't decided whether to go or not. What to decide, it's settled now. Chen Yi said with a wave of his hand. You don't want to help others decide like this. Xiao looked at Chen A with dissatisfaction. I'm seeing you holding back at home, it's very uncomfortable, so I'll take you out to play. Chen hugged Xiao directly. Go out the door. You and I come down, I will go by myself. Xiao said embarrassedly, her face suddenly became Yuhi. Yo, Xiao is so embarrassed, her cheeks are Yuhi. Chen smiled and fought on Xiao's cheeks. HMPH tilde. Xiao snorted coldly, she didn't look at Chen with a cold face. Are you going to play in paradise? I'm also interested, so I'll go with you. Yukiko said to 17 Chen. Let's go to paradise, it doesn't seem suitable for you. Why not? What do you mean? Yuchizi darkened Chen angrily. Okay. If you like to follow along, let's come together. Chen also had no objection. He got into the car, and then Wuyu took them to the paradise. After seeing this paradise, Xiao and Yuchizi were speechless. How is this paradise? Chen asked with a smile. Xiao's fish eyes glanced at Chen. This park is called the Day Sail Park, which is specially open to children. Xiao originally thought that it was about a tropical paradise, but she didn't expect to come to this place. If she knew, she would not come to kill Xiao. What are you doing here? Yukiko looked around in disgust. So I already said that this place is not suitable for you, but it is quite suitable for Xiao. Chen touched Xiao's head. Xiao turned over Byakugan and really saw her as a child. It doesn't make any sense here. It's boring, I might as well be at home. Xiao, don't say that. You see there is a performance of Masked Superman over there, let's go and see. Chen stretched out his finger and pointed to the front. Chen turned his head after hearing the voice. I saw Shaolin walking towards this side. She was also accompanied by Mori, Kogoro and Konan. Shaolin, why did you come here? Chen was a little surprised after seeing Shaolin. It's not my father yet. I want to take us to the paradise. I ended up here, Shaolin complained. By the way, Chen, why are you here? Oh, it was Xiaoai who was clamoring to come here to play, so I had to accompany her. Chen didn't even blink his eyes when he lied. Xiao Saro trembled. He raised his little foot and kicked Chen violently. His eyes seemed to kill Chen. Strange, uncle, what is the newspaper you brought behind you? Quote. Konan equals grab the newspaper behind Kogoro Mori. This is a boat racing newspaper. When did you get this newspaper, uncle? Give it to me, children, don't mess with things. Mori Kogoro immediately grabbed the newspaper and scratched his head at Shaolin embarrassedly. Actually, this place is pretty good. Let's go to see Masked Superman. Xiaoai, you shouldn't have seen it, right? Chen asked Xiaoai, I'm not interested in watching this kind of boring stuff. Xiaoai said with a cold face, yeah, I'm still arrogant, so that's the decision. We went to see Masquerade. Wu Yu took Xiaoai's hand and walked towards Masked Superman's place. Then I'll go too. Konan, do you want to go? Xiaolan asked Konan. Konan nodded and glanced at his old man. Mom, as expected, Mom still didn't listen to me, and was with Hyuga-chen, a dangerous guy. Maybe I have to call Dad again. Sitting in the audience, watching the real-life holster performance of Masked Superman, Chen didn't find it boring, but found it quite interesting. To be honest, Chen has never seen such a performance, although the plot is very brainless, but it is very popular with children. Wow, so handsome. Yukiko Tai screamed and shouted, haha, elder sister Yukiko is really young. Xiaolan couldn't help but say. Konan was very speechless. She was yelling like a child, but Yukiko was indeed young, not only in appearance, but also very young in her heart, just like a little girl. Xiaoai, you don't seem to like watching it. Chen looked at Xiaoai and said, do you think I might like to watch it? Xiaoai said very speechlessly, Xiaoai hasn't watched it before. I thought Xiaoai you liked it. When Xiaoai was young. I really didn't watch Masked Superman or anything. She began to learn from a young age, and her parents began to teach her. After waiting too much, she was sent to a famous school to learn knowledge, basically starting from when she was sensible in childhood, Xiaoai started to study. Thinking about it like this, she felt pitiful, although Xiaoai was used to it. Soon, the performance of Masked Superman was over, and Chen and the others also left here. Let's go somewhere else to play. In fact, it's not just children playing here. There are also facilities for adults to play. Chen pointed to the high-altitude bounce not far away. Maori Kogoro said immediately. Maori Kogoro has acrophobia, a very serious fear of heights. Seeing such a high thing will kill 800 people, let alone jumping. If you really jump from it, Maori Kogoro may die on the spot. He would never dare to play this. It seems very exciting, let's try it out. There was interest in Yukiko's eyes. After a while, they came to the place where the high-altitude jumping was taking place. Shaolin glanced down and felt a little scared. Yukiko, who felt very exciting before, now feels that it is too exciting to jump here again. So back off Xiaoai, try it. Chen said to Xiaoai. Yeah, Xiaoai nodded and didn't refuse. Aren't you afraid, Xiaoai? Xiaolan looked at Xiaoai. It's too easy. Not be afraid. Xiaoai glanced down. Even without protective measures, she dared to jump down. Now Xiaoai is not what she used to be. Since she has chakra, she has learned how to use it, and now Xiaoai is on the smooth wall. There is no problem in walking up and down. The height is less than 10 meters. Of course, Xiaoai can easily fall down when she jumps down. She can't be too shocking here, so Xiaoai still tied up protective measures and jumped directly. Feeling the wind blowing, Xiaoai's heart was calm, and there was not the slightest turbulence, which made Shaolin and Yukiko a little stunned. If they were them, they really didn't have the courage of Xiaojing. 895 chapter. Encountering the winery again equals human group. Conan walked over with confidence. After some investigation, he has almost confirmed the murderer of this incident. Next, it's time to wear out the murderer. However, after returning, he found that the police officer Mumu had already arrested the criminal and wanted to go back. Conan had some feelings. What happened this time? And police officer Mu actually solved the case by himself. After inquiring, Conan found out. Chen found out the insider, and suddenly looked depressed. When I came out to play, I encountered this kind of murder. Xiao Ai glanced at Chen. Chen has a question mark on his face. What does Xiao Ai mean by looking at me? Do you think I am willing to be angry? It is not me who is unlucky, but Conan, the god of death. Shaolin, let's go play the merry-go-round. Yukiko pointed to the merry-go-round not far away. Merry-go-round, isn't it? Shaolin was a little confused. The people who played the merry-go-round over there were basically children, or they were couples. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to go there to play if Hecken went there? Shaolin raised her head, and Guang glanced at Chen, then lowered her head in shame. Let's go. Yukiko dragged Shaolin and ran in the direction of the merry-go-round. Aren't you taking Xiao Ai with you? 340 inches with what I know about Xiao Ai, she definitely won't play this. Yukiko said. Indeed, Xiao Ai wouldn't go to play on a merry-go-round. It's so boring. Xiao Ai walked to the drink shop next to her, and Chen naturally followed her. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out. What's so boring? You can go and play. There are not many facilities here, and there are roller coasters next to it. I don't think it's interesting. Xiaojing glanced at it. The direction of Yunzu's speeding car had a dull look in his eyes. Then what do you think is interesting? Doing research at home. You are a child now, so you need to play more. Chen patted Xiaojing's head and said as Xiao Ai took a sip of juice, raised her head and looked into the distance. Suddenly his pupils shrank suddenly. After seeing Xiao Ai's strangeness, Chen followed Xiao Ai's moonlight to look over, and then saw two familiar guys. It's the two of them. What are you here for? Chen looked at Sejiu and Vodka in black clothes. These two guys are really ostentatious. Wearing a jet black tie, at first glance, it is not a good person's temperament, especially I'm really not afraid of being exposed. Let's, hide for a while. Xiao Ai said to Chen tremblingly. Are you afraid? As for what, now if you want to hang and play Jin, it's fine. Chen said to Xiao Ai at the great detective who is not afraid of death. It seems to have followed. Chen saw Conan, who was following the gin and vodka, and Conan really didn't have a long memory. At this time, he dared to follow the gin and vodka, and he was not afraid of being killed. Let's go and see. Jinju is here, maybe there is a deal. Chen pulled Xiao Ai and walked over there. Xiao Ai took a deep breath and calmed down. She is not what she used to be. Now she has enough strength. However, in Xiao Ai's heart, she actually still has a trace of fear for Jin. This is the fear of the black organization that she once left behind. Compared with the helpless Xiao Ai in the original book, now she wants to much better. I really don't know how to write dead words. Xiao Ai looked at Conan and said. At this time, he still dared to follow Jinju. Jinju is not a good person. He can kill children as well, and he won't blink. If he doesn't kill, he won't. Will be a detective. Chen is not interested in Conan who is following Jinju, but Chen is quite interested in the purpose of Jinju's presence here. Jinju is not here for fun. Maybe there is some kind of transaction. There is no opportunity for black people to eat black people, so try to exploit a wave of Jin. Chen said with a smile. Jin came here for the trade. Vodka, why hasn't he come yet? Aren't you responsible for contacting him? Jin frowned and asked Vodka. I don't know. The guy said it came at this time. Wipe off the vodka equals make a cold sweat. I hate that bastard to death. Vodka knows that his elder brother Jin, but he doesn't like waiting for others. If Jin is impatient, he will not be better. I thought he was still useful and wanted to keep him alive. It doesn't seem necessary now. Jin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Let him wait for Jin. He's too brave. Vodka naturally has no opinion, and he can have any opinion on what Sejiu decides. As long as he doesn't kill him. Besides, Vodka is also very annoyed now. It's fine if you don't come here sooner. They even made them wait. Sejiu leaned against the wall, and the breath on his body became more and more gloomy, which could scare children to death. Suddenly Jinju frowned, and a feeling rose in his heart. Feeling a sense of crisis, he suddenly moved to the side to dodge. After Jinju had just avoided, a hole was punched in the wall he was leaning against. Jinju raised his head and looked into the distance. Sniper, very good. Jin Wine is inexhaustible. I didn't expect the transaction partner to kill him. In the past, it was Jin Wine that killed others. The first time. Get out of the way, Jin yelled at the vodka. Vodka, although fat, was very agile and immediately ducked. Don't dare to show your head. Although the Jin is awesome, he doesn't dare to sway too much in front of the sniper, which is an act of courting death. His hunch can save him once, but he can't save him countless times. Now Sejiu is really helpless in the face of snipers. Oh, Jinju is really embarrassed this time. It was calculated by others. Chen and the others stood not far away and said, even so, it may not be possible to kill Sejiu. Xiao Ai said that Jinju is a black organization. The strongest thug. This is not a vain reputation, but the black organization is apart from Jin and Trash. All seem to be traitors. The organization in black is in Chen's eyes. It is the funniest organization. It will be occupied by undercover agents. Chen is really looking forward to how exciting it will be when the black-clothed organization goes up to the leader, down to the little ones who become traitors. It will be funny if you think about each other. But this is also impossible. In fact, as an international organization, the black organization cannot be so rubbish. Otherwise, it wouldn't be apprehensive. Conan was surprised to see Jinju and the others being sniped, and then immediately called the police and ignored the rest. Let's catch them first. Conan is really afraid that Jin will be killed by a sniper rifle. If Jinju died, how would he know about the black organization, and Jinju should have the medicine for him. Conan still wants to get the medicine. Then hand it over to Dr. Ali, and let Dr. Ali develop an antidote. Although Dr. Ali is not specialized in researching drugs, he is very versatile. As long as there are samples, it is not impossible to study. 896 chapter. After receiving the call from Conan, the police officer Jinju and Mew, who was abused again, was also stunned. I just left the Rimai amusement park, and I haven't returned to the Metropolitan Police Department, but I have to go there again. And this time is not an ordinary incident. I heard Kudo Shinichi say that there seems to be a gun. And it's a sniper rifle. What international criminal organization is involved? That's right, Conan reported the crime as Kudo Shinichi. Also, only that. And the police officer Twilight will believe it. Otherwise, as Conan, he would easily be regarded as a prank by the Tomb police officer. Using the identity of Mori Kogoro is also not enough, because it is easy to reveal the secret. So he can only use his own identity. Officer Kimu, hurry up. Otherwise, there may be casualties. Conan shouted loudly as Kudo Shinichi. Okay, I see. Officer Chimu hung up the phone. His expression was very serious and the Tomb officer believed. Kudo Shinichi should not lie. Immediately instruct the police car to turn around and go straight to Rimai amusement park again. Not only that, Officer Mumu also called the Metropolitan Police Department and asked the Metropolitan Police Department to send another police officer, because Kudo Shinichi said that this has something to do with the International Criminal Organization. A series of gunshots rang out at the day-selling amusement park. Countless people who are playing here are scared, stupid. This sound should be the sound of gunshots, right? Yukiko was startled, and the gunshots were very intense. Gunshots. How can there be gunshots here? Shaolin Yugong hurriedly looked for Chen. But I didn't see Chen and Xiaoai. Chen and Xiaoai are gone, and Conan hasn't been found either. Will they be okay? Shaolin was very anxious in her heart. Two people, Jin and Vodka, hiding behind a wall. A dozen people are approaching this side, all with guns in their hands. Not only the pistol, but also the micro-punch. 5 or 6 micro-punch. Even the Jin did not dare to show his head, otherwise he would definitely kill him. Brother, What should we do? Vodka asked Jin anxiously. Jin held the pistol with a cold face, but he didn't expect it to be cut in this place. Where did Akira Kimura get so many firearms? Jin asked angrily. Brother, we traded it to him. Vodka said cautiously, selling firearms to others. Then someone else hits them with a gun. It's wonderful. Chen and Xiaoai found a good place and observed the scene there. Do you think he can kill Jinju? Xiaoai asked Chen. Impossible, they are just relying on firepower to suppress the Jin. Once the bullet is changed, it is estimated that it is time for the Jin to fight back. Chen shook his head and said. Indeed, when they were changing bullets. It's a chance for Jin, but these people are also very smart. When changing bullets, they usually change the bullets of the Weedy, and the rest of the firearms keep firing and change the bullets in turn. But even so, the firepower could not be avoided, and Jin jumped up. 5 shots in a row, all headshots. Then he landed on the ground, rolled over, and hid behind a small obstacle not far away. The skill is very good, and the shot is very fast. Chen Tan said lightly. Jin's shot timing was very good, and he hit 5 people in the head in a row, showing Jin's marksmanship. Among ordinary people, the skill of Jin is almost the limit of human beings. Akai Shuichi is similar to Jin. Xiaoai Yugong stared seriously not far away. Jinju's movements seemed to be fast, but in Xiaoai's eyes, the sound of a police car sounded like a slow-motion sound. This time, the gunmen were startled and caught in a dilemma. At the moment when they were stunned, Jin winked at Vodka. Vodka also understands the meaning of Jin. Straight up, the pistol was aimed at the shooters and started shooting, as did the Jin next to him. Just so stunned, there was no Jin and Vodka to destroy the group, and the Vodka was unfortunately hit in the shoulder. But not too much of a problem. The police are here, let's retreat, pay attention to the sniper. Jin said to Vodka. He's okay, even if it's a sniper. Don't even try to hit him, but Vodka won't work, he's not as strong as Seltzer. Jin and Vodka, with the help of the bunkers to retreat quickly. Conan saw the retreating Jin and Vodka, but he had nothing to do. Shang wanted to go out to stop them, but those who were beaten to death by Jin thought it was better. Xiaoai, do you want to go to fight? Wine equals done. Chen asked Xiaoai. Xiaoai looked at Chen, then nodded to Chen. Then follow me. Chen took Xiaojing's hand, and the figure disappeared instantly. Then appeared in the position where Jin and Vodka were evacuated. Yo, this is an acquaintance, you two still know me. Chen smiled and looked at Jin and Yutega. Jin saw Chen who suddenly appeared. I couldn't help being surprised, and immediately pointed the gun at Chen's head. I don't want to be pointed at by a gun. The smile on Chen's face was still the same, and there was no fear in the face of Jin's gun. Who are you? Chinju asked Chen. Brother, have you forgotten, the guy the first met last time in Tropical Paradise? Vodka said to Jin while covering her wound. It turned out to be you. Chinju glanced at Chen and Xiaoai, after seeing Xiaoai. Chinju felt a little familiar, and Xiaoai was very nervous at this time. This was facing Chinju face to face, and the cold-blooded killer Chen, who faced the black organization, patted Xiaoai on the head. Comfort him. Touch tilde. Equals a gunshot rang out, and Chen tilted his head to avoid the bullets shot by Jin. At this time, Xiaoai moved, a small fist, and carried it towards the Jin. Originally, Jin didn't care. However, when the fist hit Jinju felt like it was hit by a train, and her intestines were twisted together. Jin's body flew out and smashed heavily on the amusement facilities not far away. Vodka swallowed with a grunt, and looked at Xiaoai in horror. How could this little girl be so strong? Xiaoai looked down at her fist, and then looked at the Jin, who was beaten and flew out, and couldn't get up. She was also very surprised, and at the same time there was a hint of joy in her heart. I didn't use chakra. If I used chakra, the Jin would be dead now. Chen looked at the Jin lying on the ground not far away, like a dead dog. The Jin is in full bloom again. But it's miserable. Vodka stood there and didn't even dare to move. His eldest brother has been knocked down, let alone him. This man and this little girl must be similar to the horrible characters they encountered before. Vodka doesn't understand why there are still such strong people, but he dodged his big brother's bullet when he saw this man tilting his head. Could it be that this world is not an ordinary world, and there are people with extraordinary abilities that are different from ordinary people? This is for a moment, Vodka was suddenly too open-minded. 897th chapter. Jin and Utega were arrested. Hey, Dai, what are you thinking about, fat man? Chen asked the Vodka, who was distracted and didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, Vodka suddenly came back to his senses. Looking at Chen and Xiaoai in front of him, cold sweat flowed down. Brother, what should I do now? Vodka didn't know what to do, so she looked at Jin. What should I do? If Jinju knew what to do, would he still need to lie down on the ground? What do you want? Jinju stood up with the things next to him, and looked at Chen Wen. Jinju knew very well that it was not their relationship now. What to do, but what the other party thinks. If the opponent wants to kill them, can they escape? There is absolutely no ability to choose. How about Jen? I guess the police will come in a while. How about sending the two of you to the police station like Li, Wu-san? Chen smiled and asked Jin and Vodka with a cold heart. If you are sent to the police station, can you still escape? Entering the police station is not for fun. In their identities, they must be under the strictest supervision, and they will not be able to escape at all. Even though Jinju was very confident in his own skills, he did not necessarily escape from the police station, and he was not a professional prison escape. He never thought that he would be caught. Go! Jin resisted the pain from his abdomen. He turned back and ran to the back. Vodka was stunned for a moment, and then quickly followed Jin. Xiaoai looked up at Chen and asked him if he wanted to chase. We don't need to worry about it. Jin won't get away anyway. We must send him to the prison this time and let him eat some free meals. Chen took out his mobile phone and called Mawako. Mawako, there are 2 international criminals who ran towards the inside of Risei Paradise. I believe you can see them. Let's catch them both. Chen said to Mawako. I believe that after such a big thing happened, Mawako will definitely come. Those police can't catch the Jin and Vodka, but Mawako is different. Guy and Z also learned with Chen, and dealing with Jin and Vodka was a piece of cake. Okay. Mawako, who had just arrived here, nodded, and then Moonlight looked around, looking for the 2 international criminals that Chen said. In order to find it quickly, Mawako went directly to Gaowai. Looking down, I soon found the Jin and Vodka that were fleeing in confusion. It should be these 2 people. A sneer appeared on the corner of Mawako's mouth. Then she went to the place where the Jin and Vodka escaped. At this time, Chen also received a call from Shaolin. Chen, where are you now? Why didn't I see you? Are you alright? Shaolin asked anxiously. Let's be small. Don't worry, what can I do? Then where are you now? Quote. Shaolin asked. Where are you, Shaolin? I'll go look for you right now. The coffee shop I'm in Risei Paradise is the same coffee shop you and Xiaoai used to go to before. Shaolin said. Okay. Then Xiaoai and I will go there right away. Chen took Xiaoai's hand and walked towards the coffee shop. A few minutes later, I came to the coffee shop, and then I saw Shaolin and Yukiko who were worried. They were really afraid that something might happen to Chen. It's really good that it's okay. Shaolin breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, I heard that there was a large-scale shootout here. Where are you and Xiaoai? You're worried to death for us. Yukiko said angrily. Will I encounter any danger? Chen shrugged. Conan's phone. Why can't I get through? Shaolin started to call Conan, but by this time, Conan had turned off his phone. He was following the Jin and Vodka that came back suddenly. Not sure about Jin and Vodka though. Why did he turn back? But he knew it was a good opportunity. Take a good chance on both of them. Vodka, did he keep up? Jin asked at the Vodka. The panting Vodka ran and glanced behind. Then said, Brother, he doesn't seem to be catching up. Then let's get out of here quickly. Cha is probably already here. Jin said with a glance at the Vodka. You must find a way to escape. When necessary, you can directly abandon the Vodka and escape from here alone. Although Vodka is a good little brother, of course, you are more important than yourself. Of course, your own life is more important than the life of vodka, so although vodka is obedient, it is just a pawn that Jin has to give up at will. As long as you can escape from here. Sacrificing a vodka is nothing. Utega still doesn't know the idea of Sejiu. If you know, even if you are loyal to Jin, you will probably be angry. After all, I am loyal to you as a little brother, you actually thinking of betraying me is absolutely unbearable. But the two of them really can't escape, because Mawako has intercepted them and the policewoman who was looking in front of them actually didn't care about Jin and vodka until they two were kicked back by 1 foot. They knew it was awesome. You two still want to run. Mawako took out a pistol and pointed at the two of them. Damn it. The vodka got up and reached out to help the vodka. But just as he moved, a gunshot rang out, and a bloodstain was wiped across vodka's face. You'd better not move, or my bullets won't have eyes. Mawako said coldly. The Jin and vodka didn't dare to move. If they could kick them back with one kick, they must not be ordinary people with guns in their hands. Jin's gun has been lost. When shall I? Punch kicked it away. The gun also came out of my hand, and I didn't have time for the vodka when I ran. There was a gun, but the vodka really didn't dare to move it. And the tomb officer. I picked up 2 suspicious guys, suspecting that they were the shooters. Prisoner. Mawako took out the incoming notification to the police officer Chimu. Jinju's heart too cool. It seems that this time I'm really going to be arrested into the Metropolitan Police Department, and soon the tomb police officer brought people 3 or 4 over. Looking at these 2 guys dressed in black, I feel a burst of danger. I saw a bloodstain on vodka's face, and there was blood on his shoulders. Officer Moonlight looked at Mawako suspiciously. The injury on his shoulder was not caused by me. The injury on his face was my warning to him, Mawako said. Who the hell are you two? Officer Chimu asked the 2 of them. Jinju raised his head, gave Officer Mumu a murderous look, and spoke to him in such a questioning tone. And the tomb officer was taken aback. Jinju's eyes were indeed terrifying, which made him feel cold, and almost sat on the ground in fright. Fortunately, Officer Yimu has also seen big scenes, so he didn't make a fool of himself, but at this time, Officer Mumu also confirmed that this guy is definitely not ordinary. This murderous aura is too strong, like killing hundreds of people. 898 chapter. Xie Shafeng, get these 2 people back first. Officer Chimu looked at the 2 and said. Jinju didn't choose to resist, and at this time, he was just asking for trouble. There was no need to do this. After the injury recovers, try to escape. Conan was relieved when he saw that Jin and Vodka were arrested, and by grabbing the 2 of them, he would be able to find out the mysterious organization. As long as he can find that medicine, he can change back. Thinking of this, Conan was excited. But how can I get Katsuo Jinju to tell the organization behind him? Jinju and Vodka were captured. Officer Kiyamu saw Jinju's fierce eyes and took more care of Jinju, and dispatched several police cars directly with live ammunition. Take the Jin back to the Metropolitan Police Department. The dead in the day sale park also need to be dealt with. This time, there were more than a dozen corpses, and the consequences were very bad. Fortunately, at this time, there were not many people entering the day sales park. After the police 17 came, they dispersed all the people, but there were still many people watching the fun, standing outside the day sales park to watch the fun, even reporters. Are you here too, or a reporter for a TV station? Poor Chinju was caught, but I don't know if he will die inside. Chen said with a chuckle. You know the person who was arrested. Yuchizi looked at Chen suspiciously, and Shaolin also looked at Chen. Conan, who had just returned, also heard Chen's words, and raised his head to look at Chen, a light flashing in the mirror. I don't know each other, I just heard the name and know that this guy is not a good person. If he is caught now, he will get rid of the harm. Chen said with a light smile. Conan pouted, originally wanted to go to Hyuga Chen to get more information about Jin. Now it seems like don't think about it. Let's go back. I didn't expect to come out this trip, not only the murder, but also the shootout. It's really exciting. It's too dangerous. By the way, Dad hasn't come back yet. Shaolin worriedly called Maori Kogoro. Then she learned that Maori Kogoro followed Officer Mumu and went to the Metropolitan Police Department. The worried Shaolin was relieved. Really? Go to the police. The hall didn't even tell me a word, which made me very worried. Shaolin complained. By the way, Conan, where did you go? Shaolin stared at Conan badly. It was so dangerous just now, but Conan ran away. Shaolin was in a panic, and Conan was foster care in her house. If something really happened, how would Shaolin explain this? Conan scratched his head, and there was a cold comment on his forehead. How can I get through this? Conan is thinking of a reason, but he can't think of it at all. Seeing Shaolin's increasingly angry eyes, Conan's heart trembled. Forget it this time, but next time something so dangerous happens, Conan, you must not run around again. Do you know 2 inches? Shaolin said to Conan. Conan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had no special interest. Fortunately, Shaolin got angry quickly. The anger disappeared quickly. Well, Sister Shaolin, I promise, I will never run around in the future. Conan earnestly made a guarantee with Shaolin. But Conan's words, even a child can't believe it. If there is a case, he will definitely join him desperately, and he will not care about whether it is dangerous or not. This is the last time. You know, if there is another time, I must send you back to your parents. Shaolin said to Conan. Conan smiled awkwardly. Now he is Conan. Where did he come from? So he didn't take this threat to Shaolin at all. Let's go back. Shaolin, I'll take you back first. Chen said to Shaolin. The paradise has been sealed, and there is no point in staying here. After Chen sent Shaolin and Conan back, he drove home. After returning, Belmod called to stop Chen, then the Westerner walked into the room. Gin and vodka. Was arrested by the police, right? Belmod asked Chen. Well, how did you know? The news came from the organization, asking for a way to rescue Jin. Belmod sat down with his legs crossed, exuding an unspeakable perplexity all over his body. You only said to save the Jin, but didn't you say that you wanted to save the vodka? Chen took Belmod over and asked. Vodka just a small person in the organization. If you can save it, you can save it, and it doesn't matter if you die. Bermode leaned over Chen's body and said, but this time Jin was caught by the whole party. I think His Majesty should have all disappeared. There was a smile at the corner of Belmod's mouth. Jin is actually very dignified within the black organization. Many people are afraid of Jin. But after this time, Jin's reputation must have plummeted. It was caught by the police. What a shameful thing. No matter how many reasons Jin has, it is useless. I am afraid that there are now black organizations. There are not a few people who are snickering. As long as they think of Jin being arrested, they can't help but want to laugh. After all, Jin's character. He is destined to offend many people. He doesn't take anyone seriously in the organization. If it wasn't for the order from above, I'm afraid no one would want to save him. If you want to save Jin, I'm afraid that it's not easy. The police also have information about that organization. Jin and they should also know how it is possible to easily let Jin be rescued. Chen said with great interest. Anyway, Jin is dead or alive. None of my business. Bermod's little hand is not broken in Chen's heart, and he looks at Chen with blurred eyes. Chen looks at the charming fairy, Belmod, and hugs Belmod. Then he walks towards Simmons next to him. After that there is not much to describe. In the Metropolitan Police Department, Officer Jay came to interrogate Jinju himself. Tell me, what is your relationship with those who died? Why did you kill them? Officer Jitum asked Jinju. Sejiu was silent, and in the face of Police Officer Mumu's questioning, he didn't say a word. In fact, now Jinju is very humiliated. He actually became a prisoner. He never thought that this day would come. In addition, on the other hand, Vodka was also interrogated, and Vodka also did not disclose a word. I heard that there is a Pangtai organization behind you. Officer Ki Jae asked. Jinju raised his head and glanced at Officer Chi Tum. The ice-cold eyes made the police officer Yimu feel like he was about to die. Takagi Shi, who was interrogating with the Tum police officer, was even more unbearable. He sat on the ground all of a sudden, and was frightened by the terrifying eyes of Jin. What are you afraid of? This is the Metropolitan Police Department. Chu police officer wiped a cold sweat, and then shouted to Takagi Shek, yes, Kiyomu police officer. Takagi stood up with a very aggrieved expression. Didn't you also break a cold sweat from fright? 899th chapter. Rescue Jin and Toon police officers interrogated. There was no interrogation, and the identities of those who died were also investigated. Those people belonged to Akira Motomura, the leader of a gang organization, but although the investigation revealed that those people were related to him, there was no definite evidence. What's more, now that Kimura Akira has gone abroad, he can't find Kimura Akira at all. Officer Kieto, you don't need to be responsible for this case. Leave it to someone else. Police Officer Matsumoto looked at Officer Kiyomu. I don't need me to check it out. All of a sudden, well, there are a lot of things involved this time, so we have already fought against the above, and the two of them will be transferred away soon. Hearing Matsumoto police inspector said so, Officer Mumu nodded. In fact, he also knew it. A case involving such a big thing. It will definitely not be handed over to him to deal with. Soon after, the Ministry of Public Security sent people to come, take the Jin out of the Metropolitan Police Department in full armor, and watch the surroundings vigilantly. In fact, Neon is also knowing about the black organization. This time they caught the big fish, Jinju, and someone on it was going to use Jin to draw out other members of the black organization. The news that Jinju was taken away and left the Metropolitan Police Department, the black organization naturally followed suit. Received one and even deliberately revealed the past. So the people in the black organization also started to act. Kinying, Koen, and Bourbon came to Luhong together, preparing to rescue the Jin and vodka. They have come out. Now, isn't Belmode here yet? Chianti frowned. Don't wait for her. She's not reliable at all, ready to do it. Keith was lying on top of a tall building, observing below with a sniper rifle in hand, and said using the counter. Bourbon, that is, Amuro Toru said. Bourbon is a public security policeman and an undercover agent lurking in the black organization, but he doesn't know much about Ganju's rescue mission this time. But what he can know is, come the people who rescued the Jin and vodka must be more than 3 of them. No, it should have been 4 of them. There is also Belmode, but Belmode didn't come at all. My gun is already aimed at the driver. An officer's eyebrows could explode his head at any time. Chianti also holds a sniper rifle. Wait, Koen said. As the Jin and vodka escort vehicle drove through the street, the sound of equals explosion sounded. The strong impact brought the car to a halt. On the streets, many innocent people were injured or even killed by bombs. Bourbon's face turned cold. He asked angrily, why don't you tell me that there are drugs buried in the street? That's right, Bourbon didn't even know that explosives were buried on the street. I don't have time to explain to you what Chianti is doing. Koen said to Chianti. In fact, Belmode should have commanded them. But now that Ermod didn't come, Koen temporarily took over the command. As for Bourbon, to be honest, the organization still does not trust him, and even doubts him. Chianti immediately pulled the trigger. The unloaded bullet hit the front window glass of the escorting car, and the glass shattered the driver's head instantly. Knowing that this glass should be bulletproof glass, Chianti uses a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle, using armor-piercing bullets, and it is no problem to hit armored vehicles. The explosion and the snipers did not make the escorts panic. They were elites who had undergone special training. They immediately searched for cover and began to look for the snipers. When we were dating, wasn't there something wrong? Chen was sitting in a cafe not far away, and Shaolin was sitting opposite him. Originally, I was out on a date with Shaolin, but I didn't expect to encounter such a scene. Chen, what should I do? Shaolin asked Chen with a pale face. It's okay, I will definitely protect you, Shaolin. Chen rubbed Shaolin's head and said that Chen also remembered at this time. Belmorde seems to have told him that today is the day to escort Jin out of the Metropolitan Police Department. It's just that Chen didn't expect to be met by Chen. The action is very fast. Maybe this is a trap set up by the police on purpose for the black-clothed organization. I just don't know which of them is better. Chen whispered. Let's go, Shaolin. Let's get out of here. Chen stood up and pulled Shaolin away from the back door. I am afraid this place is about to become a battlefield for black-clothed organizations and the police. Chianti, stop shooting. Stop them from finding out where you are. Cohen shouted at Chianti. My mother can't shoot now. Chianti moved his numb arm and just used an anti-equipment sniper rifle. This reaction force is huge. Chianti felt that her bones should have been cracked. Fortunately, this kind of injury was not taken seriously by Chianti. A little rest would not affect her combat effectiveness. This is impossible to save Jin. Maybe we are all in danger, Bourbon said. Cohen did not speak, and soon a series of black-clothed gunmen sprang from the street and started to attack the police. Soon there were casualties on both sides, but those gunmen in black were not afraid of death. At this time, among the vehicles escorting Sejiu, the 4 police officers guarding Ginju held guns with very serious expressions. Jin closed his eyes and said nothing. Suddenly a policeman raised his pistol. The 3 police officers were directly killed with 3 shots, and then immediately released Jinju's handcuffs and handed the gun into Jinju's hands. This police officer is an undercover agent of the black organization. Don't look at the black clothes. The organization is full of undercover agents, but they also have undercover agents in other organizations. Jin took a look at the police officer, then opened the police car with a gun and walked out, finishing a shot in an instant. With Jin's marksmanship, it can be said to be 100 shots. They saw Jin escape. Actually dumbfounded, the 4 police officers looked at Jin with real guns. How did he escape? Qian. Then Jin came to the car behind. Save the vodka too. Now that vodka works here too, Jin saved him. No matter how bad it is, vodka can also block bullets. Get in the car, vodka, you come and drive. Jin said to the vodka after getting into a police car. That's right, Jin rescued the vodka. But in fact, the main thing was to let the vodka drive and let the vodka drive, smashed the car blocking the front, and drove towards the front. Don't let them run. Fire suppression. A dozen rifles were fired at the car, even though the police car was bulletproof. But not the tires. The tires are also bulletproof tires. However, in the continuous shooting, the tire was punctured. Quick, Chianti supports immediately. Cohen shot immediately. The sniper rifle was pressed so that those people did not dare to show their faces. Cohen's marksmanship was very good. It's just a little worse than Jin. It's a soft international organization. This time rescue Jin. Black organization equals a total of dozens of people were sent to open war with the Japanese police. This shootout was really bad. Fortunately, most of the people here were evacuated before. Because the police also knew that the black-clothed organization would definitely do something, but they didn't expect that there would be traitors on their side, and Jinju ran out. Kill the Jin and vodka. Never let them escape, no matter what. The person in charge shouted too loudly. Originally, I wanted to use Jin as bait. Led out the people in the black organization, and then annihilated them in one fell swoop. But now the bait is actually unhooked. So I can only destroy the bait first. Jin must not let him escape, the danger of this guy is too great. Don't worry, sir, the self-defense forces have arrived, and this place will be blocked immediately. None of them can escape. Don't be too careless. Didn't you see our dead? The person in charge said angrily. This time, even if he really wiped out all the people in the black organization, he will be held accountable because it is different from what 230 expected. The casualties were too great. Before the main, I underestimated the black organization too much. The black organization is not so weak. Brother, what should I do now? Vodka was also very anxious while sitting in the car. The tires have been blown out. Never mind, keep driving. Jin held a rifle, looking at the SWAT behind him. The tire blew. It's not that there is really no way to run. Okay then. Vodka kicked the accelerator. Sparks and lightning flashed all the way, and the wheels grinded sparks on the ground. Use a grenade for me. The person in charge shouted as soon as he bit Kiba. To deal with Jin, they used grenades to throw a few grenades to bombard them. Force the car to stop. The bullets are like a torrent of metal, constantly strafing, but this is specially made by their car, and the bulletproof ability is very strong. Bombard me with a bazooka. The killing intent has already arisen. No matter what, you must leave the guy Jin behind. As long as you kill Jin, you will also deal a heavy blow to the black organization. Also, here is the black who came to rescue Jin. There are many people in the organization. If you encircle and wipe them out, then it's worth it. It's a heavy blow to the black organizations one by one. Look, isn't that Conan? Why is he here? Xiaolan saw Conan on a skateboard and rushed over from not far away with a worried look on her face. Song Yuanyuan was engaged in a gun battle, and the explosions continued. Just by listening to the sound, he knew that it was very dangerous. Did Conan go to death in the past? This guy's nose is so smart. Chen whispered softly, 12 inches, that's it. Xiaolan, wait for me here, and I'll bring that kid back. Chen, no, it's too dangerous there. Xiaolan refused without hesitation. Although she knew it was dangerous for Conan to go there, she didn't take any risks in the past. Xiaolan, who was full of bullets, was so relieved that she let Chen go over. Don't worry, you can watch here, I'll be able to bring that kid over soon. No, I have something to do. Chen patted Xiaolan on the shoulder, then turned to leave. When Xiaolan wanted to stop Chen, Chen had already walked in front. No, I have to be with you. Xiaolan immediately chased after Chen. Xiaolan, why did you come here? Chen turned his head and looked at Xiaolan who was chasing after him and asked, you were too dangerous in the past, I was worried, so I followed. Aren't you afraid? Yes, I'm a little scared, but I'm more afraid of what happened to you. Xiaolan whispered, okay, let's go there together. Chen smiled slightly, and then said to Xiaolan. Anyway, it is too simple for Chen to protect Xiaolan. Go directly with Xiaolan. Xiaolan grabbed Chen's hand so that she could feel a sense of security. HHCI, shall we just walk there? Xiaolan asked Chen. It's okay. That kid Conan isn't stupid, so isn't that him? He didn't go forward at all. Chen stretched out his hand and pointed to the front, only to see Conan stretching his head to look ahead. You must not let Jin escape. Conan whispered. Jin is his hope to change back. Now Conan doesn't know Xiao Ai's identity, so he can only pin his hopes on Jin. Jin must have that medicine on his body. As long as he gets that medicine, he can be analyzed by Hiroshi Akasa. Although there is no 100% certainty to make an antidote, there is hope. Conan Kunl, don't know what you are muttering. Hearing this sudden voice, Conan shuddered. Then he turned his head abruptly, and saw Chen smiling and Xiaolan angry. At this moment, Xiaolan was very angry that Conan had come to such a dangerous place. What should I do if one always appears 3 inches? Conan, why are you here? Xiaolan asked Conan angrily. Conan looked at Xiaolan. Suddenly, Xiaolan seemed to be really arrogant, and Xiaolan had a good temper. Usually not angry. However, it would only be really angry, and Xiaolan was also quite terrifying. At this time, Conan felt a suffocating aura. Conan was terrified at this time. Looking at Xiaolan's angry appearance. Don't even dare to speak. Forget it. Hurry up and get out of here with me. Xiaolan said seriously immediately. Although I really want to educate Conan, but now is not the time. Although this place is not close to the place where the shootout occurred, it is still not safe enough. Conan was a little hesitant in his heart. He also knew whether Jinju was rescued or not. Conan did not want Jinju to be rescued. If I knew it earlier, I should have acted earlier, and got the medicine first. Come, Conan complained in his heart. What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and leave, Xiaolan said angrily. The voice was a little louder. Xiaolan, your voice is so loud that it is likely to attract attention. Chen said to Xiaolan. When Xiaolan heard the words, she immediately covered her mouth. This is the case, it must not attract attention. Go back and teach Conan a lesson. Now it is necessary to take Conan away first, although Conan is reluctant. But seeing that Xiaolan, Vice was about to get angry, he could only leave behind. Really, I chose this position, obviously there is no danger. Conan couldn't help but say a word. However, just after Conan finished speaking, there was an explosion from behind, which was where Conan was staying just now, and Conan's cold sweat flowed out all of a sudden. If he didn't leave just now, maybe he's already been bombed to death now. He was almost killed, Conan's heart was thumping, and he didn't speak anymore. It was still after Jay came to a safe place. Shaolin looked at Conan with a stern face, and asked angrily, "Conan, why don't you stay at home? What are you doing in such a dangerous place?" "Well, I came out to play, and then heard the voice, because just out of curiosity." Conan was in the past. He racked his brains to come up with a reason equals hearing curiosity. Shaolin was angry and helpless. Conan is a child, and he is sure of being curious about things, but it can kill the cat. In such a dangerous place, curiosity is courting death. A grenade just exploded where Conan was staying. If Shaolin hadn't told him to leave, this god of death would have really died. "Let's teach him a lesson when we go back. Let's open up here for now, as if the police are coming." Chen turned his head and looked to the left. A series of police cars drove over, and the heavily armed police officers began to evacuate the crowd here. Although they were passing the crowd on the route of the escort car ahead of time, they could not completely disperse the crowd. Evacuate. Now, the police officer at the Tomb of the Moon is not in charge of killing the people in the Black Organization, but evacuating the crowd first. As for dealing with the Black Organization, the people from the Self-Defense Force are here. Do you still need them to be dispatched? No need at all. Chen is ready to leave at the time. He suddenly saw two people running towards him. It was Jin and Vodka. At this time, Jin and Vodka also saw Chen, and immediately stopped, and then fled in a different direction. Conan's heart was frightened. I jumped, thinking that the Jin and Vodka were going to charge. Although it was Shurun, these two people were so dangerous. Who knows if they will shoot themselves and others. But they seem to be scared away because Hyuga is it Chen. Conan raised his head and glanced at Hyuga Chen. Indeed, these two guys really changed their direction and chose to run because they saw Chen and were afraid. How dare these two guys change? Got so small. Could it be that he has been hit a lot, and his courage has become smaller? Chen whispered. "Chen, Shaolin, why are you here?" Sato Mawako ran over and asked. "Sister Mawako, you are here too. What's the matter?" Shaolin asked Mawako. It's not normal for such a large-scale battle to take place in such a downtown area. The follow-up impact will definitely not be small. Actually, it's not a secret. Remember the day selling the park a few days ago? This time it was because of that incident _ My mother-in-law gave Shaolin a detailed description. "Oh, then we will leave first. Meihei Zizu, please pay attention to safety," Shaolin said to Cha Hezi. Chen chuckled lightly. If Jin and Vodka saw Cha Hezi, I'm afraid it would be the same as seeing him and run away in fear. Don't forget, it was Mawako who shot and caught Jin and Vodka, so after seeing Mawako, Jin and Vodka would definitely not dare to go there. We're leaving first. Chen greeted Mawako and left with Shaolin and Conan. It is estimated that such a big thing happened tomorrow. It will definitely be on the news tomorrow. If you don't know it, you will definitely think it is a terrorist attack. Shaolin said 2 inches. That's right. It will really be on the news tomorrow, and it will definitely be there. Under the guise of a terrorist attack. Chen nodded. It will definitely be said that it is a terrorist attack. In this case, it is impossible to block the news, so if you want to give an explanation, a terrorist attack is the best reason. At this time, the terrorist organization is about to take the blame. The blame is estimated that they also like to take the blame. After all, their terrorist organization wants to do too much, and they are not afraid of taking the blame. When the world is destroyed one day, and the blame for the destruction of the world is placed on their heads, it is estimated that they will be willing to accept it. In the evening, everything was over, and Mawako returned home. How is it? Did Jin and Vodka run away? Chen asked Mawako. Run away? Mawako nodded, actually letting them both run away. This is really a shame. After all, so many people were dispatched. That's really trash. Chen couldn't help but say. So many people were even run away by Jin and Vodka. It's not waste, it's obviously holding such a good firearm. Actually 2 prisoners were rescued. The incident this time is really big, and the news will be overwhelming tomorrow. Now the news agency has benefited, and I am not afraid that there will be nothing to report. Flowers. Indeed. In. The next day, the television was all about reports of yesterday's events. This is the capital of Japan. There was such a large-scale shootout, and even the self-defense forces were dispatched, and they certainly couldn't hide the past, and they became famous internationally. Many countries are watching jokes. The Japanese side also pushed this incident to the top of the terrorist attack, saying that this incident was caused by a very terrifying underground organization. This is actually true. It was originally an incident caused by a terrorist underground organization. Isn't the Black organization an underground organization? And it is estimated that the Black organization should be the most terrible terrorist organization in the world. But at this time, the Middle East, some terrorist organizations in the region immediately speak up to take responsibility for this matter. It was clearly an offending incident. But they just like to take it on themselves, for fear that they can't bear the blame, and there are more than one terrorist organization responsible for this incident. These terrorist organizations are really funny. They are rushing to take responsibility for this incident. Listen to said that there are still several terrorist organizations fighting because of this. Sonoko said amusedly in the school. It is estimated that they want to increase their popularity. Although they are terrorist organizations, they need popularity. Chen said with a smile. Actually, a very powerful organization was really involved yesterday. This is the news I got from my mother. Sonoko said to Chen in a low voice. Actually, we were on that street that day, so we knew about it. Chen said to Yuanzi. Hey, you 9 inches. Sonoko is very good at focusing on the key points. She feels that the key point is not where Chen is, but the word, we. Yeah, Shaolin and I, isn't this us? Chen shrugged and said. Yuanzi immediately looked at Shaolin with the strange qiguang, and Shaolin looked a little embarrassed, and asked softly, what do you think of me like this? So you and Chen are together. Then I think you know, what did you two do on the street that day? Is it just the two of you? Sonoko asked with 8 trigrams. Sonoko, why are you asking so much? It's nothing, I'm just curious, did the two of you go on a date on the street? Sonoko stared at Xiao Landau with ambiguous eyes. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 901 to 920. 902 Chapter. I'm really sorry to bother you to take advantage of it, Xiaolan, why don't you talk? You haven't told me, are you and Chen going on a date together? Yuanzi pushed Xiaolan and asked. Sonoko, can you stop being so 8 trigrams? Xiaolin glared at Sonoko angrily. Classmates, class is over. Judy walked in from the outside with the textbook and looked at the classroom, then scrolled the mouse button or clicked, and started to take a long picture. Judy was actually a little surprised. She often couldn't see Chen before. The fact that one came today made her a little surprised. Listening to the people in the class, as if discussing yesterday's events, Judy's eyes flashed. In fact, Bai also knows about the fact that Jin was arrested. Although I don't believe that Jin will be caught by the Japanese police, this is the truth. However, his 33 can't intervene. After all, this belongs to other people's affairs. If their BBI intervenes, it will rise to an international incident. Chen glanced at Judy, then lay down to sleep, making Judy very angry. Although her main purpose is not to teach, she is also a very responsible person. Since she is a teacher, she must teach her students well. After class, Judy said in a very awkward Japanese, Hyuga classmate. Please come to the office with me. I heard Mr. Judy's words. All the boys in the class looked at Chen with schadenfreude. It is best to teach this guy a lesson. Chen shrugged and followed Judy to the office. Oh, Mr. Judy is really unusual. It's a separate office, and it's so big. Chen pulled a chair and sat down. Judy frowned in dissatisfaction when she saw Chen's casual appearance. Student Hyuga. How can you be so casual? I didn't do anything to you, how can I be casual? Chen raised his head and looked at Judy and said. You won. Judy's face suddenly turned Yuhi up. Yo tilde. Teacher Judy's face is Yuhi. Do you have any special thoughts about my students? Scary. Chen's face showed a look of fear. Judy couldn't help but glared at Chen fiercely, but looked at Chen's appearance. It's really easy for people to have any special thoughts about him. The thought flashed through Judy's mind, and Judy immediately threw it out. I must not have this thought. Student Hyuga, you have to listen carefully in class. You are here to learn knowledge, not to mess around. Judy took out her teacher's identity, and he Chen taught and said, I am sorry, Teacher Judy, in fact. I'm here, the cup is really just a mess. Chen said to Judy. Judy really wants to say that dead wood cannot be carved. If there is nothing else, then I will leave the student first. Chen stood up and walked outside. Wait, classmate Hyuga, I have something to say to you. When Chen was about to leave, Judy suddenly stopped Chen and said to Chen. Oh, I don't know if Teacher Judy has any questions to ask me. If you have something to say, I can face the beautiful Teacher Judy. I will definitely know everything. Chen turned around and looked at Judy up and down, and the light seemed to be able to look at Judy's whole body. Judy was very embarrassed. Under Chen's eyes, she didn't seem to have any secrets at all. It made Judy very uncomfortable, and she felt a shyness in her heart. Hey, what are you hurting? Do you have any thoughts on me? I knew that you were coveting my handsome face, and sure enough, the boy was out of the house. Just to protect yourself. Judy couldn't help but be speechless. How could there be such a shameless person? I want to ask you, do you know this person? Judy took out a photo, which was the photo of Jin. Oh, you are talking about him. You know. Judy looked at Chen, not knowing what she was thinking. I don't know Jin. Chen waved his hand and said that he didn't know Judy and his face was expressionless. If he didn't know you, he knew he was Jin. Hyuga, I want to know who you are. I'm just an ordinary student. That's it, it's Mr. Judy. You are not an ordinary teacher. Chen's body is close to Judy, and the distance between Judy and Judy is less than 3 fingers. You can clearly smell the fragrance from Judy's body. And Judy can also smell the masculine breath on Chen's body, and she can't help it. Confused, her body involuntarily approached Chen. She lay down on Chen's body all of a sudden. It's not my fault, it was you who fell on me, you have to be responsible for me. Chen bowed his head and said in Judy's ear. Judy's body trembled and felt itchy in her ears. The strength on her body seemed to be lost all of a sudden, as if some magic, you get rid of me. Judy shyly said to Chen. What are you doing? The office's eye was suddenly opened. And the little Izumi Yuhiko came in and asked us. Judy suddenly panicked. She wanted to stand up in a hurry, but this time. The strength seems to have disappeared. It doesn't need strength at all. Don't blame me, she gave me her arms. Chen said immediately. Little Izumi Yuhiko was expressionless and said coldly. Then can you let go of her waist first? Oh, Chen immediately retracted her hand. At this time, Judy couldn't help but glared at Chen with shame and anger. No wonder she couldn't get up. It turned out that she was hugged by her waist, but why didn't she feel it? Mr. Judy, you are a teacher, don't do anything out of the ordinary. Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Judy expressionlessly and said that Judy was even more annoyed, and gave Chen a Byakugan again, and Chen completely regarded it as nothing. Looking at Chen's dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water, Judy suddenly I feel more angry. What are you doing here? Let's go. Little Izumi Yuhiko took Chen's hand. Then went out. Chadi was a little messy and her thoughts fell into chaos. However, Judy recovered quickly on 5.1 and fell into deep thought. She was interrupted before and made her forget one thing. This Hyuga Chen actually knows Jin. So will he really have something to do with the black organization? To be honest, Judy really doesn't want Chen to have a relationship with the black organization. In the corridor outside, Chen turned to little Izumi Yuhizi asked, why are you here suddenly, Yuhizi? If I don't come, your advantage will take more, right? I'm really sorry for bothering you to take advantage. There was a smell of gunpowder in the words of little Izumi Yuhiko. Yeah, I could continue to take advantage of it, but this time it was destroyed by you. By the way, Judy's figure is still pretty good. Chen said with a smile. I was close to my body before, so Chen could feel Judy's figure. Is my figure bad? Little Izumi Yuhiko stared at Chen with a nuclear good look, inexplicably a little bit horror. Chapter 103. It's too soon, Chen, you're back. Teacher Judy didn't embarrass you, right? Shaolin asked Chen. Where can I embarrass him? People are very enthusiastic. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen sneeringly. Seeing Izumi Yuhiko like this, Shaolin and Sonoko looked at each other, a little confused. By the way, I know that a new coffee shop has opened nearby. I heard that the taste is very good. Let's go there and taste the coffee, Yuanzi said. I'm not interested in coffee. Chen shook his head, he didn't like drinking coffee. Go ahead, although it's a coffee shop. But there are other things. Sonoko said, hugging Chen's arm. Indeed, it is impossible for a coffee shop to make money entirely from coffee. Other beverages and desserts are available in coffee shops. After school, under the force of Sonoko, Chen and the others headed to this newly opened coffee shop. Mr. Judy, what are you doing with us? Little Izumi Yuhiko turned around and asked Judy, who was walking behind. Oh, I went there to drink coffee. My friend opened a coffee shop. I'll go there to cheer. Judy said with a smile, and at the same time glanced at Chen with astringency in her eyes. There is also anger. Chen shrugged. Then she completely ignored Judy's eyes. But this coffee shop is opened by Judy's friend, which is really interesting. Don't Chen still know what Chetty's identity is? It seems that her friend one should be from by L_. It turns out that it is Mr. Judy. My friend opened it, so I must visit more in the future. Yuanzi jumped up and said, and soon came to this coffee shop. The layout of this coffee shop is very good, and a lot of effort was spent on decoration. That's what coffee shops are today. If you don't make a lot of effort to decorate, no one will come. The first impression is very important, but their purpose should not be to run a coffee shop, but to be equivalent to two bases. After all, this is not their country. Be careful doing things here or you will be sent back if your identity is discovered. Chen, what would you like to drink? Sonoko sat down and asked Chen. Bring me a cup of milk tea. Okay. Sonoko ordered a cup of Anko milk tea, and then she, Shaolan and Xiao Izumi Yuhiko ordered coffee. Dear classmates, do you mind if the teacher sits with you? Judy came over and asked. Of course I don't mind, Mr. Judy, a poor girl, to sit with us. It's my honor, Chen said with a smile. The little Izumi Yuhiko, who was sitting opposite Chen, gave Chen a slight kick, and then said, I want a strawberry cake. Bring me a pudding, Shaolin shouted. The desserts here taste good, but the milk tea is just so-so. I don't know how the coffee Shaolin and the others drink. Anyway, Shifa Coffee is not interested. Speaking of Judy's foster teacher, didn't you say that this store was opened by your friend? Where's your friend? Chen turned to look at Moody, who was eating cake, and asked. Oh, he's not here. Judy raised her head and said with a slight smile, a jingle bell. Hearing the sound of the phone, Chen took out the phone and answered the call. It's already very late. Where did you go? Are you still coming back for dinner? Xiao Jing asked coldly. A black line appeared on Chen's forehead. What did he say? I'm with the beauty now. I won't go, you guys should eat first. After Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. At home, Xiao Ai showed the same expression on her face, and when she heard that Chen was accompanying the beauty, Xiao Ai felt uncomfortable. Xiao Ai, is Chen not coming back? Mingmei asked Xiao Ai. I won't come back, he's dead. Xiao Ai threw the phone aside and lay on the sofa and said. Later, Chen and Izumi Yuhiko returned home, and after returning, everyone stared at the two of them with strange eyes. Are you two going on a date? Mawako asked Chen and little Izumi Yuhiko. Someone can't walk when he sees his beautiful teacher. Little Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Chen and said. Chen is speechless. This is too exaggerated, there is nothing at all. But when Xiao Ai heard it, she looked at Chen with contempt, and said coldly, what did you say, Xiao Ai? Approached Xiao Jing and asked. Xiao Ai is saying that you are a scum. Yuchizi poked Chen with her hand. Then he said, come with me, both of you. I will teach you two a good lesson this time. I don't know how Chen will teach them a lesson, so I won't have sex directly. Belmod had a chuckle on his face. After more than a few minutes, Yukiko and Xiao-ai came out and limped, which made Belmod obviously stunned for a moment. She was just joking just now. Could it be true now? Is she really being slapped? But is this too fast? Besides, Wei Yuan-ai is so young, he can actually start. He is really a beast. Why are you so fast? Belmod couldn't help but blurt it out. Chen came out of the room. His face suddenly darkened. What is this called? Am I in a hurry? You know it yourself, and I will let you experience it tonight. Chen said fiercely. Okay, then you can come. Belmod gave Chen a charming smile, and said that Belmod is really 65 and is not afraid of death. It doesn't matter, he insisted that Belmod call him dad today. Damn bastard. Yukiko covered her back. Just now, the two of them were caught and spanked, and they were both swollen. Now they don't dare to sit down and sleep at night. Probably going to sleep on his stomach. This is not the most important thing, it's mainly shameful. Xiao-ai is now gnashing Kiba's teeth. If possible, Xiao-ai really wants to bite Shang Chen in one bite. Xiao-ai's eyes are so sure, aren't you convinced? Chen walked over to Xiao-ai, squatted down and put a hand on Xiao-ai's head. Xiao-ai looked at Chen stubbornly, and wanted to make her yield. She simply it's impossible, I'm just not convinced. Looks like I still need some education. Chen stood up with a gesture. Wait, Xiao-ai shouted quickly. She didn't want to be spanked anymore, because it was still hurting. Looking at Xiao-ai's aggrieved appearance, Chen smiled, then lowered his head and kissed Xiao-ai's face. Xiao-ai's cheeks swished and Yuhi moistened, and she looked around and saw that they were all looking at her. Xiao-ai couldn't help covering her cheeks shyly. Pervert. Leaving these two words, the shy Xiao-ai ran to her room. Chen smiled lightly, seeing that this charming queen is shy. It's really not easy. Chapter 104. Horror Paradise. Yuanzi, why did you invite us to play here? Shaolin complained to Yuanzi. What's wrong with playing in this place? I feel very exciting. This is a newly opened paradise. Yuanzi said with a smile. Yuanzi, don't you know that Shaolin is very afraid of ghosts? She even brought her to the horror paradise. Do you want Shaolin to fall asleep? Chen said, although Shaolin's force value exploded. But he is not too brave, especially for things like ghosts. He has absolutely no resistance at all. Come on, let's go in and play. Yuanzi pushed Shaolin in. In addition to Chen, Shaolin and Sonoko, Mori Kogoro and Conan also followed, and Mori Kogoro couldn't help but lose his hair when he saw this horror paradise. I heard that people were scared to death here, isn't it straight? Chen asked Yuanzi. It's just a rumor. In fact, it didn't frighten anyone to death, otherwise the place would have been closed long ago. Yuan Ziong shook his head and said, scared people just boo. It is used to attract people. Many people have heard of scaring people, and they all came here curiously. In fact, if it is really scary, I'm afraid this place will be closed. But it's really scary here. I also saw the post on Yin. I came here, Sonoko said. After entering this horror paradise, Chen and the others felt a gloomy and terrifying aura. Let's go, don't go in. Xiaolan suddenly backed away and didn't dare to go in at all. What's there to be afraid of? In fact, it's not scary at all. It's all fake. In fact, it's all to scare ourselves. We've all come, so we can't go back directly. Kuzu Sonoko said so. In addition, Sonoko was pulling. Shaolin had no choice but to follow and walk in. Mori Kogoro stopped at the door. I think I should take a look at the door. There is absolutely no meaning in it. Mori Kogoro squatted at the door and said one. Going to the door, Mori Kogoro suddenly persuaded. Dare not go in. Conan couldn't help but glance at Mori Kogoro. Royal boy, what kind of eyes do you have? Mori Kogoro also noticed the contempt in Conan's eyes, and his eyes suddenly became a little terrifying. It doesn't mean anything, I'll go first. Conan smiled embarrassingly, and then immediately ran to the man inside. Kogoro Mori really did something to him. Conan didn't want to be beaten, so he quickly ran away. Conan ran very fast, and saw Conan running into the paradise internally. Mori Kogoro didn't chase him either, and he would go after him after he came out. Conan didn't know yet. Mori Kogoro had already made up his mind and decided to take care of him. If he knew, he would definitely be very hard inside. Conan, Dad, 2 inches Xiaolan asked Conan when she saw that only Conan was running to talk. Oh, Uncle, he was afraid. So I squatted at the door and didn't dare to come in. Xiaolan was speechless. I thought it was okay for her to be timid, but I didn't expect that her father was not too timid, even smaller than hers. She didn't dare to come in. It seems that her timidity is partly due to heredity. Where do we go to play first? Let's not go to the haunted house first. Yuanzi pushed Xiaolan and asked one. Of course, the most famous place here is the electric house, as well as the horror movie theater. This. Xiaolan looked at the door of the haunted house and backed away. Don't worry. In fact, the ones inside are all fake, all pretending to be straight people, or the props used directly are not scary at all. Chen said to Xiaolan. Say so. Wouldn't Xiaolan not be afraid? But Xiaolan would still be afraid in her heart. And the fear has not diminished at all. When you come here, you can't do nothing without playing. Chen took Xiaolan's hand and walked towards the haunted house. Conan, who followed behind, saw Chen holding Xiaolan's hand. With envy and jealousy on his face. Xiaolier wanted to give Chen to take Bagui Yuanzi and stretched out his hand, grabbed Chen's other hand, and the 3 walked into the haunted house. Only Conan was messed up in the wind. Why, he seems to be forgotten. Xiaolan, if you encounter ghosts or something here, don't do anything. After entering, Sonoko said to Xiaolan, who was shaking. Xiaolan is a karate champion. If Xiaolan was allowed to do it, she would definitely kill someone. I know. There was a trembling in Xiaolan's voice. Her body was constantly approaching Chen's body. Chen was more comfortable, and the 2 women kept leaning on him. Could he be upset? Conan followed him, exuding radiance all over his body. Resentment. Conan seems to be overwhelmed by resentment at this time, and his heart is full of resentment. Those who don't know, I am afraid that Conan is a resentful actor. Is there still a lot of people here? Chen looked at the crowd and said. 2 inches, some people feel less afraid. Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. If there are many people, the fear in my heart has also disappeared a lot. I just entered the haunted house and I still can't feel the horror, which seems to give people a buffer. Continuing to move forward, the surroundings changed abruptly, and the surrounding walls turned into a bloody terrifying color. Yuanzi, did you smell equals blood? Xiaolan touched Yuanzi and asked Yuanzi. I smelled it too, but it's just caused by props, don't be afraid. Although Sonoko is not too timid, she kept telling herself that everything here is fake, so she's not so afraid. There is no change on Chen's face. To be honest, this little haunted house is really trivial, not to mention that everything here is fake. Even if it is true, it can't make Chen blink. On the way, Chen and the others encountered a lot. The terrifying villains and ghosts. Most of them are dummies, and some of them are pretending to be. The money is good. Xiaolan still couldn't hold back. She was scared and used karate. Fortunately, all the fights were props. The guy was hit by Xiaolan. Finally out of this haunted house, Xiaolan is like the sun. It's like seeing each other again. It's really scary inside. Xiaolan, don't you often see those crime scenes? I thought your courage should have been tempered a lot. Sonoko said with a smile. The crime scene is different from this one. Xiaolan said. At least at the scene of the crime, you would never think of ghosts or anything, but here is different. Chen, don't you feel a little scared? I feel very scared. It doesn't feel anything, it's a normal place. Chen shrugged and said. Then Sonoko looked at Conan, who was following behind him. The boy's face was actually the same. He didn't look scared at all. Today's children are so courageous. Chapter 105. Should we leave here? Xiaolan hesitated and said. This horror park is so scary, I really don't know why it is open. I haven't had enough, let's go to the cinema next door to watch a movie. Garden, refers to the horror cinema not far away. Chen looked at Yuanzi's high spirits, not only shook his head, but Yuanzi's courage grew. Yuanzi, aren't you afraid? This cinema is all showing horror movies. I remember you used to be afraid of watching horror movies. Shaolin looked at Yuanzi strangely. Hey Tilda, Sonoko didn't speak, but instead let out a weird smile. Of course she was scared. But she also had other thoughts in her mind when she was really scared. She could take the opportunity to throw herself into Chen's arms to seek comfort. Thinking of this, Sonoko even suppressed the fear in her heart. Sonoko, why are you making such a slutty laughter? Little Lan Chiffon, a friend, was speechless. Is Sonoko's head frightened? Chen also doesn't understand Sonoko's brain circuit, but now Sonoko's laughter is really like a slut. The 3/8 Sonoko is thinking of a man, right? Conan whispered. I'm fine, let's go to the movies quickly. Sonoko's expression became serious. Before Xiaolan could finish her words, Sonoko held her hand and headed to a horror movie theater not far away. After entering this hot horror movie theater, Xiaolan shuddered. It was very strange inside. It was already scary to watch horror movies, but there are still very realistic monster dolls around. It makes people uncomfortable, and those dolls look like the real thing. In addition, it was extremely dark in the cinema, and Xiaolan became more and more afraid in her heart. Sonoko, look, there's a rag doll over there. Xiaolan patted the garden and pointed to the rag dolls in front of her. It's just a rag doll, what's the fuss about? Sonoko Moonlight looked over, and was suddenly startled. This doll is very weird. When looking at the rag doll, the eyes of the rag doll seem to be looking at you. On the face of the mooncloth doll, there is a strange smile, a bit hideous, and a bit evil. Why is this rag doll so scary? I want to throw away the rag doll in my house BHFD. Sonoko ___ said horribly. This is a rag doll used to make the atmosphere. Chen Shang the rag doll glanced. If you're really scared, it's fine if you don't see it. Chen said to Yuanzi and Xiaolan. Straight is terrible. Sonoko lay on Chen's arms. A terrified expression appeared on his face. Xiaolan looked at Yuanzi who was lying in Chen's arms, and felt a little jealous in her heart. Yuhi's face turned Yuhi's face, and then she lay on Chen's side just like Yuanzi. Yufu, it seems that Sonoko is right to insist on coming here. Chen's heart feels dark and refreshed. Some people feel good, but some people feel unhappy in their hearts. Conan, who is sitting in the back and being ignored, is very unchanged at this time. Damn Hyuga-chan, why doesn't this guy die? Conan hated Hyuga-chan to death at this time, wishing that something happened to Hyuga-chan and died unexpectedly. Conan is the god of death. Is madly cursing Chen. After a while, the movie starts playing. It is indeed a horror movie. This is a horror paradise, and it is impossible to play a love movie. Xiaolan and Yuanzi were very frightened. Chen did not feel the slightest bit. Why does it feel like there is a bloody smell? Could it be intentional, to add to the atmosphere? Conan was extremely upset. Smelling a bloody smell in the air equals the movie came to an end soon after less than 2 hours. The two beauties were lying on Chen's body, and there was a constant smell of fragrance. Chen felt very cool. Of course, if there is no bloody smell coming from behind. Should be cooler. Xiaolan, Yuanzi, you two should go out with your eyes closed. Chen said to Xiaolan and Yuanzi, why? The two of them looked at Chen in confusion and asked. Because of death. It seems that there are many things with Conan following. This bloody smell is real, and someone really died behind. Ah, Xiaolan couldn't help exclaiming, then looked behind her. Because the cinema was extremely dark, she couldn't see anything clearly, but Chen's words. Xiaolan wouldn't believe it. What are you doing? Sonoko shuddered and looked like she wanted to cry. If it was a human, it would be fine. I'm afraid it wasn't a case of human beings. Conan, who was behind, heard that Chen said he was dead, and ran away immediately. I went to the back to check. On the back wall, I saw a man leaning against the wall with his eyes wide open. There was a blood-stained knife stuck in his heart, and the blood continued to flow out followed by the cinema. The lights inside turned on, and the people who were about to go out turned their heads and saw this corpse with wide eyes. I was very frightened when I watched a horror movie, but after watching it, they turned their heads and saw a corpse. Extraordinarily scary. Conan took out his phone. Call the police immediately. When he saw someone going out, Conan immediately shouted. Wait, no one must leave this place until the police arrive. You little brat, why order us? Conan's words can't deter them at all. If there is a life case in such a place, they just want to get out quickly. Whoever goes out now is the murderer. But it's useless at all, and the person who should leave ran out. Damn, Conan bites Kiba like this. It may make the real beast run out. This little kid, get out quickly. This time it is very likely that it is a supernatural murder. It is very dangerous here. A kind-hearted person reminded Conan for 10 days. Conan scoffed. He didn't believe in supernatural killing at all. In Conan's worldview, there are no monsters and ghosts. Let's go out first, Chen said to Yuanzi and Shaolin. Well, hurry out. Shaolin and Yuanzi nodded quickly, and they must go out quickly. Who knows if Shaolin and Yuanzi will be in danger here, and they also think that there may be a supernatural murder here, or there may be some dirty things. Chen, you said here. Is there such a thing? Shaolin asked Chen, because she was afraid that ghosts really existed. Say it and let the ghosts stare. Shaolin didn't dare to say the word ghost, she could only use that kind of thing to describe it. No, there may be ghosts in this world, but it is not so simple to be born. Chen said to the two girls. Once Chen had done experiments on resentment, but it was relying on Chen's spiritual power. The resentment was born, but there is no resentment here. This is a man-made murder. 906 chapter. Confused detective, what? A murder happened. Kogoro Mori was surprised. Well, it's in the movie theater, it's scary. Shaolin still feels scared. Seeing Shaolin's fearful appearance, Mori Kogoro secretly rejoiced that he didn't go in, otherwise he didn't know if he would be frightened. It's also the fault of the eldest Miss Sonoko Suzuki for inviting them out to play. To actually come to such a place, he squatted at the door for a long time and did not dare to go in, but he was not less pointed. There's a murder here, and it seems that I need to take action, Kogoro Mori said, pinching his chin. Uncle, can you really solve the case? Sonoko didn't particularly believe in Kogoro Mori. Although Kogoro Mori has solved a lot of cases recently, he has become a famous detective. But Sonoko didn't forget the trash image of Kogoro Mori before. I remember when Kogoro Mori was not famous at all. It's very difficult to connect cases. I just don't know why, but now I suddenly rise up and become a famous detective too. Don't believe me, I'm a sleeping famous detective, Kogoro Mori. Mori Kogoro has a dissatisfied face. Having recently become a celebrity, Mori Kogoro has a high spirit in his heart. In his opinion, there is no case that he cannot solve. Not even Sherlock Holmes can compare to him. Take me over there. I broke the case. The Metropolitan Police Department will definitely give me a bonus. Mori Kogoro's eyes turned into the shape of money. Helping the Metropolitan Police Department solve the case, there will definitely be rewards. Just now, I have no money to drink, so this time I will make a little extra money. Chen, do you think my father can really do it? Have you solved the case? Shaolin pulled Locken and asked, who knows, let's see what he is capable of. Chen shrugged. If it was just Kogoro Mori himself, it goes without saying that the real murderer would definitely not be found. Conan's words, it's not necessarily. Why is it so gloomy here? Mori Kogoro shivered and backed off a bit. It was a little scary inside. Uncle Maori, I think you should go out. Sonoko looked at Mori Kogoro speechlessly. Shaolin also felt a little embarrassed. She shivered as soon as she walked in. She was not as brave as her. No, I still want a bonus. Mori Kogoro shook his head firmly. He had no money left in his hand. In fact, all the money was asked by Shaolin to keep it. Because every time Mori Kogoro couldn't save the money, it was too late to spend it. He has too much hands, often buys drinks and bets on horses. So Quan Shaolin will take the money away. Only give Mori Kogoro some pocket money, so that he has no money to drink. Yes, Conan, the bastard. What? Why didn't you see him? Sonoko looked around. Then he asked suspiciously. Shaolin looked around and saw that there was no trace of Conan, so Shaoli was a little panicked. The kid Conan didn't come out at all. I guess it's still in the movie theater. Chen said to Shaolin and Sonoko. Although they didn't pay attention to Conan, but Chen did. The guy didn't come out at all. It is estimated that he is investigating clues now. When he came to the door of the screening hall, the staff of this paradise had already entered. Now, there are still a lot of people around the door. Taijia let it go. I'm Kogoro Mori, and I'm here to investigate. Mori Kogoro shouted it turned out to be Maori Kogoro, who is actually a famous detective. I saw a famous detective today. Mori detective, can you give me an autograph? I'm a fan of your reasoning. I'm also a fan of Maori detectives, can you give me an autograph? They always admired Maori detectives. Seeing that he has so many fans, Maori Kogoro doesn't even care about solving the case. He laughed and signed autographs for his fans. Shaolin, I think your father is very unreliable. Sonoko leaned into Shaolin's ear and said. Shaolin looked helpless and wanted to remind Maori Kogoro, but Maori Kogoro was surrounded and she couldn't get through at all. Forget it. Let's go first. Chen said to them. Do you still want to go in? Shaolin looked at the door of the deep projection hall and felt a little white. And looking in from here, she felt like a giant beast with too much mouth. Swallow the person in one bite. Then don't go in. Chen pulled Shaolin and Sonoko. He came to the chair next to him and sat down for a while. Officer Mew came with someone, and Sato Mawako also came with flowers. Mori, what are you doing? Is there an autograph meeting? And why are you here too? Officer Yimu asked Mori Kogoro. Ha ha ha, Officer Mumu, of course the case is calling for my name, Detective Kogoro Mori. Mori Kogoro said triumphantly, and the Toon police officer is very speechless, and there is such a brazen person. Although Mori Kogoro solved a lot of cases, but he didn't know how to solve the case afterwards, so he just put the case in a daze. The case is solved. I don't even understand it myself, so I'm obviously a confused detective. And the Toon police officer led people to disperse everyone, so that they don't surround this place. Let's go and see, the case is it's weird to happen in a place like this. And the Toon officer rubbed his hands. That's right. Who was the person who called the police before? And the Toon police officer asked Takagi. The person who called the police did not reveal his name, but the voice was a child. Takagi shook his head lightly. Officer Yimu, it's me who called the police. Conan came out of it. Conan, it turns out that you were the one who called the police. Officer Yimu wasn't too surprised when he saw Conan. It's not surprising that Kogoro Mori is here and Conan is here. Then, Conan, you are the scene of the crime. The first striker. That's right. Conan nodded lightly. Anyway, after the deceased died, Conan was the first to run over to investigate. Children, aren't you afraid of being alone in there? Sato Mawako looked at Conan and said. Sato Mawako also knows Conan's true identity, and knows that Conan is actually Kudo Shinichi, this Chen has told Mawako. Ha, I'm naturally more courageous. Conan said with a ha, but looking at Sato Mawako's different eyes, Conan was still a little scared. Besides, Officer Mew didn't have any doubts about Conan's courage. Conan dared to approach the crime scene, and it was not once or twice. So in the heart of Police Officer Kiyomu, Conan's courage is too much, more courage than their adults, and you is still very smart for a long time. Conan, you have been here, are you sure no one has destroyed the crime scene? The recruiting police officer asked Conan. Well, Conan was very sure that after everyone left, he was the only one left in the entire theater. Very good. Brother Maori, let's go in. Officer Kijay called out to Kogoro Maori. Although I think Mori Kogoro is very unreliable, but in case Mori Kogoro solves the case in a daze again. After entering the theater. In addition, Officer Mew and Kogoro Maori couldn't help shaking. This place was so terrifying. The staff at the cinema also walked in, and the people watching the movie together in the screening hall were also called over. After all, anyone who stays here is likely to be a murderer. You won't suspect that we are murderers, right? Lulu too, yeah, what's the matter with you? I see it as a supernatural murder. No, I'm leaving this as a dangerous place. Too many people think this incident is a supernatural murder. Because the atmosphere here is kind of weird. There aren't many people who come here to watch the movie. Officer Yimu counted the audience of the movie. Even with Chen and the others, there were only 15 people. The staff of this theater equals a total of 4 total, and only 20 people bring the dead. In addition, the police officer Mu is not superstitious about ghosts and ghosts, he thinks it is a man-made event. After all, in his case-solving career, it is not that he has not encountered a case of deliberately pretending to be a ghost to kill. Officer Takagi, first investigate the identity of the deceased, and collect clues from the surroundings. Officer Moongrave said to Takagi. Yes. Takagi immediately began to act to investigate the identity of the deceased, and at the same time, he was collecting clues to investigate the real cause of death of the deceased. Officer, are we waiting here as long as it's not over? We don't have that much time to waste. Some people have already started to get emotional. They can't be won. Cooperate with the investigation all the time, and the Toon police officer also. I am very worried. What if there are any clues on these people? What if the murderer is among these people and takes out important evidence and destroys it? But if they are allowed to stay here and cooperate with the investigation, they will definitely the dissatisfaction caused by these people. Not everyone has time to spend with them. Conan also frowned, although he has been here for a long time, but he has not found the slightest evidence. The murderer is neat, and there is nothing useful left. However, Conan believes that there is absolutely no perfect crime, and there must be important clues and evidence. Chen pulled Shaolin and Sonoko to sit down, and Mawako stopped investigating the case and sat beside Chen. Really, how could we encounter such a thing, and finally came out to play, and the result is too bad. Sonoko said depressedly. Don't be depressed, just treat it as a seasoning for playing. Chen said to Sonoko, with Conan here, how could something not happen? Brother Mori, do you have any clues? With his hair on, he didn't know what clues. No, I didn't get any clues. Even Conan frowned in worry. Of course, Kogoro Mori had no clues. Officer Mumu, wouldn't you investigate the surveillance? There is surveillance here. Chen reminded them speechlessly. The surveillance cameras are there, didn't they find it? Yes. Officer Chimu patted his head and suddenly thought of the existence of surveillance cameras. Go and investigate surveillance cameras immediately. Officer Kiyamu pointed to one of them and said, Officer Kiyamu, I found out the identity of this person. His name is Akira Kimura, and he is the leader of an underground force. Takagi ran out of breath. What did you say? Is he Kimura Akira? Officer Chimu was surprised. Officer Momomu knew, and the reason for knowing it was related to Jinju. The wine was trapped by Kimura Akira. Although Jinju was finally caught, it has a great relationship with Chen, but Kimura Akira cannot escape it. Officer Chimu, this is a surveillance video. Soon a policeman brought the videotape over, and the screen police officer watched it. There may be clues to Kimura Akira's death in it. In fact, there are indeed. The murderer had no intention of hiding his identity to kill Kimura Akira. People, it's Seiju. I guess it's for revenge. Jinju's revenge is quite strong. In the surveillance video, Jinju showed a stern smile at the head of the camera after killing Akira Kimura neatly. This seems to be provocation, which makes the Toon police officer a little angry. Damn criminal, he dares to provoke after he escaped. I will definitely catch him and bring him to justice. Officer Mumu said angrily, but he also understood that Jinju seemed to be a member of a huge organization. He was not at a low level in that organization, so it was definitely not easy to catch. The last time I caught Jinju the liquor was solved by Mikazu Sato, but in the end, Jin was rescued. Of course, Jin was rescued. It had nothing to do with the Metropolitan Police Department, and it was no longer under the control of the 3rd Metropolitan Police Department at that time. So they don't have to take responsibility either. Conan's face turned solemn. He never thought that Seiju would come here and kill someone in this theater, but he didn't find it, really annoyed. Okay, we have already found the murderer, so please cooperate with me this time. Don't worry, this time is nothing magical. Officer Kimu opened his mouth to reassure them. These people thought it was a supernatural event, but Officer Kimu had to explain it. Now we can't spread superstitions. It's better to explain things that can cause too much fear. It's better than 43. That police officer, there are dead people here. It won't affect us here, right? The person in charge of Horror Paradise arrived here at this time and asked Officer Yuge anxiously. If it affects this place, it will be sealed. It will be bad for them. They are also counting on this to make money. Don't worry, this time has nothing to do with your paradise. We don't do anything casually. Officer Chimu patted the man on the shoulder and said, "That's a big thank you." The person in charge said with great surprise. "I still don't know who the culprit is." Sonoko was a little depressed. Knowing so much to do, knowing more is not good. Chen said softly. In fact, Chen knew that Sejiu was the murderer's one jin, and Chen had already keenly sensed it. Chapter 900. Sejo's purpose. Oh, a bonus just left me. Kogoro Mori looked sad when he left. The murderer was not investigated by him. And the police officer Yimu also told him to leave it alone. Tell him to deal with the wicked. It's gone. This vacation seems to be gone. I haven't had enough. Sonoko complained. Because of a murder. Although it has nothing to do with Horror Paradise decided to take a day off. Shaolin was relieved. In fact, she didn't want to stay in that place at all. If it wasn't for Yuanzi, she would have left long ago. By the way, are you going to play at my house? To hold a banquet. Yuanzi said suddenly. What? To hold a banquet? Is there any good wine? Kogoro Mori's ears are very sensitive. Of course, not anymore, Sonoko said, spreading his hands. Cut, it made me happy for nothing. Mori Kogoro immediately lost interest. 17. A banquet without wine is not a good banquet. Chen, Shaolin, do you want to go together? Yuanzi asked Chen and Shaolin. Shaolin looked at Chen. If Chen went to Yuanzi's house, of course Shaolin would also go. Okay, there's nothing to do when I go back anyway. Chen nodded lightly towards Yuanzi. You go, I won't follow you. Why don't you go back and drink? Mori Kogoro said listlessly. Mori Kogoro is gone. Only Chen, Shaolin and Sonoko are left. Oh yes. And there's Conan, who's working as a light bulb here. Conan, why didn't you leave with Uncle Mori? Sonoko looked at Conan and was a little reluctant to take him. Of course Conan refused to leave unless Shaolan also followed him. He had to be wary of what Hyuga Chen did to Shaolan. He followed Sonoko and came to her house. Sonoko's parents were not at home, nor was her sister at home. There are only housekeepers and babysitters in the house. Yuanzi, your home is really big. Shaolin said. This is still Shaolin. The first time I came to the garden's house. Although it's big, it's very empty. There aren't many people in the house. Yuanzi said depressedly. Although she is the second lady of the Suzuki Foundation. But at home, she is also very lonely, and her sister is busy with her studies. While her parents were busy with the consortium, Sonoko was lonely since she was a child. Fortunately, I have Shaolan as a good friend. Miss, are these your friends? The butler asked Sonoko. When you have time to think, yes, you can go and prepare a sumptuous dinner. Sonoko said to the housekeeper that the dinner was really very rich. Chen and the others couldn't eat it. Fosga, Sonoko, you have prepared too many things. 7 Bulan said speechlessly. Haha, Shaolin, you are. It was my first time visiting my house, and of course I had to prepare a lot. Sonoko said with a big laugh. Don't make such a loud laugh, it will affect your image. Chen put a hand on Sonoko's head and said. Brother, that woman hasn't come yet. The vodka look is a little ugly, etc. Jin looked up at vodka lightly and then said. But brother, absinthe is too disrespectful to you. Brother, didn't you say that absinthe has betrayed the organization? In this case, we can't you just kill her directly. Vodka is very angry. To let his elder brother wait for such a long time is disrespect to his elder brother, so Vodka is very angry. Vodka respects his elder brother very much, and no one is allowed to disrespect his elder brother. I asked you to wait, didn't you understand what I said? Jin's eyes showed murderous intent, which made Vodka shut up instantly. Jin's eyes released murderous intent, that is to kill, but Vodka knows that Jin never will play with him. Whether he is a companion or not, as long as Jin is angry, a bullet will definitely pierce his head. After a long time, Belmod came to this bar, which is also a liaison of the Black Organization. After seeing Ramad coming, Jin suddenly clenched his fists and stared at her with two pairs of cold eyes filled with murderous intent. Belmod completely ignored Jin's murderous eyes, and since Guz sat down. Jin whined, "What's your business with me? I'm very busy and I don't have time to waste with you." Belmod said lightly, "Did you betray the organization?" Sejiu stood up. The sharp moonlight stared at Belmod. Facing Jin's terrifying eyes, Belmod didn't have the slightest panic. His face was calm, and in the light it even revealed a faint disdain. "If you don't speak, you just admit it. I didn't blame Vodka for self-assertion. All those who betrayed the organization will die." Now Jin has mastered the evidence. It can be definitively proved that Belmod is betraying the organization, but Jin did not expect that Belmod would actually dare to come here. "Did you come here just to ask me this boring question?" Belmod said that such a big thing as betraying the organization was a boring question, not to mention Vodka. Even Jin was full of anger. But Jin didn't show it on the face. "I just betrayed the organization, what can you do?" Belmod sneered at the Jin and Vodka. To be honest, to see the strength of Ramad now, even if the entire organization dispatched all efforts come to destroy her, it is definitely not her opponent. 843 Besides, she has her own man Hyuga-chen, even if she is an enemy of the world. So at this time, Belmod, but equals no face to the Black Organization. As for Sejiu, a pawn of a Black Organization uptak Belmod owes a big brother even to see equals eyes. Vodka shouted at Jin, meaning to ask what happened to Jin. In fact, if Jin knew that Belmod was a traitor according to Jin's past character, he would definitely kill Belmod with one shot. But now Jin has some concerns. He didn't dare to do anything at all. "What is your relationship with him? Is it because of him that you betrayed the organization?" And then after Jinju escaped, he secretly began to investigate Chen. There is some information that Chen has not hidden on the surface. Of course Jinju knows that the policewoman who brought him down has something to do with Hyuga Chen. Belmod, it has something to do with Hyuga Chen. Even the super strong Miyano Akemi, who has changed inexplicably, is also related to Hyuga Chen and lives in Hyuga Chen's house. It is because of the investigation Chen that Jin knows that Belmod is now he has already betrayed the organization. And now, in addition to seeing Remodexing for inquiries, he also wants to obtain some information about Hyuga Chen. This is the purpose of Sejiu. 909th chapter. Bad me good, Absinthe, as long as you tell me his information, the organization cannot pursue you. Otherwise, you will be endlessly hunted down by the organization. Jin said coldly when he saw Ramad. "Are you threatening me?" Belmod's eyes became cold, as if they could freeze the surrounding air. A strong aura was released from Belmod. Jin and Vodka seemed to have come to the plateau area under Belmod's momentum, and it was difficult to breathe. Jin subconsciously held the gun and looked at Belmod with some difficulty. There is such a thing as momentum. For example, his Jin also has its own momentum, and once he gets serious, it will make people scared. But he didn't expect that one day he would have difficulty breathing when he was oppressed by others' aura. A deadly sense of crisis. And Vodka, don't look at how tall he is. But at this time, like a quail, he didn't dare to speak at all. And Guang looked carefully at Belmod and Jin. Between these two bosses, Vodka still felt that it would be better to make a little transparent. Belmod suddenly stood up. Jin suddenly became nervous, and the hand holding the gun became even tighter, as if Belmod was as terrifying as a wild beast. However, Belmod didn't pay any attention to the meaning of Jin, stood up and left here directly. After Belmod left, the Jin, who was under the pressure of the giant wife, finally broke out in cold sweat, and couldn't help but wipe the sweat with his hands. When facing Belmod just now, Jinju really felt the pressure of the strong, and he seemed to die from the oppression. "Big brother," Vodka called out to Jin. Jin came back to his senses, glanced at Vodka, and said, "Let's go." And about that Hyuga Chen, do you still need to investigate? Vodka asked Jin. If you are not afraid of death, you can stay here. Investigate Shiel. Jin's voice was extremely cold. Let Vodka stop talking. Chen, Shaolin, don't you really want to stay for one night? Yuanzi asked Chen and Shaolin. No, I think it's better to open higher. Shaolin shook her head. All right then, pay attention to safety on the road. Yuanzi waved at Chen and Shaolin. There is another Conan, but now Conan has been ignored by Sonoko. Shaolan, let me take you home first. Chen said to Shaolan. Yeah, Shaolin nodded. Soon they came to the Maori detective office, and then Shaolin and Conan got off the bus. At this time, just when Chen was about to leave, the elementary school suddenly stopped Chen. Chen, it's already so late. Why don't you rest here for a night? Shaolin said following Yuhi's expression. Invite a guy to stay overnight. Shaolin was still embarrassed. But it happened once last time, and Shaolin wasn't too shy next to Conan. It's a complete frying pan, what? Shaolin actually wanted this guy Hyuga Chen to live here. If he really stayed for one night. Where do you live? Conan immediately felt a bad feeling in his heart. Sister Shaolin, there are no extra rooms at home. Conan interrupted quickly. Shaolin looked at Conan in shock, because she almost forgot that there was another Conan, and now Conan's sense of existence is too weak. Although we don't have a room, Chen and I can make do with it at night. Shaolan whispered. Conan really fried the pot, and a blood rushed to his heart, and there was a feeling that he wanted to hit the wall. If the two of them really make do with one night, then Shaolin has not been taken advantage of by this guy, and such a thing cannot be allowed to happen. As long as Conan thinks that Chen and Shaolin are sleeping on a chuang, even if he really doesn't do anything, Conan will have an urge to die. Okay, since Shaolin has sincerely invited you, let's stay here for one night. Chen gave Conan a playful look. Of course, after hearing Chen's words, Conan exploded directly on the spot. No, Sister Shaolin, I absolutely disagree. Conan shouted angrily. Boss, Miss Shaolin, what are you doing here? The door of the coffee shop was opened, and Mo Benzi came out, looking at Chen and Shaolin suspiciously. Before, she saw Chen's car inside, and then came out to see her unreliable boss. After seeing Mo Benzi, Shaolan did not invite Chen to stay here. Shyly ran upstairs. The previous invitation to Chen would not have been heard by Miss Moben, right? Shaolin ran upstairs because of the harm, which made Chen very helpless. After Conan glared at Chen angrily, he also went upstairs. What's the situation? Momoto Azusa looked puzzled. It's all about you, it's bad for me. After Chen got out of the car, he couldn't help knocking on the head of Mo Benzi, who didn't know anything. Why are you knocking me? I'm kind. It's too much to come out and see you. Mo Benzi said dissatisfiedly. I didn't let you come out to see me. Chen said angrily. By the way, boss, this is the account book for this month, and the money earned this month, I'll pass it on to you. Mo Benzi took out a small book and handed it to Chen. You don't need to transfer it to me. You can keep it for now. Chen was not interested in reading this ledger. Ah, boss, are you trying to take care of me? Mo Benzi looked at Chen with a look of anticipation. I'll take care of you as a ghost, let's go. Chen directly got into the car and left with a confused look on Mo Benzi's face. Momoto Azusa stood on the side of the road for a while, a little confused, so he went back to the store. After Chen returned home, Belmod, Mawako and the others hadn't slept yet. You haven't rested yet, Chen said as he sat down and took a sip. What you drink, Wang Zhao, is my water. Xiao Ai kicked Chen angrily with her little foot. It doesn't matter, I don't care. You don't care, but I do. Xiao Saro hummed. Didn't you go out with Shaolin? Why did you come back? I thought you wouldn't come back tonight. Belmod said, it wasn't originally going to come back. It's a pity that it was destroyed by a confused clerk. Chen spread his hands and said. Yukiko sighed, feeling that her son, Shinichi, really has no hope at all, and she has been back for a few months now, and she hasn't seen Shinichi yet, and I don't know where he ran. Where it goes. I don't know if something really happened to him, but Yukiko didn't want to worry about it anymore. Anyway, the wings are hard, and she doesn't need to be in control. Xiao Ai heard Chen's words. There was a feeling of sourness in her heart, and then Xiao Ai, who was jealous, raised her foot and kicked Chen Yi again. Chapter 910. The Seduction of the Female Teacher. Xiao Ai, study hard when you go to school. I'll come and pick you up when you come back. Chen patted Xiao Ai's head and said it today as Chen sending Xiao Ai to school, hey. Xiao Ai opened Chen's hands, and looked at him dissatisfiedly. Xiao Ai doesn't like someone touching her head, because it makes her feel like she is a child. Did Chen treat her as a child? Yeah. Xiao Ai, brother Chen sent you here. Bu after seeing Xiao Ai, Mei's eyes lit up, and then she ran towards Chen. Hi Hara-san, who is this? A somewhat charming voice came. Two women with good looks and a little revealing dress came over. It seemed that Xiao Ai's old and Xiao Ai frowned when they saw this woman. This woman was the teacher in her class. But Xiao Ai knew that this woman's reputation was not very good. What are you running over now? Is it for this guy? Xiao Ai raised her head and glanced at Chen, her eyes showing dissatisfaction. He's not me. Xiao Ai pushed Chen and asked Chen to click quickly. Chen also glanced at the female teacher, who was giving Chen a wink. A dark look. .150 but Chen has no interest at all. Xiao Ai, I'll go first. Come back to pick you up. Chen waved at Xiao Ai. Then turn away. Chen drove away, but the female teacher felt dissatisfied. Seeing such a handsome guy, she actually let him go away. If you can spend a spring night with this handsome guy, it would be worth dying. But it doesn't matter, since I know that Haiyuan Jing has a relationship with that handsome guy. Hi Hara-san, was that your brother just now? Mr. Fujimoto, why are you asking so many questions? Xiao Ai's voice was cold. This female teacher is called Fujimoto K. I heard that the parents who had seduced the students also had an unclear relationship with some male teachers in the school. Xiao Ai was a little disgusted with Fujimoto Kahui, especially this woman seemed to put the moonlight on that guy. Fujimoto Shangwei was coldly scolded by Xiao Ai. Her face was a little ugly, she was a teacher and a student. Of course, she was not happy. I just feel that there is something wrong with Haibara's homework, and I need your parents to come over. Fujimoto Kahui said lightly. These words are very lethal to ordinary students, such as Ayumi and Tanyu next to him looking at Xiao Ai. And how could Xiao Ai be afraid of such a little threat? She didn't ignore Fujimoto Shangwei at all, and directly dragged Ayumi into the school gate. Xiao Ai, is there something wrong? Fujimoto-sensei seems to be very angry. Ayumi looked at Xiao Ai worriedly. It's okay. Xiao Ai shook her head gently and Fujimoto Shangwei didn't deliberately trouble Xiao Ai, because she was still thinking of Chen, in case it was because of Xiao Ai's trouble. How to be disgusted. At noon, Xiao Ai ate at the school, and ate the bento prepared by Mingmei. And in the evening, Chen came to the school gate again to pick up Xiao Ai back. When Chen just arrived at school, I saw that the female teacher I saw in the morning is now standing with Xiao Ai. Hello, my name is Fujimoto Kahui, and I'm Xiao Ai's teacher. Fujimoto Kahui smiled and reached out to Chen. Before Chen didn't move, Xiao Ai snorted coldly, Mr. Fujimoto, since my brother has already come. You too, don't worry about my safety. Let's go. Xiao Ai took Chen's hand and looked at all he didn't look at Fujimoto Kagami. This woman is after school. He followed her stubbornly, saying that it was not safe for her to stand alone at the school gate. What was her idea in Xiao Ai's heart? Xiao Ai's heart was very clear, that little effort could not hide Xiao Ai at all. Wait. Fujimoto Shangwei shouted after finally waiting for Chen to come, how could she easily let go of this opportunity? Chen is the most handsome man she has ever met. I want to visit Xiao Ai's house. BBB, may I ask? Fujimoto Kagami gave Chen a deliberate wink. In order to seduce Chen, she deliberately dressed up today, and even the clothes she wore were more revealing than when we met in the morning. It's about to go away. But Fujimoto Kahui didn't care at all, and instead deliberately disappeared in front of Chen. Obviously, she wanted to seduce Chen. However, Chen is not interested in her at all, not to mention that she dresses like a street girl. Even her appearance can only be regarded as a general look only through magic makeup, and after removing the makeup, I still don't know what the hell is. What does it look like? Sorry, it's a little inconvenient now. Chen refused without hesitation, and Chen was not surprised by Ping Xiaoai's rejection. In Xiaoai's view, although Chen was too perverted, but not to the point of eating everything, he definitely doesn't like this woman. Well, that's fine. Fujimoto Shangwei didn't want to be shameless. Chen drove away from Xiaoai and sat in the co-pilot, snorting coldly. Some people are very attractive. Are they very happy in their hearts? Why don't they bring their husbands to visit? Maybe something else could happen. Who are some people in your mouth, Xiaoai? Chen asked with a chuckle. By the way, were you jealous just now? What am I jealous? Xiaoai wouldn't admit that she was jealous, but she was really upset just now, and she wanted to destroy that woman. After adding fuel to the story, the eyes of Belmont and the others turned to Chen. Hey, you look at me like that kind of woman. Chen took a sip of juice and said, oh, then if you say that. If you really like it, will you bring someone back? Mawako asked Chen with dangerous eyes. If it does not meet the standard, if it is one who looks as beautiful as you, maybe I have brought it back now. Chen leaned back on the sofa and said, shame, to actually say such a thing. The little Izumi Yuhiko gave Chen a contemptuous look. Chen spread his hands, and didn't feel that he had any brazenness at all. I really want to hit you. Xiaoai bit Kiba and said, gnashing her teeth. If it was her beautiful female teacher, Chunko Kobayashi, that would mean that Chen had already brought it home. However, Kobayashi Sumiko's character can do such shameless things. Not to mention deliberately seduce. I'm telling you, that woman is dirty, you'd better stay away from that woman. Xiaoai said to Chen. In fact, even if Xiaoai didn't talk to Chen, he wouldn't be interested in that kind of woman. Chapter 911. Kuroba Chikage, school is about to take an exam, are you going? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen, if you don't go, I won't stay at all, right? It's comfortable at home. Chen stretched his waist and said, if you don't go to school, the teacher will trouble you. Trouble me? Haven't I already arranged everything? Money can solve all problems. He spent a lot of money, and the principal directly told all the teachers to leave his business alone. English teacher Judy, little Izumi Yuhiko nibbled at the snack. Said, oh. Chen nodded, she probably had other purposes. Chen still knew, but ignored the woman Judy. If she's looking for trouble, she's looking for trouble. Chen Tan spread his hands and said it didn't matter at all. Let's go, Xiaoai, I'll take you to school. Chen has nothing to do at home, that is, he just sent Xiaoai to go to school, and it can be considered that he has found a job for himself. Xiaoai, don't fight in school. After arriving at the school, Chen waved to Xiaoai and said. Xiaoai gave Chen Yi a Byakugan angrily, and then Chen and the others met the teacher from yesterday. Before the teacher named Fujimoto Kage came over, Chen drove the car and didn't go back. Chen drove the car to the bar. Although it was too early, there was a bar that opened for 24 hours. Business. The kind of business. However, there are not many people in the bar, certainly not as many as in the evening. As soon as Chen sat down, a woman came over to chat up. Handsome guy. Alone. Would you like to have a drink? A very revealing woman came over. Fuck off. Chen waved his hands angrily, wearing makeup like a ghost. Dare to run over to chat with him. I really don't know who gave this woman the courage. The woman's face was ashen, and she left with a cold snort. Drinking alone. Don't you feel lonely? Zaichen was drinking alone. Another woman came over and sat directly opposite Chen. Originally, Chen wanted to let the other party roll over, but it seemed that the other party was too beautiful, and did not belong to Belmont or Yukiko. So Chen's rolling word was not spoken out, which affected him to drink, and if it was a beautiful woman, it would be another matter. Chen is such a reality. Shuhen, do you want to have a few drinks with the beauty? Chen smiled and invited the woman. The woman looked at Chen deeply, smiled lightly and sat down. What to drink? Whatever. The woman slacked off, revealing exquisite curves. Without saying a word, Chen asked the bartender for a few bottles of spirits. Are you trying to get me drunk? The woman asked towards Chen. Yeah, women don't get drunk, men don't have a chance. By the way, beauty, my name is Hyuga Chen, what's your name? Chen asked the woman casually. My name is Heyu Chenying. Hearing the name of Heyu Chenying, a light flashed in Chen's eyes. Heyu Chenying, very familiar, this is not Kuroba Kuito's mother, Miss Chenying, the name is very nice. Chen suddenly got closer, and stretched out his hand to embrace Kuroba Chikage's waist. Then he suddenly relaxed and leaned against Shang Chen with a charming face. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched. Although I don't know why Kuroha Chikage is stalking him, and why he is close to him, he is right that it is cheap. Before that, Chen discovered that a beautiful woman was following him. But he did not know that she is Kuroha Chikage. But she is known as a strange lady, and she is Kuroba Kuito's mother. Chen's hand began to take advantage of Heyu Chenying's body. Although Heyu Chenying was stiff and wanted to resist, but because of her purpose, she could only endure and let Chen take advantage. In fact, Kuroha Chikage learned from Kuroha Kato that this person was called Hyuga Chen. It is very likely that she knew the truth about Kuroba Ruichi's death. That's why she came to follow Chen on purpose and approached him by the way. He wants to investigate the cause of Kuroba Ruichi's death. Chen doesn't care what her purpose is. Anyway, I came here to get close to myself, and if I didn't take advantage of it, I would be sorry for myself. Come, have a glass of wine. Chen picked up equals glass of wine. Handed it to Kuroba Chikage. Kuroba Chikage drank it in one gulp. Zhao Zijia, although she often drinks some wine when she is free, but when has she ever drank this kind of strong flour? 0 inches HMPH, when I get the information I want, I must let you it's beautiful, I'll ask you to pay it back. Kuroba Chenying Shaoli thought angrily. If she hadn't wanted to know the cause of Kuroba Ruichi's death too much, she wouldn't have come to sell her color, and she wouldn't have suffered this crime. Chen smiled lightly and praised, Miss Chenying is really good at drinking. But do you feel a little dizzy now? With a weird smile, there was a bad feeling in her heart. It's okay to be dizzy, I've put medicine in the wine, how can I not be dizzy? Chen Tan said lightly, what, you actually drugged in the wine? A panic flashed in Heyu Chenying's eyes. Although she wanted to betray her looks, she didn't think about losing her body, she wanted to struggle to get up, but how could she be able to break free from Chen's arm? Miss Chenying, what are you doing? Let go of me, let me go. Heyu Chenying shouted coldly towards Chen. I'm just joking with you, why are you so excited? Chen let go of Heyu Chenying Tan and said. Miss Chenying didn't feel dizzy before drinking. This is actually a very normal thing. And I didn't even touch the bottle. You don't think I really took the medicine? Thinking that this man would be so bad, he actually deceived her and said that he had put medicine in it. I tell you, I'm not a random woman. Kuroba Chikage, who stood up, sat down again. It's all been taken so cheaply. If you leave now in anger, it will be a waste. Cheap cannot be taken in vain. Well, I believe in Miss Chenying. Chen picked up the wine glass and said with a small sip. Miss Chenying, what are you doing sitting so far away that we can't hear anything? Chen said to Heyu Chenying. The bar is not a quiet izakaya. The music is playing here. If you don't get close, you really can't hear it. But Chen said that he couldn't hear the voice, which is really pure nonsense. Heyu Chenying hesitated for a moment, then approached Chen too firmly. Chapter 912. Heyu Chenying, Sister Chenying, take the liberty to ask, how old are you? Chen asked Heyu Chenying, don't you know that a woman's age is a taboo? Kuroba Chenkage said with a chuckle. It won't be Mrs. Age. So I'm embarrassed to say it. Chen had a smile on his face, a teasing smile. Kuroba Chikage's face darkened. Did you say such a thing? Kuroba Chikage was holding back a bottle of wine. The thought that hit Chen's face was, I'm 26 this year. 26 3 inches. Chen looked at Heyu Chenying with contempt. Although he only looked at the appearance, Heyu Chenying said that even if he was 22, there were people who believed him. But Chen knows her details. This is probably at least 10 years old. What? Don't you believe it? 5 or 8 fog, ___. I really don't believe it. It looks like you. There should be 36, right? Chen looked up and down Hei Chenying a glance, then said. Kuroba Chikage was a little annoyed, but it was true, she was indeed 36 years old. But how did he know? Did he really see it? Kuroba Chikage couldn't help touching his face. Did he look old? That's right, 36 was considered old in Kuroba Chenying's eyes. Kuroba Chikage was depressed and did not want to speak, so she picked up a glass of wine. Drink it on your own. Come, drink with me. Kuroba Chenkage took the bottle and poured another glass. Kuroba Chikage thinks that she has a good amount of alcohol, so she wants to get Chen drunk. Want to set something in Chen's here. I don't know how Kato knew. This man knows the truth about Akatsuki's death. Kuroba Chikage whispered to himself. In fact, Chikage Kuroha also asked Kuroba Kato, but Kuroba Kato didn't say anything. I've finished drinking, what about you? You can't drink my woman, right? Kuroba Chenying said provocatively towards Chen. Because. It was the first time that Kuroba Chikage was a little uncomfortable drinking this kind of alcohol with a high alcohol content. Yuhi's face turned pale, but she wasn't drunk, at least she wasn't drunk yet and she didn't think she would get drunk so easily. You drink like this, but it hurts your stomach. Chen seemed to remind him very kindly. Shout tilde, if it's not to hurt the stomach, what are you drinking for? Kuroba Chian leaned back and said after being influenced. What you said makes sense. Chen picked up the wine glass. He and Kuroba Chikage will stay with him until the end. Kuroha Chikage has an idea in his heart. Chen also knows this, but she just drank it in the hospital. It's impossible to get Chen drunk. After drinking glass of white wine, the wine bottles increased one by one, and Kuroba Chenying's whole body leaned on Chen's body. This time it was not her intention, she really couldn't hold it anymore. Forget it. Still don't drink. I must drink you down. Hei Chenying couldn't even tell what she said. She drank too much. It's really hard to feel the feeling of wanting ye but ye can't come out. It's like dying, but even so. Hei Chenying is still insisting Chen didn't know what Hei Chenying was thinking. But since she had this interest, Chen naturally accompanied her. Half an hour passed quickly. Do you still want to drink? Chen asked Hei Chenying. Although it was an inquiry, Chen also knew that Hei Chenying would definitely not be able to drink it. Drink, continue, I haven't drunk you yet. Check out. Chen called the waiter over, swiped the card directly to check out, and then left here with Chikage Kuroba, who didn't know the south, east, west, and west. If you drink again, this woman is really going to be admitted to the hospital. Chen brought Chikage Kuroha to the hotel. Otherwise, where else can I go? I can't take Kuroba Chenying home. If I take her back, I will definitely be misunderstood. I don't know how to do it. After all, she is a beautiful woman, so how can you throw her away? Tisk tisk, I really don't know if you are stupid or stupid, and you dare to get drunk with strangers. Chen put down Hei Chenying and said suddenly. Hei Chenying sat up. Chen, who was going to open high, saw that Hei Chenying did not leave, and was speechless all night. The next morning, Kuroba Chenying woke up with a headache. In fact, it was more than just a headache. Kuroba Chenying had no strength and physical strength, as if it had disappeared. Chikage Kuroba opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little dull, and all the pictures from yesterday flashed in her mind. Actually last night, Hei Chenying had already woken up, thinking of what happened in the sky. Hei Chenying's expression was a little painful. Originally, I just wanted to get some information, but now the information has not been obtained, but I have paid for it myself. This should be the real loss. Now she wants to call herself stupid. Why did she turn her head so stupidly? Kuroba Chikage looked at Hyuga Chen with a very complicated look in her eyes. There is hatred, resentment, and a special emotion. But she doesn't seem to have the right to hate. Yesterday, after she woke up later, she didn't resist. If you want to hate, I'm afraid you have to hate yourself too. Yo, are you awake? Chen opened his eyes. He looked at Chikage Kuroba with a smile. After Chen opened her eyes, Hei Chenying's eyes slammed, her palm turned into a knife, and then the hand knife hit Chen. equals the attack is Chen's neck. This is the weak part of the human brain. With her strength, killing is definitely not impossible in the face of Kuroha Chikage's attack. Chen didn't resist, just quietly watching Kuroha Chikage's attack. However, when the Black Feather King Shadow waved his knife to Chen's neck, suddenly stopped. A blow with all the strength. Originally, he wanted to kill Chen in anger, but at the last moment, he couldn't do it. Heiyu Chenying didn't know why she didn't take 2.8, but at the moment when she was about to hit Zongchen, she really stopped, and then found that she couldn't take it at all, as if she didn't want to kill this person generally. This discovery made Heiyu Chenying's heart even more complicated, and her expression was very dazed. Kuroha Chikage is a very strong woman, but she shed tears at this time. Chen looked at the crying Black Feather Chenying and he didn't know how to comfort him. In fact, he could just leave yesterday. Then it will never happen, but Chen is not a good person. He is not anything. Let's talk about it. Heiyu Chenying deliberately came to him. Chen also knew that, and in his heart, he wanted to make Heiyu Chenying pay some price. Chapter 913. Hyuga Chen and Kuroha Chikage looked at each other, and Kuroha Chikage looked at him angrily, with a sullen look in his eyes. Heiyu Chenying wanted to do it, but the opportunity was right in front of her, but at this time she did choose to give up. Why don't you do it? Chen had a faint smile on his face, and I have to say that this time with Heiyu Chenying is really worth the aftertaste. Kuroha Chenying didn't say a word. She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart at this time. Her eyes were a little confused. Chen got up, put on his clothes, and took out a silver card. The password for this silver card is 6 2s. I don't even remember how much it has. It's just compensation for you. Chen put the silver card on the table and said to the confused Black Feather Chikage, slowly regaining her senses. She immediately became angry, anger rising from the top of her head. Is she taking her as someone? Is she taking her as a street girl on the side of the road? Just give me some stinky money. At this moment, Kuroha Chikage regrets very much. When he was only 17 years old, why didn't he directly start and kill this abominable bastard? That's right. If Miss Chenying is lonely in the future, you can contact me. I'll be happy to help, but then I'll collect the money. Chen's face wore a hateful smile. Black Feather Chikage bursts into Yuhi for a while, and the angry look wants to eat Chen. Chen ignored Kuroha Chenying's angry eyes, and then left here in a dashing manner. Only Kuroha Chenying lying on Simmons was angry. This damn bastard, I didn't even leave a contact information, how can I contact you? Contact the fart. Kuroha Chikage is going to kill this bastard, and after Hyuga Chen walked out, he touched his nose and said softly, I seem to have become a ruthless scumbag. It is estimated that Kuroha Chikage hates killing him now. Indeed, Kuroha Chikage's hatred of Hyuga Chen had reached its peak now. She never thought that she would hate someone so much. If Chen is still in front of her now, even if he bites, Kuroha Chikage will bite him to death. Bastard. I won't give up, I'll make you pay the price. The woman with hatred in her heart is very scary. The current Black Feather Chikage is very scary. Taken away my virginity. So easy as like getting out, not so easy. It would be cheap for him to die, and Heiyu Chenying would make him suffer for the rest of his life. Kuroha Chikage began to plan in her heart. How to get revenge on this abominable scumbag. I don't know what Heiyu Chenying planned to get revenge on him. Now that he has returned home and saw Xiao Ai at home, Chen was stunned for a moment, and then asked strangely, Xiao Ai, why didn't you go to school? Today is the weekend, where did you go yesterday? Xiao Ai asked Chen with a scrutiny. Suddenly, Xiao Ai's sensitive nose smelled a fragrance, which belonged to a woman. Did you hang out with a woman last night? Xiao Ai looked at Chen with cold eyes, as if her wife had caught her cheating husband. What a fool, what is it that sounds so ugly? Chen waved his hand and said. When you say that, it means that you admit 9. Xiao Ai's heart was full of resentment, and she had the urge to take a kitchen knife and chop up Chen. Chen didn't know that Xiao Ai's heart was so irritable. It does have a different scent. Seeing Ermad approaching Chen's side, she also smelled this scent, and a feeling of dissatisfaction arose in her heart. Tisk tisk tilde. Kudo Yukiko tutted twice, and then looked at Chen with a scumbag. At the same time, I thought of Chen going out and fooling around. She was also a little unhappy in her heart. No, this guy Hyuga-chan went out to fool around. What does it have to do with her? The girls didn't seem to give Hyuga-chan a good face, even the gentle Akemi was stern. Who is that woman fooling around with you? Belmod asked Chen angrily. Kuroba Chikage, I don't know if you know 2 inches. Chen suddenly gave Belmod and Yukiko Kudo a strange look. Belmod and Kudo Yukiko have learned disguise with Kuroba Ruichi, so Kuroba Ruichi should be their teacher, isn't Kuroba Chikage their teacher? After hearing who Chen said, Belmod and Yukiko Kudo stared at each other. What do you mean Kuroba Chikage? Kudo Yukiko stood up suddenly and looked at Chen in surprise. Belmod was surprised, but did not show it. Who is Heiyu Chenying? Xiao Ai's eyes flashed with cold light. Yukiko sat down, although she hoped that it was just the same name, but her intuition told her that the Haya Chenying that Chen was talking about was the black feather Chenying she knew. It's just that Kuroha Chikage is not too different in age from her, but she can be regarded as her good mother. Hyuga Chen and her mother-in-law got together. To Yukiko's heart is a bit awkward. What is the situation? According to her understanding, Kuroba Chikage should not be the kind of person who would cheat, even if Kuroba Pirate, one has been dead for 8 years. Nor will it do so. Besides, he was still hanging out with Hyuga Chen, so he really knows how to eat young grass. Yukiko thought with an unhappy heart. How did you meet? Belmod asked Chen. Of course we met in a bar. Knowing 9 in a bar, Yukiko immediately thought of having sex after drinking. Could it be because of being drunk? Did you just get one piece? On the other hand, Kuroba Chikage has recovered, but her body is still a little sore, and her face is wet. Yuhi. But the current black feather Chikage. She is much more beautiful than before, and her skin has become more radiant. At this time, Kuroha Chikage was investigating Chen's information on the internet. As a former phantom thief lady, she is also an excellent black. Although there is not much information found, but Kuroha Chikage has also successfully found Chen's phone number and address. This is also Chen before leaving. The reason for not giving Kuroha Chikage's contact information is because Chen knows that with Kuroha Chikage's ability, he can definitely investigate. I am studying at Deaton High School. I often miss classes, and I suspect that I like a girl named Maulilan. Kuroba Chikage looked at the messages. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but after seeing Maulilan's photo, Kuroba Chikage couldn't help but be stunned for a while. How is this Morilan so similar to Nakamori Aoko? The similarity between the two is as high as 10% or more. They are simply twins, but these are not what Kuroba Chikage should pay attention to for the time being. What she cared about was that bastard Hyuga Chen, but she swore it. Make sure to make Hyuga Chen pay. As for how to make him pay for it, certainly not directly kill him. Kuroba Chikage felt that killing him would definitely be cheaper for him. Of course, mainly because Kuroha Chikage didn't want to kill him at all in his heart. Maybe Kuroha Chikage didn't feel it herself. Chapter 914. The game hall took the initiative to ask to come out, or come to this kind of game. After Chen and Xiaoai walked into the game room, Chen said softly. If you don't want to accompany me, then go back. Xiaoai glanced at him coldly, as if she was still angry. Because she didn't return home the day before yesterday and night. She also got into trouble with 2 women. Xiaoai has been sulking for 2 days. Not even he. I know why I'm angry. What do you want to play with? Chen asked Xiaoai after exchanging the game currency. This game Animation City is relatively large and basically has all kinds of things, even not far from the side. Still they're holding a small comic exhibition. Xiaoai looked around, and then chose an arcade fighting game. Chen didn't expect Xiaoai to choose this kind of game. I didn't expect Xiaoai to like this arcade fighting game. Chen sat next to Xiaoai and said. She snorted softly, and didn't look at Chen. She chose characters for herself. After a few minutes, Xiaoai stood up from her seat coldly. The 3 characters she controlled had already passed. All the characters controlled by Chen were killed. Oh, sorry, I should have let you go. Chen shrugged with a smile on his face. Xiaoai looked at Chen lightly. Why didn't he see that you wanted to let me go, and Xiaoai didn't want to be let go by Chen? This is not fun. Let's change to a new one that originally wanted to discuss this arcade fighting game. Beating Chen, done with a sigh of relief. However, because Xiaoai has never been in contact with arcade games, she is naturally not an opponent. In fact, Chen rarely plays arcade games, but it's still okay to abuse Kai. Obviously Xiaoai is Kai. There is a virtual combat game console here, do you want to try it? Chen pointed to a game console not far away. Virtual combat game consoles, this kind of thing is too advanced in this era. But this world is not normal, so it is not surprising. If you are attacked here, you will also feel some numbness in the place where you were beaten. Do you want to try? -19 inches children are not allowed to play. Xiaoai pointed at the sign next to it, and children are not allowed to play this kind of game at all. Although Xiaoai is not actually a child, she looks like a child now. That's a pity. Chen took Xiaoai to other places, and immediately walked over to see the instrument with a photo too. Chen hugged Xiaoai. Xiaoai did not refuse. It's actually pretty good for two people to shoot two head posts. Chen heard a familiar shout just after Bobao's photo was posted. It was Sonoko's voice. Yuanzi and Shaolin. Chen looked at Yuanzi and Shaolin who came to his side and was surprised. As for Conan, who was following him, Chen ignored them. You guys have come to the game hall. Yeah, we're here to find you. Yuanzi nodded. She and Shaolin came here on purpose to find Chen. And Conan heard that Shaolin was looking for Chen, so he followed him shamelessly. As for Yuanzi and Shaolin, why did they know that he was in the game hall? Of course, this is what Chen told them. Originally, Shaolin and Yuanzi wanted to invite Chen out to play, but Chen refused and approached them to accompany Xiaoai to the game hall to play, so they came to the game hall to find Chen and even ran to the game hall several times. When Xiaoai saw the two of them, she was obviously a little dissatisfied in her heart. Soft, look, is that teacher Judy over there? Yuanzi patted Chen's shoulder. Immediately said to Chen. Chen's eyes looked over. It was really Judy. Did you come here to play games? Chen and the others looked at Judy. The keen Judy. At this time, Minkun also noticed the eyes of Chen and the others, and looked towards Chen and the others. HMPH, I met another woman. Xiaoai gently kicked Chen. Conan glanced at Xiaoai strangely. This Haiyuan classmate, shouldn't he like this guy Hyuga Chen? What are you looking at? Xiaoai gave Conan a cold look. It made Conan shudder, and his body seemed to be frozen. Conan couldn't believe that such indifferent eyes were actually sent by Xiaoai. High approximately 1 inch Judy put down the gun in her hand. They walked towards Chen. So you guys came to the arcade too? Judy said in some soft Japanese. Mr. Judy, you actually come here to play games. Sonoko looked at teacher Judy a little weird. Well, I like playing games very much. I came to Shang from China because I wanted to play the games here. Shaolin and Yuanzi believed her words, and even Conan had no doubts, but thought the teacher was a game mad. But Chen didn't believe a word of her, but he was very clear about the purpose of Judy's coming here. Maybe Judy she really likes to play games. But she didn't come to Shang for the sake of, classmate 1 Hyuga, I haven't seen you in school for a long time. Judy put her eyes on Chen. Now Zhu Lei is still investigating Chen, but she has found nothing. I am sorry teacher Judy, because I have to be busy with some things, so I didn't go to school. Really I'm sorry to miss teacher Judy. Chen started talking nonsense with his eyes open, but now he has nothing to do. Really, I hope that Hyuga can finish sooner. Otherwise, your class will fall behind, and the teacher doesn't want you to fail the university entrance exam in the future. Judy said with great concern. Right, you should be. First come here for the second time. Teacher Judy nodded to Chenta Yuanzi and Shaolin. They were indeed. The first time I came here, of course Chen and Xiaoyuan also. First time here. As for Conan, let's ignore him for now. Conan feels like a superfluous person anyway. I'm very familiar with this place. Let me play with you. Judy is quite familiar with this place. This is a doll machine. You have seen it in the mall. Do you want to play with it? Judy pointed to the doll machine and asked. Doll machine. I like to play the most. I'm very good at catching dolls. Sonoko said very honestly. Straight. I don't believe it. Chen looked at Sonoko suspiciously. It seems that you won't believe me if I don't show you a show. Look at me. Sonoko walked over with a handful of game coins. Immediately after the coin was put in, the baby was caught. However, the doll here is not easy to catch, and it is impossible to catch it at all. The doll machines here are different from those in the shopping mall, and they are much more difficult to grasp than the doll machines in the shopping mall. Yuanzi tried more than a dozen times, but couldn't catch a doll, and suddenly felt a little ditched. Chapter 915. Offline PK. I don't want to play anymore, it's boring. Seeing that he hadn't caught the doll for a long time, Yuanzi immediately waved his hand. It's impossible for this doll machine to catch the doll. Xiaolan, you are lucky, do you want to try it? Yuanzi looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan is the goddess of luck, and there is absolutely no one who surpasses Xiaolan in terms of luck. This thing doesn't seem to be a matter of luck, it also requires skills. Xiaolan said. Come on, try it and you'll know when I want that little bear. Xiaolan, please help me catch it. Yuanzi said, holding Xiaolan's hand. Okay, but I'm not sure I can catch that little guy. Xiaolan put in 2 game coins. Controlling the joystick. In fact, playing this luck is also very important. No, Xiaolan successfully caught a little puppet. But this little puppet is not a bear, but a cute little penguin. Xiaolan, you are really amazing. Xiao Ai, try it too. Yuanzi looked at Xiao Ai who was standing next to Chen. Xiao Ai tried it in the past, but unfortunately she just caught it. Just fell down. It's boring. Xiao Ai pouted. This doll machine is so disrespectful. Cough cough. The real master is here. Tell me, what do you want? I can catch you at 480. Chen walked over and said. Really? Chen, you're not lying to us, are you? Sonoko didn't believe it. How difficult it is to catch the doll machine here. Sonoko, who has just used the soil at times, has a deep understanding. Of course not. Chen put in a few coins, and then directly grabbed the little bear that Yuanzi valued before. How's it going? Have you learned a lot now? What else do you want? Chen handed the bear to Yuanzi. And Yuanzi's eyes widened, and he actually caught it. Sonoko thought it was a joke. It's amazing. Sonoko couldn't help saying out loud. In Sonoko's eyes, L was really amazing. Can you help the teacher catch one too? Judy said to Chen. Chen glanced at Judy, then smiled slightly, and grabbed a puppet again, and then Chen also grabbed one for Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, this cute little pig is for you. It looks so cute like you. Chen said with a smile. Huh, L, Xiao Ai snorted coldly. Her expression was a little bad, as if she was angry. No, it seems that he was angry and raised his foot and stepped on Chen's foot. The virtual combat game machine here. You or HDH allow to play. Judy took Chen and the others to the virtual game console. Before, Chen and Xiao Ai had seen it, and they were most not interested in this. Xiao Ai was not interested, and children were forbidden to play. Because of the manipulation, if the character of 2 is attacked, it will also have a numb feeling, so children are not allowed to play. OSA, this game console. Xiaolan, sit down and try it. Judy pushed Xiaolan. Let Xiaolan sit down and try it. After Xiaolan sat down, her hands and feet were immediately tied. This is... Xiaolan suddenly panicked. Don't panic, see that character on the screen. Wave it. Start with the right hand. Judy instructed Xiaolan. Xiaolan rarely plays games, is it really okay? Sonoko looked at Xiaolan and said. Chen said with a light smile. Xiaolan, the characters in it are going to attack. Sonoko reminded Xiaolan. Xiaolan is still confused because he doesn't know how to play. The strong man has already been punched. The character controlled by Xiaolan was punched, and Xiaolan also felt the numbness on her face. Although it was not painful, it made her feel very uncomfortable. What's going on? Why is this happening? Xiaolan asked suspiciously. Xiaolan, this is the latest game console. If the characters are hit, you will feel it yourself. Judy explained to Xiaolan. But, how do I attack? Xiaolan asked in confusion. This is very simple, just wave your fists and feet. It's like fighting in real life. Judy explained to Xiaolan. Oh. Knowing how to fight, Xiaolan's eyes became sharp. She is a karate champion. She punched forward with a fist, then kicked her leg, continued to punch, and directly dropped the computer character inside to K0. Xiaolan, you are so amazing. Judy looked at Xiaolan in surprise. Of course, Xiaolan is the champion of the karate competition. Chen said with a smile. Xiaolan's combat power is definitely ranked in the entire Conan world. Of course, this is an unarmed battle without weapons. 2. Why did another character appear? Xiaolan looked at a character who appeared again, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This is someone playing online battle with you. Chen glancing at the person behind Xiaolan. The character on the screen is obviously the character controlled by Xiaolan. Ah, should I take up the fight? Xiaolan hesitated. Don't look at the computer she defeated before. Character. But she is still a rookie. If she encounters a master, I am afraid she will not be able to beat it. Although Xiaolan is very good at karate, she is playing a game and many moves cannot be used, and you is also not good at grasping it. The attack distance is high. I am sure about the challenge. Don't hesitate, Xiaolan, just take the fight directly. Sonoko shouted with interest. All right then. Xiaolan chose to fight, but this time Xiaolan lost. He still lost miserably. At this time, the person who chose to play online with Xiaolan stood up and walked towards this side. Okay, now that you have lost, then let the position go to you now. In using that golden throne, is my position. The man with yellow hair walked over and said, Damn, do you think this is your home? Why should we give up our place? Sonoko said with great dissatisfaction. Rookie like you are not worthy to play this kind of game. Wang Mao said disdainfully. Yo, you seem to be very powerful. Do you want us to come to PB? Chen's mouth showed a sneer. HMPH, it seems that you don't know my name. Well, if you lose, you flow quickly. As soon as this guy finished speaking, Tatsu slapped the man in the face, directly knocking the guy to the ground. The man who was slapped was a little dizzy, and it took a while to recover, and Kingo Oto stood up. He got up and looked at Chen angrily. Sorry, the PK I mentioned earlier was offline PK. Chen said lightly, would you like to try again? Kingo Oto is a tyrant here, how could he swallow this breath? He rushed towards Chen, but was knocked down by Chen's feet in an instant. Pain made him unable to climb up. Chen, it's okay, we don't want this position anymore. Xiaolan said quickly, hitting someone is wrong, if the other party calls the police, it will be troublesome. Chapter 916. Kingo Oto, damn it. Kingo Oto was beaten, but he could only swallow it. As for calling the police, I'm sorry, he's a loafing punk himself. There is a criminal record in the Metropolitan Police Department. So calling the police is absolutely impossible. And if you fight, it's not the opponent's opponent. It can only be a confession. Chen and the others left here to see other game facilities. Why is Xiaolan a karate champion, but still can't beat that guy? Sonoko said with some dissatisfaction. A game is always a game, even if it's simulating one's own attacks, but it's just a game. Don't you see the button on the controller you're holding? Through that button, it can be combined into different moves, beginners. In reality, no matter how good you are, you may not be able to beat a veteran. Chen said to them, Chen is very insightful, I have played this before. Judy nodded and said, so that's the way it is. With this thing, Xiaolan's strength can't be brought into play. Sonoko said depressedly, just play a game, if you lose, you don't need to be so serious. Xiaolan said to Yuanzi amusingly, although it's a game, but I also care about winning or losing. If I can win, of course I don't want to lose. This game is not suitable for you. Let's play this game of fishing. Chen brought Xiaolan and the others to another place. Aside, who said that? I am very talented in the game. If you don't believe it, let's try it. I promise to beat you. Sonoko said confidently. Okay, you're amazing. Chen and Xiaolan didn't believe it at all. Seeing their disbelief, Sonoko was really depressed. What is that big screen for? Shaolin asked strangely. You mean it's two screen? It's used to show the pictures of the battle. Especially the fighting type, such as your previous battle with that guy. Judy said to Xiaolan. Ah, doesn't that mean that Xiaolan's fiasco has been seen? Yuanzi shouted. Yuanzi, don't be so loud, okay. Xiaolan said to Yuanzi, but if it wasn't so loud, I wouldn't be able to hear it here. Sonoko said aloud. Indeed, because the voice here is so loud that I want to speak. It has to be a little too loud. Hey, someone is going to fight on the screen, who is it? Xiaolan saw the picture of Muli on the big screen, and it turned into a battle picture. It's the two of them fighting. A fat man came over and pointed to two people sitting not far away. One of these two people is Kengo Oto before, and the other is the home of some handsome guys. The guy you beat up before is called Kenzai Oto, and Guy Sate, who is known as Mi Waj, is actually a little bastard, but he is indeed very powerful. The fat man. To be honest, everyone in the game hall was very happy when the original player beat Kenzai Oto just now. This guy is arrogant here. Already, to the point of being unbearable. What about the other one? Can that person defeat that hateful guy? Sonoko asked Zhang Shumensi. Zhang Shumensi was this fat man. Beihu Lucas, who claims to be undefeated. If there is anyone who can defeat this bastard, he is the only one. Zhang Shumensi said. Wow, then this will be a very fierce battle. Judy said with interest and anticipation. It's a very exciting battle. Many people are here. They are watching this battle, and they want to know who will win. Zhang Shumensi nodded. Of course. Most of the people here want to see it. Kengo Oto was defeated. Let's play a racing game. Chen is not interested in watching fighting games like this for children. It's not interesting at all. Chen came to the seat of the racing game and sat down. Just after Chen sat down, Judy also did it. Would you like to stay with me? You play this game. If you lose, promise the opponent a condition. What do you think? Judy asked Chen. Okay, I have no opinion. Chen nodded lightly. Seeing Chen agreed, Che-Di showed a confident smile on her face. She is very familiar with the games here. On the contrary, she was with Shaolin and the others before. Knowing that Chen is still. It was the first time, so Judy was sure of winning. He Shenshi was very good at driving. It's about to start, Chen said after starting the game and saw the words, starting the game. Judy looked at it, and then said, how about we compare the distance of the test run? Flowers. Don't, it's a waste of time, my time is very precious, so let's see who crosses the finish line first. Chen said with a wave of his hand. That's fine. Anyway, no matter which competition it is, Judy absolutely believes it. She is impossible to lose. After Chen and the others ended, of course Chen won, leaving Judy's car far behind. Damn it. Again, I don't believe I won't win. Judy angrily asked to come again. No, it's boring, remember that you owe me a condition now. Chen waved his hand, and didn't mean to play again. Are you afraid of losing? Are you afraid that if you try again, you will lose to me? Judy asked Chen. Hee, you have to figure out, the one who loses now is you are not qualified to say this. Chen said with a smile. Chen, it seems that something happened. Shaolin shouted to Chen. Something happened. What happened? Someone died. Shaolin looked at Chen in surprise, and actually guessed right, someone died. The guy you beaten up before. Now dead. Xiao looked at Chen and said. Dead. Chen's reaction was quite dull. Dead people are also normal. In the world of Conan, undead people are the most abnormal. What's more, there is a guy like Conan, although he has always given Conan to him. I ignored it. But Conan, the god of death, is here. It seems that Kengo Oto has been favored by the god of death. Did this guy suddenly die while playing games? Some people whispered. Obviously there are many people who are dissatisfied with Oto Kengo. Conan is beside the corpse, watching Oto Kengo's corpse for examination, looking to find the cause of Oto Kenzai's death. Although it is said that it was sudden death, however, Conan does not believe that this is just a simple sudden death. Kingo Oto was in good condition before. It is impossible to die suddenly. There may be other reasons for this. It's better to call the police first. Chen said to Xiaolan. Yes. Call the police. Xiaolan immediately took out her mobile phone and started to call the police. Soon, the police officer Yimu came here. The speed of the police is really top-notch. Maybe it's because of the frequent occurrence of cases. Chapter 117. Become a suspect. Are you sure? He died while playing games. Officer Yuj asked. Well, he died suddenly while he was playing the game. The game is not over yet. Xiaolan pointed to the screen. Now the game on the screen tomb is still locked on the page that ends at the last time. We all saw it on the big screen during the duel. When he was about to win, the character suddenly stopped moving, and then we found out. Xiaolan's moonlight looked at Kingo Oto's body. Next, did you find that he was dead? And the tomb police officer touched his chin. If you say that, it was an accident. Did he die playing a game? The deceased is called Oto. Shanwu, 21 years old this year, has no job before. Most people say that he has bad behavior, usually in this 470 inches game center. Everyone has a bad opinion of him. Takagishi told all the things he had investigated since to the police officer of the Tomb of the Moon. It turned out to be so, that is to say. It means that it may not be a sudden death, but a murder, and the Tomb police officer's eyes are sharp at the people around. After seeing the sharp eyes of Officer Yimu, those people avoided them one after another. It seems that the eyes of Officer Kimu are very scared. After all, Officer Mumu is looking for a suspect. What if they are accidentally treated as a suspect? They don't want to ask for trouble. That's right. How could he dress like this, as if he's in a science fiction movie? Officer Chiguru looked at Kingo Oto, who was wearing a helmet now, and asked the people around him. This is a virtual combat game console that only needs to participate in the game. Players, when the characters in the screen game are attacked, they will also receive the same damage at the same time. The staff here, Dehima explained to the police officer Kimu. When the game character is attacked, he will also be injured. Could it be that the cause of his death was the reason for his severe injuries? No. At this moment, another voice came. Police officer, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. The player will be hit, but it's only a slight vibration, just like the vibration of a mobile phone. You should have never heard of a phone shock. Who are you? ? Officer Chi Mu asked the person who had actually interjected. I was the one who fought against this guy before he burped. I don't want to be treated as a murderer because of this incident. Shui Gao Baosh said lightly. This person needs to be beaten when he talks. Chen said beside him. Yeah, same as you. Xiao Ai raised her head and answered Chen. Chen looked down at Xiao Ai, expressing that he did not have the same knowledge as a child. Speaking of which, I was beaten badly. During the whole process, I only attacked him 2 or 3 times. Shisui Kobo said, taking out the gum from his mouth. Other times, I only have chewing gum, so I get angry when I talk about it. Is that so? Police Officer Yimu asked Xiaolan compared to this person. Besides, Officer Mu still believed what Xiaolan said. Indeed, this gentleman has been suppressed during the battle. Xiaolan nodded. Shisui Gaobao, don't you claim to be Lucas of the Cup? How come you were beaten so badly that you can't even fight back? It's not that the water was released on purpose, or there are other reasons. Chen glanced at Zishui Gaobao and said. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Zishui Gaobao's forehead, but after seeing that it was Chen who spoke out, he immediately sneered. HMPH, I think you are the murderer. Although I haven't arrived before, I also said that someone beat this guy. Is that person you? The Tomb police officer heard the words and immediately looked at Chen. Officer Yimu, although Chen beat the man, it is absolutely impossible to beat him to death, and when he died, Chen was still playing the game of Jaich. When Chen was still calm and did not speak, Xiaolan immediately allowed to help Chen Defense Cone explain. That was really a collision with the deceased. And the Tomb police officer looked at Chen, and now Chen is also a suspect. Chen shrugged, and didn't mean to justify anything. Anyway, he didn't kill him. He didn't panic at all. Even if he really killed it. Chen didn't panic at all. The deceased seems to have died from breathing. Could it be because of poisoning? Conan, who had been silent at this time, suddenly said, "Conan, why are you over there?" Shaolin saw Conan running to the corpse again. Next to him, he shouted to Conan involuntarily. Seeing Shaolin's expression a little angry, Conan quickly walked away from the corpse. And Judy, looking straight at Conan, this little boy, is not afraid of dead bodies at all, and actually sees the death of the dead because others may not pay attention, but how could Judy not notice? At this time, Conan has successfully attracted Judy's attention, but Conan himself doesn't know it yet. What Conan didn't know was that some of his behaviors were really obvious in the eyes of others, especially those who cared. Too conspicuous. The deceased was dropped, so it shouldn't be poisoned. Officer Mumu said with a glance at the deceased's body. There are witnesses to prove that before the deceased died, he didn't eat anything. He didn't drink anything, so it couldn't be poisoned. But Toon police officer, what if the murderer used a needle and syringe to poison the deceased? ? Conan said reluctantly. This is even more impossible. If someone really used a needle and syringe, then the deceased would definitely shout. Someone else would definitely find out. Officer Mew still insisted on his opinion, believing that the deceased did not die of poisoning of. Officer Kiyomu, the voice here is very loud, even if you really shout, you may not be able to hear it. Is that so? Officer Kiyomu has never been to the game hall, so he doesn't know. Well, here's the it's really loud, and the light is very dark. Takagi 3.8 nodded. In the game hall, the light must not be too good. Otherwise, the screen is reflective, which affects gaming. Then send this corpse to the Ministry of Justice for autopsy first, and then determine the real cause of death. Officer Mumu thought about it, and then said seriously. If this is the case, it is really possible that he died of poisoning. Let's make sure first. However, during this period, I would like to ask you to cooperate, please, don't leave here. Officer Kimu said to the people here. Because if Kengo Oto really died of poisoning, there must be a murderer, so these people must not be allowed to open high, because the murderer may be among them. These people want to complain though. But it didn't leave, the words to leave. What should I do if I'm treated as a suspect? So I can't leave. Chapter 918. Watch the video. Now let's filter out the people involved. The Tomb of the Moon police officer said while looking at the crowd. All of a sudden, everyone became nervous. Although it wasn't them, it was impossible not to be nervous inside. If they were really suspected by the police, it would be hard to tell how many they were. Officer Moongrave, there are more than 30 people here. It's not easy to find them. Takagi looked at the crowd with a little embarrassment. There are no clues in the first place, and then it is too difficult to find the person suspected of murder from among these people. Hey, I still don't know how he died. Who knows if he died suddenly? Zishui Gaobao said while chewing gum. Inspector Mew glanced at him, although a little uncomfortable with his attitude. However, what he said is indeed the truth, and the cause of Oto Kengo's death has not yet been truly determined. Now we still need to wait for the inspection results to come out before we can really be sure. However, Conan has all been confirmed at this time, and the deceased must have been killed. The murderer is among them. And Toon police officer, I know there are 17 people around this dead uncle. Conan said to police officer Yimu. Officer Chi Mu had a surprise in his eyes. Because, Sister Xiaolan and I before this person died, we were on the game console next to him. Watching Mr. Judy and Mr. Sun. Brother racing. I watched it for a while. Right. Conan turned his head and looked at Xiaolan. Well, that's true, so Chen is not the murderer. He was playing games with teacher Judy. Xiaolan nodded immediately and said to the police officer Chi Tum. She hasn't forgotten that Chen is still a suspect, so she quickly finds a chance to explain it to Chen. Hearing that, Conan was a little jealous, and glanced at Chen next to him unhappily. With jealousy in his eyes, Chen completely ignored Conan, the little brat, and looked at Shaolin with gentle eyes. Being stared at by Chen's eyes, Shaolin was a little embarrassed and lowered her head with a Yuhi expression on her face. He asked in a low voice. Chen, what are you looking at? Of course you are looking at the beautiful and kind Shaolin, thank you Shaolin. Chen raised his hand, rubbed it on Shaolin's head, and gave Shaolin remember to touch the head to kill. Humph tilde. Xiao Ai, who was jealous, snorted coldly and stepped on Chen so hard that Chen was quite speechless to Xiao Ai. This little Queen Tsunere, who was so easily jealous, was now jealous again. Cough. Even so, Chen, your suspicions can't completely disappear. After all, before the deceased was alive, he had a sudden shock with him. Officer Chi Mu said with a light cough. The other police officers stared at Chen with unhappy Qiguang, wishing in their hearts that this guy murdered and then arrested him because they knew that this bastard and their goddess were unclear. And the other girls are still so amused. Just scumbag. These people are envious. Anger again. I really thought that Chen had done something, and then took him in a, why does this policeman look like he was going to eat you? Did you do something? Xiao Ai kicked Chen and asked Chen. How do I know? Chen spread his hands innocently, but he never offended these police officers. Chen didn't know what the anger of the defeat was. This group of people was a group of defeated dogs. Conan, tell me, who is the closest to the dead? Officer Kiamu crouched down and asked Conan. The eldest brother of the waiter in that store over there, as well as this tall eldest brother, and the other 6 of us, there are 8 people in total. Conan pointed at the waiter, Jun Dehima. There is also Shimizu Takaho who played games with the dead Kingo Oto, and the rest of Tatsuya. Actually, you really don't need to be so troublesome. Just look at the monitor and you'll know who is closest to the tall deceased. Haven't you been paying attention? Chen Dian pointed to a monitor above, and there were monitors in it. Yes, don't you know the investigation, next? It's no wonder that the case can't be solved, this is really bad. And the tomb officer looked at the camera above and felt very embarrassed. He really forgot about this avatar. Then, can you please go and watch the video with me? The tomb police officer asked Chen and the others. I have no opinion. After all, if I have an opinion, wouldn't I be regarded as a murderer? Chen stretched his waist and said. Officer, since this is the case, can we leave now? It shouldn't be our business, right? Those people who were asked to stay here. No, although these people are the closest to the dead, it doesn't mean that others did not case. And the curtain police officer directly refused. If the real murderer, among them, let them go, wouldn't that allow the real murderer to escape the law? And after the tomb officer finished speaking, he looked at the staff member Dehima Jun. He is a staff member here. He needs to lead the way when watching the video. Well, you come with me. After going to turn on the surveillance, the tomb police officer led the police officers to watch, and Conan frowned. This surveillance video is obviously missing a section. Why is the section in which Hyuga Chen beat Kingo Oto missing? But this is not important, the police didn't care at all. Seeing Dehima squatting under the game console, Officer Kimu turned around and asked Dehima Kunma, Mr. Dehima, what are you doing? Oh, at that time I was charging money into the game console. The game currency, and 890 Officer Mu nodded, and then continued to watch the video. In the video, a man came to the deceased Kingo Oto, as if he was saying something to Kingo Oto. This should be Mr. Shisui Kobo, right? What are you talking to the deceased now? And the tomb police officer asked Shisui Kobo, I just want to find out what fighting strategy he wants to use before the battle, and in the end, a little bit it's useless. This person is lying. Xiao Ai glanced at Zishui Gaobao, and then said lightly. But Xiao Ai's voice was very small. Only Chen heard it. Well, what did you pick up on the ground? The tomb police officer looked at Zishui Gaobao in the video as if he lowered his head and picked up something. Oh, this is just a cigarette lighter. I was just checking the lighter. Officer Kimu glanced at Shisui Takao again, then continued to look down at the video. Officer Kimu, look, this is Mr. Dehima Jun. He seems to be holding something in his hand. This is a video recorder. I recorded the previous game. It was a wonderful game. Dehima said quickly. Isn't it a one-sided game? Where is such a wonderful game? Conan glanced at Dehima Jun and said. Dehima Jun's forehead suddenly sweated, and he became hesitant to speak, and his heart was already anxious. Chapter 119. Tirtazan and the tomb police officer looked at each other. He seemed very nervous. This person was very suspicious. Why are you so nervous? Officer Mumu asked Dahima-jun. Of course I'm nervous now. Looking at your appearance, it's like treating me as a prisoner. Can I not be nervous? Dahima said, wanting to cry without tears. Officer Chi-tung, look here. Another person appeared, and he came out behind the deceased. Takagishi hurriedly shouted to Officer Chi-mu. Officer Chi-mu came over immediately after hearing the words, and Guang stared closely at a fat uncle who came out behind the deceased. This person, isn't he the fat uncle who came to talk to us before? He also made comments about the deceased before. Xiaolan recognized it immediately after seeing it. Previous time, the uncle was also very dissatisfied with the deceased. He is called Zhang Shouminzi, a customer who often comes here. Dahima-jun said that Zhang Shouminzi was soon called over. Mr. Zhang Shouminzi, can you explain, what exactly is going on here? Officer Kimu asked Zhang Shouminzi. Zhang Shouminzi looked at the scene in the surveillance video and said very calmly. At that time, I was picking up a hard market of 100 yuan. I originally wanted to go to the vending machine in the corner to buy a cup of coffee. Who knows equals when I paid, the game coins suddenly fell on the ground, and then although I don't like that person, I still admire his skills in playing games. That's really nice to say. Last time you played a racing machine, Yuhi's ears were red when he sneered at him. How dare you say it? Zishui Gaobao said disdainfully. Is what you said true? Officer Kimu asked quickly. If that is the case, then this Zhang Shuman has a criminal motive. To kill. Zhang Shumanzi said lightly. At that time, he said it very loudly, saying that if you don't want to reincarnate early, it is best not to take your taxi. 1. Shisui Gaobao continued. Zhang Shumanzi is a taxi driver. This is a very hurtful word for him. Especially if everyone else heard it. Maybe Zhang Shumanzi held a grudge because of it. And the tomb police officer identified Zhang Shumanzi as the most suspicious person in an instant. Zhang Shumanzi, with a calm face, said lightly, if you say that, you are more suspect than me, and you also have a motive for murder. After all, that guy is your precious sister's boyfriend after all. Zhang Shumanzi broke the news. It's really exciting. I have a premonition that there will be a ripping battle. Chen said with interest, Student Hyuga, you are also a suspect of a crime. Why are you so negotiated, aren't you afraid? Teacher Judy left. Come and say. Rondi-sensei, actually you are also suspect. Chen said with a chuckle. The people who appear here are all suspects. To be correct, Xiaoai and Conan are among the suspects. Odo Kengo and his old sister have just lived together recently, and the two of them have been together. The sky was like glue, but he was an older brother and a frequent visitor to the playground, so naturally he had no position to criticize her boyfriend. Speaking of motives, does this little brother have one too? Zhang Shouminzi looked at the waiter Ijima-jun. Didn't you want him to disappear sooner? Why is that? Takagi asked towards Zhang Shouminzi. He shouldn't be talking nonsense. This little brother, half a year ago, but a video game fan who is known as Mahua Ding Petra and a famous crane, disappeared for half a year after he was defeated by Odo Kengo. I didn't expect that after half a year, he changed his hairstyle and came to work in this playground. I couldn't believe it at first. Zhang Shuman's first-hand information. Let Chen be more interested. Now these three people have a criminal motive. Boom tilde. I remembered 2 knocks on the door, and then a policeman walked in. It was reported that the police officer at the Tomb of the Moon had indeed detected a poison cord in the body of the deceased. The deceased died from toxins. What? Then say. There is indeed a murderer, yes. What kind of toxin is it? Officer Mumu asked the police officer. If you know what kind of toxin it is, this may also be a clue, and you may be able to rely on this clue to find the murderer. This toxin is tetrodotoxin. The puncture site is on the inner side of the upper arm of the right hand. The needle pierces the arteries of the deceased. You're talking about tetrodotoxin. Officer Mu was surprised. Tetrodotoxin, commonly called IIX. 0.5 to 1 milligram can be lethal. It only needs 15% of potassium cyanate to kill the poison. A deadly poison, usually found in the body of a puffer fish. The symptoms of poisoning through oral ingestion are relatively slow, and if it can be treated in time, it can usually be rescued. But on the other hand, if you inject it into a blood vessel, the nerve will be paralyzed in a short time, and you will die. Judy explained with a very professional knowledge. Mr. Judy, you know a lot, and you have not seen your Japanese poor after saying such a paragraph. Chen looked at Judy lightly and said that Judy's expression was stagnant, and then said with a smile, "This is what a friend of mine told me, let me be careful to eat fugu in Japan, after all, it is also a delicacy." Judy's explanation made the others reluctantly convinced. However, others still have some doubts. Even if they really reminded them to pay attention, they wouldn't have reminded them in such detail. "Chen, did you hear that? A sound, the sound of metal rubbing against the ground." Shaolin asked Chen. "Let's go." Chen smiled slightly, then took Shaolin's hand and walked outside. Judy saw Chen holding Shaolin's hand. A light flashed in her eyes. What was the relationship between the two of them? They seemed very close. "Li Jiao, are you a boyfriend or girlfriend?" Xiao Ai followed behind, looking at Chen with jealousy. Her resentment had risen to the top. And the Toon police officer and the others came outside. Let these suspects not open their mouths for the time being, and then started a carpet-like search to find the murder weapon. However, it took half an hour to find the needle-shaped murder weapon. Why not? Is this murder weapon already disposed of by the murderer? The Toon police officer looked at Tahima-jun and the others. Although the ability of the Yimu police officer is not very good, but it is still locked now. The murderer should be in the middle of Tahima-jun, Zhangshou Minji, and Shisui Gaobao. But there is no evidence. I don't know who is the real murderer. Conan closed his eyes and pondered. He has actually guessed who the murderer is. The exact evidence is almost there. It's just that he needs more evidence now. Let the murderer indefensible hard evidence. Chapter 920. And, Officer Moongrave, do you think the murder weapon is still in the murderer's hands? Takagi asked towards Officer Mumu. Well, it's not impossible. Since the murder weapon was not found in the playground, it is very likely that it was in the murderer's hands. Ji Mu nodded. Now the murder weapon has either been disposed of or is still in the murderer's hands. Xiao Lan, I want to ask, has anyone here left? Himu Police Palace asked Shaolin. No, because such a big thing happened, they didn't go out. Shaolan shook her head gently. That's it. The murder weapon may be in the murderer's hands. I demand that you be searched. Chimu police officer said seriously. There is no problem with the body search. Fully cooperate. When Oto died, I was playing a game with him. Even if I have the ability to reach the sky, there is no way to poison him to death. Shisui Takabao said. Even though the police officer Mu thought that this person could not be AP Hand, he still insisted on searching him. I am the same as him on this point. I approached Oto the number of times. It was only when I used to collect game coins before they played against each other. Tahima-jun hurriedly said if you really want to do a body search, 723. It must be Mr. Zhangshou Minzi who was at the scene of the crime, picking up coins next to the game machine. Tahima-jun glanced at Zhang Shumansi next to him and said. Also, he was next to the game console. The two of them playing a racing game. Tahima both pointed at Chen and Judy. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Chen and Judy were playing games at the time, and we were watching the whole process. Sonoko said angrily. Then you were also there, so you can't escape. This waiter, do you believe I made you a real murderer? Chen said with an indifferent look at him. There is no problem in getting rid of suspicion. But Chen is the most disgusted with this kind of person who likes to bite. Especially if you want to bite him. Seeing Chen's terrifying gaze, Tahima didn't dare to speak, and kept his mouth shut. That police officer, I will also express my opinion. Zhangshou Minzi said, the police officer said just now. The deceased was poisoned on the inside of his right arm, but I passed by the deceased Kengo Oto's left. Some are big, these people are the most suspicious people, but they are not like the murderer, so who is the murderer? Actually, the murderer is this guy. Chen stretched out his hand and pointed to Zishui next to him. And the tomb officer was stunned for a moment, while Zishui Gaobao looked at Chen angrily. Why do you call me the murderer? I think you are the murderer. You had a conflict with Kengo Oto before, and you beat him up. Haha, although it was a conflict. But if you want to kill him, you won't choose to do it here. Then why do you say he is the murderer? Gao Benchi asked Chen. I tell you, if there is no evidence, I will sue you for defamation. Zishui Gaobao said angrily. Chen, is he really the murderer? Shaolin asked Chen. If this person is not the murderer, then he can really sue Chen for slander. Of course. Mr. Zishui Gaobao, if you are not the murderer, why are you nervous? Chen asked indifferently towards Zishui Gaobao. When I just fought him. A lot of famous people saw it. At that time, he was pressing me to fight. I was in a hurry and I had time to kill. At that time, I was playing a game with him. Actually, you were before the game started. I have already killed Kengo Oto. Nonsense, why was I beaten by Kengo Oto when I was fighting? Are you trying to say Kengo Oto turned into a ghost and continued to play games with me? ? Shisui Kobao Taisheng retorted. Hehe, why do you say Oto Kengo is pressing you to fight, instead of you pressing Oto Kengo to fight? Chen asked lightly. The two of you, one is called Gai Satai, and you are called Kupu Lucas. Others will definitely think that you will choose the same role as Bei, but what if you switch roles? After Chen finished speaking, Hieguang, the tomb police officer, stared at Zishui Gaobao. This is very possible. And Shisui Gaobao also began to panic. Damn, he actually knows the murderer. Conan bit Kiba. When he was about to tell the murderer, he let this guy take the lead. This game is not marked at all. During the battle, there is no way to tell who is using which character. If it is interchanged, it will not be discovered. Dahima said to the police officer of the Tomb of the Moon. Where is the murder weapon? Zishui Gaobaojun calmed down, and then asked Chen. The waiter who called Dahima Jun, the real murder weapon is now under his feet. Huh. Dahima Jun heard the words and quickly looked at the soles of his feet. On Dahima Jun's feet, the murder weapon was indeed found. After the murder weapon, Zishui Gaobao panicked for a moment, and then immediately calmed down. You look very calm. Do you think that you can sit back and relax without your fingerprints on this murder weapon? Chen sneered. Chen knew that it is impossible to have Zishui Kobao's fingerprints on this murder weapon, because when Zishui Kobao commits a crime, it is absolutely impossible to leave fingerprints. However, although there are no fingerprints, it does not mean that Zishui Kobao is foolproof. You help the deceased Kengo Oto choose a character. Then naturally you have to put in coins. The game coins in this machine should have your fingerprints. Chen said lightly. What a joke. I have also used this machine before, and the game coins that I put into it before are gone. Zishui Gaobao smiled disdainfully. Have you forgotten? The game coins in this machine have been taken away before the battle. Now there are only 2 game coins in it. After hearing this, Zishui Gaobao's face froze for a moment. This is your bad luck. When you were just about to kill. It happened that Dahima cleared the game currency in the game machine. After turning on the game console and seeing 2 game coins inside, the police officer of the Tomb of the Moon looked at Zishui Gaobao. Now what else do you have to say? Hey Tilda, don't need to check your fingerprints, this game coin is indeed mine. I did kill that bastard but it was all because he was damned. Shimizu Koho's eyes suddenly blooded Yuhi. Shisui Gaobao wants to kill Oto Keno, and there is naturally a grudge in it, all because of his sister. However, Chen of the county body doesn't want to know at all. The murderer has been found. It's not too early. They should also leave. Thank you very much this time. Brother Chen. The tomb police officer thanked him. If there is no Chen, with the ability of the police officer of the Tomb of the Moon, the case can't be solved. Of course, even if Chen can't find the murderer, there is still Conan. Naruto God Level System. Chapter 921 to 940. Chapter 921. After meeting Kuroba Chikage and leaving the game room, Chen said, Are you hungry? Why don't you find a place to eat first? Okay, I know where the food is better nearby. Judy said. Teacher Judy, why are you following us? Chen turned to Judy and asked, what? Isn't Mr. Chen welcome to the teacher? The teacher is really sad. Judy pretended to be sad and said. Cut tilde, Sonoko cut softly. Although Judy was her teacher, Sonoko didn't want Judy to follow them. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Sonoko always felt that Judy's eyes were always on Chen. What does Mrs. Judy mean to Chen, who wants to seduce her students? Yuanzi thought so. Just follow if you want, but we are all students, and we don't have much money. Can Teacher Judy pay the bill? Chen asked with a smile to Teacher Judy. Teacher, I don't have any money either. My salary as a teacher is so meager. Judy gestured with her hand. Then don't follow us. If you want to eat free food with us, I don't have a teacher like you. Chen looked at Judy with disgust and said. Stunned, Judy looked at Chen in astonishment. She is a beautiful woman anyway. Chen, as the only man here, doesn't even need to invite her to dinner, but it's too unethical to ask her to come. Chen classmate, you are so unpretentious, you won't find a girlfriend in the future. Judy said to Chen seriously. Joke, just based on my face, you actually said that I can't find a girlfriend. Friends, why don't you be my girlfriend? Chen got close to Judy. She said in a sweet mouth. Judy looked at Chen who was close to her, and could clearly see the face of Chen who was close to her. Judy's face twitched and Yuhi got up. Although Judy was not young. But she hasn't had such close contact with any man yet. At this moment, Judy can hear that her heart is pounding, and her heart is very complicated. Chen, what are you doing? Shaolin suddenly pulled after staying at Chen. She snorted at Chen's dissatisfied jowl. Seeing Chen and Teacher Rongdi talking so close together, Shaolin felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Nothing, I just want to tease Teacher Judy. Chen shrugged and said that at this moment, anger rose in Judy's heart, teasing me. This damn guy actually teased me. In Judy's heart, the urge to hit someone rose. His fist slammed into Chen's hateful face. You should be beaten to death for such a hooligan act. Xiao Ai said lightly, Pan-ar Xiao Ai, are you so ruthless and actually want to kill me? Chen put his hand on Xiao Ai's head. Then let the teacher treat me today. Teacher, my salary is meager, and you have to be merciful. Judy said to Chen and the others that she followed Yandi to a small shop, which is a sushi restaurant. Don't look at this shop small, but their sushi here is very good, and I also found this small shop by accident. Judy said. After eating, I have to say that the sushi in this small shop is really good, but I just looked at the empty wallet, a little bit wanting to cry. I looked at Shang Chen with resentment. This guy, how can she eat so much? She doesn't even have a month's salary. Thank you, Teacher Judy, for the hospitality. Let's say goodbye first. Chen walked out of the door and waved at Teacher Judy. Oh, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Let's talk alone. Teacher Judy shouted to Chen. When Chen looked at Judy, he knew that Judy must have something to do with them. Then Shaolin, go back first. By the way, help to send Xiao Ai back. I'd like to know what the teacher wants to talk to me about. All right, let's go Xiao Ai. Xiaolan looked at Xiao Ai and said. HMPH, come back tonight. Xiao Ai looked at Chen and said with a light snort. Xiaolan and the others took Xiao Ai to the top, and now there are only Chen and Judy left. Teacher Judy, who was going to talk to Chen at this time, suddenly fell silent. Mr. Judy, aren't you going to say something to me? Why are you silent now? Chen asked Mrs. Judy. With a serious expression, Mrs. Judy looked at Chen and asked. I want to know, you. Judy didn't finish her words. Chen's Kieguang suddenly looked at a woman in the distance, and that woman also saw Chen. Judy stopped and followed Chen's Kieguang, looking at a beautiful woman not far away. He frowned slightly, and then asked, you know that woman? I don't know, I just think that woman is very beautiful, just take a few more glances. Chen said. However, Meaty didn't believe it at all. If she didn't know her, would that woman come over here? And this woman's expression was very cold, so she had a grudge against this guy. Could it be because of this guy's troubles? Abandoned woman. Judy looked at Chen, and guessed in her heart that she came out and met that scum, and beside the scum, there was a beautiful woman with glasses, who saw this woman and her. Chen was standing there, her heart was inexhaustible, and she walked over uncontrollably. "Miss, can I trouble you for a moment?" Chen asked Heyu Yuying, who was walking over. Heyu Chenying with a sneer, "It turns out that this guy is a scumbag, ruthless." "Why, don't you know me now?" Heyu Chenying asked coldly, and the light was full of murderous aura. "We knew each other before." "Huh, are you still pretending to be stupid? Give me death." Heyu Chenying raised her right leg and kicked towards Chen. Chen turned sideways to avoid Heyu Chenying's kick, and then turned to hide behind Judy. "Hey, why do you have to be so violent as a woman?" Chen seemed to be frightened and hugged Judy's waist, but she was actually wiping her oil. "Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude." Chikage Kuroba looked at Judy coldly and said. And Judy's mind was still dazed at this time. "I don't know what the situation is. This woman seems to have a great hatred with Hyuga Chen. I have to say that Judy is the truth." Chen leaned into Judy's ear and whispered, "As long as Teacher Judy can help me with this woman, I can tell you anything you want to ask." What Chen and Judy are saying, Heyu Chenying can't hear, but she can see Chen in Rongdi's ear, as if she is in Qingqing, me and me. So Heyu Chenying suddenly exploded. A few days ago, after losing her body to Chen, Kuroba Chikage's heart was very complicated and she even kept trying to get revenge on him. But she always gave up at the last moment. Kuroba Chikage didn't know how she felt about Chen now. Is it love or hate? But Kuroba Chikage knows a little bit one now. The closeness of this pair of dogs and men makes her heart very unchanging. Ninth, 122 chapters. Can you not eat the meat that was brought to your mouth? Judy turned her head and glanced at Chen, and then at Kuroba Chikage. "Miss, classmate Chen is my student. As a teacher, I won't let you hurt my students." Judy stood in front of him and said it to Kuroba Chikage in very broken English, standing at Judy. Chen, who was behind T, always had a smile on his face, as if he was watching a good show, and his character was really unscrupulous. "Very bad. You are still his teacher." 9 inches. Heyu Chenying frowned slightly when she heard the words. These two people are actually in a teacher-student relationship, but Shang is a country that is very open to teacher-student love. Actually, there are not a few. This is my grievance with him. It has nothing to do with you. Kuroba Chikage said coldly. There was no trace of guilt on Chen's face. On the contrary, he smiled and angered, and Kuroba, 20 Earth, Chenying was very angry in his heart. Kuroba Chenying stopped talking nonsense, and started to move towards Judy. Anyway, she was very unhappy facing this woman in her heart. As a woman, even if she hits a woman, Kuroba Chikage has no burden. Kuroba Chenying started, then Judy couldn't stand and be beaten. Kuroba Chenying has learned fighting, and her fighting ability is very good, and Judy is a special agent, of course. Impossible to be weak. The two women fought, and it was actually half a catty versus 8 tails, and Chen watched with relish. Kuroba Chikage showed no mercy. The fist greeted Judy's cheek. Judy quickly avoided it, and she was very angry in her heart. They say hitting people is not slap in the face. Especially as a woman. What should I do if my face is disfigured? This woman is vicious. I saw the two women fighting more and more fiercely. Chen immediately went to stop it. He was just a little bit wicked, not to let Kuroba Chikage and Judy fight to the death. Cough, stop for a while, this is on the street. What if someone calls the police for a fight between two shrews? Chen grabbed one in one hand, so that they couldn't pierce their fingers at all. Who are you calling Vixen 9? Kuroba Chikage and Judy, at this moment, seemed to have united the front and asked Chen in unison. Let's change place first. Chen saw people watching not far away, and immediately forced the two women to leave. Kill you. Heyu Chenying looked at Chen and shouted angrily. Judy was a little curious. How did Chen provoke this woman? This sentence directly ignited Kuroba Chikage's anger. Although it wasn't abandoned, but Kuroba Chikage felt almost like looking at Kuroba Chikage's excited look. Judy has already decided in her heart. It should be Chen beginning to be chaotic to her, and finally abandoning her. she couldn't help but cast a look of contempt at Chen. Chen didn't care about Judy's eyes at all, and brought two women to a coffee shop to come to you. It's really fate. Chen looking at Kuroba Chikage, he said with a light smile. Ha tilde, don't you know me? Kuroba Chikage looked at Chen sarcastically. And Judy next to her is now acting as a melon eater, and it looks like I'm watching a good show. Judy is also more 8 trigrams. Now even his own purpose has been forgotten. Xiaoshang wants to know the relationship between Chen and Heyu Chenying. I'm just joking. After all, I have had an overnight love, and I'm not that ruthless. Chen took a sip of juice. Said lightly, bastard. Shut up for me. Kuroba Chikage slapped the table and stood up. Scared the people in the cafe, all the way. You bastard, you actually took advantage of my drunkenness. Kuroba Chikage saw Judy beside him and closed her mouth. It's better not to let other people know about this kind of thing. In fact, Judy has already guessed it now. According to Judy's own speculation, Elle must have taken advantage of this guy named Kuroba Chikage who was drunk, and Hyuga Chen took the family's virginity. This guy is so bad, he should be arrested. Judy whispered angrily. What? Chen leaned into Judy's ear. Asked Judy. Nothing. Judy just pouted. Actually, do you believe it when I said that it was you who took the initiative that day? Chen said while looking at Heyu Chenying, who was sitting down with a still gloomy expression. He really didn't plan to move Kuroba Chikage that day, but who asked Kuroha Chikage to take the initiative to send it to the door? He could only push the boat along the way. Don't tell me you won't refuse. Kuroba Chikage said angrily. Because of her drunkenness, she couldn't remember it clearly, but it seemed that she took the initiative later, and she didn't remember much before. Chen listened to Heyu Chenying's words, and immediately looked at Heyu Chenying with the eyes of a fool. The meat to the mouth. Can I not eat it? What do you want to do? Kuroba Chikage asked Chen in a complicated way. What should I do? Shouldn't it be what you want to do? Chen spread his hands. Haven't you been responsible? Kuroba Chikage stared at Chen angrily and asked Chen. That's it. Judy nodded. What's the matter with you here? Why didn't you leave quickly? Chen turned his head to look at Judy and said. Judy was stunned for a moment, looking at Chen in disbelief. She was going to drive her away. She still has a lot of questions, and she wants to take a moment. How can I go? Don't you think that you are an eyesore here, like a giant light bulb? Chen looked at Judy and described Judy's anger in her heart. How can I say that I'm also your teacher, can't I? Give me some respect. I still have something to talk to Chenying about, so please don't be an eyesore here, master. Chen threw Judy away. Judy left angrily, having never met such a guy before. Don't call me Chenying. We are not that close. Kuroba Chenying looked at Chen coldly. Really? Do you think we're not that close enough, Chenying? Then it's better to be more intimate. Next, what do you think? 0.4 inches. Chen stood up and sat with Kuroba Chikage. When Chen sat down, Heyu Yuying's expression stiffened for a moment, and his body swayed to the side. What are you doing with me like this? Chen hand wrapped Kuroba Chikage's body around Heyu Chenying struggled for a while, and then fell into Chen's arms. Hurry up and let me go. Heyu Chenying scolded angrily. I didn't hold you either, you can get up. Chen opened his hand towards Heyu Chenying. Mingmingchen didn't forcefully hold Heyu Chenying, but Heyu Chenying was lying in Shi's arms and couldn't get up. It looked as if Heyu Chenying came to embrace him, and Heyu Chenying's face turned Yuhi. Root was struggling to get up, but his body was limp. He didn't have the strength to get up, or he didn't remember. Chapter 923. Are you really willing to let me go? Chen pulled Kuroba Chikage up and walked out of the cafe. After being pulled out, Heyu Chenying was still in a daze, and asked Chen Chong, where are you taking me? Come with me to a place you are familiar with. Chen pulled Heyu Chenying, and then after arriving at a hotel, Kuroba Chikage's expression changed after seeing the hotel. Of course she knew where this place was, and she was very impressed. She was right here, with this guy and that. Would you like to look for more memories? Chen suddenly asked Kuroba Chikage with a smirk. You let me go, I'm leaving. Heyu Chenying snorted coldly and said to Chen. Really, Don't you want to experience it again? Chen stretched out his hand and wrapped his arms around Kuroba Chenying's waist. Chikage Kuroba's body stiffened. Then he softened and let Yu Chen go into the hotel with his arms around him. In such a daze, he followed Chen to the room of the liquor store 17, and Kuroba Chikage didn't even think that he didn't struggle. The night was fleeting, but this night was a night of thrilling Thai war. The next morning, Chikage Kuroha opened her eyes. Feeling the weak body, and then glanced at Chen next to him, he said in a complicated way, I didn't expect that I would betray the thief equals. If the first time, it was because I was drunk. If you can find a reason for yourself, then this time there is no reason. Although Black Feather Pirates, dead. And it's been 8 years since he died, but Kuroba Chikage's sense of wickedness still lingers in his heart. Am I a bad woman? Yeah. A pair of warm arms took her into an extremely warm embrace. In this embrace, Chikage Kuroba felt an unprecedented sense of security. Thinking about it this way, I can't help but feel a little ridiculous. This guy is a scumbag. I actually felt a sense of security in the scum. She really is a stupid woman. Let me go, Kuroba Chenying said coldly. Kuroba Chikage has decided that she can't fall into hell like this. She has to draw a clear line with Hyuga Chen, otherwise she doesn't know how to face Kuroba Kato. Is it so indifferent? Yesterday, she was as charming as water, but now she is as cold as an iceberg. Everyone says that men are ruthless. Women are not the same. Chen didn't let go of Heyu Chenying. Yi is hugging her. These words made Kuroba Chikage face Yuhi. Very annoyed inside. You die for me. Heyu Chenying raised her elbow and hit Chen's throat without dodging, but a click sounded. Feeling that the hand that was holding her back suddenly lost its strength, Heyu Chenying felt in her heart. Sudden. 037 and GT, then he turned around quickly and looked at Chen. What's wrong with you? Are you alright? Heyu Chenying pushed towards Chen. He found that Chen didn't move at all, and then Heyu Chenying's shaky hands probed towards Chen's breath. After feeling that Chen didn't breathe, Heyu Chenying suddenly froze. How could this be? How could this be? Tears flowed from Kuroba Chikage's eyes. She didn't expect that Chen would actually die and she was the one who killed it. Kuroba Chenying lay on Chen's corpse, in pain, feeling very hesitant in her heart. Bastard, you have taken possession of my body, and you haven't taken responsibility for me yet. How can you die? Are you kidding me? However, Chen didn't move, and Heyu Chenying sat up with blank eyes. I didn't care about Yi Lu's delicate body in the air. Hyuga Chen, although I seemed to hate you at first, but now I realize that I seem to be in love with you. Falling in love with one and myself is only an overnight joy. Man, if there is an afterlife, I hope we can meet it. I will do everything I can to compensate you then. Chikage Kuroba took out a sharp knife from among the scattered clothes next to him and put the knife on his neck. One life for another, Chikage Kuroba planned to commit suicide. Wenying had a beautiful neck, one hand suddenly held a sharp knife. I didn't expect you to commit suicide because of me. I fell in love with a man who had a crush on me. I should be happy, or should I call you stupid? Chen's voice entered Heyu Chenying's ears, and Heyu Chenying's expression froze for a moment. He turned his head to look at Chen. Heyu Chenying asked in disbelief, You didn't death. What? Are you expecting me to die? Wei, Heyu Chenying shook her head, with a hint of joy in her eyes, and then Heyu Chenying came back to her senses. She seemed to be deceived, and she was hiding it in her heart, said the words that she didn't dare to think about. The joy on her face disappeared. Instead, it was icy cold. This man is a bastard. Kuroba Chenying snorted coldly. At this time, she remembered that she was still holding a self-defense dagger in her hand. And the blade was held by Chen. Heyu Chenying hurriedly looked at Chen's hand, but she knew very well how sharp the dagger she was preparing to use for self-defense was. Is your hand okay? Heyu Chenying hurriedly asked Chen. A smile suddenly appeared on Chen's face. Seeing that there was no blood on Chen's hand, and that there was a smile on Chen's face, she knew that Chen was fine. Kuroba Chikage felt a little strange in her heart. This knife of hers was not a prop, but a really sharp knife, made of alloy. Even steel plates can leave imprints. 117_Chen released the knife, and then suddenly put her hand on the two balls. Black Feather Cheekage snorted. Let go of me, I won't pursue your previous affairs, I'm someone who has a long way to go, let's stop here. You mean the dead Black Feather robber? You know. Heyu Chenying was stunned for a moment, and didn't even care about the hands that were moving around her body. Nonsense, do you think I don't know you at all? After all, you are my woman. Chen said to Heyu Chenying. In fact, if Heyu Chenying didn't come to find Chen would also find Heyu Chenying again. The last time he had left a Harishan mark on Kuroba Cheekage. Chen is not really a ruthless person. On the contrary, he is very domineering. Since Black Feather Chenying has already had a relationship with him, it is naturally his woman. Who are you saying is your woman? Kuroba Cheekage's face was cold. Of course it's you, do you think you can be fascinated? Let go of your hand. Hee, are you really willing to let me go? Yu Chenying asked softly. Kuroba Cheekage remained silent. He didn't answer Chen's words, and he didn't want to forcibly break free from Chen's embrace. Even though she was still enjoying it in her heart, Cheekage Kuroba felt that she had really fallen into a rut. 1. Chapter 924. Home, don't. I can't do it anymore. Heyu Chenying's face showed a touch of tenderness. After the morning exercise, Heyu Chenying felt exhausted and had no strength at all. So when I saw that Chen was still moving, I hurriedly stopped it. I'm just holding you, Chen said in Heyu Chenying's ear. However, the credibility of Kuroba Chenying is not high. Qian Chen also said to hold it, but in the end, he did other things while holding it. It's just that this time, Chen really just held Heyu Chenying, and there was no other small movement. Looking at Chen Junmei's cheeks and eyes, he leaned his head against Chen's arms. Now I have made up my mind to follow you, but if you dare to abandon me, I will definitely kill you. Heyu Chenying raised her head and looked at Chen seriously. How to kill me? Could it be that you want me to do my best? Come on, I don't mind. Chen said with a grin. I'm serious with you. Kuroba Cheekage Mizuki glared at Chen. Maybe it was because of Chen's attraction to women. Kuroba Cheekage felt like she couldn't live without him, but she was afraid that Chen would eventually abandon her. Because of her age and the fact that she was a married woman, Cheekage Kuroba felt a little humble in her heart. I won't abandon you. I, Hyuga Chen, have never abandoned my woman. Chen assured Kuroba Chenkage. However, these words made Kuroba Cheekage's face turn cold. What do you mean by that? Your women are very different. Kuroba Chenying felt jealous in her heart. In fact, Heyu Chenying could guess that there may be quite a few women in Chen, but it was just a guess. If it was really confirmed, he would feel uncomfortable. Chen felt Heyu Chenying's cold gaze, and didn't say anything, but kissed Heyu Chenying. The Black Feather Cheekage, who was quickly confused and obsessed, put these things aside. A joke, Chen has so many women and is experienced, and it is not easy to deal with a woman. You want to take me back, when? Heyu Chenying asked Chen. Chen said just now. To take her home, yes, don't you want to? Chen asked while stroking Heyu Chenying. You should have your women in your family, aren't you afraid that they will be jealous? Kuroba Cheekage was quite clear about the situation in Chen's family. Because before, Kuroba Chenying wanted to take revenge on Chen, so he deliberately investigated the matter, and Kuroba Chenying still knew it well. It's okay, they won't be jealous. Chen pulled Heyu Chenying up and helped her put on clothes. Heyu Chenying was very embarrassed, although she had already done everything before. Her body it was also seen because of it. But now Chen helps her get dressed. It's still a bit awkward for Heyu Chenying to keep her eyes closed, and she doesn't dare to open her eyes at all. This is still Heyu Chenying after the long wife. It was the first time someone dressed her, but this was also Kuroba Cheekage who couldn't move, her body was too tired. After dressing Kuroba Cheekage, Chen left the hotel with Kuroha Cheekage and returned to his home. Just got home. I saw Xiao-ai leaning against the door of the room. Xiao-ai, why didn't you go to school? Chen was a little surprised to see Xiao-ai. Today is not a weekend or a holiday. Today is Monday. Xiao-ai is not feeling well, so I asked for leave. Mingmei smiled and said. Xiao Ai glanced at Heiyu Chenying next to Chen, and then asked Chen. Why didn't you come back last night? Did you fool around with this old woman? Kuroba Chikage was stunned for a moment. What did this little bean sprout call her just now? Old woman. Although she is in her 30s. But which point looks old? Even if she is only 2 years old, some people believe it. And in this little girl's tone, Kuroba Chikage clearly felt a touch of jealousy. Could it be that this little girl also has a crush on Chen? Are all the little girls now so precocious? But Chikage Kuroba is not a vegetarian and is called an old woman. Of course she is unhappy. Little bean sprouts, what did you call me just now? Kuroba Chikage puffed out her chest. Looking at Xiao Ai proudly. Xiao Ai raised her head and looked at Shikecho. There was a glimmer of jealousy in her eyes, as if she was no match for her long-term wife. And this woman actually called her Xiaodu Sprouts, Xiao Ai's moonlight, a piece of ice cold. This shameless woman, not only fooling around with the idiot Hyuga Chen, but also mocking her. Xiao Ai was about to be blown up by Belmod and the others in the house. After hearing the movement, she also came out. Chikage. Yukiko's expression froze for a moment after seeing Kuroba Chikage. Yukiko. Kuroba Chikage never imagined that he would meet Yukiko and Sharon here. No, Sharon shouldn't be so young. This shouldn't be Sharon. Could it be Sharon's daughter? Kuroba Chikage looked at Belmod and thought. Yukiko is Kuroba Chikage's idol back then. Kuroha Chikage worshipped Yukiko very much. Moreover, when Yukiko and Kuroba pirates learned the disguise technique, the relationship between Kuroba Chikage and Yukiko was also very good. Now that they meet, Chikage Kuroha feels extra embarrassed. Yukiko's expression was weird. When Tatsun said it last time, Yukiko didn't quite believe it. But now after seeing Kuroba Chikage, she couldn't help but believe that it came back with Chen. If it didn't matter, Yukiko felt embarrassed for 100 people who didn't believe in Kuroha Chikage. In fact, Yukiko felt extra embarrassed now. What are you doing standing outside? Go in. Chen walked towards the room. Humph. Xiao Ai snorted coldly, walked in, and then returned to her room. Xiao Ai, it's time to eat. Mingmei shouted to Xiaoyu. Don't eat. I feel uncomfortable. After finishing speaking, de nuos, Xiao Ai closed the door heavily. Belmod suddenly smiled. Shirley was angry. It seemed very interesting. It seems that she will be more angry in the future. I don't know. If Xiao Ai knows what Belmod is thinking, will he fight hard with Belmod? But even if he is really desperate, Xiao Ai doesn't seem to be Belmod's opponent. He walked to the living room and sat down, and Belmod's eyes crossed. He looked at Chikage Kuroba with great interest. Chikage Kuroba is nominally Belmod's wife, but now she seems to have become a sister Gon. She was very interested and stared at by Belmod. It's not that Kuroba Chikage can't feel it, and it can even be said that the feeling is very profound. Kuroha Chikage lowered his head and couldn't look at Belmod at all, and there was Yukiko's strange look next to him. Kuroha Chikage now regrets it. Now, if I had known it would be so embarrassing, I would not have come to his house with Hekken. Chapter 925. Chikage Kuroba, who was complicated in her heart, that Yukiko wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to speak, and there was always an awkward atmosphere. Yukiko was like this, and Kuroba Chikage was even more embarrassed, especially when everyone was staring at her. Could it be that Yukiko is also Hyuga-chan's woman? 9 Isn't it said that she and Kudo Yasaka thought about scrolling the mouse scroll or clicking, and began to take a screenshot? But thinking that Yukiko might also be Hyuga-chan's woman, Kuroba Chikage felt guilty in her heart. Feeling, suddenly, a lot lessened all of a sudden, it's time for dinner. Mingmei's words broke the embarrassing atmosphere. But when it came to the dinner table, it was still so embarrassing. Chen didn't seem to be affected at all, and he still enjoyed his meal. "Don't you have anything to say?" I kicked Chen and asked Chen. "What did you say? By the way, I just remembered. Xiao Ai, didn't you go back to your room and skip dinner?" Chen changed the subject. "It's too stiff," Xiao Ai said with a light snort. Xiao Ai glanced at Chen eyes lightly. When she heard Xiao Ai, she knew that Chen was changing the subject. Then what do you want me to say? Chen rubbed Xiaoai's head and asked. Xiaoai glanced at Heyu Chenying, then said to Chen after 710, you should tell me how you brought her home. Xiaoai's words made Heyu Chenying very unhappy, but considering that Xiaoai is only a child, Heyu Chenying quickly decided not to care about Xiaoai. You have a lot to worry about, eating let's go. Chen put the dish into Xiaoai's bowl and tapped her on the head. Although Xiaoai was a little dissatisfied, but it's useless for her to be dissatisfied. There is Kiko's room, and Kuroba Chikage is standing at the door. Knocked on the door. Soon Yukiko came over to open the door. After seeing Kuroha Chikage, the two felt the embarrassment of capital. Can you let me in? Kuroha Chikage asked Yujiko. Well, come in. Yukiko stepped aside and let Kuroba Chikage come in. After Yukiko closed the door, she couldn't hold back any longer, and asked Kuroha Chikage curiously, Chinkage, why did you get involved with that guy Chen? Yukiko asked. This word made Kuroba Chikage bow his head shyly, then raised his head and gave Yukiko a blank look and said, you are not three things, and you got a client with that guy, BBD__. Yuchizi was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved her hand and said, Chenying, you misunderstood, I have nothing to do with that bad guy Chen, absolutely nothing. Heyu Chenying was stunned. She also thought that the two Yukiko she knew was also Hyuga Chen's woman, but she was surprised before, but for some reason, when she learned that Yukiko was not Chen's woman, Kuroba Chikage felt unhappy in her heart. I thought I had such a companion. Kuroba Chikage can feel the guilt in his heart lessening, but he doesn't feel any reduction in guilt now. On the contrary, it has greatly increased the guilt in Kuroha Chikage's heart. The thought of pulling Yukiko into the water was born, but this thought only appeared for a moment, and was suppressed by Kuroba Chikage. Sir, how did you get together with Chen? Yukiko asked politely. In fact, Yukiko was very curious, but her question made Kuroha Chikage shy and not knowing how to answer you should call me Genkage. I've never seen you call my mistress before. Kuroha Chikage was angry, said, okay Chikage, can you talk to me now? I'm very curious. Yukiko looked at Kuroba Chikage curiously. She was really curious. Kuroba Chikage didn't say. What did that make her say? Could it be that after she got drunk, she was hit by that? After having an overnight love, she began to miss the man who made her love and hate. Can this be said? You don't want so many 8 trigrams. I'm leaving. Kuroba Chikage stood up and said that Kuroba Chikage wanted to know if Yukiko was Chen's woman. However, the results obtained made Kuroba Chikage not sure whether to be happy or disappointed. Yuchizi is not Chen's woman. Kuroba Chikage is a little happy. After all, she already likes Shangchen, and of course she doesn't like a woman robbing her. And she is also a charming Yukiko. The disappointment is that if Yukiko really becomes Chen's woman, maybe she will feel less guilty. After all, as a married woman, even Kuroba Ruichi has been dead for a long time. But she has a sense of guilt in her heart every day, so she looks forward to a woman like her. However, Yukiko is not Chen's woman, which made Chikage Kuroba's heart very complicated. Is this going to leave? We haven't seen each other for many years, why don't we continue to chat? Yukiko said to Chikage Kuroha, could it be you? Are you in a hurry to serve that bad guy? Kuroba Chikage, who was about to open her mouth, turned her head and gave Yukiko a blank look. However, Chikage Kuroba, who was about to open stopped, then turned to Yukiko and asked, that woman named Belmod. Why is she so similar to Sharon? Chikage Kuroha had already known. Belmod is not Sharon's daughter. That's why I asked Yukiko curiously. At the beginning, Arikiko and Sharon were very good friends. If this Belmod has anything to do with Sharon, Arikiko should know. I don't know. Me too, I feel a lot like Sharon, especially some of her actions. Yukiko shook her head. In fact, Yukiko has always been unfamiliar with Belmod's identity. Yukiko has lived here for a while. It felt like Belmod really wanted to be her best friend Sharon. It's not just the looks. It's also a bit similar in other places, except that there are some similarities in every move. Yukiko almost thought that Belmod was Sharon. In fact, that's right, Belmod was originally Sharon, but Yukiko couldn't believe it. After all, if it's really Sharon, she must be very old now, and Belmont is obviously similar to her. By the way, Chikage, she is your competitor. Yukiko said to Kuroba Chikage. You don't have any advantages in some aspects. Be careful to be eliminated. That guy Hugichin is a scumbag. Be careful that you are abandoned by him. Yukiko said teasingly. Kuroba Chikage looked back at Yukiko and turned to Yukiko. I took a Byakugan and walked out of the room. After leaving Yukiko's room, Chikage Kuroba saw Chen and Belmont who were together in the living room, and felt angry in her heart. Chapter 926. Prejudice, what do you guys do? Looking at Chen and Belmont who were hugging each other closely, Chikage Kuroba couldn't help but said aloud with jealousy in his heart. She knew that Chenji was another woman. But now that she saw Chen making out with another girl, she was still very unhappy in her heart. Chenying, do you want to come over together? Belmont turned to Kuroba Chenying with a slight swipe at Kuroba Chenying's face. She was not so open, and shook her head quickly. He ran to Yukiko's room again. Why are you back again, and your face is Yuhi, what's going on? Yukiko looked at Kuroba Chikage strangely and asked, those two people outside are just. Kuroha Chikage's face with annoyance. Oh, so this is it. Yukiko had already guessed it. But she was no longer surprised. At the beginning, it was a little bit harmful to see, but after watching more, Chikage Kuroba looked at Yukiko's bland appearance, not only a little speechless. In fact, Yukiko has seen Tatsu and Belmont do that kind of thing before, and some small scenes are already immune. So it's so bland. Of course, if Yukiko was allowed to watch the scene, she would still feel shy. By the way, Yukiko, I haven't asked you yet, why do you live in his house? Also, what about Kudo Yasaka? Kuroba Chikage actually asked Yukiko and she only remembered at this time that Yukiko was at Chen's house. It's weird to live. Don't mention Kudo Yasaka, my relationship with him is actually not clear to you at all. It's boring to live at home alone, so I moved here. Yukiko waved her hand and said. It doesn't always feel that simple. Don't you still have a friend here? If you feel bored, you can go to live with her. Why did you come here? And how did you and Chen know each other? Kuroba Chikage asked wisely. Just looking at Yuchizi, it seems like she wants to see Yuchizi through. Kuroba Chikage is a strange lady, but not such a simple person. Why are you asking so much? Are you afraid that I will seduce your lover? Yukiko turned to Byakugan and said. Heiyu Chenying nodded, and then said, that's not impossible. Che, you can't even be ranked as a junior. Instead of guarding against me, it's better to compete with those people for favor. Yuchizi made a soft cut. Kuroba Chenying and Yuchizi were talking, and Chen came to Xiao Ai's room. Xiao Ai, are you still researching drugs? Xiao Ai of the data asked. Why did you come to my room? Shouldn't you be making out with that woman at this time? Xiao Ai glanced at Chen with contempt. Shui Li, you have always been hostile to me. Seeing Ermad appearing at the door, one leaning on the door and said. Xiao Ai's eyes crossed Chen and looked at Belmont. Yes, even though they have been together for a long time, Xiao Ai still hugged Belmont. There is a lot of hostility. Aren't you? Xiao Ai said with a light snort. Xiao Ai felt that Belmont must also be hostile to their sisters, because when they were in the organization, Belmont was against them. Sisters have a lot of hostility. I did want to kill you before, but that was before. Bermode looked at Xiao Ai deeply, and then turned and walked away. Xiao Ai looked at Belmode's back, and didn't fully believe her words. She wanted Xiao Ai to put it down completely. Prejudice, it takes time. What are you still doing here? Interrupting my work. Go accompany your newly found woman. Xiao Ai glared at Chen next to her. Xiao Ai, I feel jealous in your words. Tell me, are you jealous? Chen asked Xiao Ai. HMPH, why am I jealous? Xiao Ai turned her head and stared at the computer screen, but her mind was completely absent. Out of the corner of the eye, she kept looking at Shang Chen. Xiao Ai was peeking at him. Of course she couldn't hide it from Chen. Chen walked over and put a hand on Xiao Ai's head, rubbing her head. You don't have to work so hard. In fact, if you really want to change back, I can help you. Chen said to Xiao Ai, no, I have to rely on my own ability. Xiao Ai said with clenched fists. I don't understand, you can do whatever you want, but let's take a rest now. Chen suddenly hugged Xiao Ai. What are you doing? Let me go, big pervert. Xiao Ai's face turned into Yuhi. You think too much, although you are very delicate and cute now, but you have no charm other than cuteness, especially this figure. You can't raise the impulse at all. Chen's words made Xiao Ai feel very sad and ashamed. Angrily staring at Chen A. Let me go, you go out. Okay, I'm just kidding you, our little Ai looks so cute. I'm full of love for you, after all a delicious little loli. Chen said with a smirk. Xiao Ai struggled to get out of Chen's arms, and then pushed Chen directly out of her room, closing the door heavily. Yo, you were blasted out. Belmod looked at Chen who was pushed out and smiled softly. What are you laughing at? Chen walked over and took Belmod in his arms. A kiss on Belmod's mouth. I just came back, and I saw you doing this kind of thing. A resentful voice came. It was Sato Mawako who had just returned. Mawako L, you came back so early today. Chen said after looking at the time. Is it because I came back early? So I disturbed your good thing? Mawako said with a blank look. Belmod smiled faintly. Mawako is jealous now. Today, because the Metropolitan Police Department has nothing to do, I came back earlier, but I didn't expect to see that scene just after I came back. Mawako sat down and said. By the way, Chen K brought back a woman today, a woman who had a relationship. Belmod actually said to Mawako because Mawako went to work before and was not at home. So I didn't know what? Sato Mawako, who had just sat down, stood up all of a sudden. Just as Sato Mawako stood up, the door to Yukiko's room opened. Chikage Kuroba came out of the room, and Mawako's moonlight immediately looked at Chikage Kuroha. This woman should have been brought back by Chen. And when Kuroba Chikage came out, when she saw Mawako, she was a little stunned, but Kuroba Chikage had met the people around Chen before, so she quickly recognized Mawako, the female police officer beside Chen. As for whether this female police officer is Chen's woman, this Kuroba Chikage doesn't know what to do. Chapter 927. Suzuki Tomoko invited Kuroba Chikage to Tatsu's house, but did not leave, but stayed in Tatsu's house. Anyway, she has nothing to do with Heiyu Chenying, plus Chen's all kinds of retention. Heiyu Chenying stayed at Chen's house. Xiao Ai. Remember to study hard at school. Chen sent Xiao Ai to the school later. She patted Xiao Ai's head and said to Xiao Ai, don't pat me on the head. Xiao Ai opened Chen's hand. She hated being patted on the head. Okay, goodbye Xiao Ai, I will come to pick you up after school. Yours. Chen waved at Xiao Ai, then left. He walked towards Deaton High School not far away. Teton Elementary School and Teton High School are not in the same place, but they are very close, and it would not take more than 10 minutes to walk there. As he was walking, Chen suddenly stopped and glanced at 323 behind him, and there was actually a guy following him. Stalking is so clumsy. This stalker's movements are really full of flaws, and at a glance, they know that they are not professional. Chen also ignored this stalker one and walked into Deaton High School. Student Hyuga, you are coming to school. Chen heard a shout just as he stepped into Deaton High School. Mr. Judy, just happened to meet. Chen walked towards Judy. Although you came to school, Hyuga, you were late. Judy said to Chen. Mr. Judy, didn't you just arrive? I'm different from you, because I don't have my class in the morning, so you can come later. Judy shook her head and said. Mr. Judy, I feel that your Japanese is getting better and better. Really? After all, it is in this country. With frequent contact, it will definitely change. I am very happy to improve. Judy seemed very happy. Then I won't disturb you, teacher. Goodbye. Chen waved to Judy, then walked towards his classroom. After arriving in the classroom, it was already in class, but of course Chen walked in easily. I thought you wouldn't come to school. After Chen sat down, little Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko knew that Chen was going to send Xiao Ai to school. He originally thought that after sending Xiao Ai, Chen would go home, but Yan thought that he actually came to school. I have nothing to do, so come to the school to have a look. Chen said with a smile. Don't you want to see if there are any beautiful beauties in the school? Little Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Chen and asked. In your eyes, am I this kind of person? Besides, who is more beautiful than Diden Gaoshan? As soon as Chen's voice fell, Shaolin, who was sitting in front of Chen, suddenly turned her head and looked at Chen and Chen before. When she didn't want Yuhiko to speak, her voice was not too small and Shaolin listened deliberately, so of course she heard it. Shaolin looked at Chen with resentful eyes, although she admitted that little Izumi Yuhiko was beautiful. But isn't she beautiful? In Chen's heart, is the most beautiful person in Diden High School is little Izumi Yuhiko. Xiaolan, you are a little too lethal. Feeling Xiaolan's lethal power eyes, Chen Sansan smiled. Actually, Shaolin is also very beautiful. She is no worse than little Izumi Yuhiko. Little Izumi Yuhiko gave Chen a Byakugan. This guy, little Izumi Yuhiko, was a little happy just because of Chen's words, and now all the happiness is lost. But Shaolin's mood was much better. Suddenly a ball of paper was thrown onto Chen's table, and Chen picked it up. Then he turned his head to look at Sonoko, who was throwing the paper ball next to him. This small paper ball was thrown by Sonoko to Chen. Opening the paper ball, Chen looked at it, and the little Izumi Yuhiko, who was sitting next to Chen, couldn't help being curious, and turned his head to look over. Are you free to visit our company on the weekend? Mom invited me. A line of small characters is not bad, and there is a sketch of Yuanzi next to it. Chen didn't expect Yuanzi to be able to draw simple strokes, and it looks quite similar. Chen wrote, let's talk after class, on it, then threw the paper ball back to the garden and looked at it, then nodded to Chen. After the get out of class was over, Sonoko immediately ran to Chen's side, grabbed Chen's arm and asked Chen. How do you want to go? Where are you going? Shaolin asked Yuanzi in confusion. I'm going to my company. My mother invited Chen to go. Sonoko said to Shaolin. Wait, Sonoko, why did your mother invite Chen? Little Izumi Yuhiko frowned slightly and asked Sonoko. How do I know this? My mother invited Chen anyway. Are you going, Chen? Sonoko looked expectantly. Chen, isn't it the mother-in-law who wants to see her son-in-law? Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Sonoko's little Izumi Yuhiko suspiciously, which made Shaolin's eyes tighten, and she also stared at Sonoko. Her heart was a little complicated. No, Izumi Yuhiko got it right. Sonoko's little face is Yuhi. Don't look at her usual wife, but she is very shy in her heart. That, I don't know either. Sonoko told little Izumi Yuhiko and Shaolin that she really didn't know. It was just a message on behalf of her mother. Suzuki Tomoko really invited Chen, and as for the purpose of inviting Chen, Sonoko didn't know anything. But because little Izumi Yuhi's son's words, Sonoko is suddenly looking forward to it. If that's the case, that's fine. Sonoko, can I go too? Shaolin asked Yuanzi. Of course, Shaolin, you are my good friend. Sonoko put his arms around Shaolin's shoulders and said. What about me? Can Sonoko invite me with you? Shao Izumi Yuhiko asked Sonoko. The relationship between Sonoko and Yuhiko is not bad now. I don't seem to have said that I promised to go. No, of course I chose to go. After all, it was Mrs. Suzuki's invitation. Chen said with a smile. Who tilde? I thought you didn't go. Sonoko breathed a sigh of relief, then gave Chen a Byakugan. Chen agreed to go, and he also wanted to know why Tomoko Suzuki was looking for him. He was curious about Xiaochen as well. But it's only Tuesday, and it's still early for the weekend. Chen remembered, it's only Tuesday today. Well, I just told you first, so it's settled in advance. You can never go back. Sonoko said to Chen that if Chen suddenly can't talk when the day arrives, then it won't work. How could she tell her mother? Don't worry, I will definitely go when the time comes. Chen nodded. At this time, the bell rang for the class. Sonoko asked Chen again, and then returned to his seat. Chen was also speechless. It's still early. Do you need to ask so early? Chapter 128. The stalker is after school, because the location of the home is different, so Chen and Shaolin can't go back together. Goodbye Shaolin. Chen waved at Shaolin. Well, by the way Chen, are you still coming to school tomorrow? Shaolin asked Chen. This is not necessarily. I will come if I have time. Chen said after thinking for a while. Little Izumi Yuhiko withdrew his lip from the side. When do you have no time? Basically every day. After saying goodbye to Shaolin. When Chen was about to go back, he suddenly met Xiao Ai, and he also told Xiao Ai that he was going to pick her up. Let's go to Deaton Elementary School to pick up Xiao Ai. Chen took Xiao Izumi Yuhiko's hand. Being held by Chen's hand, little Izumi Yuhiko's cheeks were slightly moist, but it was fleeting, and generally you wouldn't notice it at all. What's more, Chen didn't pay attention to the little Izumi Yuhiko at all, and didn't see the fleeting Yuhi run on her face. Deaton Elementary School is out now, I guess Xiao Ai should have gone back. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko said. Who knows, maybe that idiot is waiting there. Chen is going to go over there to take a look. If 17 Guo Xiao Ai goes back, then they will go home. When he came to Deaton Elementary School, Chen saw Xiao Ai standing at the school gate at a glance. And Xiao Ai also saw Chen. Humph, 1 inch Xiao Ai snorted, then turned around and left. Chen knew at first glance that Xiao Ai was angry. One probably was complaining about his late arrival. Tsunere little loli is arrogant. Little Izumi Yuhiko said teasingly. Don't let Xiao Ai hear it, or if she hears you say that, she will definitely fight with you. Chen said to Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. Chen quickened his pace and caught up with Xiao Ai, while Xiao Ai kept looking ahead without even looking at Chen. It seemed that he was really angry, and it is estimated that Xiao Ai has been waiting here. After more than half an hour, I will definitely be angry. Chen, it seems that someone is following behind. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen. Hearing Xiao Izumi Yuhiko's words, Xiao Ai glanced back. He also found the stalker behind. Should he be following you? He must have done something shameful. Xiao Ai said with a venomous tongue. This guy is indeed following me. He followed me in the morning, and he is still following me now. Chen is also a little puzzled. Has he offended anyone recently? No, I'd like to know why he was following me when I brought him here. Chen's curiosity was completely lifted. The person following Chen was a man, about 26 or 7, with killing intent in his eyes looking at Chen. Damn bastard, I must kill you, you must die, and that bitch equals start to die. The man took out a pot pipe from behind and they deliberately walked into the uninhabited small alley, and this man was also overjoyed. Master Li followed into the small alley, his eyes were a little scary. But as soon as he walked into the alley, he found the ugly looking at him, and he didn't know that he was found there. But when he was found, he didn't run and walked out fiercely with a steel pipe. It's actually him. After seeing this person, Xiao Ai recognized it at once. Now I know very well why he is following you. Xiao Ai nodded and said. You know. Chen looked at Xiao Ai in surprise. His name is Sakai Zhangyi. He is a teacher in our school. The teacher in your school. So why do you want to kill me? This is the strangest thing about Chen. With a murderous intent, because he likes Fujimoto Shangwei. You should remember that she is the woman who often flaunts her coquettishness in front of you. Xiao Ai glanced at Chen and said. Oh, I know it too. Now Zichen finally understood why he was looking at himself with such hatred for his wife. However, his taste is not that bad, and he doesn't like that female teacher at all, and it has nothing to do with her at all. I really don't know why this guy hates himself so much. Death to me. Jubi and Zhang Yi took a stick and smashed it towards Chen's, and at a glance, he knew that he was going to kill him. Cut. It's just a weak chicken like you. You still want to do it with me. Chen directly kicked out. It hit the wall heavily. This kick almost kicked this guy to death. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Sakai Zhangyi stared at Chen with bloody Yuhi eyes. This made Chen feel that there was something wrong with this guy's brain. He clearly had nothing to do with that woman at all. Does this guy hate him so much? That bitch is dead. Now I want you to die too. Sakai Zhangyi struggled to get up. Roaring like an evil spirit, he said. It's no wonder that I haven't seen that woman for a long time. It turned out that she was killed. Xiao Ai thought. She hadn't seen Fujimoto Kami at school for several days. Is it twisted crazy? It's just in this world. That's not surprising. Chen looked at the man and shook his head. If people in the world of Conan were not twisted and crazy, there would not have been so many murders or even some murders, all of which were caused by trivial things. It can be seen that people in this world are famous for being irritable. I like her so much. I don't even look at me, but I'm obsessed with your little white face. I'm going to kill you. Hey, you look in the mirror first, okay. You look so honorable, I guess the Sao won't like it either. You, Chen said contemptuously. This guy looks a little ugly, but not ordinary. Chen came to the world of Conan, and the ugliest person he encountered was probably this guy. The sore spot. The angry Sakai Zhangyi didn't know where the strength came from. Shot at Chen again. Chen was a little impatient and didn't want to pay attention to this mad dog. A piece of ice made of kunai pierced this guy's heart. Then the bitterness melted and the weapon disappeared. Kill him. Little Izumi Yuhiko was shocked. Yeah, he wants to kill me. I should be in self-defense now. Chen Tan Hand said. Your justifiable defense is too much. The corner of Xiao Izumi Yuhiko's mouth twitched. Then what should I do with his body now? Shouldn't we deal with it? What if Wan is found? Chen took Xiao Izumi Yuhiko by the hand and Xiao Ai with the other and returned to the house. Aren't you afraid that the body will be found, and then you will be found? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen. Do you think you can find it? And even if it is found to be related to me, there is no evidence. Chen chuckled. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko didn't say anything at all. Although she saw a dead body, she and Xiao Ai were not afraid. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko was not an ordinary person and Xiao Ai used to be a member of the Black Organization. Even for research, but I also saw a lot of dead people, so I wasn't afraid at all. After Chen and the others returned home, Chen talked to Sato Mikazu about the stalker they met before. Sato Mikazu gave Chen a Byakugan, and actually killed him. Don't look at me like that. He made the first move, and I'm in self-defense. Chen shrugged his innocence. This is not self-defense. You are at least overly defensive. Sato Mawako said angrily. Sato Mawako also knew. Chen definitely killed the other party intentionally, which is actually an intentional murder. Forget it. Leave it to me. Mikazu Sato didn't know what to say, but just waved her hand. Mikazu Sato felt that she seemed to be getting worse and worse. If it were the past, the righteous Sato Mikazu would definitely arrest Chen. But now, Sato Mikako will definitely arrest Chen. I am trying to get rid of the suspicion of Chen. Okay, then Mawako, you can deal with it. I will reward you at night. Chen lowered his head and said in Mawako's ear. Sato Mawako's face was Yuhi, and the so-called reward Chen said. Sato Mawako of course knew what it was. It seems that at night, Hekken is alone, but she can't handle it alone. What are you whispering about? Yukiko shouted in confusion. It's nothing. Chen shook his head. It's better not to let Uchizi know about this kind of thing. Uchizi pouted depressedly, feeling that they were doing everything behind their backs, as if they were outsiders. No, she was an outsider, and Uchizi remembered at this time. She was originally an outsider. Hurry up and eat. Mingmei, what delicious food did you make? I can already smell the fragrance here. Chen asked Mingmei. You wait. Mingmei walked into the kitchen and brought the cooked food. It was actually Chinese cuisine. This is my new Chinese cuisine. How about you taste it? JL, Akimi said with a smile. Chen's eyes lit up suddenly, and then he tasted it immediately, although Mingmei was made it for the first time, but it tasted good. It's very good, Mingmei, your cooking is delicious. You are definitely a good wife and mother. Chen praised Mingmei. Akimi's cheeks were slightly Yuhi moist. Beautiful in my heart. It's like eating honey. Xiao Ai glanced at her sister Mingmei, and her heart was a little complicated. According to Xiao Ai's own guess, her sister Mingmei is very likely to like Shangchen. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the weekend. These days, Chen was a regular school, which surprised the teachers and students of the school and seemed to have changed his mind. Chen's killing of Sakai Zhangyi is over. This case is in charge of Mawako, who was suppressed by Mawako. Chen, are you here? We are on our way now, and it will not be long before we reach the Suzuki building. Chen replied. How long will it take? Are you lying to me? Haven't you left at home yet? Yuanzi asked suspiciously, and he had to tell the truth about Yuanzi, and now Chen is still at home and hasn't left. Cough cough, I'll be there soon. Sonoko, please wait for a while. Chen hung up the phone after finishing speaking. It's definitely still at home and I haven't come, I'll know as soon as I guess. After Zaichen hung up the phone, Sonoko knew that he must have guessed right. Chen is definitely still at home. Let's go. Do you still need to dress up? Sonoko has already started urging. Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko. If it wasn't for the little Izumi Yuhiko to dress up, Chen has actually gone to the Suzuki building now. What are you in a hurry? Could it be that you are in a hurry to see Sonoko? Little Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Chen and asked. After Xiao Izumi Yuhiko finished speaking, Xiaoai's eyes turned to Chen, and Chen felt a little hairy when he saw it. I'm going with me too. Xiaoai said suddenly. Originally, Xiaoai was reluctant to go out, because of Xiaoai's character. I prefer Bao to be at home, but what if I do something with other women after I go out? Well, my sister likes this guy, she must keep him and never let him go home. Take the woman. Xiaoai found a reason for herself to convince herself. As for whether the real reason is like this, only Xiaoai knows. You have no opinion, right? Xiaoai asked Chen too, since you want to go. That's okay, I'll take you with me. Chen nodded and agreed. After little Izumi Yuhiko dressed up, Chen and the others got in the car and went to the Suzuki building. Yuhiko, I felt like you were deliberately delaying time before. Chen looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko and said. Is there? I think you've dressed up for a long time, but it's still the same as before. Chen looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko. __, you drive a small car. Xiaoai patted the car seat and said. Yo, Xiaoai is really domineering. I'm so scared that I don't dare to speak. Chen said teasingly. After arriving at Suzuki Taisha, Sonoko and Shaolin were waiting here, and the guy Conan was also here, so Shaolin must have brought him here. It's finally here, so slow. Yuanzi complained to Chen after Chen had parked the car. There is a traffic jam on the road. Chen found a reason for himself. Really? It's not the rush hour for work, so why is there a traffic jam? Sonoko looked at Tatsuya suspiciously. My mother is in a meeting now. So you can follow me around first, Sonoko said. Is it really okay to go to the Suzuki building? Will it not disturb other people's office? Shaolin asked worriedly, although Shaolin also wanted to visit this Taisha with the name Wang Zhao. But it's small. Lan also didn't want to disturb other people's work and cause trouble to others. No, don't worry, there are not many people working now, don't forget that today is a weekend. The Suzuki Foundation is also off work on weekends, and only some people who work overtime stay here. Questionable. What's more, as the second lady of the Suzuki Consortium, even if Sonoko really just took people around and affected other people's work, who would dare to say anything? Let's go. Come with me, and by the way, I'll take a look at our group building. Yuanzi walked in front of the notice. Sonoko, haven't you been here yourself? Chen asked towards Sonoko. Sonoko is embarrassed and leaves the tongue. She really hadn't come to visit herself. Thinking that she hadn't even seen her own company, she really failed. But Sonoko was not enthusiastic about this, even if it was her own family, she wouldn't care. 9th, 130 chapters. Goodbye to Moko Suzumoto. It's really nice here. If you're not familiar with it, I'm afraid you'll get lost in this building. Shaolin, walking equals, haha, I can tell you, Shaolin, we are now. It seems that you have already lost your way. Sonoko said, suddenly embarrassed because Sonoko is not particularly familiar with this place, and now after walking around, Sonoko found that he couldn't find his way either. It's just that the garden is embarrassed to say. After all, he got lost in his own group building. This is downright embarrassing. Sonoko was embarrassed to say it. No, Shaolin was stunned. Yeah, I'm really lost. It looks like I'm going to call and have my mother's secretary come to us. Sonoko took out his phone. Called Tomoko Suzuki's secretary, and told the secretary where they were now. A short time later, a 27 or 8-year-old woman came over. "Miss Sonoko, the chairman asked me to take you there." The woman said to Sonoko, "Oh, then show us the way." Sonoko asked the secretary of Tomoko Suzuki to walk in front. After a while, the secretary brought Chen and the others to the reception room at 5:40, where Tomoko Suzumoto was inside. Suddenly Wei-ju is a little nervous. Xiaolan whispered to Chen. The person who is about to meet is Tomoko Suzuki, although it is Sonoko's mother. However, because of Tomoko Suzuki's identity, Xiaolan still feels very restrained. What's so nervous? Little Izumi Yuhiko wasn't nervous at all. Although Tomoko Suzuki has a high status in the business world, but this has nothing to do with little Izumi Yuhiko. Little Izumi Yuhiko doesn't care at all. "Actually, I am also a little nervous. I don't know if my mother will reprimand me," Sonoko said with a tongue. In her own group building, she could still get lost. Her mother would definitely feel low and walked into the reception room. At this time, Tomoko Suzuki was sitting in the reception room. Her beautiful legs were folded and folded. She raised her head and said looked at Shang Chen and the others. "Mom," Sonoko called out in embarrassment. "Sonoko, you can still get lost here. I don't know what I should say about you," Tomoko Suzuki said to Sonoko. Sonoko lowered her head. In fact, Sonoko was quite afraid of Tomoko Suzuki, because Tomoko Suzuki was more serious. "Hello, Auntie Suzuki." Xiaolan greeted Tomoko Suzuki. "Hello Xiaolan." Tomoko Suzuki smiled at Xiaolan. In fact, Tomoko Suzuki also knew Xiaolan. "Not to mention that I have met before, I would say that Ran is Sonoko's best friend, and Tomoko Suzuki has also paid attention to elementary school. Although Tomoko Suzuki has given Sonoko too much freedom, she will not interfere with her making friends. But this does not mean that Tomoko Suzuki is don't ask at all." "Let's go, I heard that you want to see me," Chen asked, looking at Tomoko Suzubu. Little Izumi Yuhiko has some curiosity in her eyes. Xiao Ai is also very curious. What did Tomoko Suzuki invite Chen to come here? It's strange, what does Tomoko Suzuki want to see Hyuga Chen? Conan scratched his head, but he couldn't think of it. Tomoko Suzuki invited Hyuga Tatsuya for another purpose. "I want to talk about this alone for a while." Tomoko Suzuki smiled at Chen. "Okay then." Chen shrugged, not knowing what Tomoko Suzuki was selling. "Are you hungry now? Let's go eat first." Tomoko Suzuki looked at the time and said. Without going out, Suzuki Tomoko brought Chen and the others to the internal meal of the Suzuki Consortium. Although it is an in-house restaurant, the food is made here. It's definitely not worse than the Thai hotel, it's all made by Thai chef. As a well-known enterprise group, the Suzuki Consortium is quite good in terms of the dietary benefits of its employees. If you want a horse to run, you need to feed the horse, which the Suzuki Consortium has done well. Let's see if it suits the taste. If it doesn't suit the taste, you can make it again in the kitchen. Tomoko Suzuki said. "Biddy ___, Auntie, you are so polite," Xiaolan said. At the same time Xiaolan felt that Sonoko's mother was quite easygoing. "Because I usually see Tomoko Suzuki on TV as a capable person, like a strong woman, I thought Tomoko Suzuki would be more difficult to get along with. But after getting along with each other now, I feel that Tomoko Suzumoto is still very good, and Xiaolan's original restraints have disappeared a lot." Xiao Ai, did you notice that Tomoko Suzuki's eyes have been swept to Chen? When Xiao Izumi Yuhiko brought food to Xiao Ai, she leaned into Xiao Ai's ear and said. Xiao Ai nodded lightly. Her observation ability Tomoko Suzuki's eyes changed and Xiao Ai could see it all. After eating, Tomoko Suzuki looked at Chen and said, "Tatsu-san, can I talk to you alone?" "Yeah." Chen didn't refuse. Nodding lightly, looking at Chen who was driving high with Tomoko Suzuki, Izumi Yuhiko and Xiao Ai looked at each other and wanted to follow. But at this time, they were suddenly stopped by Sonoko. "Xiao Ran, Yuhiko, Xiao Ai, let's go and visit the Suzuki Foundation. I just want to get acquainted with this place," Sonoko said. "Okay." Xiaolan did not refuse, but nodded her head. Izumi Yuhiko and Xiao Ai, who originally wanted to follow up to take a look, faced Sonoko's invitation and gave up the idea of going up to take a look. They came to the reception room before. After Chen walked in, Tomoko Suzuki closed the door. Chen, I'll call you Chen directly. Okay, Mrs. Suzuki. Don't call me Suzuki. Just call me Tomoko. Tomoko Suzuki stared at Chen in the moonlight and said. Chen was stared at by Tomoko Suzuki a little weird. In Tomoko Suzuki's eyes, Chen actually found something weird. I don't know if it was an illusion. Could it be that Tomoko Suzuki took a fancy to himself? This is not Chen himself. Narcissism. But he knows his own charm. Chen, I told you before that I wanted you to work in the Suzuki Foundation, have you considered it? Tomoko asked Chen. Hearing Tomoko Suzuki's words, Chen thought on the Sally Beth before. Suzuki Tomoko talked to Tatsu alone. Sorry, I didn't want to come to the Suzuki Foundation to work. Chen shook his head and refused directly. Why? Is it because I haven't finished school yet? It doesn't matter. You can make a name here now and don't need a job at all. It's not the reason. Chen shook his head. It's just that he simply doesn't want to work at all. He has no shortage of money, so why should he come to work for the Suzuki Foundation? Even if Tomoko Suzuki gives Chen more benefits, Chen is not interested. He prefers leisure. Then what's the reason? Tomoko Suzuki was stunned. If it was someone else, she would definitely agree to the personal invitation of her chairman, but Chen didn't agree. Isn't it bad to come to the Suzuki Consortium? Chapter 131 I'm not interested in money. Chen, do you think the Suzuki Consortium is bad and not worth your work here? Tomoko Suzuki asked. If the Suzuki Consortium is bad, there will be no strong group. I just interested in work. Chen shook his head and said. It is impossible to work part-time, and Chen will never work in this life . No matter how high a position Suzuki Tomoko gives him, Chen has no interest. Why would you go to work when you have money? Then what if I give you the entire Suzuki Consortium? Tomoko Suzuki looked up at Tatsuchi and asked him. Tatsuki looked at Tomoko Suzuki blankly. Did he hear it wrong or Tomoko Suzuki said it wrong? What did Tomoko Suzuki say? Give him the entire Suzuki Consortium. Are you kidding me? Chen couldn't help saying. It's not a joke. I won't easy joke. Tomoko Suzuki said very seriously, and people knew that he was not joking. To be honest, although the Suzuki Consortium is now owned by the Suzuki family, most of the shares are in my hands. I am the real helm of the Suzuki Consortium now. People. Tomoko Suzuki's eyes flashed a bright light that made him afraid to look directly. He glanced at Tomoko Suzuki, smiled lightly, and said, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. You should know how strong the Suzuki Consortium is. It is famous all over the world, so don't you have any interest in it? Asked Tomoko Suzuki. Even if the Suzuki Consortium looks at the whole world, it is owned by a well-known company. A certain right to speak. Tomoko Suzuki doesn't believe it. Facing the perplexity of such a giant, he will not move at all. This kind of thing is easy for me. I don't care at all. Chen said that this is still arrogant. Even if Chen wants the whole world, the world can only be his, no one can object. As for money and power, Chen doesn't care at all, because he has strength, money and power. That's it. Tomoko Suzuki stood up and walked to Tatsu's side. 61st, since you don't like the Suzuki Consortium, what if you count me? She is a strong woman type of woman. But now Chinsai realizes that she seems to be more than a strong woman, and it is not so difficult to approach. Especially Tomoko Suzuki looks very young. If she stands with Sonoko, she is better than a sister. Like a mother and daughter. What does it mean when Suzuki goes? Chen asked Tomoko Suzuki. Call me Tomoko. Tomoko Suzuki said softly. Don't you see it yet? What the hell do I mean now? If you really can't see it, I'm going to laugh at you. Chen looked at the serious Tomoko Suzuki and was speechless in his heart. Is it true that I am so attractive? I don't even think that you are suddenly like this, which makes me feel a little unbearable. Chen looked at Tomoko Suzuki. Some people didn't know what to say. No, I think you can bear it completely. In fact, you also know that although the Suzuki Consortium is too big, the heirs are all girls. Ask for flowers. 11.1. Tomoko Suzuki said to Chen, and I feel tired after so many years. I want to find someone to rely on. And I think you are very suitable. If it's for this, I'm sorry, but I declined. Chen smiled lightly, then suddenly stood up and said why? To Tomoko Suzuki, actually, I don't care about money. You should know that I'm not short of money, it's good enough for me. A Thai consortium gave it to me. I am not uncommon. Chen said very seriously. This is Chen serious, even if one Thai consortium is thrown in front of Chen, Chen is indeed not uncommon. For someone like you, I really. The first time I met, among the upper level people I met, there was no one who didn't like money. You are very special. Suzuki Tomoko is serious. Chen is indeed the strangest person she has ever met. She doesn't even care about money. To be honest, she can't do this. In fact, Suzuki Tomoko doesn't know. For Chen, there is no money at all. What's the use? Then you don't care about money. Don't you care about anything else? Don't forget what I told you before. Tomoko Suzuki and the light flickered for a while, and then said to Tatsuki. Watching Tomoko Suzuki winked at him, Tatsuya understood. Could he still not understand? This Tatsuki would not refuse, and smiled at Tomoko Suzuki, cut all die without a word. 932. Nervous Conan, Tatsu, what are you talking about with Tomoko Suzuki? After Chen walked out, the little Izumi Yuhiko took Chen's hand and asked Chen. It's nothing, why are you asking so much? Of course Chen wouldn't really tell Xiao Izumi Yuhiko what he and Suzuki Tomoko were talking about. Why didn't she come out? Xiao Ai looked at Chen and asked. Of course, what Xiao Ai asked was Tomoko Suzuki. Even though Tomoko Suzuki came out, Xiao Ai felt a little strange. How do I know this? Chen spread his hands. Xiao Ai's eyes stared at Chen seriously. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. However, Chen faced Xiao Ai's scrutiny like moonlight. Very calm. Xiao Ai, it's impolite to look at people like this. Chen raised his hand and gently flicked on Xiao Ai's forehead. Conan, who was watching, 057, in UNY, was surprised when he saw this scene. Because Haibara Ai's character is very cold, even Conan dare not approach Haibara Ai. He still. It was the first time I saw Haibara Ai being slapped on the forehead. The key is that Haibara Ai was actually not angry. Xiao Ai was flicked on the forehead, and she was really not angry. If it was before, it would definitely not work, and now Xiao Ai has been accustomed to it for a while. Suzuki Tomoko came out, and now Suzuki Tomoko has sorted out, if you look carefully. Can't see anything wrong. Even little Izumi Yuhiko and little Ai, who had been staring at Tomoko Suzuki, didn't see anything wrong with Tomoko Suzuki. After all, they didn't even think about it. Tatsu and Tomoko Suzuki will have that kind of relationship. Mom, are you finished talking with Tatsu? What are you talking about? Sonoko jumped up and came to Tomoko Suzuki and asked Tomoko Suzuki. Suzuki Tomoko's expression was a little unnatural, and she said to Sonoko, you don't have time for this. Suzuki Tomoko knew. Her own daughter Sonoko also likes Chen, but she has mentioned Chen in front of her more than once, so she must not let Sonoko know what happened just now, otherwise she will not say where her image in Sonoko's heart will fall. Sonoko even turned against Suzuki Tomoko. Sonoko didn't notice the unnatural look on Suzuki Tomoko's face. Seeing Suzuki Tomoko had nothing to say, she didn't have any more time. Well, I still have things to deal with, so I'll excuse me first. Let Sonoko take you here for a walk. Tomoko Suzuki said that she had fought with Tatsuda before, and now Tomoko Suzuki is a little weak, but she is just holding on to her body, so I want to take a rest. Let's take care of things. Sonoko can take us. Xiaolan nodded Suzuki Tomoko, then glanced at Chen, turned and walked towards the office. Strange. I feel Tomoko Suzuki is a little strange. Little Izumi Yuhiko whispered to herself. When I came to the Suzuki Consortium, let me take you around here, let's go around. Sonoko shouted loudly. Yuanzi, your voice is too much. Xiaolin said helplessly. Really, the sound does seem to be a bit loud. Sonoko scratched his hair and smiled. She is usually like this, but her voice doesn't seem very ladylike. Let's go. Come with me. Sonoko walked ahead. Forget it. You are not familiar with Yuanzi at all. You have been lost before, and I don't think there is anything to do here. Chen said bored. The Suzuki Group Thai building is an office, and there is nothing to visit. It's still early, let's go. Sonoko walked over directly, grabbed Chen's arm, and walked forward. Chen was drawn helplessly, but did not refuse. Then where are we going? Shaolin asked towards the garden. Of course we're going to the top floor. Let's go to the top floor to have a look. From the top we can see most of the scenery of Tokyo. Sonoko said that the building of the Suzuki Foundation is very high. Take the elevator. Chen they came to Shanglu. Standing here and looking down, I feel that the things below are so small. Xiaolan glanced down and said. Xiaolan, I feel you are a little scared. Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiaolan said a little embarrassedly, I'm a little bit afraid of heights, I'm really a little bit afraid. Looking down at such a high place, she would really be startled, looking at the people below, just like looking at ants little. Xiaolin was only slightly afraid of heights. If it is replaced by Mori Kogoro, who is extremely afraid of heights. I'm afraid I've been frightened and sat on the ground. Conan sneezed, and then tightened his clothes. I didn't know if I didn't come up before, but it's really cold standing here now. Especially when the cold wind blows, Conan can't help sneezing, and if he is blown by the cold wind for a long time, he will even catch a cold. Conan, do you have a cold? Why don't you go down first? Shaolin turned her head and said to Conan. I'm fine. Conan shook his head. Joke. He didn't want to go down. After he went down, what would Chen do to Shaolin? Even though Sonoko and the others were there, Conan was worried. He had to watch here to be relieved. Okay, then you pay attention, don't catch a cold. Otherwise, it will delay your schooling. Shaolin urged Conan seriously. Speaking of Shaolin, Conan has been staying at your house. Don't his parents come to a room? Sonoko looked at Conan and suddenly became suspicious. Conan has lived at Shaolin's house for a while now, but he hasn't heard of his parents at all up tack. This, really not. Shaolin shook her head. Then it's too strange, even if you don't worry about your own children. Also, it's impossible to be so irresponsible, right? Conan stood there very embarrassed, but what could he do now? He became like this. How to tell his parents? Not to mention that Yasaka Kudo and Yukiko believe it or not, even if they really believe it. Conan didn't want to tell them either. Yukiko will definitely not tell. Because Conan also knows that 1.3 Dao Uchizi is a bit unreliable, if this unreliable mother knows. May reveal his current identity. In short, Conan doesn't believe in Yukiko and is about his father, Yasaka Kudo. Conan believed it, but he didn't want Yasaka Kudo to be involved in this incident. After all, this black-clothed organization is not an ordinary small organization. Even if his father Yasaka Kudo is capable and has a deep relationship background, Conan does not think his father can compete with a multinational underground organization. Conan, you don't seem to have mentioned your parents. Shaolin asked Conan strangely. Conan stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He was very nervous. He didn't know how to answer. It was the woman who blamed Sonoko. Conan didn't know what to say. Sister Shaolin. Conan raised his head and looked at Shaolin with an embarrassed expression. Hey, little devil, you shouldn't even talk about the situation at home. After all, you have lived in Shaolin's house for so long. Also, you should introduce the situation in your home. Chen patted Conan's home twice with his right hand. A playful smile on his shoulders. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko and Xiao Ai watched with interest, but they knew about Conan's current situation, and they didn't know how Conan would explain. Yeah, Chen is right. You should also introduce your family situation. Xiaolan nodded seriously. Sister Shaolin, don't you know, I'm a Li Boxi's distant relative. Conan scratched his head, helplessly moved a Li Boxi out, and now he can only move a Li Boxi out. Kid Conan, we are asking about your family situation, not about whether you are a distant relative of Akasa Hiroshi. Sonoko raised his hand and knocked on Conan's head angrily, making Conan angry. Bite Kiba. Are you pretending to be stupid, or you don't want to say it? Seeing Conan 18 glaring at him, Sonoko couldn't help knocking Conan again. This hateful Sonoko, why do you have to ask these questions? Conan cursed Sonoko silently in his heart. Could it be that your parents are doing shady jobs? Sonoko asked again when he saw Conan or not, and looked at Conan suspiciously. Could it be that Conan's parents are wanted criminals? At this moment, Sonoko thought. Open wide, you can think of everything, but the original idea of the garden is not small. Conan turned to Byakugan. What do your parents do a shameful job? Forget it, Conan, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Shaolin shook her head and didn't want to ask any more questions, but Shaolin's heart also buried doubts. Conan stayed at her home for so long, and Conan's parents never came. How could Shaolin not be puzzled but just kept pressing in her heart? When Sonoko mentioned it this time, Shaolin thought she would know the answer, but Conan didn't say it. Conan breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he didn't ask questions. If Shaolin continued to ask, Conan still didn't know how to explain it. But this is not the solution. Looking at Shaolin's appearance, it is obvious that she is very confused. Conan also has a headache. Now he is Conan. Where are the parents? Let's take a step by step. Mrs. Lengfeng above, let's go down. Chen said. Although Chen is not afraid of cold. But Shaolin and Yuanzi are not good. The cold wind blows for a long time and may catch a cold. It's a little cold, let's go down. Sonoko nodded. Leaving the Shanglu of the Lingmu Consortium, Chen and the others strolled around the building and then left the Taisha of the Suzuki Consortium. Chen didn't go home. Instead, he came to Shaolin's house. Maori Detective Office. Yuanzi also came with him. Dad, I'm back. Shaolin opened the door. First stunned equals next. Aren't you that Hattori Heiji? Shaolan looked at the dark-skinned Hattori Heiji with a look of surprise on her face. Beside Hattori Heiji, there is a girl about the same age as Shaolin, who should be Hattori Heiji's childhood sweetheart Yuanshan and, hello. My name is Yuanshan Kazuo, I take the liberty to disturb. Yuanshan Kazuo was a little embarrassed said. Shaolin, you are back. Mori Kogoro, who was holding a can of beer in his hand, looked at Chen and the others who came in drunkenly. So you are here too, Chen boy. Equals I must have a few drinks. Hiccup, L, Kogoro Mori hiccups. Dad, how much alcohol did you drink? Shaolan looked at Maori Kogoro's drunken look, and suddenly became a little arrogant. Really, it's because of your appearance that my mother has been refusing to come back. It's so disappointing. Shaolin said a few words. And didn't say anything. Clean up those rubbish. After all, there are still outsiders here. Although Shaolin is angry, she still wants to save face for Mori Kogoro. Heiji Hattori, why are you staring at me all the time? I don't like men. Go find Shinichi Kudo. He likes men. Chen said lightly to Heiji Hattori. Hattori Heiji's face darkened even more. But he was already black, and no matter how dark he was, he couldn't see it. Conan looked at Hattori Heiji and was a little happy, but he was also curious about why Hattori Heiji came to Tokyo. Hello this lady, my name is Hyuga Chen, please give me some advice. Chen Qiaguang looked at Yuanshan and Yi next to him, and extended his hand towards Yuanshan and Yi with a smile. Hello, call me Yi. Yuanshan and Yi stretched out their hands, and Chen shook hands with Hattori Heiji next to him. His face was black as if he had been dug out of a heap of coal. Heart is very sad. Cough cough tilde. Heiji, do you have a cold? Toyama and Yi looked at Hattori Heiji in surprise. Let Hattori Heiji feel angry. When he shakes your hand, you shake hands. Did you see that the handsome guy couldn't walk? Don't worry about it. Hattori Heiji said angrily. Yuanshan and Yi have a question mark, and they are also very angry in their hearts. It's okay to care about you if you don't appreciate it. Yuanshan and Yi equals turned their heads. Just leave him alone. I said, are you enough to shake hands? Shall I said expressionlessly, and at the same time raised her foot and stepped on Chen. Yuanshan and Yi came back to their senses instantly. Then she looked like Yuhi, face before letting go of her hand and she was so angry that she visited Kimono Heiji, causing her to forget that she was still shaking hands with 867 Chen. Chen turned his head and saw the little Izumi Yuhiko staring at him expressionlessly, as well as the sorrowful Yuanzi and Shaolin. The atmosphere became a little awkward, but Yuanchen and Yi were cheerful and lively. Soon they chatted with Shaolin and the others. Women make friends very quickly, and they become acquainted in a short time, especially in terms of age. They are happy to talk. Hattori Heiji and Konan got together, and the two were whispering. At this time, the Vinegar King Hattori Heiji first suppressed the jealousy that had just risen, and said to Konan in a low voice, "Kudo, are you surprised to see me? It was an accident. What are you doing here? Is there a case?" Konan asked suspiciously. "No, I'm here mainly to find you." Hattori Heiji lowered his voice and said in a voice only they could hear. "In fact, this is just what they think. Chen, Xiao Izumi Yuhiko and Xiao I can hear the conversation between the two of them." Xiao Izumi Yuhiko and Xiao I were a little surprised. "I didn't expect this guy named Hattori Heiji to know Konan's straight identity. What did you come to me for?" Konan looked at Hattori Heiji with questioning eyes. "Before, didn't you ask me to help investigate the black organization? After I went back, I did a good investigation." Hattori Heiji. The moonlight flickered. 135. Abiding and good citizen. "Hee, isn't Osaka beautiful?" During the meal, Xiaolan asked Hee curiously. Xiaolan has not been to Osaka yet. "Well, if you have time, you can go to Osaka, and then I will take you to play." Hee nodded. "Okay, when we go to Teisaka, we must find you, and you will entertain us with Hichu." Sonoko looked at Hai and said, "Come on, Tatsuki, let's have a drink. By the way, Hattori, do you want to have a drink?" Kogoro Mori looked at Hattori Heiji with a dazed eye, and asked Hattori Heiji. "Forget it. I don't drink alcohol, it will numb my nerves and affect my ability to judge." Hattori Heiji decisively refused. L. Kogoro Mori cut lightly, and then drank himself. "Hyuga-chen, I heard that you bought the cafe under the Maori Detective Agency. It's not a small cafe. It should cost a lot of money, right?" Hattori Heiji turned his head to look at Chen and said, "It's okay, it's just a small amount of money." Chen said indifferently, "So you were rich?" Hattori Heiji looked at Chen. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Chen glanced at Hattori Heiji. "Are you trying to get my hands on me? 407 inches what's wrong with you? Do you want to borrow money from me?" Hattori Heiji's expression froze. Why didn't he play cards according to the routine? "No, I don't. I'm short of money. I'm just curious where your money came from." "What? Do you suspect that I can rob silver?" Chen glanced at Hattori Heiji and said with a light smile. But when it came to stealing silver, Tatsu suddenly thought of the billion yen that was robbed by Akemi, and now the billion yen has entered Tatsu's pocket. "Hey, why are you so rude? Why are you asking so many questions?" Sonoko stared at Hattori Heiji unchanged. Such a pair by the garden. Hattori Heiji didn't speak anymore. "Sit in your place. I don't even know what I'm thinking. By the way, Hii, do you have a place to live here?" Yuanzi asked Hii. "I haven't found a place to live yet. We just arrived here this afternoon, and then went to Shaolin's office." And Yi shook his head and said, "Then Hii, you and I, get up and live." Yuanzi took Hai's hand and said to Hai, "This." At Yuanzi's gracious invitation, Hii refused and replied, "IBF, should go to live at Sonoko's house. As for Hattori Heiji, I'm sorry. Sonoko is not welcome." Sonoko can see that this black charcoal head seems to have a hostility towards Tatsu. So Sonoko doesn't wait to see Hattori Heiji. And Kazuha is now he is still angry with Hattori, but of course he doesn't care about him now. Of course, Hattori doesn't care. He still wants to exchange some things with Konan, and it's just right for Yi not to follow him, so it's too late for Hattori to be happy. "Eat after dinner, I was leaving." Shaolin looked at Konan and asked, "Konan, are you really not going back? Is it really safe to follow him?" Shaolin looked at Hattori Heiji in disbelief, who was very injured. He's not a bad person. Little brother, I think you should stop following this guy. He can't even take care of himself, so how can he take care of you? He glanced at Hattori Heiji contemptuously. This guy actually said the same thing about himself. It's okay, Sister Shaolin. All right then. Conan insisted to follow Hattori Heiji. That Shaolin couldn't say anything. She could only tell Conan to pay attention to safety. Goodbye Shaolin, Sonoko, and Yi. Tatsu took Xiao Izumi Yuhiko and Xiao Ai to drive back home. Tatsu, that Hattori Heiji is investigating you. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko reminded Chen. Investigate, just investigate. I am a good citizen who abides by the law and has done nothing bad. What's the use of his investigation? Chen's words made Xiao Izumi Yuhiko and Xiao Ai both looked at him with contempt. Such words are so embarrassing to say, and they have a thick skin. If Chen is a good citizen who obeys the law, if Chen is a good citizen who abides by the law, then the dead are all who died in his hands. I want to cry. It doesn't matter if he investigates, as long as he doesn't cause me trouble, I don't mind letting him disappear if he causes me trouble. Chen said while driving. Let him disappear. You know his identity, as his father, if you kill him. I'm afraid there will be a big earthquake. Little Izumi Yuhiko frowned and said. He wanted to remind Chen not to mess around. His background is just a fart in my eyes, and under absolute power, everything is a cloud. Chen waved his hand and said. I know you are powerful, but you don't know about my strength. To be honest, even if you fight against the whole world, the ultimate victor is Chen, so Chen will meet you care about a little Hattori Heizang. Not to mention Hattori Heiji and Conan now. The one I want to target the most is the Black Organization. Especially Conan, because he was fed the medicine that Xiao Ai researched, he became a primary school student, and now he hates the Black Organization. Indeed, Hattori Heiji and Conan are now discussing how to deal with the Black Organization. Kudo, although I know you're eager, the Black Organization is hiding too deep. It's not that easy to find. And the power of the Black Organization is too strong. Even if we really find the people of the Black Organization, it will not be easy. Let's do something. Hattori Heiji said to Conan. This Hattori Heiji was also very helpless. He's just a detective, it's okay for him to reason, but against a huge organization. That's a little powerless. No matter what, I must find them, especially the Jinn. Conan said seriously. Find the Jinn, and then get the poison that was given to him. Botu, if you can get that medicine, can you research the antidote? Conan said to Akasa Bo Shiken next to him. That's right, now Conan and Hattori Heiji are in Agasa Hiroju's house. As this, I'm not sure, I'm not a researcher specializing in this field. Dr. Ali shook his head, but he did not dare to make a guarantee, because his major is not that aspect of drug research. Although Ali Boshi has also been involved, it is very little involved. The probability will definitely not exceed 100% equals even if the researcher who made this medicine may not be able to develop an antidote. Kasa Hiroshi felt that even if he made this medicine, it is not possible. The medicine has been researched. Even the temporary antidote has not been researched. Because of the effect of becoming smaller, it was already beyond Xiao Ai's expectations. Xiao Ai did not expect that the medicine she was researching was still it has this effect. Conan frowned when he heard the words. I don't think about it for now, I haven't gotten the antidote yet. Actually, I'm also curious, what kind of drug actually makes you a child? Hattori Heiji stretched out his hand and pinched Conan's face. Don't touch me. Conan glared at Hattori Heiji angrily. This guy is really hateful. He didn't do anything serious. Conan touched his face. It felt like his face was pinched by this guy. If you let me know, who is it? I will not let him go with this harmful drug that has been researched. Conan bit Kiba and said. Conan hated the person who developed the drug very much. I don't know if Xiao Ai knew that Conan hated him so much, and would kill Conan first. You should be thankful that this is fortunately not a poison, otherwise you are dead, and there will be no more Kudo Shinichi. Hattori Heiji said, this is originally a poison. Conan turned to Byakugan and said, who said it wasn't poison? It was originally poison, Just this effect. I guess the black organization is also. I don't know. Hattori Heiji smiled. But suddenly Hattori Heiji thought of something, and the smile on his face disappeared. What's wrong? Conan asked Hattori Heiji when he saw the smile on Hattori Heiji's face gradually disappearing. Kudo, since you after eating this poison, it became smaller. Will the next one appear, in case someone else takes the poison and becomes smaller? Kudo-shin definitely won't be the only lucky one, there will be one. The second, if the second one appears and is discovered, will Kudo Shinichi be discovered? Kudo, you should be very clear, as long as that organization really investigates. It is easy to find out that you are not dead. Just find out that you are not dead. And knowing the effect of the poison, it is not difficult to find you, so you are very dangerous. Hattori Heiji said cautiously. In fact, it's just that the black-clothed organization thinks that Kudo Shinichi is already dead, otherwise, if you really investigate it seriously, it will be easy to know that he is not dead. Conan was silent. In fact, Hattori Heiji considered it, and Conan himself also considered it, but there was nothing he could do about it. Actually, the safest thing for you is to leave, but I know you won't leave. Although he had not been in contact with Kudo Shinichi for a long time, Hattori Heiji knew Kudo Shinichi very well. Some people have known each other for a long time. They may not know each other well, and some people just hit it off as soon as they meet. That's what happened between Heiji Hattori and Shinichi Kudo. Even though they didn't know much, they became very good friends. By the way, it's very close to Hyuga-chen's house, right? Hattori Heiji said, well, it's not far from my house. When Hai talked about Hyuga-chen, Conan's expression was not very good. Conan, Hyuga-chen doesn't look like a bad brain to me. Hiroshi Akasa said. That's because I didn't see Hyuga-chen doing bad things on the blog. He is a very dangerous guy. I think he is more dangerous than the black organization. Conan is very honest. He really thinks Hyuga-chen is more dangerous than the black organization. Dangerous, even Hyuga-chen may be a member of the black organization. Anyway, Conan is very wary of Chen. I also think that guy is not a good person, Hattori Heiji said. Although he didn't see Chen doing anything bad. But Hattori Heiji just thinks that Chen is not a good person. This is his intuition as a detective. Hiroshi Akasa opened his mouth 10 times. You two must be jealous that Hyuga-chen is handsome. But then Dr. Akasa shook his head. Heiji Hattori didn't know, but Conan certainly didn't because of jealousy. I think Hyuga-chen is a bad person. Then it seems that Hyuga-chen is hiding deeply. By the way, when are you leaving? Conan asked Hattori Heiji. Hey, do you not want this guy? I'm in Tokyo. Hattori Heiji was a little unhappy, feeling as if Kudo Shinichi was driving him away. I'm just asking. Conan didn't mean anything else, just wanted to ask when Hattori Heiji was leaving. I am going to stay here for a while longer. The school has already applied for a vacation. Hattori Heiji said. Why? Conan looked at Hattori Heiji suspiciously. What did Hattori Heiji do when he stayed here? I want to investigate Hyuga-chen well, so I plan to stay here for a while. After all, you said he was more dangerous than the black organization. I'm curious. In the past, through the investigation, nothing was found. In fact, although Hattori Heiji investigated Chen Ichiban, but he did not investigate anything. Ask for flowers. Now Hattori Heiji intends to conduct a good investigation in Tokyo, hoping to find out. What? Then don't say I didn't warn you. Very dangerous. You will die accidentally. Conan warns Hattori Heiji. In Conan's eyes, Chen is a vicious person. If Hattori Heiji really wants to investigate, it might be really dangerous. Don't worry. I'm still measured. Besides, he shouldn't kill me boldly here. Hattori Heiji was absent. I'm afraid you are killed, and no one suspects him. He is very strange. You'd better be careful. Conan asked again. Of course. If Heiji Hattori doesn't listen, Conan has nothing to do. Weird. Hattori Heiji looked at Conan suspiciously and asked curiously. How is it weird? In short, it is very weird. It is simply beyond common sense. I doubt that he has any special abilities beyond ordinary people. Conan said with a complicated expression that he never thought that someone would have such ability, and he also didn't believe that someone had superpower. However, after meeting Chen, Conan believed a little. Maybe someone really has some ability that is beyond ordinary, superhuman abilities. You won't say that the other party has any special abilities, right? Kudo, are you joking? Ha ha ha. Hattori Heiji laughed, which made Conan feel a little annoyed. Kudo, I think you still believe this. Then do you think there are ghosts and the like in this world? Hattori Heiji said with a smile. Because of his father's high status. So many things in the police system, Hattori Heiji can take a look. However, Heiji Hattori has never heard of any Super 9. Even if a similar case does occur, it's just someone who is playing tricks and deliberately confuses the public. You'll know when you're at a loss. Conan said angrily. This guy should think he is joking, but Conan is serious. Remind him kindly, but he also laughed at him in the end. If it wasn't for his small arms and calves, Conan would have wanted to beat him with a knife. Chapter 937. Incident of the vehicle falling off the cliff Part 1. It's not bad here. Chen looked at the mountains in front and said with a smile, surrounded by dense jungles. The air is very fresh. Compared with the air in the city, the air here is totally different. Brother Chen, hurry up, shall I? Ayumi, who was running in front, turned her head and shouted, yes, there is also Ayumi. It should be said that Ayumi invited them to this mountain called Longshan Mountain. In addition to Ayumi, there are also Motota, Mitsuhiko, Akasa Hiroshi and Conan, plus the guy Hattori Heiji who has not left. Hattori Heiji has been in Tokyo for several days, and Kazuha, who came with him, they have already gone back to school, but Hattori Heiji stayed here. In the past few days, Chen also found out that he was approaching his home intentionally or unintentionally. The sneaky 700 seemed to be doing something, but Chen ignored him. Of course, if he really annoyed Chen, Chen would definitely kill him. There is a mountain road here, which is known as the power of 10 power turns, and the car can be driven up. But Yuantai and Mitsuhiko are two little devils. I want to walk up the mountain. ZZ tilde. Touch. Bang _ hearing the movement from behind, Chen turned his head and looked behind. A car in between broke the guardrail at the fastest speed, and then fell towards the bottom. Going down, it hit the road below. The sudden situation made people feel a little caught off guard. Oh, it's probably going to die. Chen looked like he was watching the excitement. Hattori Heiji next to him glanced at Chen and said, what are you watching? Hurry up and call the police. I watch the fun and don't break the law, wouldn't you call the police yourself? Chen glanced at Hattori Heiji and said. Hattori Heiji felt that this guy was cold-blooded. He saw someone driving down the cliff, but he didn't a little fluctuation. Now Hattori Heiji believes that Hyuga Chen is definitely a dangerous guy. Don't drive up the mountain if your driving skills are not good. Look, it's over now, there are thousands of roads, safe. The first traffic is not standardized, and the relatives are in tears. Chen shook his head and seemed to sigh helplessly. There is a person above. Shao Ai touched Chen with his hand, and then pointed to the top. There is also a road on the top, which is 2 roads around the mountain. The man stood at the guardrail and looked down. In fact, Chen also found this man. It seems that this car accident is not a simple car accident, maybe it was man-made or not, it has nothing to do with Chen. Actor and Hattori Heiji immediately called the police and called for ambulance. The car and the police came quickly. The world of Conan may be because there are more cases, the speed of the first round is also fast. When you were looking at the scenery, you saw the picture of the car falling off the cliff. You came here immediately, right? The policeman Conan and Hattori Heiji looked at the car seriously, and the detective's intuition told this doesn't look like an accident. Kudo, look, there's blood on that car. Hattori Heiji patted Conan and whispered to Conan. Have you found any suspicious cars and suspicious people here? The inspector continued to ask. We didn't see it. Ali Botu shook his head. Since that's the case, then we understand. The 2 policemen nodded. By the way, Uncle Police. Huh, what's the matter with you, little brother? A policeman turned his head and asked Conan. Can I go up there and take a look at the work of those police uncles? No, what's so good about children? One of the policemen directly refused. But another policeman said with a smile, I think the above inspection is almost the same, so it shouldn't matter. After Conan heard this, he was overjoyed. But little brother, you must not interfere with the police uncle's work. Can only observe. Good. Conan scratched his head. A naive smile appeared on his face. Conan ran up, and Hattori Heiji followed. Hey, Conan, did you find something? Hattori Heiji asked Conan. Conan's mouth showed a trace. He smiled, and then said, I can't tell you if you want clues, then look for it yourself. Hattori Heiji didn't continue to ask. He also has his own pride. He can find it by himself, even if they are from the West. It's another matchup. I didn't expect to travel, and I encountered an accident that fell off a cliff. Ayumi said. It wasn't an accident, it was knocked down on purpose. Chen said to Ayumi, was it knocked down on purpose? Ayumi looked at Chen in surprise. Have you seen the impact marks on the back of the car? It didn't look like it fell. It was knocked out, Chen said. Conan and Hattori Heiji were a little surprised to see Chen. After their husband was confirmed, they were really sure that it was hit on purpose, but Chen knew it without going up. How do you know it was intentional? Hattori Heiji glanced at Chen and asked. Isn't it intentional to collide like this? This road is not a narrow road. As long as you are not an idiot, you can guess it. Chen glanced at Hattori Heiji and said. Let's go, let's continue playing. Chen said. Conan and Hattori Heiji also didn't stay to help solve the case, because this time it was clear that the police had found other pieces of paint. As long as you pass the comparison survey, you can definitely catch the must-have. Conan and Hattori Heiji feel that they don't need their help at all. After all, if you can't catch it with such obvious evidence, then you can only say that it's too stupid. Brother Chen, Mitsuhiko picked up a piece of paper with a secret code. Is it a secret code for treasure hunting? Ayumi came to Chen's side, asked Chen in a low voice, and gave Chen a look at the piece of paper. This is what Mitsuhiko picked up next to that car. Ayumi added. I found it next to the car. That seems to be a bit more interesting. Chen took a look at the code carefully, and then wrote down all of it. Mitsuhiko said he was going to hunt for treasure, so don't tell Brother Kananchan if you want to come or not. Ayumi looking at Chen expectantly. That's right. There is also Xiao Ai. Ayumi also gave Xiao Ai a look. Originally, Mitsuhiko wanted to find Ayumi and Yuanta together, and didn't tell anyone else. But Ayumi insisted on coming to Chen with a secret code. Want to invite Chen, and Chen together to find the so-called treasure. I'm not interested. Xiao Ai glanced at her, but she didn't have any interest at all, which made Bume a little disappointed. I'm not interested either. Ayumi, go to Conan. I guess he is very interested in the code or something. Or go to Hattori Heiken and say to Ayumi, Hattori Heiji and Conan see this code, I'm afraid their eyes will go crazy. Light it up. Chapter 938. Incident of the vehicle falling off the cliff Part 2. What? The three of them cracked the code and ran over. Chen looked at Xiao Ai for a while. Just now, Xiao Ai told him that the three of them, Yuantai, Mitsuhiko, and Ayumi, cracked the code, and then the three of them ran over could it be that the three of them really thought that thing was a treasure? Yes, possibly, otherwise, I wouldn't rush over, and specifically didn't tell Conan. Xiao Ai nodded. It's really killing them. They went to the murderer of the previous car accident. Chen also admired the level of killing these three little devils. If there is Conan to follow. In the case of Conan's protagonist Halo, there will be no major events. But they didn't call Conan, and if it doesn't work out, there will be an accident. You mean, the final location of the code is the location of the murderer of the car accident? Xiao Ai's brows furrowed. If Xiao Ai knew from the beginning, they would definitely stop them from passing. Although Xiao Ai has a normal relationship with Yuanta and Mitsuhiko, he has a good relationship with Ayumi. If Ayumi is in danger, that Xiao Ai will never look at it at 18. Not good. Genta, Mitsuhiko, and Ayumi are gone. At this time, Dr. Agasa rushed over in a panic. Relax Botu, those little devils are very smart. They will be fine, you don't have to worry about it. Hattori Heiji folded his hands behind his head and said to Akasa Hiroshima. But it's very unfamiliar here, and they haven't been here. I'm still very worried. Ali Botu said worriedly. I'm afraid they will be in danger. Conan's expression was very solemn, and he picked up the note with the secret code. When Mitsuhiko and the others left, he didn't take it, but put it on the table. What's the matter? Hattori Heiji asked Conan. 2 inches. Look at this. It turns out that they were working on this when they were in the car before, so Dr. Aga quickly called the police. Is it so serious? Asked Ali Boshi. It's very serious. They will be in danger any time later. Go quickly, Conan said nervously. Akasa Hiroshi quickly called the police, and then Conan ran out. When Conan ran out, he saw Chen driving a car with Xiaoai leaving. Hato, you should know how to drive. Conan asked Hattori Heiji. Airplane it will be open. Hattori Heiji said very proudly. Hattori Heiji really knows how to fly a plane. I learned it in the army, driving that kind of helicopter. In fact, Conan will also drive a flying machine. After all, Yasaka Kudo taught Conan. From this, it can be seen that Yasaka Kudo is not an ordinary person. Then you are driving a beetle with a bot. Let's hurry up. Conan said to Hattori Heiji. Conan, you're still worried about those little bastards. Hattori Heiji took the car keys and said. I'm worried about them getting up, but I'm more worried about the murderer. Hyuga Chen has passed, so I can't guarantee that Hyuga Chen won't kill him. Conan said cautiously. Conan is not kidding, but very seriously, Hyuga Chen is really likely to kill, and the possibility of you is too. Okay, then I know, I will speed up to catch up. Hattori Heiji immediately got into the car. Even if that person was the murderer, Hattori Hei would never allow him to be killed by others and have his own laws to punish those murderers. If you kill the murderer without authorization, then that person is also a murderer. Hey, wait for me. Ali Botu shouted loudly. However, in order to be faster, Hattori Heiji directly started the car and quickly disappeared without a trace. Oh, really? Ten looked at the passing car. Very helpless. I'm an old man, just walk over. Dr. Ali also wants to go over and take a look. If something really happens, then Alibo can't escape the relationship. After all, Alibo brought people out. It's just a few minutes. Chen came to a gate. There was no parking. Chen drove directly in. Inside, Yuanta, Mitsuhiko, and Ayumi were closing their eyes and waiting to die. A man in a black uniform was holding a gun at him. The three of them. However, the sound of the engine caught their attention. It also made the bullet that hit the three of them slanted. Who is it? The man in black looked fiercely at the incoming car. Fiercely he picked up the gun. No matter who it is, don't even think about leaving when you come here. The man's face showed a stern look. There are secrets here that cannot be revealed. Any stranger who comes here will die. Now the man has no matter what the consequences of the murder will be. The big deal is to run away. Boy, I see you're a piece of shit too. Chen got out of the car and said lightly. It's Brother Chen, we are saved. Great. Ayumi suddenly burst into tears of joy. Just now, she thought she was going to die, but she didn't expect things to take a twist and Chen came here. It's great, my dear eel rice can be eaten in the future. Yuantai said with tears. Mitsuhiko looked at this guy, Yuantai. He didn't want to say anything. Does this guy only know how to eat? Now, at such a dangerous juncture, he didn't forget to eat. Guangdu also admires him. You bastard, give me death. Seeing that they knew each other, the man in black shot without hesitation. There was a gunshot, and blood splashed out, but it was the man in black who fell. It was clearly aimed at Chen. But there was a blood hole in his head. 963 I'm afraid he won't understand until he dies, why he is the one who died. The inspection port was aimed at Chen, but in the end the bullet hit him in the head. Xiao Aishi also looked at Chen in surprise. She didn't even know how Chen shot, and she didn't see Chen's shot at all. Bumei, are you alright? The man was gone, and Guang looked at Bume. Xiao I'm fine. Thank you for coming to save me, otherwise I may really. Ayumi's face is covered with juhua. This time I was really scared, and I will never dare to come to such a dangerous place in the future. This time Ayumi has received a warning, and Ayumi should not dare to go to dangerous places in the future. After a while, Hattori Heiji and Konan. They also came, and after they got out of the car, they saw the body of the man in black. A hole was punched out by a bullet in his head. The two remained motionless. At a glance, you know it's dead. You killed him, Konan asked Chen angrily. Unexpectedly, they were still a step too late. Hyuga Chen attacked so quickly and killed this man. Don't talk nonsense that he committed suicide, Chen Tan said with a hand. This man could indeed count as suicide. When the bullet hit Shang Chen, it was bounced back by the vector operation, and then pierced through his head, which was indeed a suicide. Chapter 139. The angry Konan and Hattori Heiji. Chen leaned against the car while Konan and Hattori Heiji glared at Chen. I said you too. I said I didn't kill this guy, why don't you believe it? Genta, Mitsuhiko, what the hell is going on? Can you tell me? Konan didn't trust Chen, but asked Genta and Huangdu. He was sure that this person was definitely killed by Hyuga Chen. Yeah, damn, it's just a little slower. It leads to, one life disappears, even if this person is a murderer, even if this person is not a good person. But Konan will not allow him to be killed. This is the justice in Konan's own heart. It's this man he shot Brother Zan with a gun and then somehow killed himself. Mitsuhiko said. Mitsuhiko saw it very clearly. Anyway, he only saw this man shoot, and then he died, but Chen didn't do anything to this man. Is that so? Hattori Heiji frowned. Hattori Heiji looked at Konan. I saw Konan staring at Chen indifferently all the time. Chen, who was stared at as a prisoner, was also unhappy. Konan-kun, I don't like being stared at like this, it makes me feel uncomfortable, and also, even if I really killed it. If he did, it was just self-defense. So you admit it? Konan clenched his fist angrily. Admit what? What evidence do you have to prove that he was killed by me? You must tell evidence for everything, right? Konan Detective Konan bites Kiba. There is really no evidence. Even Yuantai and the others who have been watching here, don't think it was Chen who killed people. Where to find evidence? There's no image damage here either. And according to Genta and the others, Hyuga-chan never met the dead man at all. Damn, don't be too proud. Konan bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth, while Hattori Heiji looked at Chen Ichin coldly and couldn't help laughing. Complimented, he can't say that he is very proud now, he just thinks these two guys are funny. Chen quite likes to see them in such a state of anger. This is probably also Chen's bad taste. After a while, the police car came here. Of course, the person who came was not the police officer Mumu. This is not under the control of the police officer. It's great that you guys are alright. Li Bo Shi came along with him. Seeing that Yuantai and the other three were alright, Dr. Ali suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If one of them really had an accident, then their parents. Don't tear up Dr. Ali directly. After all, the child was brought out by Dr. Ali. If there is an accident and death, he must vent his anger on Ali Bo, so he is worried. It didn't happen when they didn't have an accident. What happened? How did he die? After seeing the body, the police officer's expression immediately became serious. Hattori Heian and Konan's eyes immediately looked at Chen. Seeing their eyes, the police officer also looked at Chen. What does it have to do with you? The police officer asked towards Chen, and at the same time he held his right hand and the other policeman did the same. If this person was really killed by Chen, that shows that he is a dangerous person. The deceased was killed by a gun, so this person may have a gun in his hand. Don't blame a good person. This person's death has nothing to do with me. He was shot by his own gun. Dead. Chen Tan spread his hands and said. Was killed by his own gun. Could it be suicide? The police officer felt relieved after hearing this. Since it was suicide, then take the body back first. The police officer said to the other police officers. Konan and Hattori Heiji were taken aback for a moment. Just believe what he says. Is it so hasty to bring the dead back? Is it so hasty to judge the dead as suicide? Is this a joke? Is there such a case? Hattori Heiji asked angrily. Who is your long palace? Get your long palace. I'm the officer. What's the matter with you? The officer frowned and looked at Hattori Heiji. Are you just handling the case so arbitrarily? Did he really commit suicide? Look at the gun in his hand. This is not a pistol, but a shotgun. Can you hit yourself in the forehead? Hattori Heiji said angrily. He almost couldn't help calling them pigs. Who are you? What does our case have to do with you? The police officer glanced at Hattori Heiji, very unhappy. What's your attitude? Hattori Heiji clenched his fist impulsively, as if he was about to hit someone. Seeing Hattori's appearance, Conan immediately reached out and grabbed Hattori's hand, telling him not to be so impulsive. If you really do it, then it is a police attack. Hattori Heiji himself should know what the consequences of attacking the police are. Even if Hattori Heiji has a strong background, if he does attack the police, the impact will be very bad. Especially the impact on his father Hattori Hazang. The higher his status, the more he will be watched. There are many people who are staring at Hattori Hazang's position. As long as he makes a mistake, there will be political enemies to attack him. Including that Hattori Heiji made a mistake, equals he will become a political enemy to attack Hattori Hazang. Uptak for the sake of your age, I don't have the same knowledge as you. The police are handling the case, and the idle people should not open their mouths. Let's go. Kai, he didn't even ask how the deceased died. Bastard. Why is this? Hattori Heiji roared angrily. Hattori Heiji was angry, and Conan was also very angry, and he was about to explode. Is it your fault? Conan looked up at Chen and asked. No matter how bad the policeman is, he probably wouldn't do it, so Conan suspected that it was Hyuga Chen. Conan wondered if Hyuga Chen had any ability to hypnotize. They were hypnotized. Of course. This is just Conan's suspicion that he has no evidence, and can't find any evidence. But the intuition in his heart told him that this was Hyuga Chen's ghost. I said it has nothing to do with me, and you won't believe it. I said it has something to do with me. Joudas, you can't do anything about me. Chen took Xiao Ai's hand and walked inside. The guy from before. It should be a member of a criminal gang. In this warehouse, a lot of cars are parked. All of them are brand new luxury cars, and they don't even have license plates. Is it a criminal group that illegally smuggles vehicles? Chen looked at these luxury cars. Which one do you like, Xiao Ai? Let's just choose. Chen said coldly to Xiao Ai. I'm not interested in cars. I can't drive it anyway. Xiao Ai turned over Byakugan and said to herself. Just her small arms and calves. Sit in the driving position. I'm afraid I can't show my head, and my short legs can't even reach the clutch and brake. These things are not at your disposal. Hattori Heiji walked in, took a deep breath, and suppressed the anger in his heart. In fact, Conan and Hattori Heiji were about to explode. For a detective, seeing the murderer on the loose, I'm afraid he would. I was so angry that I couldn't even eat. 9th, 140 chapters. Thinking of me as a guinea pig. What should I do? Are you watching this guy get away with it? Hattori Heiji angrily muttered to Conan. How do I know? Conan turned to Byakugan, and there was nothing he could do. I don't know what to do. There is no evidence, and that person is related to Hyuga Chen. Who would believe their guesses? And those police officers in you, who didn't even pay attention to them, must be the ghosts of Hyuga Chen. No, I can't let Hyuga Chen act so recklessly. We must find a way to send him to prison Conan said while biting Kiba. What can you do? Hattori Heiji heard Conan's words. Asked Conan. Conan shook his head. What can be done now? If you need my help, say Hattori Heiji said to Conan. Conan glanced at Hattori Heiji and didn't say anything. To be honest, Conan didn't want to involve Hattori Heiji. Hyuga Chen is too dangerous. Hattori Heiji can't help him much. If he suffers, Conan will feel bad. Conan doesn't want Hattori Heiji to mix. But is Hattori Heiji really like that? Conan, what are you talking about? What? We should go high. Yuan Tai shouted to Conan. These guys, how come their hearts are so big? Hattori Heiji couldn't help but glanced at Genta and the other little devils and almost lost his life before. He even saw the dead body, and now he is acting like a normal person, and his recovery is too fast. It can only be said that he is used to it. I encountered a lot of things with Conan, and when I saw the corpse, I just felt scared at first, but after I was scared, I returned to calm. After leaving the mountain, Chen went home with Xiaoai directly. I came back so early. How did you guys play? Mingmei, who was doing housework, saw Chen and Xiaoai, came over and asked, I'm bored, I won't go out in the future. Xiaoai said, I knew it would be so boring. Xiaoai will never go out, why don't she stay at home and study medicine? Where, Belmod? Chen looked around, but didn't find Belmod. Yes, he was pulled out by Yukiko Kudo, and Chikage Kuroba was pulled out together. Mingmei said to Chen, there's still little Izumi Yuhi left in the house. Well, she locked herself in her room and didn't know what she was studying. Chen, if you are interested, you can take a look. Mingmei said. Chen walked towards the little Izumi Yuhiko's room. Pushing the door, he found that the door was locked. However, this is not difficult, so I walked in directly through the door. After entering the room, I saw the little Izumi Yuhiko dressed in a witch costume, as if casting a spell. What kind of look are you? It's quite unique. Chen looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko up and down. I'm refining medicine now, please don't disturb me. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen, and then started refining medicine with a dedicated mind. Chen didn't bother the little Izumi Yuhiko. He is also very curious now, and doesn't know what the little Izumi Yuhiko will refine. I didn't expect that little Izumi Yuhi could still make medicine. Is it the inheritance of the witch? Chen looked at the potion in front of little Izumi Yuhi with interest. After about half an hour, the little Izumi Yuhiko finally finished. Looking at the potion in front of him that was like clear water, a smile appeared on his face. Hey, what kind of medicine did you make? It's the same as clear water. What's the effect? Chen asked curiously to the little Izumi Yuhiko. This is a secret, but I can't tell you. The little Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Chen, and then Shang Chen said. It's still a secret. To be honest, I'm really not interested in knowing it. Lie. You can tell from the look that you are very interested. Why don't you come and taste my medicine? With Chen. Why, are you trying to treat me as a guinea pig? Could it be some kind of poison? You want to poison me to death? Chen's face showed a look of injury. HITB, Yuhizi. I ___ have a deep love for you, but I didn't expect you to make poison to poison me. You have such a vicious heart. Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen speechlessly. Even if I really want to poison you, I have to be able to do it. This is to nourish the kidneys, do you want to try it? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen. What? For the kidney invigorating free? Let's forget it, I don't even want this thing. Chen's expression changed. Is the little Izumi Yuhiko looking down on himself? Just kidding, in fact, this is just a potion that can enhance a person's physique. I've thought about refining it before, but I couldn't. Now I'm learning ninjutsu with you. After the energy of chakra, I feel that I have the ability to refine it, but I didn't expect it to be a success. Little Izumi Yuhiko said the truth. Such a potion, by the way, is this enhancement permanent? Chen asked the little Izumi Yuhiko. If it's a permanent enhancement, it's still good. It's not, it's sometimes eye-catching. I don't know how long it takes. Little Izumi Yuhizi said with a hand. You made it. Isn't it clear? Chen looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko speechlessly. Even if I made it, I only made it according to the records, and the records didn't say any specific effects. Little Izumi Yuhiko said helplessly, in the magic book handed down from the family. There are not many records at all. In other words, this is something with unknown effect, and I don't even know if it has any side effects. Yeah, maybe there are any side effects. It seems that someone needs to try it out. What do you think of you? Little Izumi Yuhi the child in the light looked at Chen. Hey, little Izumi Yuhi, do you really think of me as a guinea pig? Aren't you afraid that you made a mistake when refining the medicine? It turned into poison and poisoned me to death. You didn't say that you have immortality. I'm sure I'll be fine. Yes, I'll be fine, but this thing doesn't work for me either, Chen said. Then it seems that we can only change people. I don't know who is better to experiment with. Little Izumi Yuhiko was a little distressed. I do have a candidate. Chen suddenly thought of Conan. That guy has the aura of the protagonist, so it should be fine to feed him something to eat. Who is it? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked curiously. Just give me the medicine. Chen brought the medicine of Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. Hey, don't kill people. If I eat the medicine I made and eat the dead, I'll feel ashamed. Little Izumi Yuhiko reminded Chen. The guy that I used as an experiment should not die. That guy's life is hard. Even if he is given poison, it will be fine. Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko. After all, Conan is the protagonist and should not die. 1. Chapter 141. The powerless Conan and Hattori Heiji. Strange, I feel that someone is following me. Hattori, do you feel this way? At night, Conan and Hattori Heiji were walking in the dark street. Because Hattori Heiji never left. So Conan also has been staying in Dr. Akasa's house. Hattori Heiji also temporarily lived in a Kasa Hiroshi's house. Now they came out to buy things, but Conan always felt that he was being targeted by something. It should be you. It's an illusion. I don't feel like anyone is following. Hattori Heiji glanced back and found no one. Come on, if we don't go shopping and the supermarket closes, we'll be starving. Akasa Hiroshima, there's nothing to eat at home. Belly, it's not my illusion, there's definitely someone following us, it's my intuition. Conan is very serious. Conan's intuition is very keen. Although he didn't find anything behind. But he could feel that someone was following him. Is it someone who has hatred with you? Hattori asked Conan. With me have a grudge. I'm just a child now, who would have grudges against me? Except for the Black Organization. Wait, is it someone from the Black Organization? Conan's scalp suddenly tingled. Could it be that the Black Organization is behind him? Did the people in the clothing organization find that he was not dead and became a child? The Black Organization found that he was not dead and became smaller. It is not impossible. That kind of medicine master is in the hands of the Black Organization. An example similar to Conan. The Black Organization will definitely suspect that he is not dead, and then investigate him. This guy's senses are really keen, Chen said with a smile to the little Izumi Yuhiko. Conan's intuition is good. He is Chen and the little Izumi Yuhiko. Chen suggested that Conan be the guinea pig and the little Izumi Yuhiko wanted to follow him to see the specific effect. Little Izumi Yuhiko couldn't help but said. Is he a child in the end? Don't you know? And you're a witch, and you still have sympathy. Little Izumi Yuhiko gave a blank look when she heard the words. Can't she have sympathy if she is a witch? Besides, she is not that kind of bad black witch. What are you going to do? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen. This isn't easy, there's one more guinea pig, aren't you happy? Since this Hattori Heiji was with him, then even if he was unlucky, he would attack him together. Well, I guessed so. Little Izumi Yuhiko shook his head and said. They walked into the alley, probably wanting to lead us out. Let's go over. Chen followed with a smile. Indeed, Conan and the others are indeed trying to lead Chen out. This is the plan of Heiji, Hattori and Conan. They wanted to know if the people who followed them were from the Black Organization. After Conan was frightened at the beginning, he suddenly became excited. If he was really a member of the Black Organization, that would be exactly what Conan wanted. Be careful that they may have guns. When the time comes, you should avoid them, and I will deal with them. Conan said to Hattori Heiji, do you underestimate me? Hattori Heiji gave Conan a sidelong glance. You bastard. Conan was very upset. Heiji Hattori actually called him a little brat, which was outrageous. Anyway, I have no problem with them. You have to be careful, don't die. Conan reminded Hattori Heiji. It's not that Conan has no power to protect himself, but he has the equipment that Akasa Hiroshi gave him. With these things, he won't suffer, but Hattori Heiji can't do it. He has nothing, and if he is not careful, his life will be in danger. Conan glanced at Hattori Hei, ready to protect him, get him. Entering the alley, Conan's heart jumped up, pretending to be brave and shouting, "Come out, we have already found you. I deliberately led us here, it seems that you are really not afraid of death, you too." Chen comes out with little Izumi Yuhiko dressed in black and wearing a mask on his face. "Let's not see clearly. Black clothes, is it really a member of the black organization?" Conan said vigilantly. "Okay," seeing the black clothes. Now Conan wants to suspect that he is a member of the black organization. I have to say that Conan has some demons. "What's the purpose of you following us?" Hattori asked. "Shinichi Kudo, what do you think we're talking about?" Chen looked at Conan with a playful smile on his face. However, because of the mask, Conan couldn't see the smile on Chen's face, but Chen's words made Conan's heart chill. It was indeed found. "Asking for flowers. Kudo, looks like you've been exposed," Hattori Heiji said softly. "Now is not the time to talk about this and find a way to get through this crisis. Conan is very nervous and his identity is exposed. Will anyone related to him be silenced? If so, Shaolin is going to be in danger. This kind of murder and silence, Conan believes that the black organization can do it." Conan turned on the switch of the electromagnetically enhanced shoes, and pressed the football belt, and the football instantly inflated and popped out. This is a black technology made by a Li Bo, and it looks quite bluffing. "Fall for me." Conan kicked the football. With enhanced shoes, the power of this kick to kick out is many times stronger than that of an adult. Bang! A gunshot rang out, towards the soccer ball galloping towards Chen. It exploded with a bang, and cold sweat broke out from Conan's back. Hattori Heiji, who was going to do it at first, also calmed down. "You guys should move one more time." Chen pointed the gun at Conan and Hattori Heiji. Conan looked at his watch. There was an anesthesia needle in it, but he didn't dare to move at all now, and intuitively told Conan that if he did it, he would die. "You use the pistol without any scruples. I advise you to flee now. There should be many people who heard the gunshot. Do you think they will call the police?" Hattori Heiji looked at Chen and said. The sound of the gunshot just now had definitely been heard, but Chen's gun didn't have a silencer, so that made the other party panic. Hattori felt that there was still a chance to escape. "It's okay, I think you two will die before the police arrive." Chen said lightly. "Damn it, Hattori, I'm sorry, I'm the one who hurt you, I'm afraid they won't let you go." Conan said apologetically to Hattori Heiji, "Now there is really a crisis. Or the crisis of Conan's inability to do anything. Don't worry, we shouldn't die so easily, don't give up hope, we will find opportunities." Hattori Heiji comforted Conan. Although he was comforting Conan, Heiji Hattori actually felt powerless. Under the muzzle everything was pale and corpse. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 941-960. Chapter 142. APTX 4__869 feet S Antidote. Speaking of which, how can I kill the two of you? Why didn't you come and give me an idea? Chen looked at the two of them and said lightly. "Wait, the person you're looking for is me, I have nothing to do with him, let him go." Conan took a deep breath and pointed at Hattori Heiji. "Ha ha ha, what did you say? Let him leave, do you think it's possible?" Chen couldn't help laughing too much. Although Conan had expected it. But his face still couldn't help but get cold. "I'm sorry Hattori, this time I'm the one who got you involved." Conan said again with guilt, "My name is Hattori Heiji. My father is Hattori Heizo, the head of the Osaka Prefecture Police Headquarters. If I really die, you organize it will be uprooted." Hattori Heiji stopped Conan's guilty words, 650s, and looked at Chen and Izumi Yuhiko, two people who were dressed up and couldn't see their faces. "Oh, can I take you as a threat to me?" Chen's Qiguang became indifferent all of a sudden. "Yes, I also hope you can consider the consequences." Hattori Heiji seemed to be a stable horse, but he was actually panicked inside. Now Hattori Heiji only hopes that, relying on his father's name, he can intimidate the opponent, otherwise he will have no way to resist. Hattori Heiji has practiced some kendo, but the opponent has a gun. Not to mention he has a gun in his hand. You don't have any weapons, so how can you resist? Your threat to me has no effect at all. Chen took out 2 bottles and saw a very strange potion. This is the potion refined by the little Izumi Yuhiko, and it is also the purpose of Chenlai. Let's see how the potion developed by little Izumi Yuhiko is. What do you want? After Chen took out the 2 bottles of medicine, Hattori Heiji and Conan immediately became nervous, and a sense of danger filled their hearts. Now they can only hope that someone can hear the gunshots and choose to call the police. Otherwise, it's really screwed. Chen fired a shot before, should someone hear it? Probably. They are also not convinced, because this place is really remote, it would not be surprising if they didn't hear it. Well, as long as you 2 drink this, I'll let you go. What do you think? Chen said lightly. Can they drink it obediently? I think it's better to force feed them directly. Little Izumi Yuhiko said. The magic medicine she made. It seems that it is not a good thing. If they are not forcibly fed, they will definitely not be able to drink it. Hattori Heiji and Conan stared at the little Izumi Yuhiko with tears in their eyes. Although they couldn't see the appearance clearly, they knew that the little Izumi Yuhiko was a woman by looking at the figure. But they didn't expect that this woman was so vicious. It was hateful to feed them poison. Look, the 2 of them seem to be staring at you with resentment, Chen said with a smile. But now they have no choice but to drink this. Otherwise I'll shoot. Although Chen was talking to Yuhiko, he also told Hattori Heiji and Conan. Now the 2 of them, did they have any other options? Either they are shot to death, and if they drink this medicine, they may have a chance to survive. After all, what if this is not poison? Of course, Hattori Heiji and Conan think this is absolutely is poison. However, even if it is poison, they have to choose to drink it. After all, it takes time for the poison to attack, and maybe they can be rescued. Even with this idea, they will also drink the potion. Choose quickly, otherwise, I will kill you with 1 shot. Chen made a gesture to shoot. Wait, let's drink. Hattori Heiji and Conan looked at each other, then nodded and agreed to drink the unknown potion. Then catch it. If it falls on the ground and breaks, I will accept your 2 lives. Chen threw the 2 bottles of medicine at Hattori Heiji and Conan. Hattori Heiji and Conan immediately caught it, holding the potion hesitantly. I have to go back to sleep. When will they be dawdling? Just force them to drink it. Little Izumi Yuhiko said impatiently. You hear me, my woman is already impatient. Hurry up, or else I'll be dead. Chen said and shot directly. 1 shot directly through Hattori Heiji's arm. Ah! Go to 11 inches. Hattori Heiji cried out in pain. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the huge power was on Hattori Heiji's arm. There was a hole in it. The bullet penetrated it. In fact, this is even better for Hattori Heiji. He has to take out bullets when he is stuck in his body. Now he doesn't need to take out bullets at all. 1 meter __. Damn bastard. Conan immediately checked the situation of his good friend Hattori Heiji. Fortunately, Hattori Heiji has no problem with his wife. This is just a warning. Now drink the potion quickly. Chen also became impatient. Definitely kill them if they don't drink. Forced to be helpless, Conan and Hattori Heiji drank the potion. After seeing them drink it, little Izumi Yuhiko's face immediately flashed with anticipation, wondering how effective the potion she made was. It's so hot, so uncomfortable, have you felt Hattori? A big man appeared on Conan's forehead. Me too. Hattori Heiji didn't care about the wound on his arm, he just felt uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. Hey, you can't be an aphrodisiac, right? Chen saw their appearance. Couldn't help but wonder. Fuck you, this is the authentic potion that I refined according to the records in the magic book to strengthen the body. Little Izumi Yuhiko said angrily. How could she refine some nasty potions? This is a really normal potion. My body is about to burst. I saw that Conan's body suddenly changed, it was slowly getting bigger, and the clothes on his body were about to burst. This is... Chen was stunned for a moment. The medicine refined by the little Izumi Yuhiko actually made Conan who ate APTX 4869 change back. This is the antidote for APTX 4869. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko is also a little unbelievable. Xiao has studied the medicine for countless hours. It was actually made by her. I don't know if it has changed back permanently. Chen shook his head. Although Conan has now changed back to Kudo Shinichi, this effect may not be permanent, but even so, it has also exceeded Chen's expectations. The medicine of little Izumi Yuhiko is really a bit powerful. Equivalent to an antidote to APTX 4869, if not a permanent one. But the temporary antidote is also very powerful. If Xiao found out, I don't know what to think. Chen couldn't help but say. In order to research the antidote for APTX 4869, Xiao spends a lot of work every day, but it is refined by the witch Izumi Yuhiko. If Xiao finds out, I am afraid she will feel very depressed. 9. 143. Let you become real friends. I'm back 9 inches. Conan looked at his hand in disbelief, and at the same time he felt that his power seemed to be much stronger. Shout. Equals a dull sound. Hattori Heiji punched the wall next to him twice, and a hole was punched out of the moisture wall. He gave us some kind of genetic medicine, right? Hattori Heiji guessed. It seems that the medicine you made is not bad. At least you didn't eat dead people, which is really gratifying. Chen said with a smile. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko gave Chen a white look, and co-authored that he felt that his medicine could eat dead people. That's not right, it's medicine, it should be said to drink dead people. This medicine, are you treating us as experimental products? Quote. Hattori Heiji looked angry and glanced down at the injured left arm. The wound that was pierced by the bullet before was actually healed because of the medicine. If it wasn't for the blood and scars, Hattori Heiji didn't even know that he had suffered from it. Injury. It seems that the medicine refined by the little Izumi Yuhiko also has the effect of recovery. The 18th grade experiment. Well, get such a result. Don't you feel happy? Chen looked at the two of them, especially Conan now that he has changed back. Conan's heart should be very happy. However, Chen feels that the effect of this medicine is only temporary. It is estimated that Kudo Shinichi will change back to Conan again. But Kudo Shinichi doesn't know. He is very much now. The excitement finally came back. He finally changed back to Kudo Shinichi. Don't be too happy, our crisis has not been resolved yet. Hattori Heiji said to the excited Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shin, calm down, indeed, their crisis is not over yet, and there is still too much enemy. I feel full of power now, maybe we have the power to resist. Be careful with his gun next. You quickly get rid of that pervert. Little Izumi Yuhiko turned her head and said heckin. The pervert that little Izumi Yuhiko said was actually referring to Kudo Shinji. You must know that Kudo Shinji used to be a child's clothes. Now, when he gets bigger, he will put all his clothes on. The tattered clothes that were torn and tattered were hung on the body like a pervert without clothes. The only intact body should be the underwear, but Chen really wants to ask, will you feel panic? Maybe it is Kudo Shinichi's capital is too small to feel it at all. Indeed, but if it was filmed, it would definitely be too news. Chen said with interest that although the king of Chungtang Shinichi has been missing for a long time, he is still very famous. If he was photographed now, it would probably be very popular. Kudo Shin, I heard Tatsu's words. His face slammed, and he immediately asked Hattori Haihuan to take off his coat and surround himself temporarily. Otherwise if he really couldn't be photographed, his face would be lost. Fall for me. Hattori Heiji acted quickly, grabbed a wooden stick in the corner, and slashed towards Chen with a slash. Touch tilde L Hattori Heiji's body was kicked away by a kick, and there was no resistance at all. You don't think that you can resist with a little strength, right? Is it too naive? Chen said disdainfully. Hatten, are you alright now? Kudo Shinichi ran over and quickly helped Hattori Heiji. Get up. His strength is too strong. I'm afraid we are not opponents. Hattori Heiji said with some despair. He clearly felt that he was already very powerful, but when he and Chen collided, they were still on the ground and one on the ground. Of course they were on the ground. He is far from being an opponent, so this also means that Kudo Shinichi is also useless. I am afraid that we can only run out one by one. You run first, I am here to block. Hattori Heiji bit Kiba and said. No, I'm the one who put you in a crisis, so let's start high. Ding Tang Shinyi retorted. You are really good friends, why don't I let you become a pair of real friends? A wicked smile appeared on Chen's face. Although they couldn't see the wicked smile on Chen's face with the mask on, Heiji Hattori and Shinichi Kudo, Weijutsu shared the cold, what do you want to do? Kudo Shinichi has a strong bad feeling in his heart. Take a gas bomb and try it. Chen took out 100 bullets. He threw it at them, and then pulled the little Izumi Yuhiko away. The next scene is so bloody and disgusting that I won't be able to eat in the future, so let's leave first. Chen said to Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. Little Izumi Yuhiko, headed the question mark, looking at Chen strangely. What do you mean, what's wrong with that gas bomb? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen curiously. Of course not. Those are the gas bombs that I specially made, and aphrodisiac Vance understands equals next. Chen took off his mask, with a smile like a spring breeze on his face. However, when little Izumi Yuhiko heard the aphrodisiac gas, her body froze. Then she made up her mind and almost spit out dinner. Small gate. Little Izumi Yuhiko couldn't help saying. Go back, someone will be more disgusting. Chen took the little Izumi Yuhiko's hand and left. And Hattori Heiji and Kudo Shinichi in the alley, after smelling the pungent smell, all dizzy. Damn, is it poisonous gas? Hattori Heiji, no, I suspect it should be gas, but I don't know if it is poisonous Vance, so I quickly took out my mobile phone and called the police. By the way, I called the 103 ambulance. Kudo Shinji said to Hattori Heiji. By the way, my cell phone. Where is my cell phone? Hattori Heiji touched, trying to find his cell phone. However, at this time, they had absorbed the gas and had already started to attack. Kudo Shinji Ichi's eyes turned Yuhi-colored. He looked at Hattori Heiji next to him. Hattori Heiji's eyes were also the same as Kudo Shin-chan. The two of them are now like beasts, losing their minds. They can only do things by instinct. Hattori Heiji couldn't help it at first, and pounced on Kudo Shin-chan. The two big men hugged each other, and the picture was extraordinarily hot. However, there were even more hot eyes in the back, not only hot eyes, but also bloody. Two dark clouds drifted over and covered the moonlight, as if the moon was disgusted, so scared and hid to prevent himself from being polluted. It's strange, why Shinichi Kimono Heiji hasn't come back, he can't buy things. Is it taking so long? Could it be that something happened? A Libo guessed in his heart. But thinking that Hattori Heiji and Shinichi are not ordinary people, it will definitely be okay. Maybe when the two of them go out. What kind of case has been encountered? It is now being solved. Dr. Ali thought of this reason and felt that the possibility was very high, so he didn't think about looking for them for the time being. It didn't bother the two people who were in estrus. Chapter 944. Hattori Heiji. The next morning, Hattori Heiji opened his eyes, next to Konan, who had changed back, drinking the potion refined by the little Izumi Yuhiko. Konan only changed back to Kudoshin for half an hour, and then changed back again. At this time, there was some blood on the ground, and Hattori Heiji's face suddenly changed. Everything that happened last night came to Hattori Heiji's mind. Hattori Heiji immediately looked at Konan. Konan lay on the ground, still in a coma. How are you, Kudo? Hattori Heiji bit Kiba's teeth. And what happened yesterday? Hattori Heiji felt that he was embarrassed. Damn black organization. Hattori Heiji swears that they must all be put in prison. It was all because of these bastards that he and Kudo fought bayonets, and the thought of these Hattori Heiji felt disgusting. At this time, Hattori Heiji's thoughts of suicide rose up. Fortunately, no outsiders knew about it. No, the two men in black knew. Shouldn't they have taken any pictures? Thinking of this, Hattori Heiji's face became very bad. For the time being, I don't think about this. Hattori Heiji thinks it's better for him to leave now. If you stay any longer, you might meet someone. Although this is a relatively sheltered alley, there is no guarantee that no one will pass by. It is night now. If someone finds out, they will be caught as a tai-tai. Kudo, please wake up soon. Hattori Heiji endured the pain from behind, got up and walked towards Conan. I didn't expect Kudo to turn into a child again. For now, let's ignore this, and quickly wake Kudo and leave bar. However, Heiji Hattori had just walked to Conan's side, and the second siren sounded, and the sound became clearer and clearer, and Heiji Hattori suddenly had a bad feeling. Intuition told Hattori Heiji, the investigation was directed at him. In fact, it was so fast. The tomb police officer brought the police officer Takagi to this alley and saw the two of them, Hattori Heiji and Conan. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, and Conan who fell unconscious on the ground, and Officer Emu's face turned, "Brother Hattori, what's going on?" Someone reported that there was someone here, but it was you who was with. And the tomb officer didn't I know what to say. I received a report saying that someone was a child of MSISUO, and the police officer thought it was a big guy Waisu _____ little loli. But when I came here, I saw Heiji Hattori and Conan who was unconscious, and his eyes suddenly became complicated. Get up. No, it's not like that. Hattori Heiji hurriedly denied it. Then can you put your clothes on first? And the tomb police officer was expressionless. He instantly lost his sympathy for Hattori Heiji. Even the police officer standing behind the civilian tomb police officer looked at him with disgust. Looking at Hattori Heiji, this person didn't even let the child go. It's still difficult, what a change. At this time, Conan was naturally regarded as a victim, and Hattori Heiji was obviously the perpetrator. I didn't expect this guy to be so mad, to actually treat a child like this. I don't know if it will leave a psychological shadow on the child. Officer of the Tomb of the Moon, this person must be arrested. Takagi can't stand it anymore. Well, can you give me address? Heiji Hattori spoke up. Yesterday, because the effect of the aphrodisiac gas was so powerful, all the clothes on Heiji Hattori's body had been turned into pieces. If Heiji Hattori was not given a piece of clothing to cover his shame, Heiji Hattori would probably be wiped out. Body. Give him a piece of clothing first. Officer Tsukimu said to Takagi, but I don't have any extra clothes. Takagi said embarrassedly, is it possible to take off his clothes to change this? You take off the jacket first. Cover him first. And the tomb police officer said to Takamotoshi, the first grade of the official university crushed people to death, although Takagi did not intend to give the coat to Hattori Heiji, but the tomb police officer gave orders. I don't want it in the future. Takagi also dislikes the clothes worn by this gay who turned into Tai. Send Conan to the hospital first. Officer Mutoom walked over and checked Conan's condition. Then he told the other officers that Conan was still in a coma, and the blood was not stopping. He was seriously injured, and Officer Mew looked at Conan pitifully. When I was young, I suffered this kind of unbearable pain. I hope Conan will not leave any psychological shadows. Heiji Hattori, you should come with us. Officer Kimu stood up and looked at Hattori Heiji with an expressionless face. Although Hattori Heiji is Hattori Heizo's son, Hattori Heizang is several levels higher than him. But the tomb police officer is going to arrest him today. Heiji Hattori opened his mouth and tried to defend himself, but the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't tolerate him, even he felt wronged. Rod. These are all done by the bastards of the black organization. But even if he knows, he can't tell, let alone some things that can't be said. Isn't this GJ? Come here to arrest the criminals. Hyuga Chen suddenly came over. Oh, it turned out to be Brother Hyuga, why are you here? Officer Chimu felt very surprised when he saw Chen. My home is here, isn't it normal to be here? I heard the siren voice. So come here to join in the fun, isn't this Hattori Heiji? Why is it like this? He's also wearing handcuffs. Did he commit a crime? Chen suppressed the laughter in his heart, and the second officer asked curiously to the police officer Kimu. Officer Kimu was embarrassed for a moment, and then said, Yu Wanghao, it's hard to say anything. I took him back first. Officer Mew is also embarrassed to say that he has to take care of Conan. After all, the less people know about this, the less damage it will cause to Conan. As a police officer, and the tomb police officer is not bad, he is one of them. Good police officer. Oh, since that's the case, then I won't bother you. Geez, I didn't expect you to do something wrong. Tatsu walked in front of Hattori Heiji, tisk mocking Nishishung. Heiji Hattori's angry eyes were darkened, and he wanted to punch Tatsu. I feel that this guy Hyuga Tatsu's expression is too sluggish. Hattori Heiji really wanted to the fist hit him in the face. However, he is now wearing handcuffs, and he can't do anything he wants to do. But it's considered pervert. I definitely don't like him at all. He has the same hatred for Hattori Heiji. Chapter 145 _ The Beast, Shaolin, was cleaning the cow at home when she suddenly received a call. Hey, hello, this is the Handy Detective Agency. Do you need any help? It turned out to be Shaolin. Shaolin, do you know that something has happened to Conan? Something happened to Conan. Is Dr. Kasa at home? And Heiji Hattori is there. What happened? Shaolin heard that Conan had an accident. He hurriedly asked the tomb police officer. It's hard to say. Now Conan is in the hospital, you just have to take a look. Officer Chimu struggled for a while, but still didn't say what happened to Conan. In the hospital, is it serious? Shaolin became worried. It's quite serious. But for Conan's psychology, it's even more serious. Officer Kimu said seriously. If something like this happens, it will definitely have a big impact on a child's psychology. Shaolin didn't have time to know what was going on, and immediately asked the hospital, and then immediately left the Maori detective office. Going to the hospital. When Shaolin went to the hospital, he also called Chen, and Chen also followed Qian 873 to the hospital. Coming to Conan's ward. Conan has woken up, lying on the bed, looking distraught, and sitting next to him is Boshi, who is embarrassed. What happened? Dr. Ali already knew, and under the repeated questioning of Ali Hiroshi, Conan had already said it. It was precisely because Conan explained everything that Akong Botu felt embarrassed. Shaolin, Chen, you are here. Ali Botu saw Shaolin and Chen coming in, stood up and said. And Conan heard what Akasa Hiroshi said. Immediately, he buried his head in the pillow and dared not see anyone. Really shameless. It's all to blame for the damn black organization. Conan swore to be incompatible with the black organization. At this time Conan and Hattori Heiji, they all swore to stand against the black-clothed organization, and they hated the black-clothed organization. Is Conan okay? Shaolin asked Ali Boshi. Chen looked at Conan one lying on the hospital bed with a smile on his face. It's really funny, but he guessed right. The potion refined by the little Izumi Yuhiko, at most, only makes Conan change back for a short time, and it is not a real antidote at all. As for BIDB, why this is. Chen didn't know. He also didn't know how little Izumi Yuhiko refined the medicine. Not interested to know either. Don't worry, Conan is fine right now. Hiroshi Akasa said. Well, but I heard Officer Keij say that Conan may not have suffered any psychological trauma and needs to be comforted. Next, what is going on? How did Conan get injured? What's going on? This. Aha. Ali Hiroshi didn't want to say it, and it is estimated that Conan didn't want to be known by Shaolin. The fewer people who know this kind of thing, the better. Otherwise, Conan can be in the future. How do you behave? At this moment, a young nurse walked in, gave Conan a sympathetic look, and said, the patient's injury has been treated. But his mental state, I suggest taking him to see a psychiatrist. Hutu, what happened to Conan? Shaolin immediately grabbed the nurse's hand. You don't know. You should be his sister, right? The little nurse asked Shaolin. Yes, I am his sister. Shaolin nodded. She can be regarded as Conan's sister. This little boy named Conan was thought. Gave that. After the little nurse finished speaking, her face was all Yuhi's. Alibo opened his mouth 10 times, originally wanting to tell the little protector not to say anything, but Xiaohu Ten's mouth was too fast. But this time, Shaolin, I was stunned. I was caught by that. Why was that? Could it be? Shaolin thought of something in an instant. Her face suddenly changed to Yuhi. She was shy and angry, and she actually started with the child. It was too much. Shaolin, this kind of change can be quite a lot. Conan is really pitiful to have encountered this kind of pervert. Chen shook his head gently, as if he was pitying Conan, but he was about to die of laughter in his heart. Conan is still so young, yet to be treated like this. If I knew who that person was, I would never let him go. I must use it. My karate taught him. Shaolin said angrily. This kind of change would make anyone angry. By the way, Chen, did you think the murderer was caught? What if he runs away? Shaolin said worriedly. If this kind of scourge escaped, wouldn't it be cheaper for him? Don't worry, Shaolin, I'm 100% sure that the murderer has been caught. Chen said confidently. Ah, Shaolin looked at Chen suspiciously. Although Shaolin believed in Chen, how could Chen be so sure that the murderer had been caught? I saw with my own eyes that the murderer was arrested. Chen said to Shaolin. I saw it with my own eyes. Shaolin looked at Chen in surprise. Yeah, this morning, I met the police officer Chimu, but he took Hattori Heiji away. Chen nodded. What? Hattori Heiji, who did this kind of thing? Shaolin opened her mouth in surprise. She couldn't believe it. If you don't believe me, ask the doctor, he should know. Chen looked at Akasa Hiroshi. Akasa Hiroshi nodded lightly as he looked at Shaolin Zunjian. Although Hattori Heiji was not to blame for this incident, he was also a victim, but he was indeed the one who did it. That guy. I didn't expect him to be such a nasty bastard. Shaolin filled the eagle with righteous indignation. If Hattori Heiji was here, I'm afraid he would teach him a lesson. Yeah, I really didn't expect that the son of the director of the Dignified had such a hobby, and he really did it. Chen also despised Hattori Heiji. As for the reason that Hattori Heiji did such a beastly shameful thing, no one seems to know about it. Even if it is Conan and Hattori Heiji for the time being, there is no doubt about his head. Come up. I will only think that it was done by the people in the Black Organization. Chen thought it was quite interesting. This time, the Black Organization helped Chen to take the blame. After a while, the police officer from the Tomb of the Moon also came. That Botu, I came to see Conan. Himu police officer said to Ali Botu. Come in quickly, and Mu Zongguan. Aga Seiboshi hurriedly invited the police officer in the tomb. It turns out that Brother Hyuga is also there. And the tomb police officer looked at Hyuga-chen a little surprised. It is not surprising that Shaolin is here with the police officer Yimu, because it is Shaolin who is called by the police officer Mumu, but Chen is here, and the police officer Mumu is really a bit strange. But thinking about it, Chen and Shaolin have a very good relationship. Maybe they came here to see. That's true. If it wasn't for Shaolin to inform Chen, Chen really wouldn't come here. Chapter 146. Hattori Heizang. Don't worry, Conan, we will definitely give you justice. And the tomb officer assured Conan, who was lying on the bed, that even if Hattori Heiji's identity is not ordinary, so is the pervert bird who doesn't spare even children. Good, his righteous moon screen police officer will never let it go. Moreover, the tomb police palace is very good and has a strong sense of supervision. A good policeman. Justice Conan was stunned after hearing this, and then said quickly, and this time his police officer the kimono has nothing to do, and Jie Jingguan, please let him go. Ritu Chong, you have nothing to do with Hattori Heiji this time. Although it was exploded, the bastard of the county's technical clothing organization. What Conan hates is the Black Organization, but not the Hattori Heiji X organization. It can be versioned. He and Hattori Heiji is a good builder with a very close relationship. But Hattori Heiji is in jail. He can't let the face of the whole palace of the tomb become clear. Conan actually seeks the law in the whole law. What did I get? I'm sure the county will be on the 4th and the 8th Battalion. Hattori Heiji, the minister of the Department of the Ministry of Justice, has a son who is so flattering. This can hurt people who say good things to you. Well, Conan, you can't have pity on this kind of people. Did he threaten you? Tomb officer, this really has something to do with Hattori Banjongen, but someone actually gave us medicine. Conan bit Kiba and said. However, Conan thought he had said that. And will the tomb police officer believe it? Because of the preconceived notions, and the police officer Jay has now determined that it is the bad thing that Hattori Heiji did. Conan said this because he was threatened. That's why people who are fictional are made up to apologize for him. Dong 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 tilde L equals the knock on the door sounded. Shaolin immediately walked over and opened the door. Outside the door stood two women a mile, and the men were very burly. There was an air of indifference all over his body. One of the two women is a beautiful and elegant lady, and the other is a young and beautiful girl. Hato Hazang Main too, and the recruiting officer was stunned when he saw Hattori Hazang. That's right, these three people are Hattori Heiji's father Hattori Hazang, and Kimi Hattori Heiji's mother Hattori Shizuka. There is also Hattori Heiji's childhood sweetheart Toyama Kazuha. No wonder Hattori Heiji is so dark. It turns out Hattori Hazang is not white. Chen glanced at Hattori Hazang and said, "Chen, keep your voice low. It's not good to be heard." Xiaolan woke up to him after fighting the battle with her hands. And Mu Jiguan saw Hattori Hazang coming in, and after reacting, he gave him a salute. Officials are too pressured. What's more, Hattori Hazang's official position is not known by how many ranks higher than that of the police officer of the Tomb of the Moon. Yi. Shaolin waved to Yuan Shan and Yi. Yuan Shan and Yi walked towards Shaolan. There was embarrassment and anger on his face. Yuan Shan and Yi faced Shaolin very embarrassed. At the same time, facing Hattori Heiji in his heart, he was also very angry when he first got the news. Yuan Shan and Yi himself didn't know how long they were stunned. He didn't expect that his childhood sweetheart, Hattori Heiji, was actually a pervert who liked men. I still like Xiaozheng. No wonder he was so hot to himself before. It turns out that I like men. Yuan Shan and Yi felt disgusted instantly. To be frank, if it wasn't for Hattori Shizuka calling her over, Yuan Shan and Yi would be embarrassed to refuse. She won't come at all. With Miss Yi, we met again. Chen smiled at Yuan Shan and Yi. Looking at Chen Junyi's face. Yuan Shan and Yi nodded lightly. Face and cheeks slightly, Yuhi. Do not know why. Every time she sees Chen, she thinks that Yuhi's face is astonishing, and it's probably because the man in front of her is Taisuke. Just like men like to look at beautiful women and women also like to look at long and handsome men. In fact, the psychology is the same. Don't talk about Yuan-shan and Yi, even Hattori Kazuka saw Chen's. At first glance, it was a bit surprising. Uncontrollably, he glanced at Chen Duo. Even now, subconsciously peeking at Arianshan, she might think Zan doesn't feel it. And Toon police officer, I came to see Conan-kun. Hattori Hazang said to police officer Meguro. Then Hattori Hazang walked towards Conan, and the Toon police officer frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Although I know Hattori Hazang is an honest man. But that's just heard, who knows if he will return for his son. Threatening Conan, begging for flowers. And Ji Guan clenched his fists. I have made up my mind. If Hattori Hazang really wants to threaten Conan, then even if it is not the police department. And Jie Zhengguan will definitely turn his face. And Officer Mu is not someone who can't tolerate sand at all. I've been around for half my life, I've seen a lot of darkness, and naturally I've become a little smoother. But this time, Hattori Heiji went too far. Too scumbag. And the police officer Twilight couldn't stand it any longer. Hattori Hazang walks towards Conan. Then he bowed to Conan. For what Inuko did, I, Hattori Hazang, apologize to you on his behalf. Minister Hattori, you don't need to apologize. In fact, we are all victims of this incident. Conan said quickly. Hattori Hazang personally bowed to him and apologized to Conan. He felt flattered. Hearing Conan say that they were all victims, Hattori Hazang's eyes flashed, wiped away one and then asked, Don't know Conan, what do you know? Conan was silent. I don't know if I should talk about the black organization and think about it, but Conan is going to hide it if he should. But Conan hadn't spoken yet, and Officer Mu immediately said, Minister Hattori, although you are the chief, but we are responsible for the investigation of the matter here. Because Hattori Hazang looks fierce. In the eyes of Police Officer Yimu, it seems like he is threatening Conan. Therefore, the police officer can't help but speak out, but the police officer Yuji can't bear it. The tomb police officer, I know that if your concern is directly Hattori Heiji's fault, I will punish him personally. Huan's fault, I will, you, tomb police officer, I know my son, he will not do such a thing. Hattori Shizuka said beyond doubt. But Yuan Shan and Yi Zhang opened their mouths and didn't say anything. Although she didn't believe it in her heart, it had already happened. Little Zuxin. But even if it was really drugged or something, Yuan Shan and Yi felt sick because they couldn't pick up the phone and think about each other. Unable to accept it, I thought, I'm here to see Conan. Whether it's Hattori or not, I have to apologize to you. You can also rest assured, Officer Moon Tomb, I, Hattori Haizang, will transfer material to find Kong. He will not pay the first fee because of the right land. Heiji is my son. I will, said Wan. Chapter 147_. After Heiji told the identity of Hattori Hazang Conan, Hattori Hazang condolences to Conan, and followed the police officer from the Tomb of the Moon to the Metropolitan Police Department. Chen and Shaolin also went with them. As for why, of course, he and Yi took Shaolin, and then Shaolin took Chen. When I came to the Metropolitan Police Department, Sato Mikazuko, who was working, was stunned for a moment after seeing Chen. Why did you come to the Metropolitan Police Department? Did you get caught by something? Sato Mikazuko asked Chen in a low voice. Shaolin looked at Chen and Sato Mawako, who were very close. Her heart was a little sour, and she felt very uncomfortable. I just came to see Hattori Heiji. Chen shrugged and said softly to Sato Mawako. Hearing Wuyu said that he was here to see Hattori, Mawako Sato's expression suddenly became strange. At the same time, she also knew that it was because of Tatsu and little Izumi Yuhiko that Hattori Heiji became a wretched child. If it was before, Sato Mawako, who hated evil, would definitely arrest Chen and little Izumi Yuhiko, but the current Sato Mawako is not what she used to be. When I came to the interrogation room, Heiji Hattori was being interrogated at this time, and the police officer who interrogated Heiji Hattori was Officer Takagi. I said it all, this is not what I want to do. Hattori Heiji gave Yi Shui an expression. No matter what he explained, Takagi didn't believe it and decided that he was a big pervert. What can he do? He is also desperate. And yesterday he didn't just attack, he deserved it. Now Chrysanthemum is still in pain. The door of the interrogation room was pushed open. Hattori Haizang and Hattori Shizuka walked in. After seeing his son, Hattori Haizang was speechless. Expression. After all, doing such an unethical thing, now Hattori Haizang has become a joke of the upper class. Can he have a good face? Even many of his political enemies. They all used this to make fun of him, but he still couldn't get it off. Nizi, tell me, what the hell is going on? Hattori Shizuka sighed. She knew that Hattori Hazang was angry, so she didn't say anything. When Hattori Heiji saw his father Hattori Hazang and his mother Hattori Shizuka, his face slammed on her side, and he lowered his face instantly. Father and mother are here, did they know it? Thinking of this, Hattori Heiji felt has lost face, but more than that. After seeing Yuenshin and Yi, Hattori Heiji felt even more terrified. Hattori Heiji felt hatred in his heart when he looked at Toyama and Yi's complicated and strange appearance. This hatred is aimed at the black-clothed organization, it's that group of guys, it's because he has become what he is now. Tell me what's going on. Hattori Haizang sat down and asked Hattori Heiji. Heiji, you are my son. I know you won't do this, but you have to tell me why. Heiji saw Hattori bow his head and didn't speak. Hattori Hazang took a deep breath of -0. Then he said that if he couldn't explain the reason, Hattori Heiji will really go to jail. After all, he has already committed a crime. Hattori Heiji glanced at the others, and Hattori Haizang immediately understood what he meant after he noticed his eyes. He said to the others, can you guys leave first? I want to talk to Hattori Heiji alone. Takagi heard the words and looked at Officer Moon grave, and Officer Mew nodded and took Takagi to leave. Hattori Shizuka shook his head helplessly. Then he pulled Yuan Shan and Yi out. At this time, in the entire interrogation room, Hattori Haizang and Hattori Heiji were left. Can you tell me now? Hattori Haizang asked Hattori Heiji. Remember when I asked you before about a transnational dark organization hiding in the dark? Hattori Heiji hesitated for a moment. Then he spoke. If he remained silent, he would probably be beaten to death by Hattori Haizang. Hattori Heiji is very afraid of Hattori Haizang in his heart. Hattori Haizang usually has a face that is not angry and arrogant, and it is even more terrifying when he is angry. So Hattori Heiji didn't dare to make Hattori Haizang really angry. You mean, what happened to you this time has something to do with that organization? Hattori Hirazo stood up abruptly, with anger on his face. I already told you, don't provoke that organization, don't touch anything about that organization, haven't you heard? Seeing the furious Hattori Haizang, Hattori Heiji didn't dare to speak at all. After a long time, it was only after Pingzang calmed down his anger. You met someone from that organization, well, but they wear masks, I don't know what they look like. Is it a tall, with a fat man? Hattori asked him to Hattori. No, there are no fat people, one of them is a woman. Hattori Haizang's eyes flashed a ray of light. It was a woman. Could it be Belmod? Hattori Haizang knew a lot. Even Belmod knew that there was already a lot of information on the black organization master Hattori Hirazo. However, the more information about the master, the more Hirazo Hattori knew about the terror of that organization. That's why I passed Hattori Heiji not to provoke that organization. But Hattori Haizang didn't expect that Hattori Heiji still provoked that organization. It's good to be able to come back alive this time. How did you know that you provoked the black organization? Hattori Haizang asked Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji hesitated for a while, and then said to Hattori Haizang. I can tell you, but some things must be kept secret. Hattori Haizang nodded, but he wanted to know what he needed to keep safe. Actually, Conan is Kudo Shinichi. Hattori Heiji told Hattori Haizo about the identity of Conan that he told him to hide. What did you say? Hattori Haizang looked at Hattori Heiji in shock. Who is Kudo Shinichi? Hattori Haizang also knew that he is a very good detective, and Kudo Yasaka, the father of Kudo Shinichi, is not simple 4.8. But Hattori Heiji said that Kudo Shinichi is Conan, which surprised Hattori Haizang. A high school cow turned into a primary school student. Anyone would be surprised, after all, this is a scientific world. Science is too general. In fact, this is not a purely ordinary world. After all, there is magic. Even Hattori Haizang, a well-informed old fox, was not only full of shock when he heard the news. Kudo Shin was drugged and eventually got smaller, and this time they found us. It seems to be for experimenting with a drug. Heiji Hattori told Hattori Haizo the whole thing, and now Hattori Heiji knows that they have been exposed to the black organization. So there is no point in helping Kudo Shinichi hide his identity. Chapter 148. I don't give him face, he is not anything like. Heiji, you said that the black organization asked you to experiment with a drug. Hattori Hirazuka's heart suddenly became nervous. Could it be some kind of poison? If it is, what is it? Poison. Then what will happen to his son Hattori Heiji? Hattori Haizo is very worried in his heart. No, that kind of medicine is not poison. After taking it, my strength has increased several times, and even Ding Tengshin has recovered in a short period of time. Looking at his father's worried appearance, Hattori Heiji said to Hattori Haizang. A potion that can increase the strength several times. Will it be harmful to the body? Hattori Haizang felt that it was not good. You must give your son a good check. Down, otherwise Hattori Haizang may not worry about the inspection, but it will take a while. Now Hattori Haizang wants to ask what happened first and understand it clearly. What about what happened after that? Hattori Haizang frowned slightly. To be honest, his son was able to come back alive when he met of the black organization. Hattori Haizang was really surprised. It's not that Hattori Haizang wants to let his son die, but the style of the 18th organization in black. The black organization has always been a direct killer. No matter what drug experiments they are doing, they will eventually be silenced. However, Hattori Heiji and Konan actually survived. This is seriously inconsistent with the behavior of the black organization. Afterwards, a mutual bomb was thrown. I suspect it was aphrodisiac gas. Hattori Heiji said this. His face couldn't help but turn dark. He never thought that his virgin body would be handed over to Kudo Shinichi. Hattori Heiji wanted to kill him directly with both heads. Hattori Heizang can be considered to understand everything. This matter is indeed not to blame Hattori Heiji. He was also one of the victims. Well, you follow me to the hospital first. Hattori Heizang stood up and said. Since Heiji Hattori said that he had taken the medicine of the black organization, Heizang Hattori wanted to check it out. Heiji, I suspect those two people. They are not from the black organization at all. After standing up, Hattori Heizang said to Hattori Heiji. So you'd better think about it first. Did you offend someone? The black organization's behavior doesn't conform to, who offends. Hattori Heiji was silent. He had offended a lot of people. As a detective there is not much, but there are too many people offended. Go to the hospital for examination first. Let's go. Hattori Heizo opened the door of the interrogation room and walked out. After Hattori Heizang came out, the Toon police officer looked at him immediately. And the Toon police officer, according to my inquiry, what kind of drug was Heiji Hattori forcibly taken, so I want to take him to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. Hattori Heizang said seriously, and Officer Mew frowned slightly, and finally nodded to Hattori Heizang, agreeing. What? You mean what kind of drug was Heiji forcibly given? Hattori Shizuka looked nervous. After Heiji Hattori came out, he glanced at Yuenshin and Yi in shame, but Yuenshin and Yi were talking with Chen and Shaolin, and did not look at him. It's normal for Yuanshan and Yi to behave like this. After all, the Tai family is too expensive. What's more, Toyama and Yi felt a lot of resentment towards Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji was a little disappointed, and got into the police car and headed to the hospital. The police officer Takagi followed. The deputy looked at the prisoner and looked at Hattori seriously. Hattori Heizang didn't say anything about it. Tatsuya also followed him to the hospital. In fact, Tatsuya was very curious. Are there any side effects? After arriving at the hospital, Hattori Heiji first went to see Konan, looked at Konan. Hattori Heiji apologized with embarrassment. Sorry, work. It doesn't matter. In fact, I should also apologize to you. Konan also very embarrassing, because Hattori Heiji was not the only one who exploded his chrysanthemum. He also exploded Hattori Heiji's chrysanthemum. Konan, are you feeling better? Chen looked at Konan with a concerned expression. Konan looked at Chen and felt that he was very hateful. Although there was no smile on his face, Konan felt that he was smiling. Thank you for your concern, I'm much better. Konan said while biting Kiba. Look at the way Konan bites Kiba. It's still in pain, right? Rest in peace. There was no smile on Chen's face. But there was a smile in his eyes, which made Konan bite Kiba even more, but in the eyes of others, Konan was just enduring the pain. Toyama and Yi looked at Konan's appearance. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pity in my heart. It's so pitiful. Thinking of this, Toyama and Yi snorted angrily at Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji also has grievances in his heart. As I am now, it's okay if you don't comfort me. On the contrary, he turned against me. However, Hattori Heiji is also not alike. How Toyama and Yi comforted him too. No matter whether Hattori Heiji was forced or not, Toyama and Yi couldn't accept it. Konan, you and Hattori Heiji. You were forced to take a medicine, right? Hattori Heizu asked Konan. At the same time, Hattori Heizang couldn't help but look at Konan one more time. Thinking of what Hattori Heiji said before, Konan was actually Kudo Shinichi and Hattori Heizang, and he couldn't believe it. Yes, Konan thought of the potion that briefly brought him back. There was some silence in my heart. Then I'll arrange a doctor. I'll check it out for you. Hattori Heizang immediately arranged for a medical cow to perform a full body check on Konan Kimono 37 Heiji. Then Hattori Heizang looked at Chen. Hyuga-san, I wonder if I can talk to you. Oh, the headmaster and I are a student. What can we talk about? I'll be waiting for you outside. Hattori Haizang went out without waiting for Chen to agree. Chen looked at Hattori Haizang's back with 2 eyes, and he didn't even give him a bird. If you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you. Who wants to talk to this guy who looks like black charcoal? If it is Hattori Shizuka Hyuga Chen, maybe there is a little interest. Chen, aren't you going out? Shaolin asked Chen. Why do you want to go out? I don't think there is anything to talk about with him. Chen shrugged and said, Chen, you are acting like this. Don't you think it's a little rude? Hattori Jinghua frowned slightly and asked Chen hey, I didn't promise him, so why is it impolite? Besides, after he finished speaking, is it polite to go out? Although he is the head of the department, but if I don't give him face, he is nothing. Chen said lightly. In front of him, Hattori Haizang is a fart. He will give face if he wants, and he will not give if he doesn't want to. Although it is very rude, it is the truth. Hattori Shizuka frowned again, but didn't say anything. Chapter 949. Cut Life. Hattori Harai hid outside and waited, but after more than 10 minutes, Chen did not come out. In an instant, Hattori Haizang felt unhappy in his heart. As a person in a high position, others have always waited for him, but this time he waited for others, and the result could not be waited. Although Chen did not give him face in such a way, Hattori Haizang didn't hold any grudges. But there must be something in my heart. Shaolin looked at Chen worriedly. If I offend a minister, will Chen really be okay? Relax, Shaolin. What else can a small head of the department do? Chen's words were just gloomy. Hattori Hirazura, who had walked in with his face, heard that. His face became even more difficult to look at, and he looked down on him nakedly. The corners of other people's mouths couldn't help twitching. Who gave you the courage to say this? The head of the police headquarters. Is this half the position? Who doesn't give Hattori a little face? Young people, don't be too aggressive. Hattori said in a low voice. If a young man is not angry, can he still be called a young man? Besides, how do you know that I am a young man? Chen stared at Hattori Hirazang playfully. Seeing Chen's playful expression, Hattori Haizang's brows were slightly wrinkled. What was the meaning of what he said? It is because of his son Hattori Heiji. Borrowing the power of the police station, I investigated Hyuga Chen's Hattori Heiji and thought he didn't know, but his little actions, how could he hide from the Hattori Haizang, who knew these things so clearly? This time I saw Hattori Heiji. After the person to be investigated, I want to know why Hattori Heiji wants to investigate the other party. Is it because of a conflict? After contacting him like this, Hattori Haizang deliberately paid attention to Hyuga Chen, and found that he didn't seem to care about everything very much. Look is not important. This made Hattori Haizang couldn't help but want to try it out, but he didn't expect that Hyuga Chen really didn't give him any face. There was still some disdain for him in his words. This kind of person is either a fool who offends people, or is really disdainful. The first one is fine, but if the second case, then. Sensing that the atmosphere was a little dignified, Shaolan opened her mouth to break the dignified atmosphere. Well, Conan has been there for a long time. Why hasn't the check been finished yet? Go, it's a bit slow because it's a whole body check, but I hope Conan will be okay. Dr. Ali said worriedly. Thinking of the medicine that was poured by the black-clothed organization, Ali Botu was very worried. Wouldn't it do any harm to Conan's body? Otherwise, why would he use them for experiments? I am also very concerned about this result. After all, it is a medicine made by Yuhizi. Chen wants to know if this medicine has any side effects. 12,950 Little Izumi Yuhizi has been made in the library. However, there are not many records about that type of medicine in the book, so whether there are specific side effects, Shao Izumi Yuhiko doesn't know. In fact, Akasa Hiroshi still has some concerns, that is, Kudo Shinichi's getting smaller. If this is checked out, then what is waiting for him is unknown. Akasa Hiroshi is very worried about this. Although Conan is a child now, if he checks his bone age, he can still find something wrong. If he thought about this level before, Dr. Akasa would not consider Conan to perform the so-called whole body. The inspection has been done. Now Aliboshi is just worried that they must not find out. After 3 hours of worrying about Alibo, the result finally came out. After getting the inspection report, everyone's expressions were very heavy. Akasa Hero Plus looked at the report heavily. It wasn't because they found out that Conan was getting smaller, but for other reasons. This series of reports, they didn't read it very clearly, and they didn't know much about some of the things in it. Understood. But the doctor told them that these two people were taking a drug with explosive potential, but this drug would put a serious burden on the body. This burden is very large, and it will reduce the life expectancy. Get this, after the news, Hattori Hazang's expression was ugly, and he clenched his fists angrily. It turns out that there are such side effects. Chen now also knows the side effects of the medicine made by the little Izumi Yuhiko. However, Chen guessed that it is not that this medicine has side effects, but that this medicine is not for ordinary people to take. It will be a burden for ordinary people, but it does not mean that it will bring a psychological burden to extraordinary people. As long as the body can bear it, there will definitely be no side effects, but for people who can bear such side effects, how much stronger the medicine is. Now Chen discovered that little Izumi Yuhi, this potion of the sun, is simply tasteless. Is it a drug that bursts out potential? Are they trying to cultivate a Superman? Hattori Hazang clenched his fists and said. According to Hattori Heiji, after taking the potion, the strength exploded tenfold in a short period of time, and the physical fitness also increased tenfold. One punch can punch a hole in the wall. How strong would that be? Although now is the era of firearms, this does not mean that physical fitness is not important. In fact, it is still very important. Because large-scale wars cannot break out, if the individual strength is strong, one can defeat 10. What kind of consequences will that cause to the master as a potion? It is still that black organization. This is a notorious organization. Of course, Hattori Hazang also suspects that this is not a black organization. Because it is seriously inconsistent with the black organization's behavior, he can't help but have doubts in his heart. But also it's not necessarily not. What if it was just a smoke bomb released by the black organization and deliberately made them think that this was not done by the black organization? Hattori Hazang is feeling a headache now, and the most important thing is to care about Hattori Heiji's physical condition. One doctor, you said that drug will shorten your life, so I want to know, how much is it? Zeta Lee, okay, this is what Hattori Hazang is most concerned about. Hattori Heiji is his son. He doesn't want gray-haired people send black-haired people. We don't know that either. Just know that it will affect the lifespan. As to how much it will affect, this depends on the individual's physique, and we can't infer it. The doctor shook his head. He didn't dare to say this, and it's not easy to harass. Okay, I see. Hattori Hazang nodded. It is normal for the doctor not to know. Both Hattori Heiji and Conan heard the doctor's words, and their expressions were a little silent. It seems that the medicine is also poison for them, and it will actually affect their lifespan. Black organization, how did such a drug develop? As the potential of the body bursting out and consuming lifespan. Chen Qing _ laughs. The human body's potential is indeed huge. If it is fully tapped, it will burst out with great power, but after the burst, there is only one end, and that is sudden death. 9th, 150 chapters. I suspect that it was not made by the black organization. Officer Konami, I have decided not to hold Hattori Heiji accountable. Conan said to the officer looking at the grass. Huh, Conan, you really decided 9 inches? Officer Kimu looked at Conan and asked. Yes, police officer. After all, the previous incident can't be blamed on Hattori Heiji. Conan's face was embarrassed when he mentioned this incident. Since they already made a decision, that's fine. Conan can be a little more relaxed if he doesn't hold Hattori Heiji accountable. What's more, it has almost been proved that this does not have much to do with Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji and Conan are all victims. Conan got up from the bed after Kong, and now he can be discharged from the hospital. Conan, do you want to go back to Dr. Kasa's house? Xiaoshang asked Conan and nodded, because Conan listened to Hattori Heiji and told him his true identity. Hattori Hazang, Now Conan is looking for Hattori Heiji to settle accounts. Alright then, Bo-shi, you must take good care of Conan. Xiaolan said to Dr. Hilly. Don't let Conan be embarrassed by the old face of Dr. Ah 467 again, but I still want it. The last time can only be said to be an accident, but there are other reasons why Guo Nan chose to follow A Li Botu. The black organization already knew his identity. So Conan and Maluya went to Xiaolan's house. What should I do if I got involved? Conan is going to go to the Kimono Ministry Heiji to discuss some countermeasures first. Xiaolan, I'll take you back first. Chen said to Xiaolan. Wait a minute, I'll be with you too. Yuan Shan and Yi shouted to Chen and Xiaolan, and Hattori opened his mouth when he saw it, but in the end he couldn't bow his head and didn't say anything. Hattori Jinghua saw Chengxi and tied up Yao Yuanshan and Yi feel particularly embarrassed here. That's why she wanted to follow Chen and Xiaolan to leave again, lest the Fei Xian Xin lose. Because Toyama and Yi really don't know what to say to Heiji from Hattori now. Leaving the hospital, of course, Chen was in charge of driving, while Xiaolan, Yuanshan and Yi sat in the back. Yuanshan and Yi frowned and looked uncomfortable. Hey, Hattori Heiji should be very bad now, won't you go and comfort him? Xiaolan said to Yi, consolation. Heiji, Shangpin is still unhappy with Yuanshan and Yi now. Isn't it good to be a high school student? You have to be an official, so what are you doing as a detective? You are also involved in these things. Yuanshan and Yi Shang complained vigorously. Besides, if it's Kudo Shinichi, so what? What is your mood? Yuan Shan and Yi's expressions were very complicated. Xiaolan was stunned for a moment, and then said, I and Shin are just friends. After speaking, Xiaolan glanced at Chen in front of her and continued, you and Hattori Heiji have a different relationship. Why are we different? You and us are just childhood sweethearts. If not, what do you think we are related to? After all, Yuan Shan and Yi and Hattori Heiji are just childhood sweethearts. Maybe Yi has a good impression of Hattori Heiji, but now she is both not knowing how to deal with this childhood sweetheart. Yuan Shan and Yi couldn't help feeling nauseated when they thought of a man. Although it is not his fault that Heiji Hattori is also a victim, it does not mean that Toyama and Ki can accept it. If it's not all right, I just want to stay here. Talking about helping Kudo Institute investigate things, I think it would be best for him to spend a lifetime with Gong or Shin. Yuan Shan and Yi feel angry in their hearts. That guy Hattori Heiji has never cared about her. Xiaolan patted Yuan Shan and Yi on the shoulder. She is angry with Yi. Xiaolan can understand it to some extent. By the way, Chen, are you free now? Xiaolan asked Chen. Are you free, girl? Chen is not free on JCB someday. Then take us to the amusement park to play, by the way. Let He Kejung relax. Xiaolan said to Chen. Okay. It is my honor to be with these two beauties. Chen smiled and turned to look at the two girls. Xiaolan, Yuanshan and Yi's faces suddenly softened. Chen's words made them feel very bad. Chen Yu turned around, and took Xiaolan and Yuanshan and Yi went to the tropical theme park. In addition, Hattori Heiji and Conan sat together, and Hattori Heizang also looked at Hattori Heiji with resentment in Conan's eyes. This guy actually told him his identity. Hattori Heiji, who had promised not to tell anyone, was a little embarrassed, but Hattori Heiji felt that it would be better to tell his father about it. Conan, your identity has been exposed now. That's why I told my father, and this is for your safety. Hattori Heiji said the reason, that is, he was afraid that Conan would be found by people in the black organization again. Hattori Heizang, who was in the camp, couldn't help shaking the book when he saw Conan. But don't worry, I won't publicize this matter. Hattori Heizang also knows what Conan is worried about. That's good, then I will trouble Uncle Hattori. Conan breathed a sigh of relief, and Hattori Heizang agreed that he shouldn't say it out. By the way, I'm here to talk to you about your affairs before. Said. Hattori Heizang just finished speaking, and the two suddenly bowed their heads to each other, not knowing what to say. I suspect that the people at the time were not from the black organization. The book, What 9 Inches Conan and Hattori Heiji picked up his head. At this time, he didn't care about any embarrassment, and looked at Hattori Heizang in surprise. The black organization's acting style, will definitely choose to kill in silence. We'll never let you live. Hattori Hazang said solemnly. After all, Hattori Hazang and the black organization did not have to deal with them once or twice. The more they dealt with, the more they would know. According to his interpretation, he could judging. This is not the person in the organization. That means that I was not discovered by the people in the black organization. Daikonen's face showed a touch of joy. As long as it is not discovered by people in black organizations. In this way, Shaolin will definitely not be implicated. Don't be too complacent, Kudo, even if the other party is not a member of the black organization, but they know your identity and know that you are Kudo Shinichi. Face and they will never be good people. Otherwise, they will not do this to us. Such a thing. Hattori Heiji reminded Gunan, and told him not to be too happy. Conan smiled when he heard the words. Heiji Hattori didn't say anything, and the other party also knew his identity. Go out, he's still dangerous. Chapter 152. Threat. Tropical Paradise. Chen followed behind Shaolin and Yuenshin and Yi, and the two women showed happy smiles on their faces. Wow, you should feel really better, thank you Yu and Shaolin. Yuenshin and Yi said happily. Tien, by the way, when are you going to go back? Chen asked Yuenshin and Yi about this question, which made Yuenshin and Yi instantly uncomfortable. Chen, do you really want me to leave? Do you think I'm too bored? Yuan Shan and Yi looked at Chen with some resentment. I didn't say I hated you. Chen shrugged helplessly, he didn't say that and was ready to dance here for a while. Yuan Shan and Yi said after thinking for a while. Toyama and Yi didn't want to see Hattori Heiji at this time. So prepare to stay here for a while. 70-10, can be said that Toyama and Yi and Heiji of Hattori have all gone together and want to stay here for a while. Where are you going to live with Yi? Why don't you live in my house? Xiaolan said to Yuan Shan and Yi. Ah, wouldn't that be too troublesome? Yuan Shan and Yi said embarrassedly. No, you are not very familiar with this place, so one wouldn't be dangerous. So just live in my home appliance cafe in the small house. At Lan's insistence, Yuenshin and Yi did not refuse, and Dao stayed at Shaolin's house. At night, after a dinner, Chen sent Shaolin, Yuenshin and Yi back, and then drove home. At the door of the house, Chen unexpectedly saw a familiar figure, Hattori Hirazang. Oh, how does the head of Hattori have such a leisurely mind? What are you doing in front of my house 9 inches? Chen lowered the car window and looked at Hattori Hirai lightly. 3 inches Hyuga Chen, I want to talk to you about something, do you think it's okay? I don't think so. Besides, I have nothing to chat with you at all, hurry up and go, or else the police will arrest you. You are standing in front of my house now, it doesn't seem like you are going to be a ghost. Hito Hazang was almost choked to death. Let's talk to you about your identity. Hattori Hazang suppressed the anger in his heart, and said angrily. My identity. Chen glanced at Hattori Hazang. Ichi 3 inches. I want to know, who are you? Hattori Chungzang stared at Chen earnestly. I wanted to see how Chen's expression changed. However, Hattori Puzo was disappointed, and he didn't see anything at all. Isn't Baobo's identity obvious? If you want to know me, you need to come and ask me in person. 3 If so, then you are too cheap. Heiji is my son, I will not let anyone dare to hurt him. Hattori Hazang also played Tai Chi with Hyuga Chen. Instead, he directly stated his intention, and he was also threatening Hyuga Chen. Oh, what did you mean to me this wa? Chen Yu asked. I think you can clarify what you mean. Hattori Hirazaka stared at Chen with a blank expression. Then you have to protect your son well, it would be bad if several murderers killed him. Chen Tan said with a smile. Okay, Hattori Hazang, have you finished what you want to say? If you're done, you can leave. Chen waved at Hattori Hazang with disgust. At the door, do you want to be a door god for me? Hattori Hazang's fist clenched. What? Could it be that the head of Hobe wants to hit me? Tisk Shengchen looked at Hattori Hazang provocatively, knowing that he didn't dare to do it, let alone what he could do if he really dared to do it. At that time, Chen not only can teach him a lesson, it can also ruin his reputation. He ran to the door of his house and threatened him. He was quite courageous, but he didn't know how to write dead characters, but Chen didn't mind teaching him. Don't be too arrogant, or it won't do you any good. Hattori said in a low voice. I'm arrogant because I have arrogant capital, and please don't let your son fall in front of me, otherwise I'll be in a bad mood. But Guochen, who would be shot directly to death, said to Hattori Haizang. There was no politeness in his tone, and he didn't need to be polite to anyone. Hattori Hirase's face was gloomy. Of course he was angry. To be honest, he met Hyuga Chen first, the one who dared to threaten him, but Hattori Haizang really couldn't care less, because of the eyes of the most Chen. Hattori Haizang felt that he was pretending to be true, and his face suddenly became even more ugly and, if it was Heiji, I would definitely not let you go. Okay, then it will wait. I would like to know, Hattori Heiji died. What kind of expression will you have on your face after that? Chen Dan smiled, and then drove into the house, not giving Hattori Hirazang a chance to say anything else at all. Hattori Hazang stood here and watched for a while. Then turn around and leave, of course. Hattori Hirai hides the anger in his heart, and only he knows it. After Sanchin came back, Akimi immediately said to Chen, there was someone who came looking for him, but I didn't let him in. It seems that his name was Hattori Hazang. 9 inches well, I know Akimi. What is Hattori Haizo doing for you? Belmod asked Chen curiously. Of course Belmod knew who Hattori was. After all, Hattori is so famous. How could Belmod not know that threatened me with me, just look at his appearance. It should be guessed that I was the one who attacked Hattori Heiji. It's really not easy. I guessed it. Anyway, Chen Yi didn't think about hiding anything. As for throwing the hat on the head of the black organization, it was just a whim, and let the black organization take the blame. To actually threaten you, don't you think about it? What are you doing? Belmod went to Hattori Hazang to threaten him, and immediately asked Chen, hey, I remember Hattori Hazang as the police chief, how did you offend him? Yukiko Kudo was slow 1.9 looking at Chen. 3 inches okay, don't talk too much. Actually I don't care at all. The Hattori Hiratori hides one by one, and Chen doesn't care. 2 inches right, Xiao Ai Ni. Chen found out that he didn't see Xiao Ai, Awanji was Xiao Ai. Even Xiao Izumi Yuhiko didn't come often. They are researching things. Belmode glanced at Yukiko Kudo, and then said. Yukiko Kudo was a little dissatisfied when she saw Ermoto staring at her. She always felt that they were hiding everything from her, and they treated her as an outsider. Look at it. Well, actually Kudo Yukiko also knows that she is indeed an outsider, but although she knows, Kudo Yukiko just feels uncomfortable. This feeling of being excluded makes Kudo Yukiko very uncomfortable. Little Izumi Yuhiko was researching something, and suddenly knew what they were researching. Chapter 953. Xiao Ai came back to Xiao Ai's laboratory, and saw that the two were researching a bottle of medicine. Every bit of this is unscientific, and I can't analyze its ingredients at all. Xiao Ai said seriously. This is not a product of science at all. What science are you talking about? Lan Xiao Izumi Yuhiko couldn't help but said. Originally, this potion of Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. But it was never a product of science, it was a magic potion that was refined. Do you think the chakra science in your body? Xiao Izumi Yuhiko looked at Xiao Ai and said. Indeed, although chakra is the product of the combination of your own cells and spiritual energy, it is the energy you want to refine in the cells, but it is definitely not a science. If there is no chakra guidance, even if someone gets the Shankra refining method, they will never get a trace of chakra in their lifetime. I said you too. Could it be that you didn't find me? It's been a long time since I came in, and you all ignore me at 19. Chen couldn't help but say. At this time, Xiao Ai and Izumi Yuhiko, and Guang only looked at Chen. Yuhizi, this body-enhancing potion you made. In fact, there are side effects. Chen asked the little Izumi Yuhiko. The little Izumi Yuhiko was not surprised. She also felt that this medicine should also have side effects, so she wanted to drink it and try it as a child, but was stopped by the little Izumi Yuhiko. What kind of side effects? Little Izumi Yuhiko is also very curious to know what kind of side effects the medicine she has developed has. Reducing life expectancy. The effect of that medicine is to gain power through the explosion of life potential. The side effects are so great. Fortunately, I didn't take it for Xiao-ai, otherwise it would be bad. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko breathed a sigh of relief. 3. Actually, it's okay to take Xiaozhong. As long as it is strong enough, there will be no side effects when taking this medicine under the rain. Xiao-ai will definitely be able to pass. In that case, I will try it. Xiao-ai picked up a bottle of medicine and drank it in one gulp, but Chen Yi didn't stop her. Why doesn't it have any effect at all? Could it be expired? Xiao-ai waited for a long time, but there was no effect, so she couldn't help but move towards little Izumi Yuhiko looked over. Could it be that the refined potion had expired? Elle saw Xiao-ai staring at him. Little Izumi Yuhiko couldn't help but turn to Byakugan. How could this potion expire? Maybe not yet. Let's play the medicine. After all, it takes time to play. Little Izumi Yuhiko guessed that the mouth will not be effective, because Xiao-ai, you are too strong. This medicine should not have any side effects on you. Also has no effect. Chen said to Xiao-ai. Lu Feng, well, then I can't use it either. I have researched it for so long. I have developed a potion that is useless. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko is a little depressed. What is the use? Not at all. She wasted so much time in vain. You must know that little Izumi Yuhiko spent a lot of effort in refining this potion. Now it's all in vain. It's not that there is no foreign country at all, at least it can be drunk as a drink. I think the taste is not bad. Chen drank a bottle and felt that the taste was quite good. Hee, do you know how much it cost to make this thing? This small bottle costs more than 10,000 yen. Little Izumi Yuhiko couldn't help but said, as a drink, I can't drink it. Get up. Then put it away, it may be useful in the future. Chen put away all the remaining potions. Xiao-ai, you are eager to study, do you want to change back? 2. If you want to change back, Xiao-ai, you can find me. Chen rubbed Xiao-ai's hair, said to Xiao-ai and said, don't rub me's head. Xiao-ai opened Chen's hand. Xiao-ai hates others rubbing her head, even her sister, no. Because rubbing her head like this seems to be treating her as a child, Xiao-ai doesn't want to be treated as a child. The child came to treat Chen with a faint smile, and then patted Xiao-ai on the shoulder, and then in the surprise and light of Xiao Izumi Yuhiko, Xiao-ai's body became bigger. The small clothes on Xiao-ai's body were of course damaged. As this, Xiao-ai looked at her hands in surprise. Now she should be called Miyano Shiho. Xiao Zibao, how do you feel? Chen smiled and looked at Miyano Shiho up and down. In fact, Shiho's body must be very good. I noticed the look in Hara's eyes. At this time, Miyano Shiho came back to the candy. Standing in front of Chen without wearing anything. Instantly, Shiho Miyano's face changed, turning into a Yuhi color. He quickly covered some parts of himself and stared at Chen with anger. You are still watching. Turn around. Shibao Miyano said coldly. Don't be so harmful, it's alright, I don't care at all. Chen looked at Miyano Shiho with a smile, and tickled Kiba that Miyano Shiho raised. This is Chen. The second time I saw Shiho Miyano's body as an adult. For the first time, because Miyano Shiho was wearing a white coat, he couldn't see the ups and downs of Miyano Shiho's body. Originally, Chen thought that Miyano Shibao's body might not be very good, but now it seems that it is unexpected. Yuhi, can you lend me a dress first? Miyano Shibao glared at Chen. I, and then looked at the little Izumi Yuhi, who was on the side, and the little Izumi Yuhi glared at Chen in the same way, then took off his jacket and handed it to Miyano Shiho, who just put it on. 900 Just wearing a coat, Miyano Shiho still felt uncomfortable. After thinking about it, he walked out of the laboratory, and then walked towards the room of his sister, changing into her sister's clothes first. After waiting for Miyano Shidi to put on his clothes and come out. Miyano Akira is good to see her. Couldn't help but froze in place. 1-inch Shiho, what about you? Miyano Akira was very surprised. How did Shiho change back? It wasn't Akimi who was even more surprised. It was Yukiko and Kuroba Chikage who had never met Miyano Shiho before. Why did they suddenly appear here? 3. And the appearance of Shiho Yano seems to be very familiar. It's like the role model of the Queen Mother of Xiaoai. Belmod couldn't help but glance at Miyano Shiho. Speed is back. Did you research the antidote? Belmod looked at Chen behind, and felt that it was not Shiho Miyano who developed the antidote, but Chen who changed her back. Well, elder sister. Miyano Shiho looked at Mingmei with excitement, although he could see Mingmei before, but these are two feelings. Isn't Akimi's sister Xiaoai? By the way, where is Xiaoai? Yukiko Kudo asked strangely. However, no one answered this question from Yukiko Kudo, and they all stared at Shiho Miyano, which made Yukiko pouted. Chapter 154. I think you should look at your eyes. How does it feel to change back? Chen sat in Miyano Shiho's room, watching Miyano Shiho reply and 3. I don't feel how. Miyano Shiho shook his head. Good to come back. I didn't feel very happy. On the contrary, I was a little unaccustomed to it. It seems you still like the way you used to be more. The chef looked at Miyano Shibao and said. Then why don't I just change you back? Chen said and put his hand on Miyano Shiho's body, and then Miyano Shiho turned into Haibara Eye again. Xiaoai stared at Chen angrily. She didn't say that she agreed to change back, but she changed her back without her consent. It was really hateful. 2 inches. The current Xiaoai is more cute. Chen took Xiaoyi in his arms and poked his cheeks with his fingers. Because of her size, Xiaoai wrapped her in a huge dress. Let me go. Xiaoai struggled and came out of Kong Chen's arms, then gave Chen a vicious white look. Xiaoai, are you angry? Chen chuckled and looked at Xiaoai. Am I angry? Can't you see it? Why did you change me back again? Xiaoai would look at Chen with anger. Hee, doesn't this think you are more cute, Xiaoai? Chen couldn't bear it. Zan laughed twice, then pinched Han Xiaoai's cute cheek. 3. Xiaoai by Chen Yizhang didn't say anything, just let him pinch it if he likes it. It's useless anyway. Zhu Xiaoai didn't want to say that. In fact, she is also very comfortable and enjoys it very much. Zibao. Mingmei pushed open the door and walked in. She was stunned when she saw Xiaoai. Why did Xiaoai change back? Could it be that Chen did it? 3 inches. My sister. Xiaoai took away Chen's hand and squeezed her cheek. I looked at my sister, Miyano Akemi. I originally wanted to take a good look at you, but you turned into a child again. Mingmei looked at Xiaoai's eyes strangely. When Xiaoai heard the words, she immediately looked at Chen, and she understood what she meant. She just wanted Chen to change her back. I was extremely annoyed. Actually, Xiaoai, you are doing fine now. Mingmei said the same. Reach out to hold Xiaoai in his arms, and shoot Xiaoai from Chen's hand. Looking at your small appearance, I think it's cute, Shin Pingmei said with a smile. Sister, why do you have a bus? Say this. Xiaoai said badly that if she didn't think she was cute, she was complimenting her, but she wasn't a real child. Okay, let's talk with you two sisters. I went out first. Chen stood up and walked out. Chen didn't intend to disturb the two sisters anymore, so he went out and left room for the two sisters to talk. Chen, I have something to ask you. Chen just came out of the room outside Beijing. Yuki Kudo suddenly stopped Chen. 6 inches. Yukiko, what's the matter? Chen looked suspiciously at the woman who said, what does the woman named Miyano Shiho have to do with Xiaoai? Why is it so similar? It's like Xiaoai's appearance as a long-term queen, is it? Ding Yu is back after Xiaoai Cheng's wife. Yuchizi asked Shang Chen with a wide-open brain, and I have to say that Yuchizi's brain is quite big, so it should be very good to write novels. But didn't she guess that this was Xiaoai's transformation into a mansion? Yuchizi really didn't guess like this, because in Yuchizi's eyes, I am afraid that a person will grow bigger. It's even more outrageous than an use time and space going back to the past. Yuchizi. Chen approached Yuchizi's ear and lowered his voice. Yuchizi immediately pricked up her ears and wanted to hear Chen say the reason. She was really curious about why she didn't see Xiaoai when she was eating just now. Don't be so 8 trigrams, okay. After Chen finished speaking, he ignored Yukiko and sat on the sofa. Yukiko was stunned for a moment. Then he said angrily, "You didn't want to tell me at all." "Yeah, I just didn't want to tell you. You have nothing to do with 8 trigrams." Chen felt that the level of 8 trigrams with Kiko was simply it's a fight with Sonoko, but if Sonoko knew that Chen secretly felt her 8 trigrams, I don't know what she would think. But to be honest, the relationship between Ichin and Suzuki Tomoko, now Sonoko can call him father. If Sonoko knew about this, she would definitely be sullen. I couldn't accept. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you seriously talk to me, a beautiful woman? You are so distracted. Yukiko was very dissatisfied. You felt that he was not valued at all. As a proud beauty, she was ignored by Chen. Of course, Yukiko was very upset and said, "The beauty will be spared." Chen looked at Yukiko up and down, then shook her head disappointedly, as if to say that Yukiko was not qualified. If there is hope, he will not come immediately. Are you not beautiful enough? Ziyushizili took out the small mirror that she carried with her, and after looking in the mirror for a long time, she discovered a problem, that is, there is a problem with Chen's eyes, and she is clearly Urgen's big problem. Chen, we can be considered friends, so I suggest you go to the hospital. Yukiko said to Chen very seriously. Who is your friend? Besides, why should I go to the hospital? Chen looked at Yukiko with disgust. Yuchizi said angrily, go to the hospital to see your eyes. I think there is something wrong with your eyes. Yo, you are not convinced by the way you look. Tell me, who do you think you are more beautiful than here? Yuchizi said at a glance. Shu Yuchizi was depressed and found that in this family, there is really no person with a lower appearance than her. At least I'm not much different from them. Yukiko couldn't help but say that although she doesn't think she is more beautiful than other women, she is definitely not worse than other women. I got it, okay, I won't talk nonsense with you, I still have business. Chen stood up and said that Yuchizi pouted. What is the business? I think it is something that I can't see. Yuchizi didn't even realize it, and my heart is sour. Also, you sit down first. Yukiko suddenly pulled Chen to sit down abnormally, and then became a little bit silent. Chen sat down and looked at Yuki, and felt a little strange. Today's Yukiko feels a little abnormal. L is not the same as usual. Yushizi is a little wrong today, what's the matter? Chen asked Yuchizi, I have some questions, can you answer me? Yubizi was silent for a while, then asked Chen, it's about what question you want to ask, if you can't answer for. Of course I won't answer. Hao shrugged. He wouldn't have Kiko ask him anything, and he would just say something. Chapter 155 There was a Takesen, don't you want to ask me a question? Why don't you speak again? Chen asked Yukiko Kudo strangely. I am not ready to ask. I don't think you'll be able to say it even if it's Maji, so it's better not to be afraid. Yukiko Kudo shook her head and said, oh, since I'm studying, I'll go back to my room. Chen Zhikao stood up. Go to the room. Hey, hello. Although I said that I won't ask, but are you leaving like this? Yukiko couldn't help but said, otherwise, what do you want? Besides, there are only the two of us in this living room, a man and a widow. It's not good. Haha, I don't think there is anything wrong, you still feel bad. However, her laughter made Chen feel dissatisfied, as if Duki was laughing at himself. Chen sat back directly. Okay, if you want to say something, just say that I don't have time to chat with you here. I might as well do something meaningful when I have time. Meaningful thing. What is your meaningful thing? Yukiko he asked Chen curiously. Chen gave Yuchizi a deep look, and then said, Yuchizi, you shouldn't be stupid. You can also guess. Yushizi's face is slightly Yuhi moist. She is not a dick, of course it can be guessed. But Yushizi is also embarrassed, and after scolding Chen for a long time as a rogue, Yuluzi retracted her expression and became more serious, no matter how good it is. Let's get down to business. Do you guys hate me being here? Yukiko asked Chen. Why are you asking this question? I feel like you don't seem to like me, and you even hate me a little bit. The expression on Yukiko's face was a little bad. This is really not there. No one hates you. Dibbing shook his head. Although it is said that Yushi is here to eat and live for free, eat and drink, I have never been tired of Yuchizi. The same is true for other people. For example, Belmod, although Yuchizi can't recognize her, but Belmod and Shuin used to be good friends, so how could they hate Yukiko? It should be that Yukiko is too sensitive, but no one hates Yukiko. Straight. Why do you hide your famous things from me? Quote. Yuchizi asked Chen. When Chen heard the words, she immediately looked at Yushizi with the moonlight of a fool, making Yuchizi very uncomfortable. What kind of look is this? Hey, what kind of look are you looking at? Do you think I'm an idiot? Yuchizi asked angrily. However, Chen really nodded. Yes, Chen really thought Yuchizi was an idiot. Please, even if the whole family will have secrets, let alone you, an outsider, isn't it normal to hide some things from you? The most arrogant. I don't feel anything wrong. Then you were rejecting me. Yukiko said, uncomfortable, feeling as if they were rejecting her. Also, they always treated her as an outsider. You've always regarded me as an outsider. Yuchizi said angrily. I asked if there was something wrong with you. Of course you are an outsider. Chen glanced at Yuchizi angrily, then stood up. Where are you going? Yuchizi asked Chen. Of course you're going back to sleep. Don't look at it, it's already past 10 o'clock. I don't have time to continue chatting with you. Look, you are despising me now, and you don't even want to talk to me anymore. Yushizi pointed at Chen and said, I'm not messing with you anymore. Wait a minute, sit down and talk to me, I'm bored right now. Yuchizi took Chen's hand and sat down. I still have things to do. What are you talking about with me? Chen sat down again angrily, then poured himself a glass of water. Hey, I treat you as my best friend right now. That's how you treat your friends. Good friend. What about concubine Yingri? It's not your best friend anymore. 3 inches best male friend, so that's alright. Yupei said with a smile. Actually, I'm quite lonely here. That kid Shinichi doesn't have any information. Yingri is busy with work, and you accompany those women every day. No official, nonsense. I don't do anything with my woman. If you feel lonely, you can leave Neon and go back to Sichuan, Chen said to Yukiko. But after Chen finished speaking, Yukiko's face changed suddenly. Chen didn't know what was wrong. Could it be that he said something? Or the reason for the deep conflict between her and Kudo Yusaka 2 inches? I don't want to go back. Not my home. Yukiko was silent for a while and shook her head. It seems that the conflict between you and Kudo Yusaka is quite big. Don't mention that disgusting guy to me. In fact, I have nothing to do with Kudo Yusaka, at most it is a relationship of mutual use. Yukiko picked up the urine cup and took a sip of water. Chungchen's eyes showed interest in learning. There seems to be some big news. Wah, what? You seem to be very interested. Yuchizi glanced at Chen and asked. No, I'm not that 8 trigrams person. Although Chen said he wasn't 8 trigrams person. But the 8 trigrams in my heart are still unstoppable. 3 inches. It's okay to talk to you about the grass. Anyway, this matter has been in my heart for more than 10 years. Yukiko took a deep breath and said actually, Kudo and Yusaka doesn't matter, you know that I will be a star at the beginning. And the entertainment industry is very deep, and there was a guy with a lot of power who wanted to unspoken rules for me. Chen listened carefully to Yukiko's words. I don't want to accept some damn unspoken rules. It's just that that person is very powerful. At this time, Yusaka Kudo found me. Yuzuku Kudo said to help me solve the trick. The condition is let me marry him in a fake marriage. Fake marriage 9. Are you 2 fake marriages? Why? Fa Chen asked in surprise. Because he doesn't like women. He married me just to cover up his hunger, so the 2 of us just use each other, it doesn't matter. Fuck me, is it so hot? It turns out that you are still a foreigner. Chen couldn't help but blurt out. But just as Chen finished speaking, he noticed Yuchizi's murderous gaze, and the sharp moonlight seemed to kill Chen. That's right. If so, what is Kudo Shinichi? Me too, I don't know, it's the stage that Kudo Yusaka brought back anyway. Yukiko shook her head, she didn't know where Kudo Shinichi or Kudo Yusaka brought it back. But even though Ito Kenichi is not her own, but after raising it for so many years, it is regarded as her own. Underscore. Chapter 156 underscore. Looking at the expression on your face, you don't seem to believe what I said. Yuchizi looked at Chen's face and said, no, there is nothing you don't believe, you don't need to deceive me. It's not that Chen doesn't believe in Yuchizi. But I was just a little surprised to hear this great news. There shouldn't be many people who know. Pav, I just told you. Yukiko said to Chen. Oh, your reaction seems to be very dull. Yuchizi frowned and looked at Chen. Although at first, she was very surprised, but after Jingjing was surprised, her expression was dull, and it was too bland. No, I'm already surprised. Before telling the truth, I was really surprised in my heart. I couldn't believe it. Chen said in a perfunctory manner. Yuchizi pouted. She could see Chen Shuyan's expression, but Yuchizi did not expose Chen's, Shuyan. But Yuchizi, what are you talking about with me? Chen looked at Yukiko asked. It's nothing, I just want to find someone to talk to. Yukiko shook her head gently. Then you're done talking, so I won't bother you. After saying that, Chen stood up and left. And, hey, did you just leave me alone in the living room, Shui? Yukiko watched Chen leave for a while, and with this guy's character, how could there be any more women? A man who doesn't understand the style. However, with Chen's face, how could there be no women? Chen has no time to talk to Yukiko now. Belmont and Sato Mikazu are still waiting for him in the room. Seeing that Chen is really returned to the room, Yukiko stood up depressed, and went back to her room. The next day, Chen came out of the room comfortably. Why is there no one? Chen looked at the empty living room. Couldn't help being stunned. Then he went to the kitchen and found that Mingmei was not in the kitchen either. Could it be that she has not woken up yet? Chen sat in the living room for a while before Mingmei came out. But it came out of Xiao Ai's room. Did Mingmei get up so late today? Chen asked Mingmei. Well, last night, the chatter with Xiao Ai didn't pay attention to the time. I slept very late, Mingmei said a little embarrassedly. After a while, Xiao Ai also came out and yawned listlessly. Investigate the medication for the entire day during the day. In the evening, I was chatting with Mingmei late again, so Xiao Ai seemed very unmotivated at this time. Look at you listless. Just like the one who didn't wake up. Do you still have to go to school today? Chen asked Xiao Ai. It's already late at this time. If Xiao Ai still goes to school, I'm afraid she will be late. No, my sister has already asked for leave for me. Xiao Ai said on the sofa. Mingmei saw Wan Jing's tour. I am also very distressed for Xiao Ai, not to mention Xiao Ai, a doctor. Don't you have any knowledge of elementary school? So, Brown Opera asked Xiao Ai to take a leave of absence and let Xiao Ai rest at home for a day. After a while, little Izumi Yuhiko came out of the room, as listless as Xiao Ai because he had a very late rest at the Magic Research Institute last night. Now my head is still a little confused. Are you studying magic again? I advise you to be more serious. Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko. Oh, Chen, are you caring about me? The little Izumi Yuhiko's expression seemed to be very happy. In fact, it was really open. Yeah, of course I care about you. Chen nodded. Then thank you for your concern. Little Izumi Yuhiko sat beside Chen, and then lay down on Chen's body, and Chen was also very natural. Little Izumi Yuhiko hugged her in her arms. HMPH_L. Xiao Ai he couldn't help but snorted coldly, staring at Chen with a small face. Vice looks angry. Xiao Ai, are you jealous? Xiao Izumi Yuhiko asked Xiao Shiyu with a smile. Jealous? What am I jealous of? Xiao Ai Tsunere put her head in. She was really a Tsunere queen. That's right. Hasn't Mawako up yet? Didn't she go to work today? Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Tatsuma. This time it was little Izumi Yuhiko's face with jealousy. Yeah, Mawako is on vacation today, so I'm going to take you out to play. How is it? Are you interested? Chen asked a few of them. 3 inches not interested. Little Izumi Yuhiko heard going out to play. There is no interest. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko is similar to Xiao Ai and likes to be a house girl at home. After a while, when Seermod, Yukiko and the others all got up, Dichin also turned towards them. Do you want to go out and play? However, Urmad and Mikazu Sato were not interested. I finally took a vacation. I'm going to rest at home and don't want to go out to play. Mawako stretched, said tiredly. Being a police officer is also very hard work. Basically, I have to run around and go to many places, so Mei and Zizong are not interested in going out to play. Okay, then I can only go out to play with Shaolin. Chen shrugged and said, let me go out with you. Kuroba Chenying said to Chen, and after saying that, Kuroba Chenying couldn't help but Yuhi. Then I'll go too. Seeing that Hayachikage wanted to go out with Chen, Yukiko also ran over to join in the fun and grabbed Hayachikage with one hand. 3. You also want to go out with Yukiko? Kuroba Chikage was stunned, looking at Yukiko. Yeah, don't you want to greet me? Or are you afraid that I will disturb you? Yukiko asked Kuroba Chikage. Okay, let's go after breakfast. After Chen and the others finished breakfast, they left the house and took Yukiko and Kuroba Chikage away. Where are you going? Yuchizi asked Chen. There's no Joe Biao. You can go wherever you say you want to play. I have no opinion, Chen said, although he proposed to come out to play. But there is nowhere to go, so Yukiko and the others can choose. If that's the case, then let's go to the countryside. Kuroba Chikage said. Compared with the city, the scenery in the countryside will be more beautiful. After all, there is really nothing to do in the city except the amusement park Hefeng Scenic Spot. Zegan Amusement Park Hefeng Scenic Spot. Sorry, I have been to this kind of place many times, especially those scenic spots. Chen doesn't want to go at all. Not because the wind halo or something is not beautiful, but because it is too crowded. Too many people travel. Lots of people though lively. But in the Fenghao area where you can enjoy the scenery, it is boring. Then follow what Chenying said. Chen turned around and headed for the countryside. Chen sat in the driver's seat and drove, with Kuroba Chikage and Kudo Yukiko sitting in the back. The two of them leaned together and whispered. Although Chen, if you listen carefully, I can hear what they are saying, but Chen is not interested in she. Chapter 157. Strange Kuroba Chenying. Chenying, do you really plan to be Chen's woman in the future? Yukiko and Kuroba Chenying whispered. Yeah, otherwise what can I do, and I think I've only completely fallen in love with him. Heiyu Chenying nodded, and also lowered her voice. Apparently Benti let Chen hear it. In fact, if Chen wanted to listen carefully, he would definitely be able to hear it, but Naihi Chen didn't even listen to what Guan Xiao and the others were whispering. Don't talk about me first, let's talk about you. Kuroba Chikage Moonlight looked at Yukiko. Tell me, what can I say? Akiko's expression shrugged. Kuroba Chikage looked at Yukiko with a half smile but not only lowered her head. By the way, do you like that guy too? Kuroba Chikage reached Yukiko's ear and asked in a low voice to Yukiko. Chuan, you, what are you talking about? Yukiko became stammered, looking at Kuroba Chikage in panic. Why are you so flustered? Did I tell you? Kuroba Chikage smiled. In Yuchizi's eyes, it became more and more strange, and Yuchizi's heart was indeed very complicated. Does D really like a Shangchen? This Yukiko herself doesn't know. Chikage Kuroba caught Yukiko's complicated expression, and a faint smile appeared on her face, and then disappeared in an instant. The fleeting smile she had for Chihiro Kuroha, the Lord Yuki didn't find it. If you could find it, Yukiko, you can find something weird. Hey, what are you talking about all the time? Chen, who was driving, couldn't help asking. Well, aren't you eavesdropping? Kuroba Chenkage asked Chen suspiciously. I didn't eavesdrop, and I'm not interested in what you guys have to say. Chen shrugged. If he really wanted to know whether Heiyu Yuying and Yuchizi were talking, he could definitely hear it clearly, but Chen was not interested in eavesdropping. Well, if he wanted to listen, it wouldn't be eavesdropping, but listening openly. That's good. Yukiko breathed a sigh of relief, if there was a conversation between them. What was heard by Chen? In Yuchizi's heart, he didn't want to drive high into the city and then into the countryside. There is also a countryside here, and the scenery here is actually not worse than those scenic spots. After finding a sincere store, Chen drove to the hotel first and stayed there. Are you going to take us to climb the mountain? Yuchizi said involuntarily. They are at the foot of the mountain now. If the village is going to climb the mountain, there is really nothing else to do. Nang. Chen nodded lightly and looked at a mountain not far away. 100 he checked. The view of this mountain is not bad. Very beautiful, so Chen will bring them here. 3 inches to be honest, I don't want to climb the mountain. Unlike Chikage Kuroba, who was happy, Yukiko looked at the mountain to express her trouble. Because climbing the mountain is really tiring, Yoshiko in the courtyard doesn't want to be so tired. The play, Yukiko, aren't you afraid of being tired? Kuroba Chikage seemed to see through Yuki, and said to Yuki, yeah, I just feel too tired, so I don't like it. Yukiko nodded, climbing is the most tiring. People, come out to play is not out to be tired. I think it's good, isn't it good to exercise? Kuroba Chikage patted Yukiko on the shoulder. You really can't walk by then, you can let Chen carry you on your back. Heiyu Reading said, and then blinked at Chen. Chen glanced at Heiyu Chenying in amazement. What does the wink Heiyu Chenying gave him mean? Chen is a little confused. Under Kuroba Chikage's persuasion, Yukiko nodded and agreed to climb the mountain together. In fact, the mountain is not that high. But unexpectedly, Lu Chao. No one is there, so quiet. Yukiko said. The scenery here is good, but it's quieter for Chen. It's better, otherwise, I wouldn't come to such a place. Halfway up the mountain-filled circle, the mountain road here is getting harder and harder, but Kuroba Chikage is fine. But Yukiko, who has been exercising very little, feels a little tired. No, let's take a break. Yukiko drank a sip of water and sat down and said, no, Yukiko, we have to go up the mountain tightly to enjoy the scenery, otherwise we will spend the night in this barren mountain. So we can't rest, Kuroba Chizui said. But I really can't walk, Yukiko said. In fact, Yukiko didn't want to stop. After all, she didn't want to spend the night here and sleep in the wilderness. Who would? But Yukiko didn't have the strength to leave. Why don't we rest for a while, then go straight down the mountain? Don't go up. Yukiko shook her head and said. We've already come here. How bad it is to go straight down. Let's go. Keep going up and let Chen Lai carry you on your back. Heiyu Chenying's moonlight looked at Shang Chen. Hearing the words of the main figure of Kuroba, Yukiko's eyes couldn't help looking at Chen, and when Chen was carrying her on her back, Yukiko's face flushed with fruit. Okay. Anyway, I have no opinion. Chen looked at Yukiko and said. He didn't have any opinion. Then Chen carried Yukiko on his back and continued to walk up. I have to say that this hill is really steep, and the more you go up, the harder it is to walk. And the most important thing is that they are already on the road. If you want to go up, you can only walk out a road by yourself. Shizi is lying behind Chen, and her face is very Yuhi. And Kuroha Chikage next to him said jokingly, aren't you still a dishonor to Yujaizi? Yukiko concealed Yuhi's dizziness on her face, and then gave Kuroha Chikage a strange look. Kuroha Chikage is very strange, isn't she jealous now? And today, Yukiko feels Kuroha Chikage is very strange. As for what is strange, this Yukiko can't tell. Anyway, I do feel that Kuroba Chikage is quite strange. Chenying, I think you're a little weird today. 1.63 Yuchizi said that he had risen, and Chen couldn't help but glance at Heiyu Chenying. After Yuchizi said this, Chen also felt that Heiyu Chenying was indeed a little strange today. Yes, is it? I have a strange appearance. You feel wrong. Kuroba Chikage shook his head. That's right. Can you wait for me? Kuroha Chikage shouted to Chen. Although Chen was carrying a living person like Yukiko on his back, he was walking too fast, and Kuroba Chenying said that he couldn't catch up at all. Now Kuroko Chenying has been left behind. Who made you faint? I guess we all went up. You are still down there, ha ha ha. The tyrant laughed happily. What are you laughing at? Don't let me throw you down and let you stay with Chenying. Chen couldn't help but glance at Yuchizi, and told Yuchizi to shut up angrily. The 958th child Heiyu Chenying gave Yuchizi a medicine. When you come to this mountaintop, it feels like that. There is nothing to see. Yuchizi said. 3 inches. It's not bad to blow 4 times once. Don't you feel particularly relieved? Chen said while sitting on a clean head. It feels pretty cool, Kuroba Chikage said with a smile. Now that the weather is hot, it would be nice to have some wind blowing on the top of the mountain. Why don't we sleep here in Yukui equals night? Kuroha Chikage suggested. Sleeping here at night? You don't have a problem with your brain, right? We don't get anything right now. Do you want to drink the wind here all night? Yukiko put her hand on Kuroba Chikage's forehead, looking at Kuroha Chikage as if you were sick. Kuroha Chikage patted Yukiko's hand angrily. Then she said, I'm just talking. Oh, I'm still sick, Yukiko said with a smile. Kuroba Chikage couldn't help but wanted to break in. Yukiko wanted to say that she burned her brain. It seems that Yukiko meant it. After staying on the top of the mountain for a while, Chenhe stood up and said, let's go down. It's hard to come up. Go down now, the killer said. Then look at the time, if you don't go down, it will be dark. If you don't mind spending the night in this country, you can stay here. By the way, I heard that there seem to be ghosts in the coffee, such as some legendary monsters. I don't know if you are afraid. Hey, don't scare me. It's not big, it's easy to be scared. I'm not trying to scare you. It's really possible, Chen shrugged and said with a light smile. As soon as Jumo said Yuchizi, she immediately shouted down. She didn't dare to stay here any longer. Although Yushi understands that it is Chen who is frightening her. It was like Taipin was frightening a child, but Yujuzi was really frightened. Because of this kind of barren hills, there were only 3 of them left at night. Even if there were no ghosts, there might be beasts. Is very dangerous. Going up is easy and going down is hard, especially on such steep peaks. Not to say that going down the mountain takes too much physical effort. It's dangerous to go down the mountain. Can't you hold it? Yukiko looked down and felt a little afraid of heights. Legs are weak. Chen patted Yuindo on the shoulder. Just when Yuchizi thought that she would comfort her later, Chen suddenly came up and said, don't worry, even if you disappear and fall, I will find your body back. Yes. What did you say, bastard? Yuiko stared at Chen angrily. Yukiko, your courage is too small, you must exercise. Kuroba Chian said that this height is for Kuroba Chenkage. It's so easy. One after all, Chikage Kuroba used to be a girl from Weishi Lake, and she's done all kinds of dangerous things. I will hold you too, Chen said to Yuyuzi, who was afraid of Kanjai. Looking at Chen's outstretched hand, Yuchizi grabbed it directly. I don't know why, but after grabbing Chen's outstretched hand again, Yuchizi felt a lot more at ease and was no longer afraid. Author Yukiko. On this steep mountain, it was like walking on the ground, and the speed was fast, which surprised Yukiko. But after finding out that there was no danger, Yukiko especially enjoyed the feeling now. They quickly returned to the hotel at the foot of the mountain. After returning, Yukiko lay down and came to, It felt comfortable to lie down. Before it was really good home. Yukiko exhaled and said, if I had known it earlier, I might as well not come out to play, I would suffer too much. Yukiko began to complain. Although I enjoyed a lot of scenery climbing the mountain, it was too tiring. Yukiko felt that it would be better to stay at home and feel more comfortable. Isn't it good to go out and exercise once stay at home? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? He said to Yukiko involuntarily. I'm not afraid, because I won't gain weight. Yukiko said to herself. Let's go to Linshi to eat something. Kuroba Chikage said. Yeah. Yuchizi nodded. She was really tired, although half of Chen was carrying her on her back, but Yuyuzi's physical strength was poor. I'm going back to my room. After eating, Chen stood up and returned to his room. Yukiko and Kuroba Chikage were sleeping in the same room. Yuxabao, drink a glass of water. After Chen left, Kuroba Chikage poured a glass of water and handed it to Yuzi, which made Yuchizi couldn't help but smile. Chenying, I didn't expect you to be so caring, and you actually gave me water. Yeah, but as long as you don't blame me in the future. Heiyu Chenying smiled meaningfully. Blame you? What's your fault? Yukiko took a sip of water, and then asked Kuroba Chikage strangely. It's nothing, let's rest. Kuroba Chenkage shook his head and said. 3 Yushizi do not have many appearances. Lying on the tatami, but the loser has a child. I feel my body getting hot. What's the matter? Is it sick? Is the wind blowing? Chenying, I feel a little uncomfortable. It's so hot, you shouldn't have turned on the heater. Look. Kuroha Chikage left the room and went to look for the exhibition. Soon Chen followed Kuroha Chikage to their room. After seeing Yuki's appearance at 380, she was not only an old sage. Why doesn't she look like that? It looks like I'm sick, but it looks like I'm taking a pill. Yes. Moyu Chenying Luo Ran nodded. Then she said, I'll give it to you. Chuan, did you give it to you? Chen's voice was not only too much for the reason of surprise. Yeah, now you help to solve it. Otherwise, she might have some sequelae. He Yuxian influenced Chen Dao when Chen was about to say something. Yuchizi was already fascinated and rushed towards Chen. 3 At this time, Chen didn't have time to say anything. He looked at the value in front of him. There are other ways to help Yukiko recover. But if other methods are used, then he will become the meat that the fool's face has brought to his mouth at this time. If you show it to your mother, it is not a fool or something. Kuroba Chikage's face yuhi, and I feel a little bit in my heart. She left the room ashamed. As for why she gave Yukiko medicine, there are also some selfish thoughts of her. I don't know if Yukiko will forgive her. But Kuroba Chikage can also see it. I did that. Otherwise, Kuroba Chikage wouldn't do such a thing. After all, she and Yukiko are good sisters. I don't know if Yukiko will treat her as a good sister in the future. Chapter 950. Angry Yukiko. The next morning, Yukiko shook her aching head and woke up. The eyes are a little confused. A3 obviously didn't drink. But it felt like having a hangover for a day, and Yukiko felt a little sore in her body, as if she had gone through a high-intensity exercise. Shaking his head, then the memory slowly recalled. Yukiko's face suddenly changed. She moved her body and felt a little pain, then turned her head to look at the person next to her. After seeing Chen, Yukiko was really completely stunned. We yesterday. Yukiko didn't lose the memory of last night. Just can't react now. You woke up 9 Sichin and asked Yukiko. I want to know what happened last night. Yuchizi asked Chen with a cold face. Chen sighed softly, then shook his head. I can't tell you. Heiyu Chenying gave you medicine. If you let you got it. Are you going to fight hard with Kuroba Chikage? But even if Chen doesn't say Yukiko, she can still remember that yesterday she drank the water that Kuroha Chikage handed her, and then it was like this and more than that. Yu Chenying's expression was also a bit wrong. It made Yukiko very puzzled, and Yukiko understood everything. Is it related to Kuroko? Is it because the two of you colluded? Yukiko asked angrily. However, Yuchizi has wronged Chen a bit. Chen didn't collude with Heiyu Chenying at all, and he didn't even know anything. But Yuchizi won't believe this. Now Yuchizi already thinks that Chen and Heiyu Chenying colluded. Yukiko also got up and went to Kuroba Chikage to ask why I regarded you as a good sister, but you betrayed me, but then I had to get up by myself. Lie down. You'd better lie down and rest first. Chen pressed Yuchizi's shoulders and said to Yuchizi. Let go of me, Yuchizi said coldly. However, Chen did not let Yuchizi go, but gave Yuchizi to Lu. In her arms, Yuchizi struggled for a while, but was unable to break free from Chen's embrace. Finally, Yuchizi, who was struggling, gave up her struggle, or did not want to struggle. Yuchizi was not talking, very quiet, and Chen did not disturb her. He hugged Yukiko like this. After a while, some of them fell asleep because of fatigue. So they fell asleep. It wasn't until noon that Yukiko woke up again and looked at Chen, who was holding him next to him. Yukiko's heart, warm, but then became angry. Chen didn't feel wrong about the anger of Yuzi, and it was very normal. If Yushi was not angry, it would be abnormal. But anger can't solve anything, and although I don't admit it, but Yuchizi's heart is actually not as angry as she imagined to look at Chen. Yuzi is also very complicated. Does she really respect Chen? Yuchizi can't recognize her own. But what is certain is that Yuchizi definitely has a good impression of Chen, otherwise she would not have lived in Chen's house for so long. What are you thinking now? Chen suddenly asked Yuchizi. I miss you. Yuchizi was not angry. Subconsciously, he replied but after the meal was over, Yukiko's face brushed. Yuhi woke up immediately. Oh, I was really thinking of me Tilda. Chen deliberately pulled out a long voice, making Yuko's face even more serious. Yuhi run. Don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant. Yuchizi hurriedly wanted to defend herself, but she really didn't mean that, and she didn't mean anything else. Just now Yuchizi actually wanted to hate Chen, although she didn't imagine it in her heart. The middle is so angry, but Yukiko is still a little uncomfortable. I think it was fine yesterday. The result equals I lost my innocent body at night. Yukiko's mood is very complicated. Even if she really has a good feeling for Chen, I can't accept it for a while. You continue to lie down, I'll get up first. Chen said to Yuchizi, and then got up. After Jin Zaichen got up, Yukiko suddenly felt a little reluctant. I really want to stay in his arms for a while longer. Chen walked out of the room and saw Heiyu Chenying standing at the door of the room with a somewhat unnatural look. After seeing Chen coming out, he hurriedly asked Chen, Chen, how is Yuchizi now? 3 inches Chenying, if you really want to know, just go in and have a look. Chen said to Heiyu Chinlai. Kuroba Chikage shook her head. If she dared to go in. Came in early. If I go in now, I don't know what will happen to Yukiko. To be honest, Kuroba Chikage is a little afraid to go in right now, otherwise, he wouldn't, just stand here and wait for Chen to come out. Actually, you can go in and have a look. Chen pushed Heiyu Chenying, opened the door and pushed Heiyu Chenying in. Heiyu Chenying, who was pushed by Chen, analyzed it in his heart and looked at Yukiko in front of him. Heiyu Chenying looked complicated and didn't know what to say. When Heiyu Chenying came in, Yukiko looked over, but it was only a matter of time. In an instant, Yukiko's eyes suddenly turned cold. I have to say that Yukiko is for Chikage Satoshi. There is still a lot of resentment. Yukiko can now be sure that the water Kuroba Chikage gave her last night was definitely faulty, and the problem was not small. Yukiko. Kuroba Chenkage yelled at Yukiko embarrassedly. No, I don't want to see you now, you go out to me. Yukiko said angrily. Although Yuchizi has a good temper in normal times, this does not mean that Yuchizi will not be angry. Such a thing happened suddenly, and she was betrayed by her good sister. Of course, Yukiko's mood will not be better, and she is even very angry. The most important thing is betrayal with Lee, and no one likes to be betrayed. Yukiko, but he trusts Kuroha Chikage very much. But Kuroba Chikage pitied her. If Yukiko said that there was no grudge in her heart, I am afraid no one would believe it. 3 inches sorry, Kuroha Chikage's apologetic apology tick. Then tell me, are you and Hyuga Chen colluding? Yukiko asked the T-play angrily, Kuroha Chikage was stunned. He was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, it's not. Hearing Kuroba Chikage saying no, Yukiko's heart suddenly relaxed. Maybe Yukiko's own heart didn't want Chen and Kuroha Chikage to collude. Even though she still had some doubts in her heart, Yukiko forced herself to believe this. With a few words, I believed Kuroba Chikage. 3 inches I'm sorry Yukiko, everything is my own selfishness, can you forgive me? Kuroba Chikage asked apologetically, but Yukiko was silent. Chapter 160_. In the special method room, the atmosphere was quite silent, Yukiko was silent, and Kuroba Chikage opened her mouth not knowing what to say. Anyway, it was indeed her fault that she was suffering. If Kiko wanted to blame her, Chikage Kuroba would have nothing to say. However, Yushizizi remained silent. It made Kuroha Chikage feel anxious in her heart. Chenying, I thought, but why did you do this? Yuchizi finally spoke up. Looking at Kuroba Chikage asked. She really didn't understand why Kuroha Chikage did this. Akiko's question made Kuroba Chikage silent, not knowing how to answer, opened his mouth to say something, but the words couldn't come out. I'm sorry, I'm actually being too selfish, sorry. Xingyu Chenying said to Yukiko. It doesn't make sense for you to apologize now. I just want to know the reason for you to do this, and you can answer me. Yukiko tightened the quilt on her body and asked angrily. It's for sure that X is angry, no matter how good her relationship with Kuroha Chikage is. Such betrayal would make Yukiko angry. It's just that Yukiko didn't understand why Kuroha Chikage would drug her and push her to Chen. Kuroha Chikage had told her that she liked Chen, but if that was the case, then there is no reason. Anyone who pushes their lovable people into the arms of others is not all selfish. Especially women. So Yukiko didn't know what Kuroha Chikage was thinking. She lowered her head to Kuroha Chikage and said nothing. She was afraid that after she told her true thoughts, Yukiko would ignore her for the rest of her life. In fact, Kuroha Chikage felt that she had fallen and wanted to pull another one, so she chose Yukiko. Through Kuroha Chikage's observation, she discovered that Yukiko actually had a great impression of Chen, and it was precisely because of this. Kuroha Chikage will only drug Yukiko. If there is hope that you don't have a good impression of Tatsuya, then Kuroha Chikage will not do it. But no matter what, if Yukiko knew about it, Yukiko will definitely hate her for the rest of her life. So Kuroha Chikage chose silence. Yukiko, in fact, I don't expect you to forgive me. I'm just really sorry. Kuroha Chikage apologized to Yukiko again. Now accept sorry. Kuroha Chikage didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell the truth. Forget it. You go out first. Yukiko turned her head and went to see Kuroha Chikage. Look at the sub-appearance of Kiko. Kuroha Chikage knew that Yuki was not forgiving herself, and of course she never thought Yuki would forgive her so quickly. However, Liu Chikage will definitely find a way to make Yukiko forgive her, and Kuroha Chikage believes that she can do it. Then I'll go out first. You can rest well. Kuroha Chikage walked out the black feather Chikage who had just walked out of the door. I saw Chen who came over with breakfast. 3 inches Chenying, you haven't had breakfast yet, so let's eat. Shish said to Liu Chenying. No Chen, I don't think I'm hungry. Heiyu Chenying shook her head with a wry smile, and then said, you should feed Yuchizi first. Looking at the appearance of Heiyu Chenying, Chen helplessly shrugged. In fact, he didn't know why Haya Chikage suddenly gave Yukiko a child. He didn't know what Haya Chikage was thinking in his mind. He could only say that a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Chen's strength is strong, but can't see through. Chen opened the door and walked in. After hearing the movement, Yu Jiazi glanced at the door. Tien originally thought it was Heiyu Yuying who came back, but I didn't expect it to be Chen. But after seeing Chen, Yuchizi didn't give him any anger. She turned her head and didn't look at him. Her innocent body was given to him by this guy. Destroyed. Think about yourself. The perfect body that has been maintained for 37 years has been lost so much. Yukiko's heart is very complicated. But Yukiko is also a foreigner woman. Let's eat and eat. Make up your body, Chen said to Yuzi. Humph. Yuchizi hummed softly. Although the voice was small, Chen also heard it. Putting the breakfast aside, Chen pulled Yuchizi and made her turn her head. Yuchizi was forcibly pulled over by Chen. Chen's eyes were a little stubborn. Come on, let's eat. Chen smiled slightly, then picked up the enko porridge next to him. Feed it to Yukiko. Well, I'm not a patient, so I don't need you to feed it yet. See, Kiko said angrily, but you were injured. Chen pointed to the blood on the sheet and smiled lightly at Yukiko. I resisted the pain and stood up and glanced at it, then quickly covered it with the blanket. Her face became Yuhi ashamed of Yuhi. Shut up for me and go out. The embarrassed Yukiko wanted to drive Chen away, but Chen would not go out, so Yukiko could only get angry like a kitten. Although she disguised herself like a tiger, she still couldn't change the essence of the kitten. Eat obediently, or do you want me to feed you in a special way? Chen handed the spoon to Yukiko's mouth. Although I don't know what the special way is, but if you kill it, I know, it must be a very bad way. But does he think that this will allow me to compromise with Kiko? No, I will never compromise with Kiko. Yukiko snorted softly, then turned her head. Vice ignore Chen's appearance. Then don't blame me for being rude. Chen said to Yuchizi. Chen's voice was blocking the test, making Yuchizi a little uneasy. He couldn't help but ask Chen, what do you want to do? In the past, Yukiko's eyes widened. Is this the special method he said about drinking? 9. Why is he so rogue? No, this guy was a rogue in the first place, and Yukiko was very angry. You can't blame me for that. After letting go of Yukiko, Chen shrugged and said that Yukiko was even more angry when she heard the words, and she was about to be laughed at. 3 inches. You said you can't blame you, so that means you're blaming me. Yukiko asked angrily. Yeah. If you eat obediently, there won't be so many things, so I really have to blame you. When Every nodded, and looked like it was a matter of course. Why are you so angry? Yuchizi was so angry that she didn't know what to say. She has something in her heart and can't say anything. Really? I don't think so. Chen Tanhi said with a smile. HMPH, hurry up and go out for me. You can go out, but you have to wait until you're full. Chen held the porridge in his hand and gave Yuchizi a little thought. Why do you want me to continue feeding you? Chen Qing asked towards Yuchizi. No need. Yukiko sat up, then brought it over by herself, and turned over Byakugan towards Chen.